In a luxurious study filled with a strong medieval atmosphere, a handsome, black-haired boy with an aristocratic air is sitting at his desk. He held the pen with complete concentration, sketching one magical pattern after another in his notebook. But the more he calculated these complex magical formulas, the more he felt that he could not understand the composition of any kind of magic. These things were thousands, even tens of thousands of times more disgusting than the math problems he had learned before, and he couldn't make any sense of them at all. Fine beads of sweat gradually covered Suen's forehead. He knew better than anyone that if he couldn't learn any more magic, he would soon die. 2 weeks ago, due to an accident, he was transported into a sword and magic fantasy game he had once played 12 apocalypse days. This is a world ruled by 12 gods, where elves, orcs, angels, monsters, divine revealers, and mythical creatures live together, filled with wonder and danger. His new identity after transmigrating is that of a noble young master of the Julius family, whose full name is Suen Juranus Julius. At the same time, he is also a notorious noble scoundrel. The original owner, relying on his family's wealth and power, constantly bullied his classmates, humiliated commoners, and caused trouble everywhere, offending almost everyone he could. In the game's storyline, this young scoundrel isn't even a proper villain. His only purpose is to be quickly killed by an enemy, allowing the enraged Count Julius to seal off the entire city, thus propelling the subsequent plot forward. The next person to come knocking on his door might be a commoner senior he had humiliated, or it might be a genius swordsman he had broken off an engagement with. It could even be a mysterious professional who accidentally finds an ancient ring and rises to great heights from then on. In short, no matter who comes to her first, Suen's fate is the same: death. In an attempt to change this outcome, he locked himself in his study for the first 2 weeks after his transmigration, desperately studying the magic of this world. But the final result plunged him into utter despair. He couldn't learn any of them, whether it was fire, ice, lightning, or healing magic. The only usable magic is the counter magic that was automatically acquired upon time travel. Counter magic is a special ability that allows one to sense the flow of magical energy. If anyone casts a spell on him, he can reflect all the magic power, magical effects, and instantly effective contracts back at him. However, this ability has a fatal flaw: it cannot deflect any physical attacks. In addition, he has never been able to learn other protective magic, so if he is hit by a physical attack, he may die on the spot. Just then, with a loud bang, several shards of glass, reflecting light, crashed onto Suen's wooden table. Hearing the noise, Suen turned her head and saw a silver-haired girl squatting on her windowsill in the sunset. As for that poor window, it had already been cleaved into pieces by the opponent's sword. Suen's brow twitched slightly. This was a 3-story room. Was it really necessary to enter in this way? 6 pure white wings unfurled behind the girl, and her eyes were as clear as sapphires. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back like a flowing galaxy, and her light white gauze dress fluttered slightly, making her look like a dazzling sun. She was tall and slender, carrying a cheap iron sword, and leaped into the room through the window. Her snow-white legs, encased in semi-transparent white stockings, landed lightly, her ankle boots firmly touching the parquet floor. In the past, Suen might have tried to appreciate the alluring curves of those feet. Now, he could only sit quietly in his chair, contemplating how he was supposed to survive. Because the girl before him was there to take his life. "Latina, we are both students at the White Tower Magic Academy, so we are classmates. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." Suen turned the chair around, crossed her arms in front of her, and tried to make her voice sound calm. "Misunderstanding?" Latina gripped the iron sword in her hand, her long silver hair fluttering gently with the surging magic. "Do you know why you're dying here?" Suen shook his head honestly. "No." This wasn't him pretending to be stupid. Although he inherited the original owner's identity, he didn't inherit all of the other person's memories. In the game, Suen is just a minor character who dies soon, and the plot doesn't describe in detail how many bad things he did. How could he possibly know how many sins that wicked young man, Suen, had committed? Suen could only recall some information about the angel before him. Latina Sun is a mythical creature hidden within human society. Living alone, she leads a very frugal life. To barely make ends meet at the White Tower Magic Academy, she frequently had to find part-time work. In short, she was extremely poor, a stark contrast to the life of Suen, the spoiled young nobleman. Her true identity is that of an extremely rare light angel. Because she fears being captured by humans and forced to do certain things, she never dares to show her true face. Do you still remember that abandoned wooden house you led a group of people to destroy 3 years ago, on Christmas Eve? Latina continued to pronounce Suen's crimes, her voice growing louder and louder. That was my temporary residence. You know what? That day I earned some money from my part-time job, bought a few apples, and when I came back, the sky had fallen. Do you remember a month ago, when you caused trouble at the restaurant and falsely accused a waiter of secretly replacing your drink, which is why you got drunk after just 1 bottle? Latina raised her iron sword, the blade pointing directly at Suen's head. That person was me. I was just there for a job. It's clearly your fault for being a lightweight. Why are you slandering me? You remember. Seeing that Latina was about to continue listing the crimes Suen had committed, Suen shook his head and raised a hand to signal her to stop, indicating that she didn't need to continue. That's enough. Your mouth will get tired if you keep going. Latina persisted. You incorrigible bastard! After hearing what you said, I realize I was indeed quite a beast before. Why don't you just give me a sword and cut me down? Suen sighed deeply, sitting calmly in his chair, as if he had completely resigned himself to his fate. Latina frowned deeply. Suen's unusually indifferent demeanor greatly displeased her. According to her original plan, Suen should be screaming in panic and begging for her life. Then she would take advantage of that moment to kill Suen with a sword, which would be truly satisfying. Could this guy have some hidden trump card? The thought suddenly popped into Latina's mind. Why have you been acting so nonchalant since just now? Aren't you afraid of dying? Latina questioned sharply, her azure eyes filled with doubt. Suen spread his hands, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Because this way, at least Suen can die with a little more dignity. Heh. Latina chuckled, clearly amused by his words. If she could kill Suen today, she could also rob a lot of money from here, which she could consider as robbing the rich to help the poor. Her gaze slowly swept over Suen's study. Exquisite vases, elegant lamps, neatly arranged rows of books, and delicious-looking desserts on the table. She works herself to the bone every day to make a living, while Suen can comfortably sit in the study and eat dessert. Growing increasingly angry, Latina suddenly sheathed her iron sword, walked straight up to Suen, and said condescendingly, I've changed my mind. You can't die so easily. I'm going to make you my servant. From now on, I am the true young lady of the Julius family, and you must do all the dirty work for me for the rest of your life. I will draft a mandatory contract. If you refuse to comply, I will beat you half to death first, and then force you to sign the contract. Suen blinked, seemingly doubting what he had just heard. Just a moment ago, he had even prepared himself to close his eyes and wait for death. If this angel lady were to kill him with her sword, then Suen would truly have no choice but to accept defeat. Latina was actually planning to use a forced contract on him? Could such a thing really exist in this world? Suen was utterly shocked. At that moment, a crazy plan quickly took shape in his mind. He decided to feign fear first. The moment Latina initiates the forced contract, use counter magic to switch identities and completely control this powerful female angel who has come seeking revenge. Then, taking advantage of his familiarity with the game's storyline, he quickly acquired treasures and equipment, secretly increasing his strength. He made advance arrangements to contact the 12 gods, unravel the conspiracy of fate laid by the gods, gradually uncover the secrets hidden deep within this world, reverse his inevitable death, and ultimately become the strongest in this world. After calming down, Suen immediately feigned a look of horror, but remained remarkably calm inside. Are you really going to do this? He wasn't sure just how strong Latina was in her angel of light form, but she was definitely much stronger than he was now. As long as he kept her by his side, he could handle many of the people who came seeking revenge. Moreover, she was an angel under Si Chen's command, possessing extremely strong functional abilities. Who gave you permission to speak? Latina's gaze was icy as she gently pressed the iron sword in her hand against Suen's chin. Now tell me, how many guards are in your manor? The Julius family is an earldom. Although Suen, a noble young master, prefers to live alone in his manor, he still keeps a considerable number of guards at home. However, the guards were mostly concentrated at the manor entrance and on the first floor of the residence. Suen hadn't expected that someone would actually fly in from the sky to assassinate him. Not many. There are 2 level 5s at the entrance and 4 level 3s on the first floor. The maid had just left, but she herself didn't have much combat power and couldn't even beat Suen. She probably didn't notice the commotion in the room. Very good. Latina was very pleased with Suen's compliant attitude. She never expected that the once arrogant and haughty young nobleman would now be able to obediently follow her orders. Since no one can disturb them for the time being, she can bully this brat for a while longer before forcing him to sign the contract. She suddenly kicked Suen off the chair. Suen feigned a cry of pain and rolled from the chair all the way to the parquet floor. After collapsing to the ground, Suen stared blankly at Latina, who was sitting in a chair, about to enjoy the snacks brought by the maid. In reality, Suen wasn't actually kicked down by her. He had anticipated that she would make that kick, so he used the momentum to roll to the ground. Let her be smug for now. Suen wasn't in the mood for snacks anyway. As for who will suffer later, that's anyone's guess. Latina looked at the pastries on the table and couldn't help but swallow. It has to be said, the pastries from noble families are indeed exquisite. This single meal alone is worth more than a month's salary from her hard work. The pastry melted in her mouth, its rich sweetness spreading throughout. Latina felt more and more that making Suen her servant was an absolutely correct choice. From now on, she can claim to be a servant of the Julius family, which will give her a legitimate identity and place to live, allow her to eat exquisite desserts every day, and give her control over the money that originally belonged to Suen and that she could never spend. If she had known this life was so pleasant, she should have come and chopped Suen sooner. Thinking of this, Latina naturally smiled, her white-stockinged legs unconsciously swaying gently as she ate the whole pastry with anticipation. Suen was taken aback as she watched Latina slowly savor the dessert. This child had indeed suffered a lot in the past. This was probably the first time she had ever tasted something so delicious. If Latina hadn't come to kill him, Suen would have found her quite adorable. After all, no one can resist a lively, optimistic, and positive little angel. Unfortunately, the original owner had committed too many evil deeds, forcing the other party to harbor murderous intent. In Suen's memory, Latina was supposed to be a very kind character. Just how many beastly things did the original owner do to drive such a kind person to the point of completely breaking down? Suen was increasingly puzzled by this. "You'll never get to eat this again in your entire life," Latina said fiercely to Suen, who was lying on the ground, after finishing her snack and standing up again. Suen responded perfunctorily, then continued wailing. "Just give me a quick death already. I don't want to never be able to eat snacks again." Latina felt that Suen's expression and tone were a bit strange. She frowned slightly, her little head filled with doubt, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore." She opened her slender palm and aimed it at Suen on the ground. Vast magical power quickly condensed into countless threads, swirling around her light, silvery white dress. "The Lord of the Beginning bears witness, the seal of the covenant is inscribed. I call you by the name of Suen Julianus Julius, guided by the path of light. Souls are bound together, destinies intertwined. From this day forward, you are my servant, obeying my commands, and shall not disobey." A blinding beam of light, like a heavy hammer, slammed into Suen's mind. Suen felt as if a hammer was striking his very soul, and then that force was completely enveloped by his counter-magic and rebounded back intact. Latina felt a moment of dizziness and instinctively raised her hand to support her head. In her blurry vision, Suen had slowly stood up, yawning as he approached her. She quickly regained her composure and immediately ordered Suen. "Who told you to stand up? Sit down now! I order you to sit down immediately!" Then, Latina noticed that Suen was looking at her with the same eyes one would give a genius baby. "No. I told you to sit down, didn't you hear me?" Looking at the completely out-of-control Suen, Latina felt a strange unease. Even though the iron sword was still in her hand, and she held a clear advantage in magic, possessing a far greater variety of spells than Suen, she couldn't help feeling afraid. "All right, don't sit down. Go and bring out all the pastries from your house, and from now on you'll call me master, understand?" Before Latina could finish speaking, Suen raised a hand and gently placed it on her head, patting it tenderly. "Silly child, sit down," Suen said with a look of pity. Latina then realized that she had completely lost control of her body. She actually did as Suen commanded. Her legs went weak, and she sat on the ground in a duck-like position. This time, even if Latina was slow to react, she realized that Suen had somehow managed to deflect the forced contract she had cast. Forced contract spells are not truly invincible. Under normal circumstances, if the other party resists fiercely, the caster must first weaken them mentally before a successful contract can be formed. The contract spell will continuously attack the target's mind until the target is completely subdued. No wonder Latina didn't feel any resistance when she cast the spell just now. It turned out that Suen did not resist at all, but instead directly reflected the entire contract back onto her. "Call me master." A hint of a smile appeared in Suen's deep black eyes. He leaned down slightly, looking closely at his trophy. "Master." Latina's cheeks flushed instantly, and then she covered her mouth with both hands in great anger, staring at Suen with her bright blue angel eyes. The two stared at each other for a moment, until Latina, being more shy, was the first to look away. "I advise you to break the contract right now, or you'll regret it," Latina warned sharply. She wasn't bluffing, because she truly still held a trump card that could turn the tide. "Even after all this, you still dare to be stubborn?" Suen raised an eyebrow, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the stubborn silver-haired angel with a playful expression. Latina clenched her teeth, and a mysterious clock-shaped pattern suddenly appeared on her chest. She prepared to activate her angelic powers to turn back time 5 minutes. Chapter 3 Silly Child Starving. The 12 Divine Sons. The reason it's called this is because the power system of this world revolves around 12 deities. One of these deities governs light and time, and is known as the Divine Star. It's not surprising that Latina, as an angel of this lineage, possesses the ability to rewind time. The surrounding scenery rushed past, and Latina slowly opened her eyes, a faint magical light flickering in her azure pupils. The next moment, the environment stabilized again. She had succeeded. She had returned to 5 minutes earlier. Before she could even catch her breath, a sharp slap landed on her buttocks. Suen, who had pinned her to the ground, had delivered a brutal slap. Latina was stunned. What was happening? Hadn't she already traveled back in time? Suen sneered at her. "I can deflect your contract, so why can't I deflect your time reversal magic? Behave yourself!" Any spell that affected Suen, as long as he could sense the flow of magic, could be deflected directly. Latina's attempt to turn the tables through time reversal was utterly futile. As a result, her consciousness returned to 5 minutes earlier, but real time continued to flow, meaning she was essentially fast-forwarded by 10 minutes. Latina gritted her teeth in anger, but found herself completely helpless against Suen. Thinking about how she had just attacked him, and considering Suen's reputation as a spoiled young master, she finally felt a lingering fear. "Behave yourself! Don't hit me!" "Wah!" Just then, the study door was gently pushed open a crack. The blonde maid of the Suen family heard the noise and, thinking something had happened, rushed to check. But as soon as she saw the situation inside, she immediately regretted it. Who doesn't know that Suen hates being disturbed when he's doing important business? As for what constitutes important business, that's up to Suen to decide. The blonde maid's face paled, and she quickly apologized, turning and running downstairs, pretending she had never been there. As for the silver-haired girl who had caught the young master's eye, she could only silently mourn in her heart. The study fell silent. Latina's face flushed crimson, and she suddenly found the courage to shove Suen away. "You've ruined it all! You've ruined it all!" Suen was also seething with anger. "You didn't ruin me? If you hadn't run into my room and attacked me, would someone have seen it?" Latina retorted defiantly. "You think you need me to ruin your reputation? Do you even have a good one?" This remark left Suen speechless. There was nothing he could do. The original owner of this body was indeed no good, and he couldn't defend her. Suen sighed and decided to talk to her first. 3 minutes later, Latina looked at him with surprise. "You mean I can live in your house, eat your snacks, and use your money as I please?" Suen narrowed his eyes, his tone threatening. "To be honest, if you weren't still somewhat useful, I could send you to jail for assassination right now, or sell you directly to a slave trader." He continued, "I'm nice to you, so you obey me? Is that hard to understand? You don't want others to find out you're a light angel, do you?" When Latina cast the rewind spell earlier, her angelic wings had already retracted. Now she looks no different from an ordinary human girl. The maid hadn't seen her true form. In other words, Suen could indeed keep her secret. Latina deflated instantly. Her entire angelic fate was now in the hands of this spoiled nobleman. Even if Suen wanted to do something, she seemed powerless to resist. At least listening to him was better than being sold to slave traders. Slave traders would definitely mistreat her, and she hadn't heard of any trouble happening to Suen's men. Thinking about it that way, she could practically be considered a noble lady living in the Julius family. Suen suddenly got up and left the room. Latina was wondering what he was going to do when he returned shortly after, carrying a plate of cake. He sat down next to Latina with a nonchalant expression, scooped up a small piece with a spoon, and put it into the silver-haired angel's mouth. Latina took a bite, and her expression immediately brightened. Her azure eyes narrowed slightly with the sweetness, and her gaze became fixed on the plate of cake. Suen sighed inwardly. This was easier than training a pet. The child had become foolish from poverty. Just then, a magnetic female voice suddenly rang in Suen's mind. Detecting a shift in the fate node. You are approaching the end of the first divine revelation day. Current progress 1%. Drawing an ability from Light Angel Latina for you. The sound was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering Suen's newly formed idea of raising a pet. He had heard this sound when he first transmigrated, but he hadn't understood it then. Now he understood. This thing, like a cheat code, was actually giving him abilities. A golden wheel, engraved with various spells, appeared in Suen's mind. He fed Latina another bite of cake while asking, Do you know a lot of magic? Latina nodded obediently. Suen immediately became interested, looking at her as if she were a golden treasure chest. Then what is your most powerful ability? Latina shook her head and snatched the cake from his hand. I don't know. Anyway, she had so many abilities, but none of them were useful, so she still had to make a living here. Suen nearly bulged a vein on his forehead, but quickly began to ponder what the voice was. First, it didn't seem like a system, because he couldn't activate it on his own. Second, it was definitely something good, because it was distributing rewards. How exactly was this twist of fate triggered? Was it by taking Latina as a maid? No, if it were just a contract, the voice should have appeared at the time of signing. There's probably only one answer. He satisfied Latina, making her willingly submit to the rich man's desserts. In the 12 Sons of Revelation, the Angel of Light, Latina, is an extremely important character in the story. The original son would most likely have been swiftly killed by her or some other enemy. Now, he has altered Latina's course, perhaps triggering a turning point in destiny. In other words, as long as he disrupts the main storyline, he might still be able to get more rewards. Taking Latina to the academy tomorrow will at least reduce the risk of being killed by enemies. We can also see if we can pry some more fateful moments from a few key figures. At this moment, a 1% was faintly floating in the upper left corner of his vision, as if he could check the progress at any time. Suen stopped thinking about it for the time being and decided to draw the ability first. Under Latina's terrified gaze, he rubbed her face, then turned the golden wheel in his mind. It even contained divine magic, which ignited his passion. Ding! You have discovered a new ability in the twist of fate, the Radiant Light Angel. Suen was overjoyed. The name sounded incredibly powerful. He immediately clicked on the description. Effect: creates a huge flash of light, filling the space with light and blinding the opponent in one hit. Description: this is actually a larger version of Flash spell. Suen's excitement instantly cooled down, and he felt as if all his energy had been drained, suddenly finding life utterly meaningless. His gaze slowly fell on the light angel who was still eating beside him. Latina, come here, I'll show you a treasure. Although Latina was still wary of him, Suen had just given her food, so she hesitantly leaned closer. Suen grinned. Hey, eat my clear radiance! Huh! The next second, the light angel Latina was blinded by the bright light and rolled around on the floor, feeling utterly wronged. She seemed to suddenly understand a principle. The strong never complain about their environment, because it's they who ruined it. Chapter 4 White Tower Magic Academy. The next morning, Suen pushed open the door and entered Latina's temporary room. He had arranged new accommodations for her the night before, and since she couldn't resist, Latina simply accepted the arrangement. At this moment, the little angel of light was still sleeping peacefully in bed, breathing steadily, as if she hadn't had such a comfortable rest in a long time. Suen glanced at her, feeling inexplicably uneasy, but she still had to wake her up. He had already requested a 16-day leave from the academy. If he didn't return soon, it wouldn't be right, even for a young master of the Julius family. More importantly, he was in a hurry to trigger those pivotal moments in his destiny, lest he one day be hacked to death by his enemies. According to the established rules, Suen is only a second-tier transcendent, while Latina, even without activating her angel form, is roughly at the 4th-tier level. They are in the same grade, but Suen is consistently a poor student, while Latina is an excellent student who excels in both theory and practice. This is why she studies so hard every day. She has to rely on her grades to get scholarships, otherwise she will struggle to make ends meet for the whole year. The single dormitory room she used to live in at the college was the best room she had ever had. Suen walked to the bedside and called out, "Latina, wake up." The Angel of Light's appearance was so exquisite that it seemed otherworldly, like a work of art favored by the gods. Suen knew very well that if it were the old, spoiled Suen, Latina would never be sleeping peacefully here now. Latina on the bed merely frowned, muttering in a grumpy voice, "No." Suen let out a soft sigh. This pet angel was quite disobedient. The next second, he unleashed one of the only 2 spells he knew. Like Angel's Clear Flash! A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire room, followed by Latina's painful groans from beside the bed. 5 minutes later, Latina followed behind Suen listlessly, her long silver hair slightly disheveled and draped over her shoulders, but she had changed her clothes and was completely awake. Suen had also prepared a new magic sword for her, a fine item taken from the Julius Mansion's collection. If Latina were to work to buy it, she probably wouldn't be able to afford it even if she worked until her angelic lifespan ended. As she was leaving, the blonde maid Scarlet Sue Julius bowed respectfully. "Young master, have a safe journey." Scarlet, due to her exceptional abilities, gained the deep trust of the Julius family patriarch and was specifically tasked with taking care of the spoiled young master Sue, and was even given the family name. Of course, there are also rumors that she was actually the patriarch's illegitimate daughter. Latina loved the magic sword, so even when Suen abruptly woke her, she didn't throw a tantrum. After all, it was a weapon she could never afford in her entire life. Poverty had severely limited her imagination. Otherwise, given her personality, even with the contract binding her, she might have exploded on the spot if pushed to the limit. Suen didn't dare push her too far. Having played the game of the 12 Apocalypse in his previous life, he knew that if Latina was driven to the brink of death, the power from that sick hen might completely go out of control, overturning the table of this world, and no one would be able to have a good time. Today, the White Tower Magic Academy is destined to be turbulent. That scoundrel from the Julius family has returned to the academy he so loyally calls upon. The academy is not lacking in noble families, even those of duke or royal lineage, but the infamy of Earl Suen remains among the most prominent. The reason is simple. The White Tower Magic Academy is located in Lon City, which is the fiefdom of the Julius family. The Julius family is the local power. However, this alone is not enough to make those great nobles wary of Suen. The real reason lies with the academy's headmaster, Lord White Tower. Bai Taching is a powerful magician of unknown age, and also a divine revelation master standing at the pinnacle of the world. Magic can be practiced by anyone with talent, but divine revelation is another core power system in this world. There are 12 gods in the world, each wielding different powers and dividing the year into different days of divine revelation. By believing in deities or by being watched by a deity for their actions, people establish lineages and gain corresponding extraordinary abilities. At the same time, their magical inclinations shift towards the authority of that deity. For example, Latina was born a divine reveler under this sick hen lineage, possessing not only her own magic but also a great deal of extraordinary power related to time and light. Bai Taching, on the other hand, is known as the strongest divine reveler under the second divine revelation. Suen had played the game, so he knew this rumor was indeed true. It is said that the ancestors of the Julius family once helped the White Tower Lord in ancient times, which is why the White Tower Lord is extremely biased towards the Julius family. In addition, his strength is so great that no one dares to provoke him, so no one dares to easily touch Suen, this wicked young master. The problem is that the original Suen has already pushed many of his enemies to the brink. For example, Latina, who is by his side. If she really goes berserk, she won't care whether it's the White Tower or the Black Tower, which is exactly what Suen is wary of. After the carriage stopped, Suen stepped down gently. Latina followed behind, still a little unaccustomed to it, as this was her first time being transported to the academy by a private carriage. They were both third-year students. White Tower Magic Academy operates on a credit system, and students can choose their elective courses at the beginning of each academic year. Latina had already made her choices, but Suen hadn't. 13 days prior was the start of the new school year, and Suen had spent a full 16 days holed up at home. Entering the academy, Suen casually asked, "By the way, what courses did you choose?" He was curious about what courses a top student like Latina would choose. Latina casually rattled off a few. Magical Engineering, Introduction to Light Magic Flow, Introduction to Enchanting. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized something and looked at Suen warily. "Why are you asking this? Do you want to take the same courses as me?" These courses are boring and difficult to learn. She didn't think someone as uneducated as Suen would be interested. Suen shook her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. "No, I want you to change all these courses and choose the same ones as me." Latina immediately frowned and refused. "Once the elective courses at the Magic Academy are chosen, they cannot be changed. Even I, as one of the top 10 in my grade, don't have that privilege." Suen looked at her as if she were an innocent child. "You're wrong," he said. "That's because you're not a noble, so you don't have that privilege. I do." Chapter 5 The 12 Days of Divine Revelation, July 24th, 1162 of the Divine Revelation Calendar. The sound of 100 refinements is coming from the Polar City. Suen hummed a light tune as he slowly walked into his loyal White Tower Magic Academy. A day had passed since he and the Angel of Light, Latina, returned to the academy. Latina naturally objected to Suen forcibly changing her course, but when Suen dragged her directly into the professor's office, she realized that her opinion was completely irrelevant. At White Tower Magic Academy, a large number of students come from noble or aristocratic families. Commoner students like Latina, without family connections, are generally not well regarded. Most commoners choose to attach themselves to nobles, since academic life at the academy isn't solely based on magical achievements. Latina, however, lived in a single dormitory room, rarely socialized, didn't take sides, and consistently ranked among the top students in her grade. Naturally, such a person became an oddity, or even an enemy, in the eyes of many students. Some professors admired her, knowing that Suen's forceful interference in the courses would hinder her development, but no one could stop her. This was the power of Suen Julianus Julius, the #1 bully at White Tower Magic Academy. He was only at the second tier, considered weak among the third-year students, yet he managed to gain a foothold solely through his immense wealth. Divine Revelation History? What kind of courses did you choose? In the large classroom, Latina lay slumped on her desk, looking utterly hopeless, her silver-white hair losing its luster. Suen sat beside her, listening intently. On her desk lay a book on ordered magical theories, authored by Qianming Si. Suen casually explained, "This course is easy to get high marks in." Divine Revelation History offered almost no help in improving magical power, so most of the top students in the grade wouldn't choose it. Precisely because there was less competition, it was easier to get high marks, making it suitable for easily earning credits. More importantly, although Suen had played the 12 Apocalypse Suns in his previous life, he was still unfamiliar with much of the information in this world. If he didn't gather intelligence as soon as possible, he really had no confidence in surviving among so many enemies. The professor for this course is named Camillo Augustus, the homeroom teacher of Class C in the third year, and also responsible for some of the magical engineering courses. He is a powerful gold elemental mage and a diviner under the third son of Revelation. Latina ranked 4th last year and belonged to Class S of the Academy. Suen's grades were at the bottom, yet he remained in Class A. This was the treatment afforded to the White Tower Academy's favored prince. As for why he didn't go to Class S, it was simply because it was full of freaks, any one of whom could easily kill him. On the podium, Professor Camillo spoke in a loud voice. "As everyone knows, there are 10 months in a year, 36 days in each month, and the remaining 5 days make up the day of revelation. So, why are the dates divided in this way?" An eager student immediately raised his hand. He wasn't particularly gifted in magic, but he was quite knowledgeable about history. He promptly answered that since the beginning of time, humanity had suffered greatly from invasions by foreign races. Later, 12 gods heard of the suffering of all beings and descended to earth, bestowing upon all races the miracles known as magic. From this point on, the racial advantages of elves and orcs were no longer a means to oppress humanity. A new world was born. The 12 gods divided the year into 10 months and reserved 5 days for divine revelation, as dates for crowning all living beings. Therefore, during these days, the probability of a divinely inspired being awakened increases significantly. The student became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally added, "We humans, by defeating other races through our understanding of magic, and becoming the masters of the world, are the true favorites of the gods." Professor Camillo clapped his hands, waved his wand and drew an intricate pattern on the blackboard, then explained, "A month has 36 days, and each 12 days constitutes a complete week of divine revelation, with each of the 12 days being governed by one of the 12 gods. In other words, a deity has 3 days of divine revelation each month. The last 5 days of each year are called Judgment Day, which is a day of divine revelation shared by all deities, and anyone can be seen and become a revealer." At this moment, a student couldn't help but ask, "Professor, which deity's mentor are you?" Latina also raised her head. She was an angel of light, born into the lineage of the first day. Divine interpreter. Born as an angel of divine interpreter, and dying as a demon of divine interpreter. From this perspective, it doesn't seem wrong to call humans the darlings of the gods. After all, even angels aren't favored and might be captured by humans to be slaves or playthings. Professor Camillo smiled kindly, and countless metal fragments appeared out of thin air in his hand. A massive surge of magic instantly swept through the classroom, silencing all the students. The metals deformed under his control, eventually coalescing into a magical engineering bomb. He calmly said, "My divine revelation comes from the third day, the master of metal. As long as you all strive to climb the magical ladder, one day you too will receive the gaze of the gods." Latina looked at Suen and asked curiously, "Can I learn that?" Suen was speechless. "You're 4th in the grade, and you're asking me, someone from the bottom of the grade?" But he still answered decisively, "I don't think so. You're a light angel." These words shattered Latina's fantasy, but she seemed thoughtful, as if some idea had popped into her head. Professor Camillo tapped the blackboard with his wand and continued recounting the 12 gods. "The first is the hour god, the second is the white tower, the third is the gold god, the fourth is the end god, the fifth is the dream god, the sixth is the fate god, the seventh is the balance god, the eighth is the supreme god, and the ninth is the meme god." He said that the White Tower Magic Academy is named after the White Tower of the second day. Students can also look forward to being chosen by a deity and becoming a true divine inspirer. The number of divine inspirers is not small, and it is not entirely dependent on magical talent. Hearing this, many students still couldn't help but feel disappointed. In their eyes, becoming a divine revelation being was itself a talent. Some people never receive divine revelation in their entire lives, while others are only noticed at the 6th level. Yet every one of the top 10 students in their grade is a divine revelation being. Soon, a perceptive student noticed the problem and raised his hand to ask, "Professor, why didn't you mention the last 3 days?" Professor Camillo shook his head. "The last 3 days are the twin stars, the memory, and the gate." He continued, saying he had never heard of the binary, receiving divine revelation, and that there were very few records of them in legends and history. As for memory and the gate, those were rather special cases. The students immediately perked up, but Professor Camillo changed the subject. "If you're interested, we'll talk about that in the next class." A chorus of groans immediately filled the classroom. Most people were just there to get credits. Divine revelation history was inherently dry, and just when things were getting interesting, the professor deliberately left them hanging. As the class neared its end, Latina gently nudged Suen, who was deep in thought, and whispered, "Lunch today." Suen didn't need to hear the whole thing to know what she wanted to say. It was nothing more than being terrified of poverty, and worried about not having enough to eat. He casually said, "It's on me. They're all mine now, why would they be afraid of not having food?" After saying that, he fell into deep thought again. Latina looked at him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. In her memory, the young master of the Julius family could never be someone who liked studying. After observing him closely these past 2 days, Suen not only didn't reveal his usual lecherous nature, but he had also become much more composed, no longer throwing tantrums or causing trouble with his gang. This is highly unusual. After listening to this lesson, Latina even had a thought: could Suen have received divine revelation? How could a well-known magical failure in Lando City, a spoiled brat with a bad temper and no ambition, receive the attention of a god? If it really is divine revelation, then which god's path has he followed? As if sensing her gaze, Suen reached out and slapped her on the head. Whatever she was thinking, a slap would surely quiet her down. The real reason Suen was deep in thought was that he suddenly noticed the progress bar in the upper left corner of his vision had changed. Chapter 6. Are you really going to use magic on me? You are approaching the end of the first divine revelation day. Current progress 2%. Suen had just noticed the progress bar rising when that familiar female voice rang in his mind again. He had only listened to one lesson, yet his progress had inexplicably increased, which made him even more puzzled. What exactly is the end result of the first day of divine revelation? More importantly, there are no rewards for the increased progress. Is it because the increase is too small? Suen frowned and tried to call out to that voice in his mind, wanting to find out the truth. No matter how many times he silently repeated the command, there was no response. The magnetic female voice seemed to have never existed, leaving only a strange progress indicator. Let's go. Latina tidied up her books, put her things into the magic pouch that Suen had just bought for her, then took his hand and left the classroom. Suen couldn't quite figure out this silver-haired girl. Just a few days ago, she was practically ready to fight him to the death, but now she could naturally lead him by the hand. Latina seemed to sense his thoughts and clicked her tongue lightly. She knew perfectly well that no one would turn down a meal ticket. Suen was merely a long-term meal ticket. She had never submitted to the Julius family. It was all a scheme. As for the contract, that was just a means to lull Suen into complacency. At least for now, it seemed Suen was being led around by her. As the two stepped out of the classroom and into the academy corridor, an untimely voice came from ahead. Latina Fauchinson, you missed the academy all day just to get involved with the Julius family? In the corridor, a young man in a white school robe stood in the sunlight, looking indifferently at their clasped hands. Latina, who had initially been full of displeasure, immediately shrank nervously behind Suen after recognizing the person. The newcomer was Jacob Bliston, a third-year student in Class S. He came from the Duke of Bliston's family, a rare noble family even within the academy. He was skilled in fire magic and swordsmanship, and like Latina, used a magic sword. He was ranked 5th in the academy, second only to Latina. It wasn't that Latina couldn't beat him. Now, with her new magic sword, she could even overpower him without activating her angel form. She simply felt that his family background was too powerful for her to handle. Jacob Bliston, I advise you not to go looking for trouble. Suen's eyes turned cold. He wasn't afraid of the other party. He was the crown prince of the White Tower, and even if the royal family came, he would dare to step on them. Moreover, Jacob wasn't among his enemies, and given their family ties, he wouldn't risk his life against him. Based on that alone, Suen dared to confront him directly. Latina, I've given you many chances, but I never expected you'd rather fawn over a piece of trash. Jacob's expression gradually turned angry. Clearly, Suen's interruption made him feel humiliated. What he can give you, what can I give you? As long as you agree to my demands, what can't you get? Suen finally understood. He hadn't paid attention to this romantic entanglement while playing the game, so he turned his head and asked Latina in a low voice. What's going on? Is he pursuing you? Latina looked aggrieved and whispered that Jacob had been pestering her since the beginning of the semester, wanting her to be his woman. She refused, but he kept harassing her. To make matters worse, Jacob had a fiancée. After finding out about the affair, his fiancée began targeting Latina at every turn. In the end, Latina gained nothing and was bullied by both sides. Upon hearing this, Suen almost couldn't suppress the cold smile on his lips. So this guy was just a sycophant. How could he possibly fight him? He deliberately put on a smug expression and slowly said, Jacob, some people might have a distorted view of themselves. You're nothing but trash. Latina is far superior to you. Why should she listen to you? Jacob laughed in anger, his hand on his waist, subtly drawing his magic sword in an attempt to intimidate Suen. If you won't listen to me, do you think you'll listen to a piece of trash like you who can't even do magic? Suen spread his hands, his eyes full of disdain. You can't beat me anyway. Don't think I wouldn't dare. Suen, this is the academy, not a place for you to act recklessly. Jacob's expression gradually twisted. He was already furious because Latina was hiding behind Suen, and now he was being provoked by a piece of trash. How could he possibly hold back? Suen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he knew very well that Jacob was still a little short of his full potential. With just a little more provocation, Jacob would inevitably make a move. And once he did, Jacob would most likely use his most confident fire magic. At that point, Suen could give him a severe beating. Even if Jacob drew his sword, it wouldn't matter. He could simply close the door and unleash the light angel, which would still be enough to kill him. He had to avenge Latina today. Otherwise, how could he win people's hearts? Besides, as the dignified Crown Prince Julius, if he couldn't handle this situation, wouldn't his title be meaningless? The next second, before Latina could react, Suen pulled her into his arms. Her head was gently pressed against his chest, and a hand firmly wrapped around her back. Suen embraced her in a way that almost asserted his ownership. "What are you doing?" Latina's face flushed red, her azure eyes darting around nervously. Many people in the corridor were watching, but because of the contract, she couldn't resist and could only protest softly. Jacob clenched his fists instantly. He knew Suen was doing it on purpose, deliberately exploiting a man's jealousy to completely enrage him. Reason told him he couldn't act now. But his manly pride, as the divine revealer of the fourth day, Bien, wouldn't allow it. Suen also knew that Jacob would definitely make a move. The fourth god, Bien, held the power over strife, war, and division, and his divine revealers often shared a common trait, belligerence. Jacob drew his magic sword and began chanting an incantation, swiftly drawing a magic circle in the air. The fourth day ends, the flames of wrath burn eternally, the power of hellfire scorches the land of inequality. I swear by divine revelation, I invite you to join me in the underworld. A complex magic circle quickly took shape, and flames symbolizing war erupted from it. Hellish firelight spread through the corridor, and nearby students, sensing the danger, scattered in all directions. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Some thought Suen was in for trouble, while others gloated, hoping the brat would finally be taught a lesson. Some even mocked Latina. Suen sighed softly. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised a hand, a faint magical energy emanating from his palm. Radiant Light Angel! The next moment, a blinding light illuminated the entire corridor. Even the sunlight streaming in through the rose window was suppressed by this dazzling white light. Most of the students screamed in terror, their vision going completely white, almost blinded by the light. Then, a piercing scream rang out. The students were overjoyed, thinking that Suen, the brat who had blinded everyone, had finally been punished. Once the light faded and their vision returned, they immediately searched for Suen, eager to see his disheveled state. But what they saw was Jacob lying on the ground, half conscious. A young girl walked over from a distance, looked at the charred Jacob, and asked in confusion, "Jacob, why are you lying on the ground? Did your magic go out of control? How did you hit yourself?" She had no idea what had just happened. She was just a classmate from Class S, casually offering her concern. Jacob, lying on the ground, weakly opened his mouth, managing only to utter two words. "Help me!" Chapter 7 Muluot. Flora, Latina closed her eyes the instant Suen reached out. After being dodged twice, she had learned her lesson and would never fall for the same trick again. She knew it was clearly her own ability, yet Suen could use it, and she had never shown it to him before. Seeing Jacob's discomfiture, Latina was surprised to find that her first reaction was one of secret pleasure. It was a kind of immoral joy at seeing others also disgusted by the counter magic. After all, she had been caught in the rain, and wanted others to avoid using umbrellas as well. Finally, she wasn't the only one tormented by Suen's trick. Those around had no idea what had happened. When the clear light burst forth, no one could open their eyes. They would only remember one thing. Jacob, the genius fire elemental magic swordsman, had been beaten up by the spoiled brats Suen and Latina, who was fourth in the grade. Latina was overjoyed, and so was Sun. A world where only Jacob was injured had been born. But just as Sun repelled Jacob, the female voice in his mind rang out again. You are approaching the end of the first divine revelation day. Current progress 4%. The progress jumped by 2% in one go, giving Suen a jolt. That's practically like bringing 2 more light angels home. More importantly, he also got a taste of what it's like for girls to take the initiative to approach him. This made him realize how carefree Suen's life had been before. Latina, seemingly eager to eat, was unusually lenient towards his current behavior. Latina suddenly turned back, looking at Suen whom she was pulling away, and asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel like you're thinking about something strange?" The Angel of Light possesses a vague ability to discern people's intentions, even sensing good and evil, and has some strange intuition. Just now, she had detected an impolite aura. Suen immediately denied it. No. Then he quickly changed the subject. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you like. There's a restaurant inside White Tower Academy. The White Tower Lords, with their vast wealth, have hired renowned chefs from around the world to provide the Academy's students with high-quality food. The dishes and flavors here surpass any restaurant in Lund City, but they're only open to students within the Academy. There were even rumors that if you stayed in the restaurant long enough, you would eventually get to see the mysterious and powerful Dean by touching. At the very center of the White Tower Magic Academy stood a white ivory tower. Bai Taching usually stayed there, and most people had never even seen what she looked like. But Suen had played the game, so he knew the rumors were true. It was also true that Bai Taching liked to eat at the restaurant, because at this moment, he had already seen her. In a corner of the restaurant, a young girl in a black and pink checkered robe sat. She held a square magical artifact in her hand, eating with a spoon while grinning foolishly. No one would guess that this woman, who looked younger than a student, was actually the White Tower Lord, who had lived for hundreds of years. Latina handed the menu to Suen, her tone subtle. Why are you looking at other women? The menu had many dishes, but Latina, who had lived in poverty before, had no idea which ones were good. She couldn't afford to eat at the school cafeteria before, and she didn't have any female friends who could take her out for meals. As for the noblemen who approached her, most of them were only lusting after her body. Because in terms of social status, Latina was just a commoner, and even if she were an angel of light, they would only treat her as a mistress, not a wife. Suen looked away somewhat guiltily. No, I was just looking at the scenery. What would you like to eat? Latina lazily sprawled on the table. I like sweets, order whatever you like. Hearing this, Suen suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. A girl saying, order whatever you like. Did she really mean it? However, he quickly calmed down. Thankfully, Latina wasn't his girlfriend, but his servant, otherwise this would have been a world-class problem. But another problem soon arose. Since transmigrating, he had basically only eaten Julius's family cuisine. He didn't know which dish on the menu was delicious. Just as Suen was struggling to make a choice, a soft laugh suddenly came from beside him. Hard to choose? Let me help you decide, little Julius. The person walked over to their table without any sense of boundaries and sat down directly next to Suen. The moment the voice rang out, a strong sense of oppression surged into Suen's heart. Latina noticed his unease and looked at the newcomer with suspicion. Who are you? Suen's alarm bells rang, and he quickly said, Dean of the White Tower, there's no need for such a small matter. The uninvited guest before him was none other than the Dean of the White Tower Magic Academy, Lord White Tower. Her name is Flora, a 9th-tier mage and the strongest being in the White Tower lineage of the second day. According to the established lore, the White Tower Lord and the Julius family already knew each other. If it weren't for her keeping an eye on things at the academy, that brat Suen would have been beaten to death by his enemies long ago. What truly alarmed Suen was that Bai Taching's abilities were almost entirely related to the mind and emotions. She could very well read his mind and see that he was no longer the Suen he once was. Suen knew his counter-magic was strong, but he wasn't sure if he could withstand the detection of a 9th-tier mind mage. This was even more dangerous than his enemies. Flora, the White Tower Lord's surname, was not an ordinary surname. Like Latina's, Song, it was a name unique to her. She lived for hundreds of years without any elders or children. She seemed oblivious to Suen's nervousness, casually ordering a few dishes from the menu, her slender fingers showing no signs of age. This, and this. The grilled Satan pork chops are also good, only 5,000 credits. Why don't you treat your girlfriend to something nice? The Satan Empire has long since adopted magic credit cards. Hundreds of years ago, Satan shields, gold coins, and silver coins were used here, but after the innovation of magical engineering, a new monetary system replaced the old currency, and credit points became the commonly used unit. Latina instinctively retorted, Not my little girlfriend! But she quickly realized that the other party was Bai Taching, whom even Suen feared, and immediately shrank back, pretending she hadn't said anything. Suen politely thanked her, but her heart was beating faster and faster. Then I'll order these. Bai Taching rested his right cheek on one hand and looked at him with a smile. Suen, why are you so nervous? Suen felt a chill in his heart, but he could only force himself to take a deep breath and explain with a forced smile. Lord Baitaching, your magical pressure is too strong for me. It's normal for a normal person to be nervous. Baitaching's smile deepened. You wouldn't have called me that before. She looked at Suen and continued. I just saw you over there in the corridor, disciplining the Duke's second son. Well done. Then, she changed the subject. Were you inspired by some deity? The third-day Master of Gold? A storm raged through Suen's mind. Why the Golden Bearer? The next moment, a bone-chilling cold surged from her feet throughout her body. Because the power of the Golden Bearer on the third day contained dimensions. In other words, it was a transmigration across dimensions. Did she already know she was a transmigrator? Chapter 8 The Second End in Siyuan's Spiritual Punishment. A twist of fate node has been detected. You are approaching the end of the second Divine Revelation Day. Current progress 1%. Drawing an ability from Siyuan Muluoti. For you. After Baitaching finished speaking, the magnetic female voice in Suen's mind rang out again. At the same time, a new progress bar appeared in the upper left corner of his vision, leaving him stunned. The first Divine Revelation Day and the second Divine Revelation Day weren't on the same progress bar? Does that mean that each day of Divine Revelation has its own ending? There are 12 days of Divine Revelation in this world, so does that mean there are 12 different endings? Various guesses flashed through Suen's mind, but now was not the time to think about it in detail. What he cared more about was how much Baitaching knew and what his attitude towards him was. Latina, standing to the side, couldn't understand a word they were saying and felt completely excluded. She pondered for a moment, and roughly understood that Suen might have truly received divine revelation, which explained his sudden change in personality. Suen, however, confessed that he didn't understand. He suspected that Baitaching had read his mind, but regarding divine revelation, he was truly clueless. Baitaching simply smiled faintly, and as he rose, his figure vanished before their eyes, leaving only a word of advice. Suen, remember what I said before. Do not easily trust any other day of divine revelation besides me. It is not difficult for them to instill memories through divine revelation. Be especially careful of the sixth day of divine revelation. This statement contained a psychological suggestion, and a magical force silently seeped into Suen's heart. Cold sweat beaded on Suen's forehead. Regardless of Baitaching's purpose, he could not allow this power to invade him. The next second, he immediately activated a counterspell, deflecting the suggestion back. Latina, seeing him panting heavily, couldn't help but show concern. That's how the Angel of Light is. Even though Suen held only negative impressions in her mind, she would still ask a question out of instinctive kindness. Did the Dean beat you up? She didn't know what had happened, only that Suen looked very uncomfortable. Of course, Suen couldn't die. Although she would be free if he died, she would also lose her food ticket. Suen waved his hand, saying he was fine, and told her to order the food the Dean had told her to order. All afternoon, Suen pondered the progress bars. He didn't drastically change Latina's electives, as that would hinder her development. Latina, meanwhile, diligently took notes. Learning magic was far more complex than outsiders imagined. In Suen's view, it was even more troublesome than math problems from his previous life. As for the newly appeared ability drawing wheel in his mind, he hadn't touched it. Drawing Baitaching's ability was something he'd have to do when he got home. After an afternoon of sorting things out, Suen had a preliminary assessment of the two progress bars. Latina is the Angel of Light of the Sikhen lineage of the first Divine Revelation Day, so contacting her will advance the progress of the first Divine Revelation Day. Meanwhile, Murati Flora is the Divine Reveler of the White Tower lineage of the second Divine Revelation Day, so contacting her will increase the progress of the second Divine Revelation Day. In the evening, the two returned to the manor. The maid, Scarlet, greeted them at the door, addressing Latina as Miss, now that she naturally did. She noticed that Sue was unusually kind to Latina, even suspecting that his young master might have been influenced by the silver-haired girl. Consequently, his attitude towards the maid seemed to have improved considerably. Scarlet sincerely thanked Latina in her heart. If Latina could truly reform Suen, it would be like ridding the world of a great scourge. Suen ignored the maid's subtle expression and led Latina into the manor. The academy doesn't require students to live on campus, as long as they attend classes on time. It's just that most people don't live nearby, which is why they choose to stay at the academy. Latina was about to return to her room when Suen suddenly called out to her. A bad feeling immediately rose in her heart, because she sensed malice emanating from Suen. She began to feel afraid. Was this guy going to ask her to serve him in bed? Her long silver hair trembled slightly. But Suen simply took a stack of books out of his bag and handed them to her. "Write these down for me." That was the magic homework assigned to Class A of the third year. After giving the instructions, Suen turned and went to the study, leaving Latina standing there with the homework. She was speechless. Her class, S, basically had no homework because everyone in the class was either a genius or a freak, and such inefficient things as homework were completely unnecessary. But Class A is different, they still need practice. Latina carried her homework back to her room, thinking that Class A's homework shouldn't be too difficult, so she opened the first page. Latina stared at the question, her mind filled with only one question mark. Great, it's Introduction to Magical Engineering, now she's completely saved. As night deepened, the bright moonlight streamed through the empty window frame into the study, illuminating Suen's face. The study's windows hadn't been replaced yet. The broken windows still testified to the fact that Latina had rushed in to assassinate her, only to be captured instead. Before drawing the White Tower Lord's ability, Suen made sure to wash his hands and face thoroughly. This time, he absolutely couldn't afford to draw something as useless as a large flash spell. The next moment, the roulette wheel in his mind slowly spun, and the pointer finally stopped on a very small area. Suen's eyes lit up. This position felt like winning the lottery. You've discovered a new ability in this twist of fate, Seuan's Mind's Punishment. The moment the ability arrived, a surge of pure power flowed into Suen's body. He could clearly feel that his total magic power had increased significantly, gradually approaching the peak of the second tier. Most of the third-year students in the academy were at the third-tier level, while Suen had originally lagged far behind. Now that he could catch up in this way, he was naturally delighted. At least, the possibility of being beaten to death by his enemies had been reduced a little. Seuan's mind-breaking punishment effect amplifies all of the target's senses and emotions. Whether it's pain, despair, excitement, anger, or even smell, sight, and taste, all will be amplified to 1000% of their original effect. Suen was briefly stunned. This thing seems a bit eerie? Chapter 9 Future Worries. Suen's first thought was whether to find an opportunity to test his new ability on Latina. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it. The relationship between the two had finally eased up, and if he angered this little angel, and she turned against him on the spot, it would be a loss. Since Latina couldn't be approached, a target quickly emerged, Jacob Bristol, the second son of the Duke, a genius fire elemental swordsman. He was certainly not satisfied with his inexplicable defeat at the hands of Suen last time. It wasn't just a matter of competitiveness, but a man's last shred of dignity. Thinking of this, Suen silently prayed for a second for that genius who ranked 5th in the grade. Poor Mr. Jacob probably has no idea what he's about to experience. Then, Suen recalled the words left by Baitaching. Beware of the 6th Divine Revelation Day. He didn't know exactly how much that world-class 9th-tier mage had seen through, but in front of a divine reveler skilled in mind and will, he always had a feeling that he was being seen through. When I played the game before, the character Baitaching seemed to know everything. She had a gentle and cute smile, but in reality, she was a master schemer. Despite being an old man who had lived for hundreds of years, she always acted like a young girl, making her really hard to judge. On the 6th day of divine revelation, if he understood correctly, Baitaching was reminding him to be careful of the Destiny Master. In the realm of mystery, the Destiny Master is also known as the Night Queen or the Goddess of Imprisonment and Binding, wielding power over karmic fire, darkness, fate, and wonders. He dwells high above the horizon, manipulating all living beings with the threads of fate. Theoretically, everything within the 12 Sons of Revelation, even mythical creatures, is under his control. Suen, thinking of this, felt speechless. Be careful? What could he possibly be careful of? Could he possibly defeat a god? Just then, the study door was gently pushed open, and a burst of intense light flooded in. Suen squinted and saw Latina in her angel form, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her entire body radiating a soft glow, carrying a stack of books, and walking in listlessly. Finished. She placed Suen's magic homework on the table, then collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Suen's eyelids twitched. This wasn't just a day's work, but a magic project covering half a month's worth of tasks. She had finished it in just 2 hours. More than the assignment itself, Suen was concerned about something else. He asked her why she had released her angel form. Latina explained somewhat helplessly that the magical engineering problems were too brain-taxing, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't release her form. Once she fully unleashed her inner self, her calculation abilities would noticeably improve. More importantly, she felt safe here, and Suen would cover for her if anything happened. Hearing her casually say, "My home," Suen almost retorted on the spot. This was clearly his home. How did it become hers? However, since she had finished the project, she still needed to be rewarded. Suen walked to Latina's side and asked her what she wanted. But he was quickly drawn to her glowing wings and couldn't resist reaching out to pinch them. Latina instantly snapped back to reality, abruptly standing up, her azure eyes filled with shock. "What are you doing?" She seemed to only utter this phrase whenever she was startled. The next second, the 6 wings behind her vanished, and her angelic form dissolved. Latina gave a soft snort, told her to go eat some snacks, and turned to leave the study. Suen didn't stop her. Given Latina's way of thinking, the only reward she could think of besides food was, well, you know. But wouldn't eating dessert in the middle of the night cause her weight to creep up? He remained skeptical. Just then, that magnetic female voice rang in my mind again. Detecting a shift in the fate node. You are approaching the end of the first day of divine revelation. Current progress 6%. Drawing an ability from Light Angel Latina for you. Suen noticed that the progress of the first divine revelation day had accelerated again. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the progress bar reached 100%. Right now, it seemed that as long as he and Latina acted together, the progress would slowly increase, and he could extract more power from it. But soon, he realized the problem. The twisting of the fateful nodes would advance the progress, and the controller of the 6th divine revelation day was none other than Siming. Was Bai Taching's reminder an implication that what was in his mind might anger Siming? After all, the god of fate governs destiny, and what he's doing now is disrupting the turning points of destiny. The more Suen thought about it, the more lost he felt about the future. Now he not only has to guard against his enemies coming to his door one day, but he also has to worry about the gods coming to settle scores with him personally. Forget it, let's extract the ability first. You discovered a new ability in the twist of fate Light Angel's glorious moment. After seeing the name, Suen couldn't believe the naming of the Light Angel series abilities. This thing could never really be an ability that would bring the Light Angel to its zenith. It sounded like a power surge, but he didn't believe a word of it. Effect. You can select any target to create a full map highlight effect. Regardless of the target's location, everyone else will be able to perceive its presence. Description. This is the true meaning of a highlight moment. Well, that really was its highlight. Judging from the effect, this ability isn't bad at all. If you encounter an enemy skilled in stealth, simply apply the highlight ability, and they'll have nowhere to hide. And stealth abilities are quite common among dark mages. Suen happens to have one such enemy. It was a mysterious sorcerer who found the ring. The ring housed the soul of an ancient, renowned sorcerer, a protagonist archetype by all accounts. And this same person had been humiliated by Suen during his decline, and could return at any moment to take his life. Thinking about this, Suen felt even more insecure about the future. Should he simply tell Latina not to sleep in her own room, but to sleep in his bed instead? That way, if he were attacked, Latina could wake up immediately and kill the assassin. Latina is a 4th-tier mage, and once fully unleashed, she should reach the level of a 5th-tier light angel, enough to handle most potential enemies. Don't let her seemingly naive silver-haired beauty fool you. In a real fight, few in her grade could withstand more than a few moves from her. Even if upperclassmen from the academy came, they might not be able to withstand a few of her sword strikes. If Suen hadn't possessed the counterattack magic cheat after transmigrating, she would have been killed by her just the same. But the next second, Suen suddenly realized something was wrong. Latina sleeps even more soundly than he does. If someone were to try and assassinate him, would this lazy angel of light really wake up? Would you like some snacks soon? Latina groggily pushed open the door, carrying a half-eaten plate of cake. Normally, she would never let any snack that came into her sight go uneaten. Her offer to share meant only one thing: she couldn't eat anymore. Sure enough, she put the plate on the desk, whispered that she couldn't eat anymore, and then turned and left. Suen had completely figured out her thought process. She seemed completely unafraid of Suen now, dressed only in thin clothing. In the bright moonlight, Suen could clearly see her delicate collarbones and expanse of snow-white skin, her alluring curves subtly revealed, causing a stir in his heart. Suen snapped back to reality and called out to her. "Latina, I want to discuss something with you." "No!" Chapter 10. Why do villains exploit each other? "Call me Master." "Master. Can we still negotiate?" "Okay." Under the strong authority, Latina was finally forced by Suen to do something she didn't like. Of course, it wasn't about serving her in bed. Rather, Suen suddenly realized that this angel of light could finish her academy assignments at lightning speed, and her talent in magical engineering seemed rather outrageous. Since she was a genius, why not make good use of her? In the world of the 12 Sons of Revelation, magical engineering is highly advanced, and various magical tools are readily available. For example, people no longer use gold or silver coins for direct transactions, but instead use magical cards that can store currency, similar to credit cards in Suen's previous life. Although Suen couldn't learn other magic, he could use magic power and magical tools. So he immediately thought of magic circuit inscription cards, which were common magic cards in this world, similar to talismans. Mages can inscribe magical circuits on highly conductive materials, allowing users to cast spells directly after infusing them with magic power. This means that even a fire mage could suddenly splash water on your face during battle, creating a stark contrast. If Latina carves a few more gadgets for him, Suen will have many more ways to attack. At least he won't die on the spot when he encounters an enemy. As for whether Latina has any objections, Suen can only say that she doesn't. However, making these cards requires a suitable medium and takes a lot of time, so Suen didn't actually make Latina stay up all night to work on them. After all, judging by her age, she's still a young angel. If he really pushes her too far, he'll definitely be blown up. Knowing Latina as he does her, Suen would probably cry first, then make a scene, and finally, she wouldn't be able to hold back and fight him to the death. That's not good, and it won't do. He still wants to live. As for why not just buy ready-made magic cards, the answer is simple. Commercially available cards aren't enhanced by wands, consume a lot of mana, and aren't as powerful as one might expect. Coratina is different. She's a rare mythical creature, and the circuits she inscribes are simply unmatched by ordinary people. July 25th, 1162 in the Divine Revelation calendar. Latina woke up complaining about how Suen bullied her, and how miserable her fate was. A dignified light angel, living a life worse than a cat kept in a noble household. Suen didn't tell her that around this time, another angel was experiencing a similar fate. That angel of destiny, Fastinin, was probably working a 996 job in some business guild or corporation, and her life might not have been any easier than Latina's. It's somewhat tragic that an angel of destiny who can control the fate of others can't change her own 996 destiny. The morning's magic engineering class had just ended when Suen was cornered at the door. It wasn't Jacob, that belligerent simpleton, but rather his 3 former lackeys. These 3 had only sided with Suen because of his influence. When Suen first transmigrated, he had already severed ties with them. They were all minor local nobles who were sent to the Longda City Magic Academy because they had some magical talent, but after arriving, they did nothing but waste their time following Suen, the academy's heir. But the moment Suen made his move, their good days were over. Those who had previously been disgusted by them, if they dared not touch Suen, wouldn't they at least dare to deal with the 3 disgraced minor nobles? Suen was the crown prince of White Tower Academy, not them. For the past 2 weeks, the 3 lackeys had had a very difficult time. Upon hearing that Suen had returned to the academy, they immediately scurried over to pledge their loyalty. Dick Carter, Morty Black, and Phil Garcia, 3 pathetic villains whose names are utterly unrecognizable, even worse off than Suen, this washed-up villain. But Suen shows them no mercy, because they are still villains, while Suen is no longer the wicked young man he once was. A pitiful, thick barrier had long since formed between them. "Young Master Julius, we can't live without you. Brother, please, what did we do wrong? We're innocent. We didn't betray the organization. Yesterday, those idiots, Jacob and his gang, tried to recruit us, but we refused on the spot. Our loyalty is as clear as day." Latina certainly recognized them. Her original plan was to assassinate Suen, the newcomer, first, and then settle accounts with these 3 lackeys. Unfortunately, she failed at the very first step. As the 4th-ranked light angel in her grade, with strength reaching the 5th rank, she actually couldn't defeat Suen, who was at the bottom of the grade. It can only be said that counter-magic was truly too strange. Latina looked at the three of them, her tone even carrying a hint of anticipation. Should I kill them? She was well aware of Suen's status at the White Tower Magic Academy. Even if she killed 3 minor local nobles here, she would most likely not be punished. Suen would definitely protect her, and given the current situation, Suen probably wouldn't mind if they got lost. More importantly, she hadn't even used the new magic sword Suen had given her. Suen was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Cut! Although he didn't encourage it, he had to admit that having Latina strike was indeed the easiest option at the moment. But just as Latina was about to carry out her justice, a kind voice suddenly came from the corridor. Get lost! Upon hearing this word, the 3 lackeys' eyes glazed over, then they turned and left like zombies. On the way, Dick Carter tripped and fell, then crawled on the ground in a strange posture, slowly inching away like a caterpillar. Suen looked in the direction of the sound. Someone had actually helped him out of his troubles at a time like this. He should have thanked them properly. It was a pity for Latina. The genius baby wanted to try out the new sword, but had nowhere to start. However, when Suen saw who it was, the smile on his face instantly froze. The light streaming through the rose window shone on the person. The other person had delicate features, wore black-rimmed glasses rarely seen in Londo City, dressed in a clean and standard white school robe, with a small and exquisite magic wand at his waist, and a gentle smile on his face. The way he looked at Suen was like looking at a long-lost brother. Only Suen knew that this was no brother at all. The man was Winston Stewart, the top student in his 4th year at the academy, the strongest word magic user among the students, a commoner senior who liked to wear white, and was known as the mouthpiece of magic. At the same time, he was also Suen's greatest enemy in the academy. Chapter 11 Winch Stewart's Invitation. Winch Stewart firmly believed that ability was paramount. The Stewart family was said to have been nobles in ancient times, but after their defeat in the war against the Satin Empire, they had long since lost all power and influence. People in the academy called him a commoner, denying his bloodline, and he himself didn't care about so-called nobility. Because those self-proclaimed nobles had long been trampled under his feet. Now, he was the undisputed number 1 in the academy. When he first entered the White Tower Magic Academy, Winch suffered endless humiliation because of his commoner status. If it weren't for the great White Tower Lord's appreciation of his talent, he would never have had the chance to set foot here. But he couldn't just lose his temper. The academy forbade student conflicts. Minor offenses resulted in deductions of credits, while serious offenses led to disciplinary action. So he endured it, studied desperately, climbed the ladder step by step, and crushed all those who had once looked down on him. Therefore, he had the right to believe that ability determines everything. And for this reason, he admired Latina's son, who was a year below him, but utterly despised son Juranus Julius. Son's existence was practically a denial of his beliefs. Why should a good-for-nothing with no magical talent receive the attention and protection of the White Tower Lord? Especially this spoiled brat from the Julius family, who has repeatedly provoked him, denied his abilities, and relying on the dean's favoritism, swaggered around with 3 equally laughable lackeys. Winch had long wanted to get rid of him. In his eyes, Suen was a scourge on the academy, a despicable nepotism benefactor. So at this moment, he maintained the elegant smile honed over 4 years, preparing to personally invite this young Master Suen to die. Suen had no idea what Winch was thinking. If he knew the other admired Latina, he would probably burst out laughing on the spot. After all, Latina and Winch were completely different. She was a genuine second-generation genius, her talent unmatched by anyone. Of course, Suen had no right to mock others. Because in a real fight, he truly couldn't defeat Winchler. Now that his enemy had come knocking, easily scaring his 3 henchmen into a ruckus, he felt he was likely to suffer today. Fortunately, he had a light angel by his side, so if things really came to a head, he wasn't entirely without a chance of winning. The corridor quickly filled with students. Winch was already quite famous in the academy, and now that he was facing off against Suen, it looked like a major show. Someone in the crowd shouted for Winch to beat him up, and the atmosphere instantly boiled over. Suen, thick-skinned, didn't react much, but Latina, being stared at by so many people, was clearly uncomfortable. Winch maintained his gentlemanly smile, calmly stating that such words wouldn't anger him. Then, he suddenly asked Suen if he was interested in entering the Radiant Realm. Hearing this, Suen frowned slightly. Since transmigrating to this world, he hadn't heard of the Radiant Realm for quite some time. In the game 12 Sons of Revelation, the Radiant Realm is an extremely important setting, even influencing the endings of different routes. Some high difficulty routes require obtaining key items from the Radiant Realm to have any chance of completion. The Radiant Realm is essentially another dimension, interwoven with countless past and future moments. Those who enter must complete designated tasks, and upon completion, they will receive rewards. To players, this is a dungeon, a place to farm experience and resources. However, at the White Tower Magic Academy, conquering the Radiant Realm also earns practical credits. Academy credits are divided into 3 categories: academic credits, application credits, and practical credits. Academic credits test theory, application credits test magical application, and practical credits require students to personally enter the Radiant Realm and complete the conquest. The Realm of Radiance can be entered in teams. As long as the companions pray together to the deity who governs the Day of Revelation and request witnessing, they will be considered as a team and enter the instance together. There are 2 ways to enter. The first is to encounter the entrance to the Realm of Radiance by chance in reality, and choose to enter or leave. The second is to enter through the Gate of Radiance controlled by churches or organizations. The White Tower Magic Academy possesses its own Radiant Gate. Through it, students can directly travel to Radiant Realms and accept randomly assigned historical or future scenario missions. If they have encountered an unconquered Radiant Realm in reality, they may be assigned back to that location upon re-entering. Winch's sudden invitation clearly indicated he had found a good Radiant Realm. But the problem was, what sane person would invite an enemy to run a dungeon together? Suen knew very well that there were no friendly fire restrictions in the Radiant Realm. Everyone inside was an independent individual, free to kill each other. And once you died in the Radiant Realm, you were truly dead. Your corpse wouldn't return to reality. It would remain there forever. Most of the mysteriously disappearing magicians and magic swordsmen each year vanish in this way. Therefore, Suen refused without hesitation, stating he wasn't interested. His greatest goal in life was to live a life of leisure and idleness. Winch remained unmoved, as if he had expected this. He calmly asked Suen if he had heard of the fate of those who met their end. Suen's eyes darkened, and he asked what he meant. Winch sighed, saying he'd heard Suen had recently chosen to study divine revelation history, which was unusual. He'd assumed Suen was interested in that field. He then added that the rewards for those in the Radiant Realm related to the Day of Divine Revelation were usually extremely generous. Perhaps, one could even directly receive divine revelation. It wasn't impossible for Suen to even learn magic. Hearing this, Suen finally understood why Winston had approached him. Entering the Radiant Realm with him was indeed dangerous, but he wasn't without leverage. After all, Winston could bring Latina along. So Suen nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. He said, "Then tell me." Chapter 12 Radiant Realm. Students wishing to enter the Radiant Realm must register in advance. The Academy will grant a practical leave during this period. Even if they don't attend classes, it won't be considered truancy. The Radiant Realm is interwoven with countless histories and futures, and its internal time is not synchronized with the outside world. Typically, several dozen days passing inside are only a moment outside, at most half a day. Of course, there are also a very few exceptional Radiant Realms with anomalous time anchors. A day might pass inside, but a month could have passed outside. Such Radiant Realms have only appeared a handful of times in history. Greetings, Professor Ryan. The homeroom teacher of Class A, Year 3 at White Tower Magic Academy, is named Ryan Sotel. He is a renowned professor at the Academy, known for his exceptional abilities. Whether a student is noble or commoner, it doesn't matter to him. Ryan was originally a commoner magician who rose to become a powerful superhuman through his own strength. Later, he was granted a title for his military achievements and, after the war, joined the White Tower Magic Academy as a teacher. He is a professor with extremely rich practical experience. He had always believed that his teaching philosophy could be upheld until Suen arrived at the Academy. That day, Ryan truly witnessed the power of the White Tower's heir. He had assigned Suen the most homework of Class A, yet the boy was always the first to hand it in. He completed half a month's worth of magic homework incredibly quickly, so quickly that Ryan couldn't comprehend it at all. At that moment, Suen greeted him with an unprecedentedly friendly expression. Ryan immediately became alert. Something was definitely wrong with this kid. The next second, he saw Latina following behind Suen, and his brows furrowed instantly. Latina was quite famous in her grade, ranking 4th, with silver hair, a commoner background, and outstanding looks. How could such a model student from a humble background be hanging out with Suen? Ryan instinctively concluded that Suen must have done something to her. Suen, although you have the dean's backing for you at the academy, you can't go too far, Ryan said sternly. In his view, Suen was already bad enough at bullying others, but now she was even bullying the fourth-ranked model student in the grade. It was utterly despicable. Suen was taken aback by the question. He hadn't gotten into any trouble recently, so was the professor referring to the time he beat up Jacob? He quickly explained his purpose. Professor, we've come to ask for your permission to enter the Radiant Realm. Latina nodded beside him. This time, it was Ryan's turn to be stunned. Suen, this guy who couldn't learn any magic and spent his days causing trouble with a few followers, actually wanted to enter the Radiant Realm? How was that possible? Ryan hesitated before asking. Are you sure? Suen answered truthfully that an upperclassman named Winston Stewart, the top student in the 4th year and a genius mage nearing 6th rank, was going to lead them in. Ryan was even more puzzled. Why would the strongest 4th-year student lead the weakest 3rd-year student into the Radiant Realm? Wasn't that just making things harder for themselves? He couldn't help but ask. Winston asked you to go with him? What does he want? And you agreed? Suen was quite frank. He wants to go into the Radiant Realm and beat me up. Ryan was even more confused. Then you agreed? Suen gave a rather ambitious reason. The Radiant Realm was of very high quality, and he felt that perhaps he could find a way to solve his inability to learn magic there. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Did Julius family's spoiled brat actually wanted to improve? Then, he looked at Latina, who hadn't said much, and softened his tone. And you? If you're being threatened by Suen, blink. If you're wrong, tell me, and I'll get justice for you. Latina calmly replied. I have no objection. She genuinely had no objections. Aside from wanting to try out the new sword Suen had given her, more importantly, she couldn't defy Suen. Ryan stared at her for a moment, his expression gradually turning helpless. In his eyes, Latina had probably begun to bow to the nobility. The commoners were beyond saving. Suen was clearly afraid of being beaten by Winch, so he found Latina as his substitute. As for the methods, it could be threats or promises of benefits. Given Ryan's understanding of Suen, it's highly likely both. In fact, Ryan wasn't entirely wrong. The cause wasn't Suen actively bullying Latina, but rather that Latina originally wanted to kill Suen, but ended up being subdued by him instead. Ryan quickly approved their applications for the Radiant Realm. However, after Suen and Latina left, he grew increasingly worried. Hanging out with Suen would never end well. Given Suen's personality, Latina might even face severe mistreatment. Ryan made a quick decision and snapped his fingers. A magic circle immediately appeared in the air, and a black fairy that looked like a cat ran out from it. Papy, go find Professor Alice, the homeroom teacher of Class S, and tell her about this. The black fairy flicked its tail, stepped into a black void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Suen and Latina arrived at the Radiant Realm revelation of the White Tower Magic Academy. It was a massive, pure white building with incredibly hard walls, its surface covered in layers of powerful spells. Runes writhed on the walls like living things, emitting a pale pink glow. Only students approved by the professors could complete their identity verification and enter this place. Around the revelation, many strange puppets roamed. Those were all magical tools personally placed by Lord Bida, each possessing at least the strength of a 6th-tier mage. Winch stood before the Radiant Gate, maintaining his elegant and composed demeanor. Seeing the two who had arrived late, he slowly spoke. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Suen and Latina were indeed late. Suen laughed nonchalantly. Of course, we even went shopping this afternoon to make you wait a little longer. His expression clearly said, Go ahead and beat me up right now. Latina, standing beside him, smiled brightly. It seemed the shopping trip was mainly for her. However, that wasn't what Suen cared about most. He looked at Winchler and asked the question that had been bothering him. You still haven't told me why you know this Radiant Realm is related to the end of the gods. This was what puzzled him the most. Neither in his past life nor in this one, Suen had ever heard of this term, yet Winchler seemed to know it. Winchler shrugged and answered calmly. Because the name of this Radiant Realm is the End of the Fourth Divine Revelation. Chapter 13 The End of the Fourth Divine Revelation. The Fourth Divine Revelation is controlled by the End, symbolizing iron and blood, and wielding the power over strife, war, and division. It was this very deity who brought divine revelation upon Jacob Briston, the 5th-ranked student. The radiant realm corresponding to this divine revelation is far from simple, especially given its close connection to the power of war. Suen looked at Winchler and asked if it would only be the 3 of them going in this time. Winchler smiled and said that he had originally planned to bring Jacob along. After all, he was the one who received the divine inspiration on the 4th day of divine revelation, and having him would make the process much easier. Unfortunately, Jacob was injured by Suen, and now there were only 3 of them left. Suen knew immediately that he was lying. Winchler wasn't worried about conquering the radiant realm at all. His invitation to Jacob was merely a ploy to bring in another, and enlightener to beat him up. Afterwards, Winchler prayed to the Supreme, the controller of the 8th day of revelation, requesting to witness their joint entry into the radiant realm. Suen and Latina also recited their prayers in turn, asking the Supreme to watch over this moment. After the blessing ended, Suen suddenly felt an eerie gaze upon him, as if trying to see right through him. In that instant, he realized that the Supreme truly seemed to be looking at him. Winchell turned first, his figure slowly disappearing into the gate of radiance. The gate emitted a dazzling yet not blinding light, casting long shadows of Suen and Latina across the path of the revelation. Latina noticed Suen's nervousness and gently took his hand. Angels of light were inherently caring beings, and besides, Suen had treated her well these past few days. She didn't reject him. Suen took a deep breath and stepped towards the gate of radiance. The other side of the gate wasn't an ordinary instance, but a place where countless times, histories, and futures intertwined. Simply approaching it felt like his soul was being pulled by some force. He and Latina stepped into the flash of light together. First, the sound disappeared, then the touch, and finally even consciousness was swallowed by the light. He didn't know how much time had passed when Suen slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a pure white, shimmering space. He was surrounded by light, and beneath him felt like on a soft tatami mat. In front of him stood a door of light brighter than he could comprehend. He had just stood up when he heard someone whisper, "The 6th divine revelation." Suen looked over and saw a woman with long pink hair leaning against the portal, yawning and looking drowsy. The woman glanced at him, seemingly too lazy to pursue the matter, and simply said, "Perfect timing," and told him to go in. Suen was surprised. After entering the portal, he hadn't directly arrived at the radiant realm. The gatekeeper seemed to have heard his thoughts and spoke calmly, saying that this was the radiant realm, but the place he had come to was different from that of ordinary beings. Just then, the magnetic female voice in his mind sounded again. The system notification indicated that the fate node was twisting, and he was approaching the end of the 12th day of divine revelation, currently at 1% progress, and had begun to extract abilities from Visitor Imu. Suen immediately realized that the gatekeeper before him was named Imu, and that he was connected to the 12th divine revelation. However, he had never heard of this character in his previous life's game. He became increasingly certain that he couldn't fully understand this world based solely on his game experience. Imu gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and without pausing, Suen stepped directly into the new portal. The next moment, a flood of information rushed into his mind. The coordinates of the Radiant Realm were locked at the year 226 of the Suppression of Chaos calendar, the specific event being named the end of the 4th Divine Revelation Day, and the danger level of the era being desperate. The mission objectives also appeared: collect at least 2 end symbols, ensure the survival of the target. Luo Xiang, kill the Crimson Shadow, and the ultimate goal is to end the suppression of chaos. The maximum number of people in the Radiant Realm is 4, and the stay time is 72 hours. At the same time, the 5 gods, Xichen, Zhongyan, Ximing, Bai Ta, and Ji Gao, were all watching him. The system finally confirmed his identity as Suen, and wished him good luck, hoping his radiance would shine upon him. Before Suen could even ponder what year 226 of the suppression calendar actually was, his body turned into particles of light. A strong spatial tremor followed, and he lost consciousness once more. When he regained consciousness, he was surrounded by desperate shouts. Suen opened his eyes and found himself standing in the center of a battlefield. The empty land was covered with cracks, and the only source of light was the crimson glow cast by the deep red sky. The 2 armies roared on either side of the land, shells whistled through the air, and small mushroom clouds kept exploding in the distance. Immediately afterward, the cavalry from both sides charged out like lightning. The deafening sound of hooves and the billowing dust filled the air as the riders brandished their long swords, their bodies swirling with magical energy, and clashed violently. The sounds of metal clashing, shouts of battle, and explosions mingled together. This battlefield was like a chaotic world forcibly pieced together from the Middle Ages, the modern era, and magical civilization, all laid bare before Suen's eyes. Suen had only one thought in his mind: were the 5 divine revelation sons watching him with their own names just to make him stand here and watch others fight? Just as he was lost in thought, a flash of silver light suddenly swept past him. Latina grabbed his hand and forcefully pulled him away. The next instant, a deep red beam of light erupted from where he had just stood, and terrifying magic exploded before his eyes. Suen looked up and saw countless crimson shadows overlapping and converging into an abstract human figure in the highest part of the crimson sky above the battlefield where the 2 armies clashed. That was the Crimson Shadow, the target the mission required him to eliminate. Latina anxiously smacked Suen on the head, urging him to stop daydreaming. But it wasn't that Suen didn't want to move. Rather, his gaze was forcibly locked onto the Crimson Shadow, and he couldn't look away. He immediately told Latina to close her eyes. Latina complied without hesitation, and the next moment, the Angel of Light shone brightly, its blinding light exploding across the battlefield, startling many cavalrymen who fell from their horses. Suen successfully blinded himself, finally breaking free from the Crimson Shadow's visual control. Since the other party could forcefully control his vision, he couldn't see, and therefore couldn't be controlled any longer. He immediately ordered an escape. Latina grabbed him and fled at breakneck speed, almost tearing Suen's body apart. He didn't know where Latina would take him, but when it came to escaping, the Light Angel was clearly far more skilled than him. A short while later, Latina suddenly stopped. Before Suen could react, he felt her support his back with one hand and his legs with the other. The next second, he was lifted up in a princess carry. A strong feeling of being suspended in midair followed, and Suen instantly understood that Latina thought he was too slow and had simply switched to her angel form while carrying him. Fine, he'd become a substitute. Chapter 14: The Universal Key. After an unknown amount of time, Suen's vision finally began to recover. They seemed to have left the center of the battlefield, but no matter where they flew, they could still see towering flames in the distance. The flames spewed from the guns roared like wild beasts, and stray bullets occasionally struck Latina's magical shield, creating tiny ripples. Latina couldn't understand those weapons at all. Despite possessing no magic whatsoever, they could fire small fireballs continuously, like a fire elemental mage. But Suen knew in his heart that those things were the truth. A gun was fast from 7 paces away, and accurate and fast within 7 paces. Suen spotted a black dot on the horizon and immediately alerted Latina. As the two approached, the black dot gradually revealed its outline. It was a town. Most of the buildings in the city were dark gray, like a group of silent steel giants, as if repeatedly tempered by the flames of war. Strangely, the city had not been affected by the fighting, and the army seemed to have deliberately avoided it. In this world where war was everywhere, the existence of a relatively peaceful city seemed particularly incongruous. The only remaining proof that this place belonged to a magical world were the blue runes that appeared on the city walls like worms crawling on them. Latina landed slowly, her boots lightly touching the broken ground. Suen then summoned the Radiant Realm, and a pale golden panel appeared before her eyes. Remaining time, 71 hours. Mission Objective 1, collect at least 2, and symbols, incomplete. Mission Objective 2, ensure the mission objective, Luo Xiang, does not die, Luo Xiang rendering value, 3%. Mission Objective 3, kill Crimson Shadow, incomplete. Final objective, end the rebellion, incomplete. A full 60 minutes passed before they finally found a place to settle down. Suen knew very well that he was only a second-tier mage, and in this environment, a moment's carelessness could mean instant death. So, after confirming the immediate safety of the surroundings, he immediately spun a new wheel in his mind, drawing upon the ability bestowed upon him by the end of the 12th divine revelation. You have discovered a new ability in the Twist to Destiny, the Visitor's Universal Key. Suen was taken aback, then immediately clicked on the description. Effect: you can indiscriminately open or close anything that is conceptually a door, regardless of whether the target is in an unavailable state. Description: Rash Omen is a door, and so is McDonald's. The faint light beside her gradually faded, and Suen turned to look at Latina. She had retracted her 6 wings and returned to her proper, academic student appearance. A bloody gash appeared on her fair arm, blood flowing down to her wrist. Latina frowned slightly, biting her lower lip. Suen immediately noticed the wound, which still emitted a deep, bloody aura. He asked, "You're injured?" Latina was about to say that she knew light magic and could heal, but before she could finish speaking, her pupils contracted slightly. Suen had already grabbed her hand, took out a stack of blue bandages from his pocket, and directly wrapped them around the deep red wound. Latina whispered a reminder. "My light magic should be more effective at healing than this bandage." She said this, but didn't struggle. Suen finished bandaging it before speaking calmly. This was a 6th-tier healing magic tool, blessed by the 8th days. Supreme. Could it be worse than her slowly healing on her own? Latina froze. That afternoon, Suen had bought a lot of medical magical tools, clearly terrified of death, and this was the highest grade one among them. Logically, someone like Suen should be extremely protective of his life, so why would he casually give it to her? Suen added, "This isn't disposable. After you use it, I can use it too. We don't know yet if the wound has any special negative effects, so using a magical tool with supreme protection is the safest bet." Latina blushed slightly. She had thought that Suen was rushing to take out the life-saving item because he cared more about her. But Suen wasn't deliberately trying to win her favor. He could clearly see that the deep red aura on Latina's arm was definitely not normal. This was the 4th level of the desperate situation, difficulty, the radiant sun realm of divine revelation, surrounded by artillery fire and magical bombardment, looking no different from the edge of the end, divine kingdom. Those who are inspired by the end lineage are masters of slaughter. Their destructive power, restorative suppression, and corrosive effects are all extremely dangerous. In this environment, not providing Latina with the best healing items would be truly irresponsible. After all, she doesn't need to be completely incapacitated. Even a slight weakening of her could kill Suen within this radiant realm. While Suen currently possesses special abilities like the Light Angel's Clear Radiance, Siyuan's Mind's Punishment, the Light Angel's Highlight Moment, and the Visitor's Universal Key, and even has built-in counter magic, the problem is that he has almost no offensive spells and is quite fragile. Leaving Latina, his main damage dealer, unprotected would be incredibly foolish. After treating their wounds, the two looked up ahead. Blocking their path was a massive, black wall and a tightly closed city gate, about 20 meters high. It seemed the gate was never intended to let anyone in. Suen estimated that breaking through it would require at least an 8th-tier mage's destructive attack. From this perspective, this Radiant Realm expert is simply outrageous for them. They only have 2nd, 4th, and 5th-tier units, and Winshires is currently unaccounted for, having been thrown into some corner of the map. Their main combat force hasn't even been assembled. Latina pondered for a moment, and said they must find a way to enter the city now. This wasn't her first time entering the Radiant Realm, but a normal Radiant Realm wouldn't have such a large map, nor would the initial information be so limited. This was desperate difficulty. The information was pitifully scarce, the map terrifyingly large, and what to do next was entirely up to their own judgment. The only solution Latina could think of was to fly Suen up. As for slowly hacking at the city gate with a magic sword, perhaps it could be done, but that was clearly unwise. If a single sword strike triggered some kind of town defense mechanism, and 2 6th-tier town guardians emerged, they would both be doomed. However, Suen merely raised his head slightly, looked at the massive city gate before him, and calmly said, "No need." Perfectly, he had just acquired a new ability, and this was exactly what he needed. No matter how special a city gate was, it was still a gate. Suen looked at it, her tone self-assured. "I'll just open it up openly and honestly." Latina was immediately filled with doubt. Do you have some special skill she doesn't know about? Chapter 15 Non-Magical Town. Suen slowly placed his hand on the black city gate, his magical power surging instantly like a tidal wave. At the same time, a pale pink pattern appeared on his arm. The Visitor's Universal Key activated. The next moment, Latina's pupils contracted slightly. The tightly closed black city gate actually began to slowly open inward. Only then did she realize that Suen possessed such an outrageous ability. Before the door was even fully open, a chaotic commotion erupted from inside. Some cried out that the door was open, others thought the Crimson Clan had stormed in, and still others shouted that they were ready to fight to the death. Suen and Latina looked over and saw a group of humans dressed in various outfits standing behind the door. They were all frozen in place, staring at the two of them in utter shock. Suen glanced at the group, then at the equally bewildered Latina, and quickly understood the situation. The group hadn't expected their appearance, and Latina was confused by their reaction. He took a step forward and asked politely, "We're from outside. May I ask where this place is?" As long as they didn't immediately draw their weapons, it meant communication was still possible. Suen casually surveyed the residents. Their clothes seemed haphazardly pieced together from ancient times to the present, some even resembling styles he recognized from his past life. But no one answered him. They simply stared at them warily, as if the two people in their academy robes were some terrifying beings. Suen didn't press further and led Latina through the city gates. His initial assessment was that the townspeople were terrified of what was outside. After all, war raged everywhere outside, and there were those terrifying crimson shadows in the sky. The crimson group they spoke of was probably those frenzied fighters outside. Suen led Latina slowly through the town streets. Residents near the city gates instinctively avoided them upon seeing them, but the deeper they went, the more oblivious the strangers seemed to be to their presence. And so, the two successfully blended into the town. The architectural styles here were extremely eclectic. Elegant European buildings, solemn Romanesque buildings, towering modern buildings, and many other styles that Suen had never seen before were all crammed into the same city. If only one or two styles coexisted, it could be called cultural fusion. But dozens of completely different buildings piled together only gave Suen a strong sense of jarring dissonance. Like the end of all ages, it was forcibly brought together here by some force. History and the future intertwined into light, and this city stood abruptly within it. 226 years of the suppression calendar. What exactly happened in these 226 years? What era preceded this calendar, and where would it lead afterward? Latina was clearly not used to it. Facing this completely unfamiliar city, she was somewhat nervous. Suen could understand. It was the instinctive fear one feels when facing the unknown. However, there were also some familiar things along the street. Many ordinary houses had signs that read, "In vegetable shop, sword shop, jewelry shop," etc. At least their purpose was understandable. Suen remained calm throughout, which gradually calmed Latina, who was 2 ranks higher than him, and she even tried to walk ahead of him. But Suen was taller, and had a longer stride. If Latina hadn't been holding his hand, she probably would have been left behind long ago. After walking for a while, Latina couldn't help but ask, "Suen, shall we go find the end symbol now?" In reality, Suen had no clue about the mission objective. He didn't know what the so-called end symbol was, nor did he know where Luo Xiang was, let alone how to deal with the deep red shadow in the sky. The most troublesome thing is still the ultimate goal, ending the rebellion. If this refers to ending the era of the rebellion era, then it's equivalent to ending the world's war. And this time, the stay in the Radiant Realm is only 72 hours, a mere 3 days. Ending a world-class war within 3 days, it's like a dream. Latina actually knows that the most important thing right now is to gather intelligence on the town. The reason she spoke up was simply because she felt too oppressed here and wanted to say something to Suen. Suen suddenly looked at her and asked, "Are you carrying any jewels?" Latina's azure eyes were indeed as beautiful as jewels, but apart from that, she didn't look like a wealthy person at all. She then gave him a speechless and resentful look. Suen couldn't quite understand her emotions, but he felt that precious items like jewels would likely be used in any era. If they could be used as currency, they might be able to exchange for a lot of information. After walking a while longer, Suen suddenly stopped. Latina, who was following behind, didn't react in time and bumped into him. "What are you doing?" She seemed to particularly like this phrase, always saying it whenever something went wrong. Thinking of this, Suen couldn't help but chuckle and pointed to a spot not far away. Latina looked in that direction and saw a blue crystal ball drawn on a signboard, with several wooden wands placed by the entrance. It was a magic shop built of red bricks, and its presence here gave one a sense of returning to a familiar world. Seeing the magic shop, Latina walked over faster than Suen. In her mind, magicians were of the same kind, and she thought they would be easier to communicate with. She had almost no social skills at the academy, but leaving that aristocratic environment, she wasn't completely speechless. Of course, this was only compared to her life at the academy. The two had barely entered the store when they were met with an argument. "Why is this so expensive? Buy it or don't, it's up to you." This incredibly inelegant exchange left Latina, who had rushed in excitedly, completely stunned. The shopkeeper was a young woman wearing a traditional magic hat, with rows of magical potions laid out in front of her. She was arguing with a burly middle-aged man, and the two were nearly coming to blows. Suen could tell at a glance that this shop was quite outdated. Traditional magic hats had been phased out in the Satan Empire 300 years ago, and these magic potions packaged directly in glass bottles had long been replaced by advancements in potion making and magical engineering. By all accounts, this shop was 300 years behind the average level of the Satan Empire, and nearly 400 years behind the White Tower Magic Academy. Even worse, both of them had incredibly volatile tempers. Latina's newly mustered social courage vanished instantly, and she could only whisper, "Suen." When in doubt, she called on Suen. She decided to abandon this round of communication. Suen was also somewhat surprised. He had originally thought the townspeople would become more docile because they cherished the hard-won peace, but now it seemed that this place couldn't escape the world's fundamental nature, belligerence. In the 226th year of the suppression of chaos calendar, it seemed no one could truly escape the shackles of the end. Suen saw the customer had already planted the knife on the table. To avoid a real fight, Suen immediately spoke up, greeting the shopkeeper in the most ordinary way. "Boss, take a look at the goods." Unexpectedly, the hot-tempered classical female mage turned around and yelled, "Huh! Get out of here! Can't you see we're arguing?" She even included Suen in her insult, leaving him speechless. A row of black lines appeared on Suen's forehead, and only one thought remained in his mind: this is fucking. Chapter 16 Redwin Group. Suen was not about to swallow this insult. In his opinion, the two people in front of him were not particularly strong. At least, the customer had no chance of defeating Latina. His fate-binding spiritual punishment can amplify the target's emotions 1,000 times over. If he were to use it on both the store manager and the customer at the same time, they would probably both die of anger on the spot. But Suen didn't come here to watch others fight. Since the two were arguing more and more fiercely because they saw each other's provocative faces, the simplest solution was to make them unable to see them for the time being. When Latina saw the glow gradually gathering in Suen's palm, she immediately understood his plan and consciously closed her eyes. The next second, the angel of light burst forth with a clear and dazzling light. The store was filled with golden light, so bright that it even affected passers-by on the street. In a short moment, at least a dozen people were blinded by the light, and covered their eyes in pain. The store manager managed to stay calm, but was forced back by the light and slumped into a chair behind him. The customer, however, fared much worse. He had been glaring angrily, and now, having taken the full force of the attack, he collapsed to the ground, rolling on the floor. Latina shuddered. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen it, she still found it outrageous. This was clearly her talent, clearly the power of a light angel, so how did it become so terrifying in Suen's hands? At that moment, Suen gently placed her hand on her head and ruffled it affectionately. The gesture seemed to tell her, "Latina, your clear and radiant light is truly your most useful ability." A few minutes later, the customer and the store manager finally recovered from their daze. Surprisingly, instead of arguing, they both adopted humble and polite tones, apologizing to each other, as if they had deeply realized their mistakes. The customer then left with a bottle of magic potion. The shopkeeper sighed deeply, looking at Suen and Latina with a look of relief at surviving a close call. "You used light magic just now, right? Thank you for now, it almost caused a disaster." Suen was puzzled. How could a mere argument escalate into such a disaster? Did she mean they almost came to blows in the store? The shop manager sized them up for a few moments, then suddenly asked, "You're not from the city, are you? Or rather, you're not from this era?" This judgment surprised both Suen and Latina. Suen didn't rush to hide it, because the shopkeeper looked to be only around level 4, and even she could see the abnormality, which meant that this might just be common knowledge in the town. He asked directly, "How did you figure that out?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Because you have no fear of the possible crimson anomaly. You're more like sinners who just died and came here. And your attire is something I've never seen in the city before. Most mages in the city dress like me." Suen and Latina exchanged a glance, and Latina nudged him gently with her elbow, signaling him to continue asking questions. Suen cut to the chase. "You just died and you're here? Is this the afterlife? And what does crimson mutation mean?" He desperately needed intelligence. Having finally encountered a classical magician willing to communicate, he naturally couldn't let the opportunity slip by. The store manager seemed to be explaining this before, his tone calm. "Have you ever seen the outside world?" Suen nodded. The shopkeeper then said, "War is the dominant theme of this world. It is said that since the beginning of the suppression of chaos era, This world has become what it is today. Those who endlessly wage war are the ones who have already undergone crimson alienation. In fact, these are the majority of people in this world. They glorify war, love war, and even dedicate themselves entirely to it. People like them who live in towns are actually a minority. Even in towns, if one's emotions remain in a manic state for a long time, there is a possibility of crimson alienation, turning one into a belligerent person forever. Once alienation reaches its extreme, that is, the so-called late stage, humanity will gradually transform into the dark red group. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he casually picked up a bottle of potion from the table and drank it, feeling noticeably better. Latina immediately recognized it as a stimulant magic potion that could restore a certain amount of magic power. Suen then realized that if the store manager and the customer had continued arguing, they might have shown signs of crimson transformation and slowly turned into madmen obsessed with fighting. Then, the shopkeeper explained why she thought they were sinners who had died and come here. She paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Weren't you people who traveled here after you died?" Suen was stunned. Reincarnation after death? Latina shook her head. "No, we come from a much farther place." "That's not wrong. After all, they came here through the Radiant Realm." But the shop manager smiled, clearly not believing it. "That's impossible. You all seem to have come together. You must have died so tragically that you forgot the cause of death under the mental shock. Maybe you died together to save each other." She continued, saying that although she hadn't been to any further places, she had heard the mayor say that there was almost nowhere in the world, apart from towns, that wasn't a place of war. Suen pondered for a moment. Judging from her tone, the town mayor seemed to know a lot. Since the workings of this world were still unclear, she had to find an opportunity to meet the mayor. Then he asked, "So, the people here are all people who traveled here after they died? Is this really the afterlife?" "If that's really the case, then it's absolutely outrageous." The shopkeeper shook his head and explained that not everyone was a transmigrator after death. It was just that occasionally people from other worlds would die and travel there. As the number of these transmigrators increased, the town gradually became the diverse place it is today. "If you really want to know more, you can go find the mayor. She lives in that white metal building in the center of town. When you see her, just say that Petrus referred you." As soon as the words were spoken, the magic lamps in the shop suddenly flickered, and the entire room shifted between light and shadow. The magical items on the shelves also seemed to come alive in the light and shadow. The store manager seemed to have sensed something. Before Suen could respond, she chuckled to herself. "However, it seems you don't need to go. She's here." Chapter 17 Luo Xiang. A silver-white vehicle silently pulled up in front of the magic shop. The door slowly opened, and a woman in a white coat stepped out, her demeanor both composed and striking. Latina's attention, however, was entirely elsewhere, fixed on the strange silver vehicle. It resembled a horseless carriage, its exterior seemingly made of metal, and where tires should have been, stone slabs engraved with runes. She couldn't help but ask if it was a new type of magical device. Suen replied helplessly that he wasn't a local and wouldn't know. However, he was certain that the thing was related to magic. It resembled a car in appearance, only its driving mechanism was completely different. At this moment, Suen also saw the woman who got out of the car. She had long, pure white hair and light blue eyes. If it weren't for the few strands of deep red highlights at the ends of her hair, he would almost have thought that she was related to Latina by blood. The moment Suen saw her, the magnetic female voice that hadn't been in his mind for a long time rang out again. Twisting of the fate node detected. You are approaching the end of the fourth revelation. Current progress 1%. Drawing an ability from Phase Walker Luo Xiang. For you. Suen immediately understood that the woman before him was Luo Xiang, the target of his mission. She was not only the mayor of this town, but also directly related to the end of the fourth divine revelation day. The turning point of his destiny was shifted the moment he saw Luo Xiang. Without hesitation, he immediately initiated a new ability extraction in his mind. But this time, the target made him vaguely uneasy. The people he had extracted abilities from in the past were real people: Latina, the White Tower Lord, and the gatekeeper at the entrance to the Radiant Realm. None of them were fictional characters. However, Luo Xiang was a character created from a dungeon within the Radiant Realm. Thinking of this, Suen couldn't help but ask Latina, "Is the Radiant Realm really just a dungeon from a previous era?" Latina rolled her eyes at him, finding the question rather absurd. She countered by asking Suen. So many people have conquered the Radiant Realm, some even within a year of the events in reality, yet who has he ever seen successfully change history? She knew that Suen suspected the Radiant Realm might involve time travel, but this claim had long been repeatedly disproven by the Satan Empire. The Radiant Realm was indeed formed from the convergence of countless histories and futures, its origins remaining a mystery, but it was more like a lingering memory than a true past or future. The prevailing view now is that the Radiant Realm was created by the 12 divine revelation sons after they created the world, to give people more opportunities for advancement. During the conquest, deities may occasionally be watching, and if one performs exceptionally well, they may receive divine revelation. Therefore, the Radiant Realm can only replicate a copy of a certain era based on records left by history and the future. What has happened cannot be changed, and what has not yet happened cannot be changed either. Suen thought about it and agreed that it made sense, but he still felt uneasy. After all, this Radiant Realm battle was related to the day of divine revelation, so it wouldn't be surprising if any special circumstances arose. Moreover, when he entered, there were 5 gods watching the battle. What bothered him most was that, the End, himself was watching him conquer a Radiant Realm related to the End. Just then, the new ability was extracted. You have discovered a new ability in the Twist of Fate Phase Walker. Relative Movement. Effect: select a target and make it your relative moving object. During the duration of the ability, the distance between you and the target remains constant, and your relative positions remain unchanged. If the target moves at high speed, you will also be moved in sync. Description: you can even fire a bullet and let it carry you through the air. As the ability manifested, a surge of pure power flowed into Suen's body. He instantly broke through the second tier limit, and his total magic power officially entered the third tier. Suen quickly realized that not every twist of the Fate node would bring this kind of improvement. There hadn't been a similar change when he obtained the Universal Key and the Clear Radiance. At this moment, the woman in the white coat walked up to the two of them and asked with a smile if they were outsiders. But when she really saw Suen and Latina's faces, her expression suddenly froze, and her brows furrowed slightly. Suen noticed her unusual expression and asked her what was wrong. Her expression was one of obvious surprise, as if she had seen something that shouldn't have been there. Luo Xian quickly regained her smile, saying only that she had been thinking about something. She rested her chin on her hand, carefully looked at the two of them again, and then introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am Luo Xian, the mayor of this town, and also a scientist. Latina leaned closer to Suen and whispered, What's a scientist? Suen lowered his voice and replied, Something like a master of magical engineering. Latina then showed a look of sudden realization, thinking that the other person was also a top student. Luo Xian watched the two whispering to each other, a brief look of speechlessness flashing across her face. She greeted the magic shopkeeper, Patrice, and told her she was taking the person with her. Then she looked at Suen and Latina, indicating that if they wanted to know more, they should come with her. Suen had come to find her anyway, so he glanced at the Radiant Realm panel. Remaining stay time, 70 hours. Mission Objective 1, collect at least 2 types of end symbols, incomplete. Mission Objective 2, ensure that Mission Objective, Luo Xiang, does not die, Luo Xiang rendering value, 4%. Mission Objective 3, kill Crimson Shadow, incomplete. Ultimate goal, end the rebellion, incomplete. Currently, the symbol of the end remains a mystery, but fortunately, Luo Xiang has appeared. The mission requires protecting her from death, which means that in the next 70 hours, a crisis that could threaten her life is bound to occur. Suen wasn't sure just how strong Luo Xiang was, but the fact that the mission specifically marked a protected target meant the trouble to come was definitely not simple. What puzzled him even more was what the Luo Xiang rendering value at the end of the mission message actually represented. Luo Xiang opened the front door, got into the driver's seat, and gestured for the two to move to the back. Just before closing the door, she seemed to suddenly remember something, glanced at the bandage on Latina's arm, and asked Suen if his girlfriend was injured. Before Suen could explain, Latina quickly retorted, Not my little girlfriend! Luo Xiang felt a bead of cold sweat appear on her forehead. She immediately closed the car door, and wisely chose not to say anything more. Chapter 18 In fact, Suen is part of the conspiracy of the Divine Revelation Day. What is that? What about that one? You don't know them either? What use are you then? Wrong. Wrong. The silver magic chariot was incredibly fast, taking off almost instantly and far exceeding the flight speed of the light angels as it sped towards the town center. The white metal building in the town center looked less like the mayor's residence and more like a futuristic research institute. As soon as Latina entered, she looked around curiously, constantly asking Suen about the purpose of those strange devices. The research institute was filled with advanced magical technology, and many of the facilities had magic circuits that even Suen couldn't see. At first, he could explain a few things, but the further he went in, the more incomprehensible things became to him. Latina immediately dismissed his uselessness, only to be smacked on the head by Suen a second later. The radiant realm she had entered before was basically still in the era of divine revelation, but this time the radiant realm was clearly separated from reality by a long time. Latina quickly found an excuse for herself. This is probably just the special nature of the fourth divine revelation day. The two students, dressed in magical school robes, stood out conspicuously in the research institute. Suen and Latina were already secretly planning to copy all the magical tool technology here and take it back with them when they had the chance. However, Luo Xiang was leading the way, and they couldn't find an opportunity to strike yet. Taking the opportunity, Suen whispered to Latina, "Is it normal to be noticed by the Son of Revelation in the Radiant Realm?" Latina frowned. "That's not common. The Divine Revelation days don't usually look at other people's guides to conquer the Radiant Realm. You've been noticed? Who is it? If your performance meets their expectations, you might receive an extra reward afterward." Suen was silent for a moment before saying, "I've been noticed by several Divine Revelation days." Latina's pupils dilated slightly, her face clearly saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? The Divine Revelation days are all temperamental and rarely act together, let alone watch battles together." Although this Radiant Realm event was related to the fourth Divine Revelation, Latina herself didn't receive much attention. In terms of raw power, she was the strongest of the three. After fully unleashing her light angel form, she possessed fifth-tier magical power and mastered a large amount of light magic and the abilities of the celestial vein. On the contrary, even though Suen has broken through to the third tier, he is still theoretically the weakest as long as he doesn't use any strange tricks. But Suen continued. "At the start of the game, there were 5 people watching me. They were Xichen, Zhongyan, Ximing, Bai Ta, and Ji Gao." Latina gripped his hand even tighter. "Son, are you being watched by 5 gods at once?" As angels of light are capable of sensing lies and good versus evil, and given the contract between them, Latina is even more certain that Suen is not lying to her. She was instantly thrown into confusion. All the questions from the past few days flooded back. Why did the Wanku, a spoiled, dissolute young man, Suen suddenly seem like a different person? Why did he possess such unprecedented counter-magic? Why were all 5 Divine Revelation sons simultaneously paying attention to him? There is only one truth. Latina's eyes widened suddenly. "You killed the original Playboy Suen, didn't you? You're actually a super assassin sent by the Divine Revelation sons, specifically to punish the evil that the Satan Empire can handle." The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. No wonder her assassination attempt on Suen failed. No wonder Suen was so calm at the time. No wonder Xichen preferred to see Suen rather than her. The person before me is part of a grand conspiracy orchestrated by the sun gods. They are attempting to cultivate a super newborn to eradicate evil from the world and even overturn it. Bang! Suen gave her a helpless tap. This little angel of light wasn't very good at doing anything serious, but her imagination was ridiculously rich. Latina immediately protested with a woof woof, and tried to hit Suen on the head. But she wasn't tall enough, and Suen could easily reach her with just a slight shake of his head. At this moment, Luo Xiang stopped in front of a large silver door and pressed her hand on the small screen next to it. The next moment, the door slowly opened. "Arrive." Behind the door were various sophisticated instruments. Luo Xiang turned around and saw the 2 Magic Academy students still fooling around. Her expression immediately became complicated. Suen realized she had lost her composure, coughed lightly, and forcefully pressed Latina's hand down to calm her down. The 3 entered a medical room. The walls seemed to have been dust-free. Suen glanced down at her dusty magic robe, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Latina, on the other hand, had her robe spotless. She had clearly used some kind of cleaning magic, but hadn't bothered to do the same to Suen. Suen secretly noted this down, planning to teach her a lesson when they got back. Luo Xiang walked to a machine and said, "Stretch out your arm, let me check it." The device resembled a medical magical instrument, with a world tree symbol engraved on its surface, emitting a faint green light. Suen recognized it as the symbol of the Supreme, the 8th day of revelation. Latina first looked at Suen, and only after receiving his nod did she walk to Luo Xiang's side. Luo Xiang removed the magical bandage from her arm and carefully examined the wound. The wound was no longer noticeable after being treated with bandages, but a faint dark red tinge remained. Luo Xiang nodded. "Well handled. Is this a magical artifact related to the Lord of Life?" She then explained that being injured by the Crimson Clan would leave a crimson infestation. If left untreated, the worst outcome would be assimilation into the Crimson Clan, completely losing one's mind and turning into a monster. Those monsters might be blurry, crimson phantoms, or strange creatures covered in crimson veins. Suen and Latina had already seen them, so they naturally understood what she was talking about. Both of them were somewhat surprised. "It's that serious?" Luo Xiang sighed. "We call this kind of change rendering. Once a person is completely rendered in crimson, it is impossible for them to turn back into a human." After she finished speaking, she took out a silver-white instrument that looked like a temperature gun, with dark red lines on it. "This is an instrument for measuring rendering values. We call it a rendering score gun." Luo Xiang pressed a button on herself, and the screen distorted for a moment, displaying 4%. She frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting her value to increase by 1%. Latina then asked, "The Lord of all beings you just mentioned, is that the Supreme One?" Luo Xiang shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what they were called in their time, but it should be the same one. That one is the Lord of billions of living beings, the God of eternal reality. His power is naturally able to suppress supernatural erosion and heal wounds, making him very suitable as a healing magic device. At this point, Luo Xiang suddenly stopped and looked at Latina with a strange gaze. She seemed to want to say something, but was mindful of something, and finally kept quiet. She then activated the medical equipment, and beams of green light swept across Latina's arm. Before long, the crimson aura completely disappeared. "Okay, it's all right now." Luo Xiang stretched and yawned, saying, "You guys stay at the Research Institute for now. There are plenty of empty rooms here. I'll take you to find one." She walked past Suen and headed straight for the door. Suen whispered a thank you, then followed her with Latina. The corridor was unusually quiet. Although the Research Institute was vast, there were hardly any people in sight. Along the way, Suen didn't see many researchers in white lab coats. At this moment, he called out to Luo Xiang, who was in front of him. "By the way, Luo Xiang." Luo Xiang didn't turn around, but simply answered as she walked. "What's wrong?" Suen asked. "We saw a crimson superposition outside, formed by countless overlapping crimson phantoms. Was that also a crimson swarm? How strong was it, and could we kill it?" Luo Xiang paused, her tone noticeably changing. "You saw that thing?" She paused for a moment before whispering. "Those aren't ordinary Crimson Clique members. They represent the deepest, most profound, of all the Crimson Clique members and warriors caught up in the war on this battlefield." Malice. Chapter 19, Meeting Winston reveals the game has begun. On the battlefield, the living exude a murderous aura, the dead leave behind resentment, the half-dead breed despair, and those who are lucky enough to survive will hide their anger in their hearts. Luo Xiang continued her story, explaining that those emotions were not the root cause. The true source was the struggle to erase everything. As the war progressed, the will to fight grew stronger and stronger, until finally every soul carried it, solidifying into that terrifying crimson shadow on this land. The crimson shadow continues to sow discord, plunging the entire land into an endless quagmire of war. According to Luo Xiang, it is practically the root of all wars. Theoretically, if the crimson shadow could be eradicated, the rebellion could end. Suen finally obtained useful information and was no longer as directionless as before. It was now confirmed that the rendering value represented the degree of corruption by the crimson power. Once it reached the maximum value, people would be mutated into a group similar to the crimson overlay and fall into complete madness. This mechanism is somewhat similar to the sanity system in some Cthulhu role-playing games. Once sanity falls below a certain threshold, a person can no longer remain clear-headed. Remaining time of stay, 68 hours. There were many empty rooms in the Research Institute, and Latina and Suen cleared out one of them to use as their temporary lodging. They had originally planned to stay separately, but considering that this was the radiant realm of extreme difficulty, Suen ended up only taking one room. Latina was initially reluctant. She had always lived alone in her school dormitory, and now having to share a room with an adult of the opposite sex was somewhat unsettling. But with Winchers gone, the only two of them she could rely on were the two of them, and she couldn't afford to risk anything if something happened. Although she hadn't tackled the extreme difficulty level, she had cleared the radiant realm on deadly difficulty. Because of this, she knew all too well just how dangerous the high difficulty radiant realm was. Seemingly peaceful towns and seemingly safe research institutes could harbor deadly risks. Perhaps in the next second, the walls of the research institute will be torn open, and a deep red shadow will rush in. Bang! Just as Suen took Latina's hand, preparing to lead her on a brief exploration of the research institute and look for Wincher's whereabouts, the door in front of them was violently kicked open. A young man in a white lab coat stood outside the door, looking like a researcher from the institute. Suen was momentarily puzzled, but Latina seemed to sense something, staring at him for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Winston?" She sensed familiar magical fluctuations from the other party, as well as the aura of a divine reveler from the Supreme, which led her to make her judgment. "Yes, it's me." Winchers looked somewhat tired as he slowly walked into the room and sat down directly on the small bed that Suen had just made. Suen's eyelids twitched, and all she wanted to do was kick this filthy thing out. Suen frowned and asked, "Winch, why are you dressed like this? And do you know how to disguise yourself?" The man before her, Winch, was completely different from the elegant man Suen knew. Apart from their similar aura of power, they had almost nothing in common in appearance or temperament. Winston's expression was unusually grave. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Once you enter the Radiant Realm, it will automatically grant you an identity belonging to this world. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be acting here with your real-world appearance." He paused, then said, "My identity is Theon, a researcher at the Institute. What's the deal with you two?" Suen's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. Entering the Radiant Realm would grant a new world identity? He looked at Latina, and Latina looked at him. In each other's eyes, they truly saw the real world. Latina then realized something was wrong. This wasn't her first time conquering the Radiant Realm, so she naturally knew about the identity swap. However, the tense situation over the past few hours had prevented her from reacting. After Winchers entered the Radiant Realm, she automatically became Researcher Theon. But why didn't she and Suen change? Suen also recalled the hint given by the Radiant Realm at the beginning. Your identity is Suen. In other words, the role he played this time was himself. But why is that? Is it something special about the fourth apocalypse? But Winch didn't become Winch, so the problem can only lie with him and Latina. Latina honestly replied, "I have no clue. When I entered the Radiant Realm, the prompt indicated that my identity was Latina." Suen added, "Like her, the clue is that your identity is Suen." Winston remained silent for a moment after hearing this, his expression somewhat subtle. The fact that both of them entered the Radiant Realm in their true forms made him begin to wonder if he himself might be the one with the problem. However, he quickly suppressed the thought and said instead, "Let's not talk about that for now. It seems like we've been tricked by the Dean." Suen and Latina were both taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Winston raised an eyebrow. "You don't think I just randomly found this Radiant Realm that involves the fourth divine revelation, do you? This was told to me by the Academy Dean, by Taching. She asked me to bring you in, otherwise do you think I would have come looking for you for no reason?" At this point, his tone turned serious. "But she didn't tell me that this place was actually on extreme difficulty." Suen's heart sank. This Radiant Realm was something Bai Taching had told Winston about, and she had specifically asked Winston to bring her and Latina along. Clearly, this matter hadn't been so simple from the start. Suen initially thought this was just a regular dungeon run, but now it seems the real issues are far more complex than he imagined. Winston continued, "You guys probably haven't tackled the Radiant Realm on desperate difficulty, and neither have I. But I know some of its characteristics. Most of the small tasks in the Radiant Realm are optional bonuses, but they are usually related to the final goal and are interconnected. Even if you fail to complete the smaller tasks, you won't be directly punished. What truly determines the success or failure of the strategy is the final objective. As long as you achieve the final objective, it counts as completing the game, no matter what method you use. The consequences of failure vary depending on the difficulty of the radiant realm. In the fatal difficulty, failure to achieve the final objective may even result in a rank regression for the player. However, the difficulty of a desperate situation is completely different. Winch's eyes turn cold. If the ultimate goal is not achieved, the price will be enough to wipe out all mages of the 7th rank and below. He looked at Suen, his voice low. Originally, I just wanted to use this radiant realm to make you suffer a bit. But now I have to admit that I'm no longer 100% confident in successfully conquering you. If we fail to achieve this vague ultimate goal, we will all die. Chapter 20. I'll dodge anything that comes my way. Upon hearing the news from Winchler, Latina and Suen both frowned. This was clearly not good news. The ultimate goal, end the rebellion, on the Radiant Realm panel was still there, but Suen still had no clue whatsoever. Currently, all they know is that completing the 3rd mission, killing the Crimson Shadow, might directly end the rebellion. But if that's the case, why are Mission 3 and the final objective listed separately? This suggests that the two are probably not so simple. That's precisely why the 3 smaller tasks cannot be abandoned. In this dire situation, each objective is potentially linked to the final outcome. Failure in a smaller task would likely jeopardize the entire final goal. To make matters worse, this Radiant Realm was supposed to be entered by 4 people, but they only have 3. The mission also required protecting Luo Xiang from death, which indicated that the research institute was not absolutely safe. The 3 fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere becoming tense. Just then, Winch suddenly changed the subject, looking at Suen and Latina with a strange expression, and asked them what their relationship was and why they always saw the two holding hands. Latina was startled, her cheeks flushing slightly, and she quickly pulled her hand away from Suen's. Suen narrowed his eyes, giving Winchers a rather unfriendly look. He finally understood why his predecessor had always disliked this guy. This man was indeed very good at causing trouble. Winston didn't press the matter further, instead recounting the intelligence he had gathered over the past few hours. According to Luo Xiang, this world had no nations or stable large organizations. Everyone seemed to be fighting for the sake of war. Strangely, this chaotic warfare is actually necessary for the world itself. Winchers explains that in this era of pacification, the force of world order is war. In the normal world, plants need sunlight and fertilizer to grow, but here, as long as the war continues, crops can ripen on their own. Suen was speechless. This rule was clearly abnormal. He guessed it was mostly related to the 4th divine revelation. Those capable of rewriting the world's underlying rules were probably only the gods in the background. Winchell retorted that he hadn't said anything at all. Suen then asked about the symbols related to the end. Winchell said that they had only found one so far, in the Research Institute, a rusty magic sword, and they would have to find a way to borrow it from Luo Xiang later. With less than 68 hours remaining in their mission, and a pitifully small amount of useful information, they decided to go find Luo Xiang immediately. Luo Xiang usually stayed in her large research lab, which, while nominally large, was typically occupied by only her. Winston also mentioned that Luo Xiang has been researching things related to the conflict in this world, and a sword with the symbol of the end is likely the subject of her research. If her research is related to ending the chaos, then it would be a key clue for them. Judging from the usual practice of issuing missions in the Radiant Realm, Luo Xiang is most likely not an enemy. Otherwise, if they were to ask them to protect Luo Xiang while simultaneously placing her on the opposing side, then this extreme difficulty level would be truly unplayable. On the way to the large research lab, Winch noticed another anomaly. There were no magic power plants in the town, yet the research lab was filled with signs of power supply. The small magical screens on the walls were constantly consuming magic. Suen looked at the silver-white wall, where screens displayed percentages at intervals. Their specific purpose was unclear, but based on Luo Xiang's research, they might be monitoring the concentration of the escaping will of conflict in the air. These devices all contain magical circuits, clearly products of magical engineering. Winch suspected that a large magical power plant was hidden in the city, or even inside the research institute. Suen instinctively asked what this had to do with them. Winch was momentarily stumped, but Latina reminded him that gathering more information was never a bad thing. Winch added that they were, after all, magicians, and if they truly had a magical facility capable of supplying the entire city, it might be a helpful asset. The three quickly arrived at Luo Xiang's large research lab. Luo Xiang seemed to have anticipated their arrival and was already waiting inside. She calmly looked at Winston and asked if the current, Sean, had also come from outside. Winston's identity in this world is Researcher Thien, but he's traveling with two outsiders, which is clearly unusual. Meanwhile, everything at the Research Institute is under Luo Xiang's control. She has ways to monitor every corner. Winston didn't intend to hide anything and resumed his elegant tone, directly stating that he had awakened his past life memories. Luo Xiang pondered for a moment, surprisingly accepting this explanation, and didn't pursue the matter further, simply letting them in. Then, she put on white gloves and took a rusty magic sword from the glass table. The sword was deep red, and Latina could tell at a glance that it had once been a fine sword, but it was not compatible with her. Luo Xiang drew her sword and plunged it directly into the floor. The moment the sword tip touched the ground, a deep crimson aura spread out, and the silver-white floor gradually crumbled as if corroded. She explained that the sword was extremely corrosive, but as long as it didn't come into direct contact with the skin, and was used with special magical tools, one generally wouldn't be injured. Looking at this magical sword that represented Bien, Suen thought to herself that it truly lived up to its reputation as a quest item of extreme difficulty. Handling it improperly could be fatal. Suen directly asked Luo Xiang what she wanted them to do. Luo Xiang didn't beat around the bush, and told them that there were 3 other things like this in the world. Their task was to use this sword to find the other similar items. Before she could finish speaking, the roof of the large research lab suddenly shook. Suen immediately sensed something was wrong, because Luo Xiang's expression had become serious. Latina quickly lowered her center of gravity, gripping the magic sword at her waist, her silver hair fluttering with light magic, ready to strike at any moment. Winston chanted an incantation, summoning his staff. Latina warned Suen that there was a murderous aura above. The next moment, a violent corrosive sound came from the ceiling, and intense red magic transformed into threads that seeped in through the cracks. The threads rapidly reconstructed, transforming into a pair of giant, crimson hands that forcefully pried open the ceiling. Luo Xiang's pupils contracted slightly as a crimson phantom peered down from the breach, its dark, empty eyes fixed on the people inside. Suen's heart sank. The Crimson Clan had actually reached this place. Winch immediately spoke, using word of power magic to command the ceiling to restore itself. The gap that had just been torn open abruptly closed, trapping the crimson phantoms above. However, the monster only let out a low growl, its empty eyes suddenly widening, and the next second, an even stronger force crashed down, blasting an even larger hole in the ceiling. The 4 finally saw its full form, a 4-legged, deep red phantom crawling on the roof, its body a full 10 meters long, its 2 large hands pressing down into the room. Latina immediately chanted the first divine revelation, imbuing the magic sword in her hand with radiance. Suen, staring at those enormous, empty eyes, suddenly had an idea. He simply shouted, "Close your eyes!" Latina closed her eyes almost reflexively, but Luo Xiang and Winston were a second slower. At the same time, magic surged from Suen's body, and Winston was immediately shocked. Wasn't this playboy supposed to be unable to use magic? The next moment, the Crimson Phantom seemed to be stimulated by something, becoming extremely frenzied, letting out a terrifying roar, and was about to pounce down and fight them to the death. Suen activated the Siyuan Mind Punishment, which amplifies all of the target's senses and emotions to 10 times their original intensity. The Crimson Clan was already a group of irritable and belligerent beings, and this amplification instantly caused them to lose their rationality. It planned to jump directly from above and clash head-on with the 4 below. But this choice was completely abnormal, because once it landed, it would first have to take a fully charged sword strike from Latina. Latina, however, knew things weren't that simple. Since Suen had told her to close her eyes, that was a top-level alarm. In an instant, blinding light engulfed the entire room, completely covering the enormous pupils of the Crimson Phantom. Amplified tenfold by the mind's punishment, its visual perception was equivalent to consuming 10 radiant, clear, and dazzling angels at once. No one knows what it went through in that instant. All that can be seen is that the poor Crimson Phantom fell directly from the ceiling, skipping the step of jumping itself. Winston managed to close his eyes in time. When he reopened them after hearing the loud bang, he saw the Crimson Phantom lying on the ground, looking like it was about to die. He immediately understood that his choice just now was absolutely correct. Suen raised an eyebrow. If he had just said it also ate the light dazzling light, things would have been much easier. Anything that came would have to be dodged by it first. Chapter 21. You should have said you used magic earlier, or you'd be in trouble. The Crimson Phantom crashed to the floor of the large research lab as if in pain, its emanating magical threads instantly surging wildly, engulfing the entire institute. Latina raised her magic sword, and dazzling light attribute magic gathered around her. On the first day of divine revelation, whispers of radiance drifted on the wind. A flash of light, and by the time the Crimson Phantom sensed the sudden appearance of a magical source beside it, Latina's lightsaber was already upon it. The blade pierced directly through its empty eye socket, and the dazzling light that erupted at close range was even more terrifying than Sun's previous light angel radiance. Under the influence of Suen's spiritual punishment, the Phantom, which should have felt no pain, simultaneously experienced rage, excruciating pain, and dizziness. It immediately opened its jaws wide towards Latina, intending to bite her back. Latina's figure flashed, leaping into the air and tracing a silvery arc. Her long hair, bathed in the soft light, spread out like a small sun. A bright blue light shone in her eyes, a sign of overflowing magic power and the complete battle stance of the fourth-ranked third-year student in the academy. The next instant, a beam of light exploded behind the Crimson Phantom, forcing it to let out a painful growl. Having missed its bite, its neck transformed into countless magical threads, extending backward in an attempt to seize the silver figure. Obey the 8th day of divine revelation, obey commands, and bow your head. Winch waved his wand, and the word of power spell instantly took effect. The Crimson Phantom was forced to lower its head, unable to bite Latina at all. Having been repeatedly toyed with, it became enraged and lost control, shooting a torrent of crimson magic directly into its own back. That wasn't magic, but the most brutal bombardment of magical energy. However, it had already been blinded by Suen's light once, and its judgment was clouded by rage. It didn't resemble a normal sixth-tier being at all. Pure magical energy couldn't keep up with Latina's speed. She instantly circled behind the Phantom, while all the magical energy exploded onto itself. Good meat. Latina frowned slightly as she looked at the illusory figure that had survived several of her sword strikes, still full of energy. Even with its confused judgment, its total magic power and resistance were still at the standard 6th tier. They were one 5th tier and the other 4th tier. Their damage output was clearly insufficient. The Crimson Phantom's body wasn't flesh and blood, but rather a mixture of magic and something else, with almost every layer protected by a magical shield. Although Latina repeatedly breached its defenses, the damage was still limited against its immense vitality. Normally, it should prioritize attacking melee-weak mages like Suen and Winch. But now it's already at red health, and with Suen's mind's punishment amplifying its rage to the extreme, it won't change targets until it kills Latina, this glowing little bug. Although the Crimson Phantom was invisible, only able to locate Latina through magical perception and sound, it was still a 6th-tier being. Even with its sluggish body, the speed and power it unleashed were astonishing. Latina's magic robe was merely grazed, yet a terrifying tear appeared. Knowing she could not delay any longer, she raised her sword and chanted. First Divine Revelation Day, Eternal Radiance, you are the purest and most pristine source, illuminating the earth with your divine light, bestowing upon the world boundless radiance. Radiant sunbeams. This is Latina's 5th-tier magic. Although she is currently only 4th tier, she can still forcefully cast it thanks to the special nature of the light angel. A series of magic circles were completed on the sword. Latina leaped into the air, and she and the sword transformed into a round sun. The next moment, the Crimson Phantom finally saw the light. Sensing danger, it immediately began to disintegrate, transforming into crimson magical threads in an attempt to escape. It knew very well that if it took this attack head-on, it would likely dissipate on the spot. The 8th day of divine revelation, suppressing with the highest status. Winston coldly ordered. No escape. The crimson threads that tried to disperse were forcibly pulled back by an invisible force, reforming into a phantom shape. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous roar pierced the valley, and the enormous Crimson Phantom was swallowed by the dazzling sunlight, gradually disappearing into the light. Latina landed back on the ground, panting. That attack had drained a lot of her magic power, and she needed to rest. But the next second, a giant crimson hand emerged from the dim light. Latina's pupils contracted. This thing was still alive. Suen frowned as well. A Crimson Phantom burst forth from the afterglow, opening its abstract maw composed of crimson lines toward him. The rage was so intense that even Suen could clearly feel it, as if it had finally discovered that the culprit who had tormented it to this state was none other than Suen himself. A complex magic circle appeared in the phantom's mouth, the condensed magic power outlining a circuit resembling a hellish pattern. Luo Xiang's heart sank. That was the final war's death throes, a destructive magic with immense destructive power. Those struck by it would experience the loneliness of returning to the end, and the deathly intent that would end everything. This kind of magic can only be used by the Crimson Clan. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the rage and will to fight required to unleash it. Often, the magic circle has barely been formed before they are consumed by the deathly aura of the end and reduced to dust. Not good. On the first day of divine revelation, a whisper of radiance drifted on the wind, leading me toward eternity. Latina tried to rush forward, but the incantation was too slow. As she transformed into a flash of light, the magic circle in the Crimson Phantom's mouth was already complete. Soaring death intent transformed into battle flames, condensing into a magical death line that instantly blasted towards Suen. Turn down! Winch immediately gave the order, and domineering magical power of words stood in front of the death line, attempting to repel it. Ordinary magic would have been shattered or deflected by his command long ago. But this time, he faced the intent of final death. With just a touch, Winston's magic was completely devoured and utterly annihilated. Upon seeing this, Suen was immediately shocked. Dude, you can use magic? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Suen casually raised his wand, pointing it directly at the magical death line. Latina's heart tightened. It was over, she'd been caught in the sandstorm. If she got out of the way quickly, there might still be a chance to save herself. What use is a wand to a second-tier mage who can't use magic? This was the first time Latina had ever seen Suen wield a wand. Before, he would cast spells with his bare hands, starting with 0 frames, aiming to catch people off guard. But in the next instant, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. When the magical death line rushed to the front of Sun's wand, it suddenly stopped, then spun in place and turned into a ball of yarn. Immediately afterwards, it shot back along the same path it had come from, expanded dramatically, and crashed directly into the Crimson Phantom, completely engulfing it. Watching the Crimson Phantom crash to the ground, Suen couldn't help but sigh. If you had simply run him over, he might not have been able to do anything. But you deliberately used magic on him, so don't blame him for being impolite. Why didn't you just say you had magic? Damn it, I'll shoot you dead. Chapter 22 The God of Conflict. Winch stood frozen in place. He knew perfectly well that he could not possibly have blocked that attack head-on. If it were him, he would have had only 2 choices, either erect a massive magical shield or immediately use a teleportation spell to escape. But Suen blocked it, returning the terrifying spell exactly as it was. Winch couldn't understand how a second-tier mage could do such a thing. Little did he know, Suen was no longer second-tier. Latina also gained a new understanding of Sun's counter-magic. The final war's death surge was clearly several ranks higher than Sun's, yet he not only deflected it but also consumed almost no energy. Magic is the power to create miracles, and Sun at this moment was practically a miracle itself. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. This man was no longer the spoiled brat he used to be. There must be the shadow of divine revelation behind him. Although she didn't hate the 12 gods, the fact that 5 gods were watching Suen play games seemed too much like a conspiracy. Latina even began to wonder which deity Suen had received divine revelation from. Revelers like her and Winchell usually chanted the name of the deity who bestowed the revelation before casting spells to enhance their power. But she had never heard Suen chant any incantations. As everyone's thoughts raced, the Crimson Phantom hadn't completely collapsed. Even after taking its own ultimate attack, it still writhed its massive, line-like hand, as if trying to struggle. It only finally stopped when everyone was about to complain about its excessive health bar. But it wasn't dead, just exhausted. Latina immediately prepared to deliver the final blow. Today, she truly understood that the magical properties and sharpness of this magic sword were many times stronger than that old, broken iron sword. She had decided that from now on, she would call it Latina's useful magic sword. Anyway, Suen had never told her what the sword was originally called. Just as she was about to make her move, Luo Xiang, who hadn't made a move yet, suddenly spoke up. I'll do it. After saying that, she put on her white gloves again and picked up the rusty magic sword. Latina was immediately displeased. In the Radiant Realm, killing monsters far stronger than oneself usually increased one's score and resulted in richer rewards at the end. But she couldn't stop it, because Suen had already restrained her. Luo Xiang flashed and instantly appeared next to the Crimson Phantom. Suen keenly sensed a fluctuation of magical energy and guessed that it was probably some kind of instantaneous displacement magic, or it could be the ability of a magical device. The next moment, the rusty magic sword, symbolizing Bien, was pierced directly into the pupil of the Crimson Phantom by Luo Xiang. The Crimson Phantom trembled violently, let out a low roar, and its magical threads surged wildly towards the sword, only to be completely devoured by the rusty sword. Luo Xiang picked up the rusty magic sword and examined it closely. The deep red magic circuits on the sword had become exceptionally bright crimson after absorbing the deep red phantom, emitting an eerie and mysterious light. She explained, "This sword originally belonged to the god of conflict. He was the one who carried out the mandate of the end, bringing an era to a close and bringing war to this world." Suen's heart sank. To be able to end an era and turn the world into what it is today, the so-called god of conflict was clearly no ordinary being. Luo Xiang continued, "The god of conflict brought 4 items with symbols of the end into this era. As his artifacts, they have a strong ability to attract and devour anything with elements of conflict. As you just saw, once this sword is plunged into the body of the Crimson Phantom, the entire Crimson Horde will be drained in no time. And this is just one sword. If you can find other symbols of the end, perhaps even the crimson superimposed phantoms in the sky can be threatened." Suen immediately grasped the key point and asked, "Then how do we find the other symbols of the end?" Luo Xiang pointed to the rusty sword in her hand. "By picking up this sword, you will be able to find the locations of the other end symbols." Suen looked at Winchler first. Winchler shrugged and shook the small magic wand in his hand, making it clear that he didn't know how to use a sword. Suen then looked at Latina. Latina immediately hugged her. Latina's useful magic sword, tightly, showing no intention of touching the bad sword of dubious origin. Finally, Suen could only look down at his hands. So, he was the one who would wield this magic sword. Before long, Suen, who had absolutely no sword skills, put on white gloves and took the rusty magic sword. Latina even gave him an encouraging look, as if to say, "If you don't know how, beg me, I can teach you." Suen thought for a moment. Since he rarely even used his wand anyway, he might as well practice his swordsmanship. After all, his most useful ability right now was counter-magic, so he didn't rely on his wand much. If I can truly master the magic sword technique and learn some swordsmanship from Latina, I might become stronger even faster. That way, if I encounter enemies again, I won't be so easily killed. Moreover, a picture had already formed in Suen's mind, concentrating counter-magic on his sword, sweeping the blade to deflect the enemy's magic back. It actually sounded pretty cool. However, he quickly realized another crucial issue and looked at Luo Xiang. "You just said that this thing belongs to the god of conflict. If the god of conflict is still alive, how can you be sure that if I take it out, he won't find it and kill me?" Suen didn't know the exact strength of the conflict god envoy, but since the other party was able to end an era and was a direct subordinate of the 4th god, Son of Revelation, his strength was probably at least close to that of Beitaking, the dean of the White Tower Magic Academy. In other words, he was at least a 9th-tier mage. If he were to be targeted by such a being, he didn't think he could survive. Luo Xiang gently raised the corners of her mouth, looked at Suen with bright eyes and smiled. "Of course the god of conflict is still alive. But you don't need to worry about that. Only now am I absolutely certain," she said with certainty. "The god of conflict would never obstruct any of your actions in the next few days." Chapter 23. Good night. Luo Xiang didn't explain the specifics of the conflict god envoy. She just gave a few perfunctory words and told Suen and the other 2 to go back and rest first, and then set off on another day after they had recovered. Remaining time of stay, 66 hours. 6 hours have passed since they entered the Radiant Realm, and considering the time they spent in reality, neither Suen nor Latina are in good spirits. Even Latina, a 4th-tier light angel, is clearly exhausted. On the way back to the room, she leaned on Suen almost the entire time, as if she didn't want to walk a single step more. Of course, Suen couldn't let her keep slacking off like that, so she simply picked her up, saving her the effort of walking. Latina initially struggled symbolically, but once Suen held her, the inexplicable sense of security quickly overwhelmed her resistance. More importantly, not having to walk was indeed very comfortable. If Suen continued to pamper her like this, she would eventually become a lazy light angel. The angel of light was soft to the touch and surprisingly light, much lighter than an average girl. Suen even felt that she might not be as heavy as the magic sword she had given her. Perhaps this is the special characteristic of the light angels. Suen doesn't understand it yet. But there's plenty of time, and there will always be opportunities to figure it out gradually. At least this free, footless journey is what Latina deserves. She was clearly the most exhausted person in the battle just now. As for Winston, he had his own bedroom. After all, in this world, he was playing the role of the end. So naturally he wouldn't live with Suen and Latina. The three of them had also agreed in advance that once they recovered, they would immediately reunite to continue the next phase of the mission. Of course, there was another reason why Winston didn't travel with them. He really didn't want to see Suen and Latina being all lovey-dovey. It would only make him look like an unwanted third wheel. Back in the room, Suen put Latina on the bed. Latina opened her eyes slightly and mumbled sleepily, "I'm going to sleep now, okay?" Suen raised an eyebrow and asked her in return, "Given your personality, why don't you go take a shower first?" Latina paused for a moment, then, as if reminded of something, she abruptly sat up, letting out a loud yawn. Seeing this, Suen, as if infected, also yawned. She packed her toiletries, and before leaving, she reminded her, "I'm going to take a shower first. Don't sneak off to sleep, Suen. Wait for me, okay?" Latina made Suen wait for her not because of any special reward, but because they couldn't completely relax yet. Although Luo Xiang had said that the appearance of the Crimson Clan here was accidental, the research lab wouldn't normally be attacked, and the Crimson Clan didn't exist in the town. But Suen and Latina didn't dare to believe it completely. After all, this was the radiant realm of desperate difficulty, where unexpected dangers could arise at any moment. Even a 6th-tier Crimson Phantom falling from the ceiling had happened. What else was impossible? So the two decided to take turns resting. While one slept, the other would keep watch, and they would switch after a while. It was almost like keeping watch, although there didn't seem to be a real sun in the calendar of the suppression of the rebellion. As for Winston, they believed he must have his own way. While waiting for Latina to take a bath, Suen leaned against his bedside, quietly pondering what the end of the 4th revelation day truly meant. A moment later, a soft sound came from the door. Latina, having finished her bath, entered the room with a fresh scent and drowsy steps. Her wet, silver hair was loose over her shoulders, with a few strands clinging to her fair cheeks, giving her a slightly dazed and charming look. She walked to the bedside and almost collapsed onto it, letting out a soft groan. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were half open, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was clearly trying to stay awake, but sleepiness had completely overwhelmed her. "Suen, I'm so sleepy," she said softly, with a hint of coquetry. Suen replied softly, "It's okay, go to sleep, I'm here." Hearing this, Latina seemed finally relieved, closed her eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Suen sat on her bed, turning her head to look at her peaceful sleeping face. Her breathing was steady, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a pleasant dream. At this moment, Latina had fully revealed her angelic form, with a faintly glowing halo hovering above her head. Suen had no idea how she managed to fall asleep with such a halo around her. Her silver robes, like thin gauze, clung to her skin, outlining her graceful figure. Her 6 wings were folded behind her, still covered with tiny water droplets, indicating that she had washed them along with her body during her bath. Suen got off the bed and quietly came to her side. Looking at the few feathers that hadn't been dried, she said in a low voice, "You didn't even bother to wipe them after washing them." He picked up a towel, gently cradled Latina's wings, and carefully wiped her down. But after only a short while, Latina let out a soft moan, her body trembled, and she rolled over on the bed. Suen immediately realized that her wings were probably a sensitive area, just like last time, and would react to even the slightest touch. In order not to wake her, he could only move very gently, and it took him quite a bit of effort to barely dry her wings. Next was her still wet silver hair. Under the dim light of the halo, Suen tried her best to keep her gaze from wandering, and simply picked up the towel again, gently pressing it onto her hair, wiping it little by little. Latina let out a soft nasal sound, as if soothed by just the right amount of pressure. Suen lifted her hair and patiently wiped away the moisture. It took more than 10 minutes to finish the simple treatment. After doing all this, Latina curled up slightly, and half of her wings quietly unfolded, as if instinctively covering half of her body. Suen watched helplessly. This creature could even use its wings to cover itself with a blanket. Nevertheless, he gently covered her with the Rio blanket. He didn't know if the light angel would catch a cold, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. Good night, Latina. Chapter 24. Taking advantage of the moment when no one is paying attention. Remaining stay time, 58 hours. You should be given a good boost of mana. You can sleep for so long just to recover your mana. Latina clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes from the pain of being tapped by Suen. She found Suen's use of the word mana replenishment strange. Did he really have some way to restore other people's mana? The original plan was for each person to sleep for 4 hours, totaling 8 hours for both of them. But this angel of light seemed to be sealed by the bed, and couldn't be woken up no matter how much they called her. Finally, Winshers, having slept for a full 8 hours, came over and managed to wake Suen, who had only slept for 2 hours, by having Latina slap her awake. Winch looked at the two of them, no longer wanting to comment. One was a magical waste who didn't even attempt to reach the Radiant Realm, and the other was a magical slacker who specialized in clearing the Radiant Realm. He never expected that putting them together would produce such an absurd reaction. The mission panel then appeared. Objective 1, collect at least 2, and, symbols, currently half completed. Objective 2, ensure Luo Xiang's survival. Luo Xiang's rendering value is 5%. Objective 3, kill the Crimson Shadow, not yet completed. Final objective, end the rebellion, also not yet completed. 14 hours had passed since they arrived. Although the situation was dangerous, they had at least figured out the main plot, and the overall progress was acceptable. Winch looked at Suen and asked if he could sense the locations of the other end symbols. Suen frowned, put on his white gloves, and swung the rusty magic sword twice. After a moment, he turned in a certain direction and said uncertainly, "It seems to be outside the city." The area outside the city was already covered in deep red, and 6th or 7th level magic could fall from the sky at any moment. Not to mention, there were also small fireball casting devices that mages had never seen before. It was definitely not a place suitable for leisurely strolling. What's even more troublesome is that a deep red superimposed shadow, composed of countless overlapping phantoms, hangs in the sky above the battlefield. Based on the previous battle, Suen vaguely judged that the thing was at least at the 8th rank in strength. But upon closer reflection, it's highly unlikely that what Luo Xiang asked them to find was hidden in the town. After all, Luo Xiang herself is the town mayor. If the item were within the town, the mission wouldn't be marked as extremely difficult. The problem is, if they're really going to fight an 8th tier boss, their lineup of 3 with an average level of only 4th tier is ridiculously weak. Forget about Crimson Shadow, even a single Crimson Phantom would be enough to make them fight with all their might. Fortunately, the town was still considered a safe zone, and no group of Crimson Phantoms had yet rushed in to hunt them down. The 3 quickly left the research institute, but as soon as they reached the door, Latina and Suen realized that leaving the institute was not so simple in itself. Suen looked down at the town a few dozen meters away and belatedly realized that he had been suspended in midair for the entire time. He couldn't help but ask why the research institute was floating. It turned out that the research institute was built on a floating island, which was suspended in the air using some unknown technology. Looking at the bewildered Suen, Winch couldn't help but wonder if he would even survive if he were to try and conquer the Radiant Realm with someone like this. Coratina and Sun didn't notice it because the island was still on the ground when they arrived. This floating island only lands for 1 or 2 hours each day, spending the rest of the time floating in the sky. Suen then asked how the Crimson Group had gotten up there. After all, the main research lab was on the top floor of the institute. To get there, one would have to fly to the island first, and then fly to the top of the institute. Winshers only said that they should be thankful the floating island was in the air at the time. Because if the research institute had landed on the ground, and they could still see the Crimson Group, it would only mean one thing: the entire town had been breached. In this world without the concept of nationhood, once a town is breached, they will be forced into endless war. Suen paused for a moment, then posed the most basic question: how are they supposed to get down now? Suen, who appeared to be a tier 2 noob but was actually a tier 3 noob, indeed had no safe landing methods. Winch, on the other hand, adopted an elegant expression, shook his head arrogantly, then took a step forward and jumped down. Suen was stunned. So his solution was to jump directly? Latina kindly added that Suen could also jump, and she would cast a healing spell on him when he was about to fall to his death. As a result, she received another flick on the forehead from Suen. Suen carefully considered his abilities and sadly realized that he had no way to safely land from a height of tens of meters. Unless the counter-magic could determine that the ground had caused him inhumane harm, and then simply blast the world to its death. He then turned his gaze to Latina. Latina felt uneasy under his gaze and immediately became alert, saying that Winston was still down below, and there was no way she could conjure wings to fly him down. Winston is also a student at the academy, and things will get complicated if he sees the wings. In this world, humans have used magic to wipe out other races, forcing elves and orcs back to their respective territories. This is Latina's predicament as a light angel. Although humans rely on and revere the 12 sons of revelation, magicians have never truly believed in gods. What they admire is only the power of magic itself. Even the White Tower Lord, widely recognized as the strongest in the White Tower lineage and almost considered a reincarnation of the second divine revelation saint, did not establish a church to make people believe in the White Tower. Instead, he founded a magic academy called the White Tower and led everyone to learn useful and interesting magic. Magicians are miracles in themselves, so how could they willingly submit to the secrets of the gods? Perhaps there are indeed clergy in the Church of the Day of Revelation, and the lower classes without magic power also believe in God, but the worship of the first day of revelation is not prevalent in the Satan Empire. Therefore, if Latina's identity as a light angel is exposed, she will almost certainly be arrested. She might be used as high-level magical material, or as a catalyst for divine revelation, or even kept as a pet by nobles, where she only needs to act cute to please them every day. Thinking of this, she suddenly froze. Wait, it seems she's now Suen's pet? Suen interrupted her wandering thoughts and asked her how she planned to get down. Latina answered honestly that she would jump directly because she knew how to double jump. Suen had already thought of a solution, but upon hearing that she could double jump, a strong sense of curiosity welled up inside him. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that? Surely there isn't some kind of magic called double jump magic?" Latina gripped her useful magic sword, gestured a couple of times in the air, and explained earnestly. "First like this, then like this, and finally, when the air isn't looking, just jump lightly." She didn't mention magic once, yet every word she spoke was imbued with magic. Suen was utterly astonished. What an incredibly niche language. Chapter 25 The Evil Suen. "Don't do this, or I'll tell the Trisolarans your coordinates." Latina didn't understand and asked in confusion what the Trisolarans were. She had never heard of such a race in the Satan Empire, but she didn't dwell on it and continued to present Sunli with the plan. She said she could bombard the ground with destructive light magic just before landing, use the recoil to stay airborne and condense a magic shield, and then smash down directly with her hardness, or there might be other methods. Suen immediately called a halt. This top student, who ranked 4th in the grade, indeed knew quite a lot, which made Suen, a second-tier mage, seem to have nothing particularly impressive to offer. Latina smiled slightly and asked him if he already had an idea. She did indeed have a way to get Suen to land safely, but that method would leave him in a very awkward position, and she was waiting for Suen to beg her for help. Unexpectedly, Suen didn't follow the script at all, simply saying that she really needed to replenish her mana. As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully picked Latina up. Just as Latina was about to shout, "What are you doing?" Suen had already jumped off the height with her in his arms. A sudden gust of wind whipped Latina's silver hair around, and she froze. She couldn't understand how a fragile second-tier mage in her eyes could have the audacity to jump straight down. "Suen, don't do this!" From a height of tens of meters, the fall would only take a few seconds. If she continued to fall like that, even if she could create a thick shield that could accommodate 2 people, she would inevitably be hurt because she couldn't adjust her posture. When they were less than 20 meters from the ground, Suen suddenly let go of her. "Come on, let me see how you do a double jump when no one is looking." Latina was filled with questions, so he lifted her down just to watch her perform a double jump up close. But the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to think. She took a deep breath and lightly touched down with her toes. Suen stared at her intently, his face full of confusion. The next moment, he witnessed Latina leap into midair. Throughout the entire process, Suen focused intently on sensing the surrounding magic, but detected no fluctuations. In other words, Latina relied entirely on the physical skills of a magic swordsman to complete a movement in midair. No wonder that level 6 Crimson Swarm couldn't touch her. She can hover in midair, move and turn at high speed, making her difficult to hit for anyone. If Latina hadn't been so poor in the past that she couldn't afford a high-quality magic sword, she might have been able to sweep through the entire grade and at least get second place. As for the top student of the third year at White Tower Magic Academy, he's a formidable opponent. If Latina doesn't unleash her light angel form, she probably still won't be able to win. Latina leaped lightly into the air, and after making sure she wouldn't hurt herself, she turned to look at Suen, wanting to know how he planned to handle the landing. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Suen moved upwards in front of her in a seemingly horizontal motion, then landed steadily on the ground at the same speed as her. This is the ability he extracted from Luo Xian, Phase Walker Relative Movement. Its effect is to select a target as the object of relative movement. For a given duration, the distance between the two remains constant, and their relative positions do not change. When Suen released Latina, he had already locked her in as a reference point. As long as Latina double-jumped in the air, his spatial position would naturally move upward as well, which is the principle of relative position invariance. Below the town, Winston saw the whole scene clearly. His own descent was simple. He just needed to shout using his mastery of word magic. But Suen's method was much stranger. His abilities and movements were inexplicable. He neither formed a magic formula nor constructed a magic circle, nor chanted any incantations. Winch had never seen Suen chant a spell when using his abilities, nor did he even bother to pick up a wand. Yet he could still use these abilities. Is this really the same Suen who used to be ignorant and incompetent? Winch found it hard to remain calm for a moment, and all sorts of guesses began to pop into his mind. Could the current Suen be some kind of resurrected demon? Was the real Suen killed by the ancient demon long ago, and was even coerced by Latina? Was Bai Taching asking him to call Suen in so that he could find an opportunity to kill this devil? Or perhaps, Suen received a complete divine revelation on a certain day of divine revelation, mastering the supreme mysteries of magic, which is why he reached this bizarre realm that defies common sense. The more Winchers thought about it, the more confused he became. Suen's existence seemed completely out of place in a perfect magical system. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Stuart, why is your head so pointy? What are you thinking about?" Winston frowned slightly. The person he had been thinking about, Suen, was now standing in front of him, looking at him curiously. "A pointed head? What does that mean?" Winston shook his head, saying he hadn't thought about anything. Regardless of what Suen was, their priority was completing their mission. Suen immediately adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring posture and urged, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go!" After saying that, he took Latina's hand, who was still a little dazed, and turned to leave. Winston felt that Suen's words carried another meaning. As the highest-ranking person in the team, it was really unacceptable that he was still slacking off. Thinking of this, he smiled elegantly again. Great, this is still the same annoying Suen. He'll definitely give this guy a good beating when he gets the chance. Suen's antics actually eased Winch's tense emotions. He looked up at the distant sky, as if bizarre and fantastical shadows were manipulating threads there. There's no sun. In the 226th year of the suppression of rebellion, the sky was completely covered in crimson, casting only a faint light upon the earth. There was no alternation of day and night, and the atmosphere was oppressively gloomy for magicians. Perhaps only magicians or magic sword wielders from the fourth divine revelation day could thrive in such an environment. By the time Winston came to his senses, the two people in front of him had already disappeared. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Suen and Latina had already arrived at the city gate at lightning speed. Chapter 26 Winchester and Sons Mutual Conspiracy. It must be said that Luo Xian's Phase Walker is indeed very useful for relative movement. It has low cost, fast activation, and only consumes mana when turning it on and off, with almost no burden during its duration. The most powerful aspect of the Divine Revelation ability is that it doesn't require chanting like traditional magic. Adding incantations would certainly enhance the effect, but that's too difficult for Suen. After all, he was a poor student and hadn't memorized many proper spells, so he could only maximize the advantage of starting with 0 frames. The only magic he knew was counterspell, which also seemed to be instantaneous. Furthermore, the Phase Walker's relative movement itself doesn't require any additional enhancement. It's purely a practical movement ability, and no matter how much it's amplified, it's difficult to transform into anything else. Just like now, even if Latina is speeding through the town, Suen can still keep up with her steadily, and he can't shake her off no matter what. Latina's magic robes fluttered slightly in the wind, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is that some kind of flying magic?" Suen didn't hide anything and explained directly that it was a low-cost, fast-acting movement ability that allowed her to move along with an object. He was honest with her for two reasons. First, Latina was definitely one of his own, so there was no need to be wary of her. Second, Latina was a genius. Even if she seemed a bit simple-minded, her analytical abilities were extremely strong. Even if Suen didn't say it, Latina would have guessed it sooner or later. Latina wasn't surprised after hearing this, but she still had doubts in her mind. Why couldn't she sense Suen constructing the magic formula at all? The abilities of those who receive divine revelation are not like game skills that can be activated with a single click. The power bestowed by the Son of Divine Revelation is actually inscribed into the body in the form of knowledge and formulas, and still requires construction when used. Unless someone's understanding of magic has reached its peak, and their construction speed is so fast that even she, a light angel, cannot catch it. Before long, Suen and Latina arrived at the city gate. Then, Winch also floated over, using his word of power magic to command the wind elemental to gently lift himself to within half a meter of the ground. Looking at the massive black city gate, Winston suddenly asked, "How did you get in from outside the city?" His birthplace was the Research Institute, so he naturally knew that this city gate was no ordinary thing. Under normal circumstances, only Luo Xian, who was inside the Research Institute, had the authority to open it, or it would have to be forcibly blasted open with 8th-tier magic. Suen answered decisively, "Just open it." After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed it at the city gate. Pink patterns reappeared on his arm, and a huge amount of magic power poured out. The Visitor's Universal Key may seem like a minor skill, but its actual cost is quite astonishing. After casting the spell, Suen immediately retreated. Before Winchers could react, he saw Latina silently retreating as well. Just as a question arose in his mind, whether he should retreat too, the city gate shook violently. Bang! The massive black city gate suddenly opened in the direction of Winston's location, slapping him away like a blow to the face. When entering the city, the gate opens outwards. When leaving the city, it naturally opens inwards. Is there any need to explain this? Winston was nearly brought to his breaking point by the slap. Even with his usual good manners, he couldn't help but swear. He had only one thought in his mind: a filthy creature like Suen shouldn't even exist in this world. Suen immediately showed a guilty expression, walked over and helped him up, her tone extremely kind. "I forgot to tell you, sorry." Latina nodded seriously, indicating that she had indeed forgotten to remind them. Winchers looked at the two of them, sneering inwardly. Good, the hearts of third-year students are indeed filthy. He put on his signature elegant expression again and said calmly, "It's nothing, it was my carelessness." Suen looked at him with a troubled expression. "Shaowen, why do you keep letting us down? This is really slowing down our mission." Winch's forehead seemed to crease in disbelief, and he almost lost his composure on the spot. Suen's ability to turn the tables on others was truly masterful. Latina couldn't help but cover her mouth. She could tell that Suen was deliberately teasing Winchers. But because of this commotion, the oppressive feeling from the extreme difficulty level actually lessened a lot. Winch forced back his anger, deciding not to stoop to this thing's level. Once the final goal was achieved, Suen would definitely suffer the consequences. Ignoring the chaos in the street, the three quickly left the town. They hadn't gone far when the sounds of fighting came again from afar, and the air was filled with the oppressive atmosphere of a battlefield. Winston commanded, "Son, now sense the location of the next end symbol." The next few dozen hours will likely be under intense pressure from the Radiant Realm. They will most likely have to venture deep into the turbulent lands to find their target, which will be extremely dangerous for all three of them. Suen closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, then quickly frowned. The nearest one is in that direction. In fact, he sensed two symbols of BN, and these two locations were unusually close, both in the same direction. One was on the ground, and the other was suspended high in the air. Winston looked in the direction he was pointing. The horizon was nowhere in sight, the sounds of incessant fighting filled the air, and a deep red sky stretched before him. Just then, Winchers suddenly had an idea. He said, To prevent us from being mistaken for foot soldiers and easily eliminated when we go deep into the battlefield, I've decided to adopt an excellent plan. This was the first time when Schurz had taken the initiative to use his intelligence in this radiant realm, so Suen naturally wanted to hear what kind of bad ideas he could come up with. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? What idea is it? Tell me about it." Winston patiently explained that he could command the wind element to quickly transport the three of them to the vicinity of the end symbol. This plan does sound convenient. The strength of word magic lies in its extreme versatility. It can be used almost like all elemental magic, which explains why Winston is consistently ranked first among fourth-year students. Suen nodded. "I think it's a good idea." Latina nodded in agreement. The battlefield of the Suppression era was teeming with Crimson Legions. Minimizing their resource consumption would naturally increase the chances of completing the mission. When Schurz had the two stand still, then joined them, raised his wand, and began chanting a spell. Soon, a small storm formed around the three of them, and the air currents continued to converge, gradually turning into a rotating spherical vortex. Suen stared at the increasingly fast-spinning storm, his brow furrowing slightly. Something felt off. The storm had shrunk to a ball. Could it really carry them away? Winston, however, seemed ready to finish. He raised his staff high and uttered only one sentence. "Wind elemental, you big idiot!" In an instant, the magic went completely out of control. Flames burst forth from within the storm, and the compressed air suddenly exploded, the explosive force propelling the three of them high into the air. Suen, suspended in midair and disheveled by the gale, finally couldn't hold back and cursed. "Winston, you're a fucking genius!" The fire element also did what was mentioned in Chapter 27. Winch activated his word of power magic, enveloping himself in a stream of air. After a brief period of weightlessness, Latina regained her balance using a mid-air turn and a double jump. One of them was a word magician, and the other was an angelic swordsman who could adjust his posture in mid-air. Both had ways to deal with being suspended in the air. Only Suen did not, so he simply began to spin rapidly in mid-air. Once he regained consciousness from the dizziness, Suen immediately used Phase Walker relative movement on Latina, finally stabilizing himself. 1 second he was tumbling abstractly like an NPC clipping through a clip, and the next he was flying straight alongside the two of them. Winch looked on in disbelief. In his judgment, Suen should have continued that absurd spin and crashed all the way back to the ground. He couldn't help but ask, "Son, what kind of magic is this?" Suen immediately refused. "This is my secret, I won't tell you." Winch remained silent. Since Suen was unwilling to talk about it, he couldn't be bothered to press her. He wasn't curious, really not curious. But at that moment, Wincher's magic suddenly went out of control and surged wildly, causing the surrounding air currents, manipulated by the word of power, to become turbulent. His magic was warning them that a life-threatening attack was rapidly approaching them. This is one of his abilities as the 8th Divine Revelation Day's Enlightener, blissful peace and happiness. When a deadly crisis approaches, his entire magical power will issue a warning in advance. Winston immediately shouted, "8th Divine Revelation Day, Wind Element, sink!" The wind element did not go on strike because of the previous scolding. The three of them suddenly changed direction and plummeted downwards. The next moment, a massive crimson beam of light streaked past, piercing directly through the spot where they had just been standing. Had Winston been even a fraction of a second slower, the three of them would likely have been reduced to ashes. Upon sensing the magical power up close, Winch's heart sank. Its intensity surpassed that of any 7th-tier mage he had ever encountered. In other words, the one who attacked was most likely an 8th-tier mage. He was only a 5th-tier mage, and Latina was only a 4th-tier magic swordswoman. Under normal circumstances, they couldn't possibly survive against an 8th-tier powerhouse. 8th-tier mages are true strategic beings, few in number even across the entire Satan Empire. They don't even need to cast complex spells. Simply by unleashing their magical power, they are enough to single-handedly raze a city to the ground. Suen immediately reminded him. "It's that crimson shadow!" He had just noticed that a symbol of the end was located in the direction from which the beam of light came. In other words, one of the symbols was very likely on the crimson overlay. According to Luo Xiang, the end symbol is almost equivalent to a divine artifact in the 4th Divine Revelation lineage. Could they truly contend with the superimposed shadows empowered by such power? Even more terrifying is that they have now confirmed that the Crimson Shadow can lock onto their location and launch long-range attacks even when it is not in their field of vision. Latina sensed the next wave of attacks and shouted urgently, "Invincible Suen, use your brilliant brain to think of a solution." Suen calmly corrected him. "Actually, I'm already at level 3, I forgot to tell you." Latina nearly broke down. Is this the time to be agonizing over this? Suppressing her anxiety, she asked him if he was confident he could deflect the beam of light back. She knew Suen's counter-magic was strong, but that beam was clearly at the 8th tier level, carrying the aura of and the impending doom of all things. If it hit, none of the three of them would be left with even ashes. Suen said in a deep voice, "I'm thinking about a question." Latina immediately interrupted. "Stop thinking about it. Are you even sure you can succeed?" Suen answered bluntly, "I'm not sure. So, Winston, let's retreat." Wind shears instantly manipulated the airflow to change direction. Immediately afterward, 3 crimson beams grazed past them, a near miss. Had it not been for the ace pilot's quick reaction, they would have been killed on the spot. The Crimson Shadows had clearly begun to cover this airspace with firepower, making it unsafe to remain in the sky any longer. As for exhausting the opponent's magic power, that was simply wishful thinking. Luo Xiang once said that the Crimson Shadow could draw power from war, so there was almost no problem with running out of magic power. Not to mention that the magic power of these low-level novices was no match for that of monsters that were guaranteed to be at least level 8. Wouldn't it be better to fly on the ground? Suen looked down and saw the answer was equally bad. If they flew any lower, the various spells swirling around in the low sky would hit them. They were already close to the heart of the war zone, only about 20 kilometers away from the Crimson Shadow. If they landed on the ground, not to mention whether the Crimson Shadow would continue to cover them with beams, the swaying Crimson Horde alone could drown them with a single spit from each of them. If that were to happen, they would achieve one thing, collectively die before completing any mission objectives, thus becoming a laughingstock in the history of conquering the Radiant Realm. Just when the situation seemed hopeless, Winston suddenly whispered, "Actually, I have one more trick up my sleeve." Suen immediately perked up. "Tell me quickly." He even admired Winston's mental fortitude. Even at such a critical moment, he still had the means to hold back until now. Then Winston started yelling, "Fire Elementalist! Wind Elementalist! You two are complete idiots!" Upon hearing this, Latina suddenly felt the air around her abruptly stop. The next second, a deafening explosion came from behind. "It's over." The 3 of them were blasted away like cannonballs by the violent impact. Chapter 28, Part 2, The End. A white streak suddenly flashed across the crimson sky, the trail left by Suen and his 2 companions after they were thrown back by the explosion. The air of this era was filled with magic of an and obscuring visibility with a red mist, while their high-speed flight was as conspicuous as the exhaust plumes of a jet engine. On the battlefield, many humans corrupted by the crimson aberration simultaneously looked up and fired their weapons into the air. Rather than saying they had spotted their target, it was more as if they had received some kind of order and were rushing to stop Suen and the others. Looking at the weapons below, Winch frowned and asked, "Son, what are those magical devices? They can launch spells similar to small fireballs at high speeds." He was a commoner magician from a fallen family and didn't recognize this obviously military-grade item, so he assumed that Suen, who came from a count's family, would know about it. But Suen only replied, "Don't ask. That thing doesn't exist in the Satan Empire at all." Those were clearly modern firearms. Not only would the people of the Satan Empire not recognize them, but even Suen, an Earthling, had hardly ever handled them. Winch's expression grew even more somber upon hearing this, as if he had come up with some new idea. Suen secretly wiped away sweat. After all, this guy's magical engineering achievements were also top-notch. The 3 continued their rapid flight, so fast that the beams of light from the Crimson Shadows always grazed past them. Suen sensed that they were not far from the end element, but bad news followed. The 2 end elements, one in the sky and one on the ground, are actually on the same coordinate axis, only at different altitudes. In other words, the end symbol they are trying to seize is located directly below the Crimson Shadow. Below that thing was a chaotic battlefield, and above it were Crimson Shadows of at least 8th tier strength, intent on annihilating them all. They had to seize the symbol from the most dangerous location and then escape immediately. Suen didn't think he could easily resolve the Crimson Shadow at this stage. To understand the characteristics of the end symbol, he would have to return to the city and find Luo Xiang. Otherwise, let alone using it, simply holding it would be risking his life. Without time to think, Latina and Winchell erected an even stronger magical shield, and the three of them crashed directly towards their target location. The next instant, the shield shattered, and they landed awkwardly on the ground, the gust of wind that swept them away dozens of meters. "Haha, I got it!" Amidst the deafening roar of battle, a knight with bloodshot eyes laughed maniacally as he brandished his lance. The lance, entirely crimson and rusty, was clearly the new symbol of the end. Suen scrambled to his feet, gripping his rusty magic sword tightly. He discovered that his opponent was just an ordinary knight, possessing almost no magical power. The situation in the center of the battlefield was also different from what they had imagined. Instead of a massive cavalry charge, there was an arena with a radius of about 100 meters, centered around a crimson lance. Outside the arena, chaos and fighting continued. Occasionally, someone would break in, and a fight would immediately break out over the spear. More importantly, the beams of light cascading down from the sky in crimson shadows all stopped at a height of 100 meters, and then disappeared silently. This means that during the struggle for the end symbol, they don't need to worry about the crimson shadow's close-range attacks for the time being. For Suen, this is undoubtedly rare good news. But the knight who had obtained the spear hadn't been laughing for long before he was pierced through by another armored knight's sword. The moment the armored knight picked up the crimson spear, his pupils also turned crimson, and he then laughed wildly as he slashed the surrounding crimson horde into pieces. Some crimson phantoms of the third or fourth tier attempted to approach, but were pierced by the spear and quickly drained of their energy, dissipating into the air. The armored knight was clearly quite powerful, and also a demon swordsman, precisely the type Suen was not good at dealing with. His counterspells were only partially effective against physical attacks. With the physique of a third-tier mage, he would likely die instantly if hit. Suen had intended to wait for Winch and Latina to reunite, but quickly realized that neither of them could escape their own predicament. On Winston's side, a six-armed, crimson phantom was wielding 6 battlefield arrow blades, suppressing him with pure, high-frequency physical attacks. The monster was about level 5, not the most troublesome, but the close proximity was extremely unfavorable to Winston, who was skilled in continuous spellcasting. On the other side, Latina had fallen to a more secluded spot, and was being relentlessly attacked by 2 crimson phantoms of approximately level 6. She was already itching to unleash her angel form. At this point, only Suen was left to fight. He stared at the armored knight, quickly making a judgment. He also possessed the end symbol, so he wasn't without a chance of winning. At least compared to the others, he wasn't yet entangled by the crimson phantom. The armored knight, gradually exhausted from the onslaught of numerous enemies, finally roared and swept his lance horizontally, forcing all the surrounding enemies back. Suen's eyes narrowed. His opportunity had arrived. A blinding light suddenly erupted in the center of the battlefield. At that moment, the armored knight seemed to see the most dazzling light of his life. With the radiant light of the Angel of Light combined with Si Yuan's mind's punishment, Suen delivered a most insidious combo. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse in concentration, he instantly appeared beside the armored knight, raised his rusty magic sword, infused it with magic, and slashed fiercely at the opponent's arm. The devouring power symbolized by the end erupted completely, and the arm vanished in the blink of an eye, the crimson spear falling to the ground. Most of the crimson-clad group were still blinded by the intense light, so Suen immediately bent down and grabbed the crimson spear. It was much heavier than the rusty magic sword, but not to the point of being too heavy to lift. Although the spoiled brat Suen is usually good for nothing, he's probably quite physically fit, probably because he's always getting into fights. If he were willing to practice swordsmanship, he might actually develop into a magic swordsman, but his magic swordsmanship would most likely just be that of a magician. Wielding a magic sword, Suen quickly got up, preparing to throw the stone and use the phase walker's relative movement to leave. But just then, a heavy blow came from the side without warning. The force crashed down like a raging beast, instantly knocking Suen to the ground. He felt as if he had been struck by a giant mountain. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body, and the crimson spear in his hand flew out, arcing through the air before crashing heavily a short distance away. "Gagaga, I'll kill you! It's all your fault, I'll kill you!" A knight dressed in the standard military uniform of the Satan Empire appeared like a ghost, bent down to pick up a crimson spear, and slowly walked towards Suen. His voice was eerie and grating, as if he was deliberately straining his voice, or as if the wound on his neck was affecting his speech. Suen recognized the military uniform and his heart sank. There were indeed people from the Satan Empire here, but this person was definitely not from the Radiant Realm. In other words, he was the person the magic shop owner and Luo Xiang had mentioned, someone who had died in another era, and happened to be from their own time. What exactly is hidden in this era? The knight Sating raised his lance, its crimson tip gleaming coldly in the misty light. He looked down at the fallen Suen, his eyes filled with ruthless killing intent, before suddenly thrusting the lance down. In that instant, Suen truly came to his senses. This wasn't a game world. Being killed here meant real death. He had been too complacent. As the crimson spear fell like lightning, Suen's heart sank to the bottom. This time, he was truly in dire straits. Chapter 29 Please, Your Majesty, end it all. Unless light comes. Intense light shone on the crimson-covered land. Latina clearly sensed the danger on Suen's side, but she herself was entangled by two 6th-tier crimson phantoms, and couldn't break free at all. She had already given it her all, using her 4th-tier body to hold off two 6th-tier monsters. On the other side, Winch was also engaged in fierce combat, unleashing magical effects that were no less intense than those on Suen's side. Suen unleashed another combo of Light Angel's clear radiance, and Si Yuan's heart's punishment, then grabbed the rusty magic sword and desperately deflected the trajectory of the crimson spear. Dash! The immense recoil instantly neutralized his arm. The crimson spear grazed his body and embedded itself in the ground. Suen gritted his teeth, immediately determining that this Satan Empire knight possessed at least 5th-tier strength. A direct confrontation is no longer possible, so he has no choice but to resort to Plan B. The next second, a blindingly bright spot suddenly appeared around the Satan Empire knight. Almost simultaneously, the gaze of the entire crimson-clad group on the battlefield was drawn to it. Because it was so bright. That was precisely the moment when Suen had never had the chance to use the Light Angel. Activating it now in this desperate situation had a simple and brutal effect, making the target shine so brightly it seemed to be taunting all enemies. These crimson monsters were not of the same faction and fought among themselves. Faced with such a blatant target, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to attack. Soon, a sharp sword flew from afar, aiming fiercely at the Satan Empire knight. Embarrassingly, the sword couldn't even break through his defenses. The knight casually pulled out the sword, raised his crimson lance again, and thrust it at Suen once more. It's over. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept across the battlefield. Latina abruptly realized that her hair was being drawn by a powerful magical force, scattering into the air. The two crimson phantoms of the 6th rank in front of her suddenly stopped in place, then their bodies transformed into violent magical threads that scattered and broke apart in front of her, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Two 6th-order phantoms, just like that, they died? The same change occurred on Winston's side. Even with his eyesight as a 5th-tier genius mage, he could only barely catch a glimpse of blue light flashing rapidly across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the 6th-armed crimson phantom in front of him, along with a large number of 3rd and 4th-tier monsters around him, were all cut into countless fragments, which fell to the ground and quickly dissolved. This scene sent chills down Winston's spine. He had never felt anything like this before, despite conquering so many Radiant Realm cultivators. He was almost certain that a powerful expert of at least the 8th rank had suddenly appeared around him, moving so fast that no one could even see him clearly. At the same time, the crimson spear in front of Suen stopped just 3/10 of a meter from his face. The Satan Empire knight's body suddenly froze, unable to move forward an inch further. Suen saw it clearly. A blood-stained, mangled hand suddenly pierced through the knight's body and gripped the crimson spear tightly. He didn't relax just because he had survived by chance. Whoever could easily kill this knight could kill him even more easily. Now he had simply fallen from one abyss into another. The head of the Satan Empire knight slumped limply, and Suen finally saw the face behind the corpse. It was this person who, in an instant, shattered the entire battlefield situation. His pupils suddenly contracted, because that face seemed familiar. The knight was casually tossed aside, shattering into magical fragments upon landing, which merged into the person's body. She exuded a sense of brokenness, covered in blood, wearing a tattered academy robe, and her eyes gleaming with an indelible deep red. Her delicate features revealed that she was once a young girl. Her long blue hair fell in disarray, and her two deep red earrings, though dusty, still hung intact on her ears. A faded badge hung around her neck, and she gripped a cracked magic sword tightly in her hand. The family crest on the hilt was long rusted, showing that the sword had been repaired countless times. If Suen wasn't mistaken, this face belonged to the undisputed #1 student in the 3rd year of the White Tower Magic Academy, a true genius known as the Shattered Melody. She is also a fallen villain in the game's 12th Revelation Day, the daughter of the Empire's Silent Lord, and the unrecognized royal bloodline, Violis Vega Satin. She is a user of shattering magic, and in the established storyline, she usually dies as a boss. And the person before her, if not a blood relative of Violet, is almost certainly Violet after she has grown up. His Majesty. Violet's expression was blank, her eyes completely stained crimson. Clearly, she too had been corrupted by the crimson and already belonged to its ranks. Logically, she shouldn't have retained any reason. But her voice clearly held endless sorrow. She murmured softly, her arms, calves, neck, every part of her body was covered in broken lines. It was as if she would shatter and vanish on the spot with the slightest touch. Suen could only describe her as broken. He could sense that Violet should have died long ago, but she had been kept going until now by some incomprehensible obsession. Violet picked up the crimson spear, shards falling from her arms scattering onto Suen. Then, she took 2 steps back and raised the spear high. Suen wasn't confident he could dodge an attack from someone suspected to be an 8th tier expert, so he simply watched her calmly. These barbarians only know physical attacks. Suen! Another gust of wind swept across the battlefield. Latina, now without an opponent, charged straight in, not caring whether her opponent was a 7th or 8th rank. All she knew was that she must not let anyone touch Suen. Suen may have been a jerk before, but now he's the best person for her. Latina didn't want to watch him die. No matter how far she moved forward, she couldn't get close to the 2 people in the center of the battlefield. Suen and Violet seemed to stand in the deepest part of solitude, where no one could take a single step. That was the Shattered Territory, the magical barrier belonging to Violet, and the ultimate secret of her life. Just when Suen thought he was about to die, Violet seemed to be unable to support herself any longer and slowly knelt down in front of him. She bowed her head deeply, her long blue hair cascading to the ground. She held the crimson spear in both hands and solemnly presented it to Suen. That blue hair stood out starkly against the crimson world, just as striking as her next words. Please end all of this. End all of this, this rebellion that should never have existed. Please, Violet, stop believing in the 4th god, the son of revelation. Let's go back to the past, please end it all. His Majesty. Chapter 30 Beneath the Crimson Shadows. What does this mean? Suen's mind was momentarily confused. Violet should have lost her mind, perhaps even been half-mad, so how could she still utter so many words coherently? What's even stranger is that, in his memory, Violet was supposed to be a pure mage, but the woman before him seemed like a magic swordsman wielding a magic sword. She had a gloomy personality, and was never one to speak at length. Of all the questions, the one that bothered Suen the most was why she called him Your Majesty. The year 226 of the suppression calendar, and even the entire suppression calendar, became even more bizarre because of this scene. Combining the name, Radiant Realm, a chill crept up Suen's spine. He muttered the phrase, the end of the 4th divine revelation. Could the so-called endgame refer to the ending that the 4th apocalypse desired? Is this world, riddled with holes and ravaged by war, the future it wanted? How could that be? So, this Radiant Realm is actually the future? Just as Suen was about to ask Violet, he saw her raise her head and give him a poignant smile. I'm sorry, Suen, I broke my promise. The next moment, cracks appeared all over Violet's body, like a piece of shattered glass, instantly exploding into countless starlight and disappearing into the air. Suen reached out blankly, but grasped nothing. In the end, he and Violet were still strangers in this world, yet a strange emptiness filled his heart. She didn't just call him Your Majesty, but Suen. This means that Violet knows him, and her coming here to purge the Crimson Clan is definitely not accidental. She must have sensed the Angel of Light's brilliance on the battlefield. It was an abstract magic that only Suen and Latina knew, which is why she rushed over. She knew Suen was in danger, so she came. But now is clearly not the time to dwell on these things. Suen's journey through the Radiant Realm is not yet over. The current prompt remains, remaining time in the era, 55 hours. In any case, the most important goal of this trip has been achieved. The end symbolizes being recovered, and the mission can be considered a complete success. Son! As soon as Violet vanished, a flash of light immediately landed beside him. Latina looked tense, and Winchers also rushed over from behind. Suen stood up, putting on an air of nonchalance. I'm fine. In reality, he had expended a lot of energy, but he absolutely couldn't lose face in front of Latina and Winch. He's a super expert. Protected by the Crimson Spear and the rusty magic sword, two elements of, and the Crimson Phantom was temporarily unable to harm them. However, this did not mean that the three could remain here. Even though Violet had wiped out a large number of Crimson beings, more Crimson beings continued to surge in from afar. Apart from the unique Crimson Shadow, almost all the other Crimson beings coveted the weapon in Suen's hands. Of the four end symbols, one is missing, two are on the Crimson Shadow, one is in the center of the battlefield, and the last one is in Luo Xiang's hands. This makes Luo Xiang's true identity increasingly suspicious. At least it can be confirmed that Luo Xiang belongs to the end lineage, and her status is definitely not low. Suen currently has 4 targets from whom he can extract abilities: the Light Angel Latina, Siyuan Mu Luo Ti, the Visitor Yimu, and the Phase Walker Luo Xiang. The Light Angel and Siyuan are both high-ranking beings within the Divine Revelation Sun Vein system. The Visitor is someone Suen had never even heard of in his previous life. Being able to guard the unknown place of the Radiant Realm, he is clearly no ordinary character. Latina is currently only at the 4th rank, but once the Light Angel matures, she will most likely reach at least the 9th rank in the future. How could the Phase Walker Luo Xiang be simple? Suen immediately looked at Winchler. Winchler, quickly use your superb word magic to think of a way. It must be admitted that Winch is the most versatile magician Suen has ever seen. His position as the top 4th-year student is truly well-deserved. But Winston was still staring in the direction where Violet had disappeared, and couldn't help but ask, Son, what exactly happened just now? He clearly saw that the blue-haired woman, wearing an academy robe and possessing at least 8th-level strength, was bowing and scraping before Suen. What did this mean? Could Suen really be some kind of resurrected demon, or the supreme being of magic? Suen was utterly speechless. At a time like this, the highest-ranking member of the team wasn't thinking about running away, but was still trying to find out about his teammates. If he kept asking, what was the difference between him and those villains who died from talking too much? Don't forget, there's a Crimson Shadow hanging above their heads. If it were to descend from the sky and unleash its devastating power on the ground, they would be slaughtered just like those Crimson mobs from before. Just then, Latina suddenly cried out anxiously. Son! The Crimson Shadow seems to have come down! Suen and Winch looked up at the same time, and saw that the deep red color in the sky was getting darker and darker. Suen quickly realized that it wasn't a change in the weather, nor was the sky turning red. Rather, the enormous, Crimson Shadow was descending. It was truly going to come down and take action itself. Clearly, after discovering that ranged attacks could not harm the 3 people on the ground, Crimson Shadow immediately changed tactics and prepared to descend directly to the ground to attack them. Fortunately, it wasn't moving very fast, which gave the 3 of them a little breathing space. But even though the distance was still far, in Suen's eyes, it already occupied half the sky. Only by seeing it up close can one truly understand just how enormous the Crimson overlay really is. Wait a minute, it seems that Crimson Shadow has another characteristic. Suen suddenly remembered that he was disgusted by this characteristic when he first entered the Radiant Realm. What's going on? Why can't I take my eyes off you? Wincher's voice deepened. He had only glanced at the Crimson Shadows once, and his gaze was instantly locked on, unable to look away. Latina was the first to notice the anomaly, and naturally, she had already been identified. At this moment, none of the 3 could turn their heads away. They were forced to stare at the Crimson Giant Shadow. That's insidious. The Crimson Shadow's gaze lock isn't a passive ability, but an active one. It only decides whether to lock the other person's gaze when they look at it. Latina wasn't initially detected when she discovered the anomaly, otherwise she wouldn't have alerted Suen and Winchell to investigate. This suggests that the Crimson Shadows are not a low-intelligence Crimson group. Don't worry, I have another way, Suen said calmly, his tone as if he didn't care about the Crimson Shadow at all. It was this composure that instantly calmed Latina and Winston, preventing them from falling into the panic that Crimson Shadows were trying to create. They are all top students, and Suen didn't panic, so why should they panic? Latina immediately shouted. Invincible Suen! Quickly use your brilliant third-tier brain to think of a solution! Chapter 31 Flying. Suen's solution was simple. Use the radiant light angel to blind the three of them again, and then escape while the Crimson Phantom lost its sight. But he hesitated to act, unsure if Winston could maintain stable flight while blind. If the three of them wandered aimlessly like headless flies, it would only be a matter of time before the Crimson Phantom caught up and struck them. Suen immediately relayed a message explaining that his flash spell could temporarily break the lock, but everyone would be stunned. He asked Winchell if there was any way to deal with it. Winch quickly replied that if it was just mild dizziness, he could restore everyone's vision immediately. As the supreme, divine revealer, his blissful abode possessed the ability to quickly restore the target's state. Having received the answer, Suen no longer hesitated. Magic gathered in his palm, and a dazzling light, almost explosive, once again illuminated the battlefield of conflict. Darkness instantly engulfed his vision. Suen immediately lowered his head to avoid giving the Crimson illusory vision another chance to lock onto him. Before long, his vision indeed returned quickly. Winch's ability had taken effect. Latina immediately chanted a spell, and a magical shield surrounded by a soft glow unfolded, enclosing the three of them in a small space. This way, even if they landed, they wouldn't be thrown dozens of meters away like before. Seeing that preparations were complete, Winchell immediately activated the most effective word magic, issuing commands to the three elements of wind, fire, and water. For high-speed flight, he chose a mixed explosion of the three elements this time. As the heir to the Stewart family, Winston had always maintained an elegant persona at the academy. But now, for the sake of the Radiant Realm, he no longer cared about his image. In an instant, a gust of wind, accompanied by an explosion, slammed into the light shield. Even through the shield, Suen could feel the immense force, and the three of them were violently propelled away like cannonballs. The moment they moved, the Crimson Shadows launched a breathtakingly powerful attack. A chaotic, mysterious murmur flooded their minds like a tidal wave. The murmurs carried a strange power, and Suen and Latina felt as if sharp thorns were being pierced into their brains, causing a sudden burst of excruciating pain. Despite the effects, Winston whispered a command for the whirlwind to lift the three of them and continue flying towards the town. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of magic arrays instantly deployed behind them. Countless Crimson Phantoms emerged from the array, emitting mournful howls. Each phantom vaguely held a rod-like object in its hand. Suen recognized it as strikingly similar to a sniper rifle from his previous life, but here it resembled some kind of magical artifact. Thousands of phantom figures simultaneously raised their guns, the immense power symbolizing the end, coalescing. The next second, countless crimson beams erupted from the magic circle, pressing down on the three with overwhelming firepower. However, the Crimson Shadow was still a step too late. As Suen moved, his crimson spear and rusty magic sword moved with him, and the invisible barrier shifted accordingly. Countless crimson beams of light abruptly stopped 100 meters away from the three people, then vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Suen was shocked by what he saw. The power of the end symbol was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. This barrage of 8th-tier magic was completely ineffective against them. As long as they carry these two items, the Crimson Shadow's ranged attacks won't harm them. Does that mean they can also use ranged magic to slowly whittle it down? Thinking of this, Suen immediately patted Latina's head. At this moment, all three of them were inside her light shield, which was moving forward at high speed with the help of the explosion, allowing her to turn around. Suen only said 2 words. "Hit it!" Latina reacted quickly. Since the enemy couldn't hit them, why couldn't they fight back? She swiftly raised her magic sword, its blade aimed at the distant Crimson Shadows. This magic sword can cast spells from a distance, and is essentially a sharp staff, only its casting efficiency and magical properties are slightly inferior to those of an ordinary staff. Latina chanted rapidly, unleashing her innate magic, the holy sword of the Light Angel. This magic required a high position within the Divine Revelation Sun lineage, and theoretically, almost only she could learn it. Beyond the shield of light, a dazzling great sword of light slowly materialized from the magic circle, its blade pointing directly at the Crimson Shadows. Anyone witnessing this scene would be unable to discern whether she was a wielder of light's magic sword or a sorcerer of the sword. The next moment, the lightsaber suddenly thrust out, carrying a dazzling beam of light that seemed capable of dissolving everything. Wen Shers, who was focused on controlling the wind direction, was startled and almost thought someone was disrupting the airflow behind him. The incredibly destructive beam of light shot out like lightning, instantly reaching the crimson shadow before piercing its crimson body, woven from countless whispers, with the force of thunder. And then, that was it. The lightsaber that looked like it could cleave the world in two dealt approximately 0 damage to the crimson shadow. Suen had only one question mark in his mind. He turned to look at Latina, and couldn't help but wonder if all her skills were just for show with full special effects but no actual damage. Latina quickly explained that the opponent was at least an 8th tier being, so it was normal that she couldn't hurt him. But she herself didn't expect that after finally charging up her power, she couldn't even make a ripple. It felt like throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone and never to return. Latina even suspected that she hadn't attacked, but rather been fed a meal by the Crimson Shadow. The Crimson Shadow, now fed to its fullest, once again raised the gun-shaped end symbol in its hand and launched a new round of fierce attacks on Suen and his companions. This time, however, it seemed to understand something. Instead of targeting the three directly, it redirected its attacks to all areas surrounding the 3-person Magic Academy team. Chapter 32 The prison almost crashed. Upon realizing the Crimson Shadow's intentions, Suen immediately understood that something was wrong. This monster wasn't just capable of brute force attacks, it actually knew how to counter their flight methods. They had previously used the explosion to create distance, but to maintain stable flight, Winston needed to manipulate the airflow with word of power magic, propelling them forward with a light shield. However, if Crimson Shadow directly dispersed the airflow with destructive magic, they would instantly lose power and plummet from the sky into the chaotic battlefield. What's more troublesome is that the characteristics of the Crimson Spear haven't been figured out yet. If they're unlucky and the two end symbols are forced to separate by more than 100 meters for some reason, rendering their means of intercepting ranged attacks ineffective, the three of them will be completely overwhelmed by the firepower of the Crimson Shadow. A new method must be found immediately. A solution quickly flashed into Suen's mind: relative movement by phase walkers. Since the current power source is airflow, he might as well switch to a different one. He immediately told Latina, "Give me a separate layer of magical shield." Latina didn't know what he was going to do, but she did as he said without hesitation. A layer of radiance covered Suen's body, more like a thick layer of light attribute magic coating than a shield. Light itself has healing effects, making it perfect as a protective coating. The moment Crimson Shadow raised his spear, a magic circle unfolded, unleashing a crimson beam of light imbued with destructive power. Suen immediately activated Phase Walker's relative movement, locking onto one of the beams. From this moment on, his position relative to the crimson beam will remain unchanged. As long as the beam continues forward, he will be forced to move at the same terrifying speed. The next second, Suen slammed into the light shield containing the three of them, forcibly carrying the entire shield away into the distance. The speed was faster and more violent than before. Winch immediately understood his actions and channeled his magic power into the magical shield surrounding Suen's body. However, Suen's impact was too forceful, and fine cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the shield, which was on the verge of shattering. Latina, disregarding everything else, hurriedly chanted a spell to reinforce the light shield once more. The three of them were thus dragged along by the crimson beam, frantically moving away from the Crimson Shadow in midair. The three insignificant insects in its eyes gradually disappeared into the distance. Only wails and murmurs echoed in the space, and the Crimson Shadows slowly faded away. Before it completely disappeared, Suen seemed to see countless crimson magic threads descending from the sky and connecting to the earth. He didn't have time to ponder what they were for the moment. At least for now, they had finally escaped the Crimson Shadow. Remaining stay time, 53 hours. A crimson beam of light, still carrying boundless destructive power, hurtled towards the sphere of light in the air, only to vanish into thin air 100 meters away. Suen couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of this crimson superimposed image. He had initially worried that the beam of light, symbolizing the end, might burn out halfway through, causing them to crash again. It turned out to be completely unfounded. The beam of light traveled forward for a full 2 hours without diminishing in the slightest, as if it would never run out. It wasn't until they reached the skies above a town that Suen stopped his phase walker relative movement. The powerless light shield continued to glide through the air for a while due to inertia before finally crashing near the town. Dust billowed up, and soon, covered in soot, crawled out of the ground. Logically, Latina and Winch should have recovered faster than him. But after 2 hours of crash training, Suen had become somewhat numb to the possibility of a crash. The first thing Winchester did after standing up was to pat his white school robe. He couldn't bear to see his elegant image covered in too much dust, and muttered 2 words. Neat. As soon as she finished speaking, her white school robe shook slightly, and the dust instantly dissipated. On the other side, Latina stood up even more cleanly, clearly experienced in this kind of thing, and would never let herself get a speck of dust on her. Suen didn't know how she did it, so he reached out to pat Latina's head. Latina immediately dodged, because Suen's hands were covered in dust and almost stirred at her silver hair. Suen struck a bullying pose, saying that if you didn't want to get dirty, you'd better clean him up first. Latina reluctantly extended her hand and only said 2 words. Hold my hand. Suen was somewhat puzzled, but he still took her hand. The next moment, a deep connection formed between them, and Latina's magic flowed into his body through the connection. Immediately afterwards, a light seemed to flash deep within Suen's consciousness. He sensed something else from that magic power, a blazing sun. The blazing sun hung high in the dark sky, its countless rays swaying like tentacles, constantly emitting a clicking sound like a pointer turning. No, that's not the sun. The moment Suen realized the meaning behind that thing, he immediately interrupted his thoughts and released Latina's hand. Latina looked puzzled and asked him what was wrong. He was the one who asked her to help tidy his clothes, and now he suddenly stopped. Her method of tidying up clothes is to channel magic into the other person's body through a deep connection, and then use her power as an angel to restore the other person's clothes to their previous state. Without a deep link, she can also use her temporal powers as a light angel, but that requires fully unleashing her angelic form. In comparison, channeling magic is much easier. Suen offered no explanation, only saying to go into the city first. He then picked up the rusty magic sword and crimson spear from the ground and turned to walk towards the town. Winch noticed his unusual behavior and initially thought the young couple was having a tiff, but it didn't seem to be the case. As long as Suen was acting normally, he couldn't care less about anything else, so he followed him. Latina remained puzzled but didn't press the matter, following behind. Suen, however, was somewhat confused, because he was almost certain that what he had just seen was the first divine revelation. If he hadn't cut off his thoughts in time, he would probably have already succumbed to that endless knowledge and gone mad. Was it that Latina's magic was too special, or that his constitution was too sensitive, that he could actually connect magic to the first divine revelation? Such a level of associative thinking is unimaginable for anyone else in the Satan Empire. He is practically a born divine inspiration. Even if it's just an avatar he conjured up, he couldn't withstand looking directly at the first divine revelation. To be on the safe side, he must never allow Latina's magic to flow into his body again. Just then, Latina reminded them. Son, it's time for you to open the gate. They had unknowingly arrived at the city gate. However, before Suen could activate the visitor's universal key again, the black city gate opened by itself. Chapter 33 Synthesis of 2 Stars, The End. The black city gates slowly opened, and the bustling street scene before Suen's eyes was no longer the same as when he first came here. When he first entered the town, many people on the street cast surprised glances at him as an outsider. But now the entire street was eerily quiet, as if all sound had been sucked away. Luo Xiang, hands in her pockets, her indigo eyes gleaming, said casually, I've already evacuated anyone not involved. Don't be surprised, it's nighttime in town, so there aren't many people on the streets. She didn't linger, urging everyone to set off immediately when the time was right. Latina, however, gently tugged at Suen's sleeve and whispered in his ear, Suen, she harbors malice, though it's weak, it's definitely there. As an angel of light, Latina could discern a person's good or evil at that moment. She told Suen first, rather than Winch, because Winch was too powerful. If he knew, he might just take unilateral action. Suen did not respond immediately, but instead looked at the Radiant Realm's mission panel. Mission Objective 1, collecting at least 2 end symbols, has been completed. Objective 2, ensuring Luo Xiang's survival, and Luo Xiang's rendering value has risen to 10%. Defeating the Crimson Shadow and ending the chaos remains incomplete. Suen remembered that when Luo Xiang first entered the Radiant Realm, her rendering value was only 3%, and just a few hours ago it was only 5%. Now it has risen so quickly, which means that during the time they were away, Luo Xiang must have done something she had never done before. Could the malice she harbored be related to this incident? Luo Xiang noticed that Suen was thinking, so she just yawned lazily, patted the silver-white magic car next to her, and got into the driver's seat. Winch was very interested in this mode of transportation. The Satan Empire did not have a similar creation, and if he could bring the principles behind it back to reality, his magical engineering project this year might win an award within the Empire. The realm of radiance is a place where history and the future intertwine, and the rewards one can take away go far beyond the initial prizes. History and the future themselves hold value. Regardless of Luo Xiang's current state, the mission must continue. Having made this clear, Suen no longer hesitated and directly pulled Latina into the car. Latina complained quietly that he hadn't washed his hands yet, but soon ignored her and dragged the little angel of light into the car. Remaining stay time, 52 hours. Soon after, the group returned to the research institute and entered Luo Xiang's large research room. Just a few hours later, the place had been restored to its original state. All the instruments that had been overturned by the Crimson Phantom had been reinstalled, and there were no signs of battle on the ground or equipment, as if nothing had happened. Luo Xiang casually explained that the research institute already had ample energy and resource reserves, so doing this was not difficult. As she spoke, she had already taken the rusty magic sword and crimson spear that Suen had brought back and placed them on a device. Remembering what Winch had mentioned before, that the source of the research institute's magic had always been a mystery, Suen tentatively asked, "I haven't seen any related energy supply facilities along the way. Does the research institute really have energy reserves?" Luo Xiang simply smiled, without giving a direct answer, a strange glint in her eyes. "You want to know where it is? You'll find out later." Suen remained silent for a moment, then simply accepted it as information that couldn't be unlocked for the time being. He couldn't very well admit that he was bad at extracting information. Luo Xiang began examining the crimson spear. She manipulated the instruments for a few moments, and a large number of characters that Suen couldn't understand appeared on the screen. These characters didn't resemble the writing system of this era, and might not even belong to humankind. As the instrument was activated, the crimson spear was gradually charged, and the magical circuits on its surface lit up one by one. Luo Xiang quickly determined that this spear possessed extremely strong corrosive capabilities. Next, the crimson spear and the rusty magic sword were placed together. The instrument emitted a deep blue light, shining directly on the two symbols of the end. The next second, they instantly merged, transforming into a brand new magic sword. Luo Xiang picked up the sword while wearing white gloves and said in a calm tone, "This is much more convenient. Considering that you probably might not use a spear, I kept the magic sword form." She casually poked the tip of her sword into the silvery white floor, and the floor immediately corroded a hole, making a hissing sound. Then she lightly sliced through the hard ground, and the crack continued to widen as it eroded. Suen felt a chill run down his spine, but he couldn't help thinking that he wasn't actually that good with a sword. He asked to confirm. "Now, it can be considered a symbol of the end that combines two elements. If that's the case, it should still retain the ability to absorb Crimson Shadow's ranged attacks." Suen then mentioned that they had encountered Crimson Shadow attacks on their journey, but these were mostly blocked by the two symbols of the end. Luo Xiang nodded in agreement. The end symbol has a devouring and suppressing effect on other magic with the end property. As long as you are not attacked at close range, that Crimson Shadow cannot do anything to you for the time being. However, she quickly added that Suen should not touch the sword with his bare hands in any way now and must wear white gloves at all times. As she spoke, she glanced at the expanding erosion cracks on the ground, her meaning clear: those who disobeyed would suffer the same fate. Luo Xiang patiently reminded Suen that he must always pay attention to the magic power reserves inside the magic sword. Although it would actively absorb the magic power carried by the Crimson Phantom, the reserves must not be allowed to get too low. Once its magic power is insufficient, it will indiscriminately absorb surrounding life and magic power to replenish itself. At that time, Suen and his companions may be sucked dry and turned into dried corpses. Suen noted down these reminders. Sometime later, the three of them asked Luo Xiang for more information about this world. After asking enough questions, Luo Xiang told the three-person team from the Magic Academy to rest for the time being. After all, the trip had been quite tiring, and she even suggested that they go to town to see if they could buy some strategic supplies. Therefore, Luo Xiang gave Suen a magic card. The card's design was somewhat similar to that of the Satan Empire, and it also used credit points as the currency for consumption. She told Suen to make sure she kept the card safe and not to lose it. Otherwise, even she would find it very troublesome. Luo Xiang added that if they had gold or silver coins, they could use them in this town as well. The monetary system here hadn't been destroyed by the war, but she didn't think Suen and the others were the type to carry those things. After Suen and the others left the large research lab, Luo Xiang stood there and sighed softly before starting to fiddle with the instruments again. A crimson magic danced and flowed between the devices, and different numbers flashed continuously on the display screen of one instrument. She stared at the screen and whispered Suen's name. Suen. You don't even remember where the energy here comes from. This is truly tragic. Chapter 34 Inquiry. Knock knock knock. Please come in. Suen pushed open the door and entered the large research lab, alone. His robes were neatly arranged, clearly having been cleaned at the research institute. Compared to the Satan Empire, the level of magical engineering here was significantly higher. When Luo Xiang saw him return, she showed no surprise whatsoever, and simply asked calmly, "Why are you back?" She said this, but her expression suggested she had already expected him to come. Suen didn't beat around the bush. She found a chair and sat down, her dark eyes filled with certainty. He said, "Let's be frank." Luo Xiang slightly raised her eyes. "What do you want to ask?" Suen fiddled with the magic sword in his hand for a moment, then asked directly, "I want to know, what exactly is your relationship with the fourth god, the son of revelation, also known as the god of rise and fall?" Luo Xiang didn't answer immediately, but instead asked him, "I'm more curious why you asked this. It shouldn't have anything to do with your purpose." Suen shook her head. "No, this is important, very important to me. Because it determines your stance. Our ultimate goal is to end the rebellion, but until now, we still don't know what you truly want." He stared at Luo Xiang and continued, "You possess more knowledge than anyone else in this world. You understand the Crimson Shadow, the symbol of the end, and even the messenger of conflict. Judging from my assessment of you, you must also be extremely knowledgeable about the fourth god, the son of revelation, and may even be one of his subordinates. This is the world created by the god of rise and fall. Luo Xiang may not be on their side." Originally, Suen could have continued to follow her guidance, but the appearance of Violet forced him to re-examine everything. Violet knew him and uttered those strange words. So, could Luo Xiang, who seems to know everything, also know him? Suen recalled the brief moment of surprise and astonishment Luo Xiang showed when she first met her, and the slight furrowing of her brow at that instant. These reactions now seemed particularly suspicious. Thinking deeper, the starting point of this Radiant Realm conquest was originally Bai Taching's plan. But why would Bai Taching do this? It sounds absurd, but Suen has a vague feeling that this Radiant Realm is definitely related to Suen, and even to his future. He smiled and asked, "There are plenty of people in town stronger than us, aren't there? So why do you insist on sending us?" Phase Walker, Luo Xiang. After listening, Luo Xiang's face remained expressionless, only the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. She said, "Your current state is even stranger than I imagined. You know I am a phase walker, but you don't remember who I am." She paused, then slowly asked, "If I were the fourth divine revelation, how would you react?" The moment those words were spoken, Suen felt a chill run down his spine. Luo Xiang's indigo eyes seemed to hold some kind of deep pressure. Although there was no magical fluctuation, it instinctively made people feel danger. But he quickly realized that Luo Xiang was deliberately trying to scare him. The fourth divine revelation day was currently observing the battle, and if Luo Xiang were truly the fourth divine revelation day, she shouldn't have any rendering value on her. The crimson transformation was caused by the power of the fourth god, revelation. It doesn't make sense that he was corrupted by his own power. However, Luo Xiang's words were tantamount to admitting one thing: she knew Suen. To be precise, she knew the future Suen. Luo Xiang sighed and pointed to the instrument beside her. "Suen, whether you believe it or not, my goal is the same as yours. Since the 14th year of the suppression of rebellion, I have been researching how to end this rebellion." Suen immediately pressed. What was the cause of the suppression of the rebellion? He knew very well that this was likely the future after the divine revelation era. Although the exact time was unknown, he had to find out as much as possible. After all, once the Radiant Realm ended, he would eventually have to return to reality. If the future really turned out like this, he simply wouldn't be able to survive. Luo Xiang replied. As I said, the messenger of the fourth divine revelation day, also known as the conflict messenger, instigated war, leading to changes in the calendar. Where is the messenger of strife now? I don't know. But he can't possibly come out and stop us now. What's the meaning? Because he can't stop us from trying to end the rebellion. Why can't it be done? Luo Xiang's tone remained calm. There's no why, I just can't do it. Her answer was evasive, and Suen didn't get much truly useful information. So he changed the subject. What era was before the suppression of rebellion? If this were in the extremely distant future, perhaps it wouldn't be his place to concern himself with it. Luo Xiang only uttered 2 words, all. Suen's heart skipped a beat. All? What does that mean? Luo Xiang calmly explained. The conflict god Anva has instigated wars across all eras. The end of all calendars is the calendar of suppression. That's why people from different eras gather here. Her tone turned cold. That's why I believe the fourth divine revelation day was wrong. The suppression calendar must be ended. Suen finally understood that this was the future the fourth son of revelation had envisioned. The so-called end of the fourth son of revelation was the final outcome he had guided us toward. So, the first day of divine revelation and the second day of divine revelation also had their own desired futures. Thinking of this, Suen suddenly felt that the progress bar in the upper left corner had become much heavier. His choices could potentially influence the future, and he could even witness the outcome firsthand. That's an exaggeration. After a moment of silence, Suen asked the question she really wanted to ask. Do you know Violet? This was the key information he had obtained. The top student in the academy, Violet, had actually appeared before him as a Radiant Realm expert, and even saved his life. A slight ripple finally appeared on Luo Xiang's usually calm face, as if a variable had suddenly appeared in her plan. She asked, You saw Violet? Is that why you came here? Suen nodded. Although she is a little different from the Violet I remember, it is indeed her. She helped us clean up the battlefield and handed me that crimson spear. Luo Xiang was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice. Oh, I see. Violet is still alive. Suen interrupted him directly. He's dead now. Luo Xiang paused, her tone tinged with regret. What a pity. She has already reached the threshold of the 9th level. If she had helped us, things would be much easier. However, her expression didn't change much. Violet's death seemed neither unexpected nor important to her. After all, in Luo Xiang's original plan, Violet was probably already dead. Her appearance this time was the real surprise. Suen added, She called me Your Majesty. Luo Xiang wasn't surprised. There's nothing strange about this. She still had that enigmatic air about her, which made Suen very uncomfortable. He raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to tell me why? Luo Xiang raised an eyebrow at him, as if looking at a fool. It's simple. In the future you will become the emperor, and she will be your subject, so she will call you Your Majesty. Does that need explaining? Suen was speechless for a moment. It did sound reasonable, but it clearly didn't get to the point. So he stared at Luo Xiang and asked one last question. Luo Xiang, what exactly is our relationship? Chapter 35 The storm is approaching. Suen dared to question Luo Xiang face to face for a simple reason. According to the mission objectives, Luo Xiang was an ally, and so far, she had not demonstrated any combat ability. It's safe to conclude that she either can't easily make a move, or she's simply not skilled in combat. Furthermore, her enemy couldn't possibly be Suen. That's why Suen dared to question her despite being only a third-tier cultivator. When Suen asked about their relationship, Luo Xiang paused slightly, then chuckled and asked, Does that matter? Suenji said that Luo Xiang seemed to have a kind of inexplicable trust in him, which was why he asked this question. Luo Xiang thought for a moment, her tone still sincere. If I had to say, I wouldn't know either. To be precise, I don't know you very well, which is strange. But now, we should be considered comrades in arms because we share the same goal. Suen didn't press the matter further. Either the other person genuinely didn't know, or they simply didn't want to answer. In any case, further questioning wouldn't yield any results. So he steered the conversation back to the mission itself. The third symbol of the end was on the crimson shadow, but what about the fourth? Why couldn't he sense it? One end symbol is enough to shred the crimson phantom into dust. Two end symbols are enough to withstand the crimson shadow's eighth tier attack. If three could be gathered, they might actually be able to directly eliminate the crimson shadow and complete the end of the chaos. While killing the crimson shadow doesn't necessarily mean the end of everything, it's definitely a necessary step. If we can find the fourth symbol of the end, and then take 3 more to fight the crimson shadow, even on extreme difficulty, we won't be without a chance of victory. Suen was prepared to hear all sorts of outrageous answers from Luo Xiang. After all, key items at this level of difficulty couldn't be obtained easily. However, Luo Xiang simply shook her head, her tone resolute. I don't know where it is either. If you can't sense it, I guess it's no longer from this era. Suen fell silent. Not in this era? Wasn't this asking him to take the combined symbol of the end, lead a magic squad with an average rank of 4th, and go head-to-head against the rank 8 Crimson Shadow? Can a Tier 3 player win against a Tier 8 player? Is this what you call a desperate situation? It might as well be renamed Death Ground. Luo Xiang was quite relaxed, even shrugging and joking. So prepare well. If you want to kill that Crimson Shadow, you'll have to take that 2-in-1 symbol of the end, and your magic team with you. At this point, she added, I'll be going too. So, get ready. The meaning was quite clear. Luo Xiang was already prepared for the final battle, and they would go together to kill the Crimson Shadow after they had rested. She didn't seem nervous at all, as if she was still holding back some trump card. Although it doesn't seem very reliable no matter how you look at it, at least on the surface, the situation seems to have stabilized. But Suen couldn't relax as she looked at the time displayed in the notification. Remaining stay time, 50 hours. There are still 50 hours until the end of the Radiant Realm. Could things really be that simple? If Luo Xiang truly has control over everything, why would the mission specifically require protecting her from death? This is clearly not right. Suen immediately said, I'm not leaving, I'll just rest here. To be honest, as long as he doesn't get attacked in close combat, he feels he's the strongest. He can easily deflect at least 6-tier magic, and he also possesses a bunch of underworld abilities. Especially the combination of the Light Angel's clear radiance, and Si Yuan's mind's punishment, which is enough to blind enemies to red-hot status. Luo Xiang saw through his thoughts at a glance, and her face immediately darkened. How I am is none of your business, you third-tier cultivator's concern. She clearly felt looked down upon. So, Suen was still pushed out of the research institute by Luo Xiang, who was wearing a white lab coat. After being pushed by her, Suen realized that Luo Xiang wasn't very strong. If he really wanted to resist, he could pin her against the wall at any time. This is completely different from Latina. Although Latina's arms feel soft to the touch and she seems docile, her strength is ridiculously great. She can even lift Suen up. As soon as Suen returned to the lounge, she heard even breathing. This time, Latina didn't activate her angel form. Instead, she simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep, still wearing her school uniform. Logically, only 8 hours had passed. She shouldn't be sleepy so quickly. Suen could only conclude that Latina was just a lazybones. Of course, jokes aside, she and Winston had indeed expended a lot of energy just now. Winston was alright. He was a mage after all, skilled in manipulating magic and using spells, and he also had the added benefit of a wand. If Coratina wanted to chant spells directly without external aids, it would be much more tiring for her than for Winch. In addition, she is a 4th-tier mage while Winch is a 5th-tier mage, so there is a difference in their magic reserves. In contrast, Suen was the most relaxed. His abilities consumed very little energy, and despite being only at the 3rd tier, his magic power didn't decrease much. Noticing Suen enter, Latina rubbed her eyes and groggily sat up in bed. Suen? Suen responded. She had always been relaxed around him, because if Suen really had bad intentions, she could immediately sense his malice. Latina believed that Suen had been thoroughly brainwashed by the gods of revelation. After receiving divine revelation, his personality had changed drastically, and he had hardly shown any malice towards her in the past few days. Even if he did, it was only to tease her. Latina, having regained some composure, suddenly said, Let's find some time later to go to town and buy some things. Just the two of us, without Winchers. Suen's expression was subtle as she smiled and asked, Why not bring Winchers? He's a 5th-tier word magician, His standards should be higher than ours. Latina shook her head. Winston doesn't actually like to be with us. Because whenever we're around, he always does things that aren't elegant. Suen was deeply shocked. It turned out that Winston's demeanor would deviate from his elegant persona whenever he was with them, a fact that even Latina had noticed. Latina then chuckled softly. Besides, I don't really like him either. What's the point of the three of us shopping together? Suen immediately realized. Do you want to eat something again? The real reason for not bringing Winston was probably simply because Winston was too efficient, and would never agree to accompany them on a journey through towns, eating delicious food along the way. While everyone else was thinking about buying supplies, the light angels were thinking about filling their stomachs. Latina explained earnestly. Suen, it's important to stay focused. This town has many delicacies that even the Satan Empire can't get. There are still 50 hours until the end of the Radiant Realm, so we should eat our fill first. Suen didn't refute her, but just looked at her and asked, Then what's your real reason? Latina paused, met his eyes, and said seriously, Suen, based on the current situation, we will soon be going to kill the Crimson Shadow. But there are still 50 hours left in the Radiant Realm, and we haven't even reached the halfway point. Suen nodded thoughtfully. I noticed that too. What do you mean? Latina voiced her speculation. If this place is truly the Radiant Realm of the Desperate Difficulty, things will never have unfolded as they normally would. I suspect that we won't even have the chance to go looking for the Crimson Shadow. She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice. It will come straight at us. Chapter 36. This is Lund. Once the town collapses, we'll never be able to eat the food here again. Latina added earnestly. Useful items don't necessarily have to be bought. Maybe some barbecue restaurant owner has a last-stand barbecue grill hidden away. She believed that interacting with more people was the key to obtaining more information. Luo Xiang's statement was ultimately only one side of the story, too incomplete. Suen nodded, agreeing with her assessment. Despite Latina's somewhat naive nature, her understanding of the Radiant Realm was clearly far superior to Suen's. After all, she had always conquered the Radiant Realm alone, maintaining her angelic form from beginning to end when she was by herself, almost like she was invincible. However, Suen still had a question. How could a little angel of light with almost zero social skills be turning around and teaching him to rely on social interaction to obtain information? He suppressed his sarcasm, took out the magic credit card Luo Xiang had given him, and waved it lightly. So, would you like to rest first, or come with me to try some local delicacies? Latina's eyes lit up. Let's go eat, he. Suen immediately understood. All that had been said before was just set up. The real point was simply that she was craving food. The two straightened their clothes and quickly left the research institute. In the corner of the corridor, Winston watched them playfully walk away, clicking his tongue softly. They were just two kids. He didn't have time for them. He turned and headed towards the large research lab, intending to have a proper talk with Luo Xiang. Remaining time in the era, 49 hours. Year 226 of the reign of Emperor Wu of Han Town. Wandering around this town, a melting pot of cultures, was a novel experience for both Suen and Latina. Latina rarely went shopping before, for the simple reason that she had no money. Her trip with Suen before entering the Radiant Realm was practically the first real shopping trip of her life. In the past, she always felt that being alone was fine. The human world was full of intrigue and backstabbing, and the aristocratic politics in Lan City and the White Tower Magic Academy were even more complicated. The former spoiled brat Suen and Jacob, the second son of the Duke, were the types she instinctively wanted to avoid. She didn't quite understand those rules, but she knew that once she fell into their trap, she would probably be devoured until nothing was left. Besides, she seemed to have dreamt of her mother while resting earlier. What are you thinking about? Come here. Suen beckoned to her. He had gone to great lengths to find a barbecue restaurant that was still open. The streets were unusually quiet, probably because of the night that Luo Xiang had mentioned. The history of barbecue is so long that Suen couldn't determine which era it belonged to just by the fact that this shop sells barbecue. Latina responded and ran to his side. Although Suen was sometimes unreliable, Latina could sense good and evil. She knew that his attitude towards her was pure, and his heart was pure as well. That was enough. Suen looked at the menu, somewhat troubled. I prefer lamb skewers. What would you like to eat? He was really not good at asking girls to order, so he could only ask directly. Latina swallowed hard. I don't know. I'll eat whatever you order. She had hardly ever eaten barbecue before, so how would she know what she liked? Suen was immediately caught in a dilemma. Did the girl genuinely not know, or did she want him to guess? He did know that Latina loved sweets, but they were sitting in a barbecue restaurant, and he couldn't just suddenly switch to a dessert party. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, "How about I take you to a dessert shop?" Latina stared at him, her face full of questions. "Didn't we say we were going for barbecue? Why are we at a dessert shop again?" Suen scratched her head awkwardly. "I didn't know what kind of meat you liked. I thought you liked sweets, so how about we have dessert first, and then come back for barbecue later?" Latina immediately shook her head. Eating dessert before barbecue? What kind of genius idea was that? She quickly said, "No, we're already at a barbecue restaurant, so let's eat barbecue. Just order whatever you like, and I'll try it and see if I like it." Suen had no choice but to give up struggling and called out to the shopkeeper. "Boss, 20 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, and some chicken wings and grilled corn." The barbecue restaurant owner was a burly man in his 30s, dressed in dark casual clothes with an apron tied around his waist. His attire suggested he was from a rural town in the Satan Empire. In the city of Lund, chefs would typically wear something like a magic robe. The fire here has started using a magical device, and the fuel is Heinz saltpeter. It's a material that can burn continuously when infused with magic, has very low pollution, and is widely used. As for the origin of its name, it's naturally related to Hein, the ancient magician mentioned in magic engineering textbooks. "All right," the owner replied readily, his movements as he operated the magical device with practiced ease, clearly a veteran of magical cuisine. Magical cuisine, in this context, wasn't ordinary cooking, but rather the use of water and fire elements to adjust the texture and flavor of the meat. Suen didn't understand the specific principles. In the game, he could solve the problem by clicking buttons, but if he really had to cook it himself, he could only cook ordinary food at most. Magical cuisine was out of the question. While waiting for the food, Suen suddenly remembered a question. They had been here for several hours, but still didn't know the name of this town. According to Luo Xiang, it should have been quite large by at least the 14th year of the suppression calendar. Latina, who was lying on the table waiting for the food and taking a short nap, also perked up her ears when she heard this topic. Suen asked, "Boss, what's the name of this town?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "Name? This town doesn't have a name. But I've heard it used to have one. It's an interesting story that only people like me know, and the mayor told me about it." As he grilled the skewers, he continued, "Don't let the mayor's youth fool you. He's incredibly knowledgeable." The owner seemed to have looked exactly like that even as a child, ageless and truly enviable. Suen sat back down in her chair, casually patted Latina's hair, and asked, "What was it called before?" The barbecue restaurant owner seemed to have anticipated his question and replied with a smile. "Lund. I've heard that this place used to be called Lund City." As soon as the words were spoken, Suen and Latina's expressions froze instantly. Chapter 37 Red Lotus. Latina instantly perked up, and her previous laziness and drowsiness vanished completely. She looked at Suen and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this your family's fiefdom?" They all live in Longda City now, and Suen felt a chill run down his spine. He had only casually asked for some information. How did it suddenly become about him? But the town before them bore no resemblance whatsoever to Lund. Its size and street architecture were completely different from the Lund they knew. Suen didn't find his residence here, but that wasn't the key point. What really bothered him was that the most prominent landmark of Longda City, the White Tower Magic Academy, was gone. That white ivory tower that soared into the clouds was once the symbol of Lund, but in this future, it has left no trace. This also means that even Bai Taching, a 9th-tier mage who had lived for hundreds of years, was unable to protect everything in this war that affected the world. Suen patted Latina's head and said, "You still have the appetite to eat. You've realized it too, haven't you? This is the future Radiant Realm." Latina opened her mouth in dissatisfaction, wanting to bite him, but Suen had already withdrawn his hand, and she didn't even touch it. "Why aren't you eating?" Latina slumped back onto the table. "The Radiant Realm is the Radiant Realm. What does it have to do with me? It's just one of countless futures. It's not like it will definitely happen. We can just change it when the time comes, right?" She also threatened Suen that if he tried to stop her from eating barbecue again, she would bite him hard and eat him like barbecue. Suen placed her hand on Latina's head and ruffled it a few times, messing up her hair a bit. Latina was furious, but could only rage helplessly. Suen looked at the upper left corner of his vision, where the prompt was still clearly visible. The endgame progress of the fourth revelation day, 1%. According to his speculation, as long as the progress bar stops increasing, things are still relatively safe for now. The first increase in progress was related to Luo Xiang, meaning that Luo Xiang's actions will most likely push the end of the fourth divine revelation day. Once he leaves this radiant realm, he will no longer be able to see Luo Xiang in the future, and he will not continue to push forward the progress in the short term. As for whether there are other factors that could cause changes, Suen is not sure at the moment, nor is it necessary to think about it further. Soon, the shop owner warmly served the skewers. These are not ordinary foods, but magical dishes. They not only fill the stomach, but also restore physical strength, promote the recovery of magic power, and some of the top delicacies enjoyed by the Satan royal family can even increase the total amount of magic power. Latina saw the food being served, and although her eyes clearly showed her desire to eat, she didn't start eating immediately. Suen glanced at her, as if to say, "If you're not going to eat, I'll eat first." She only took a skewer after Suen picked up the first one, as if maintaining some strange sense of ritual. Suen couldn't understand it. She had never seen Suen eat so reservedly before. Did she think that barbecue was more sacred than other foods? He didn't bother to think about it, and started eating right away. While they were eating, Latina suddenly asked, "Suen, you said you were thinking about something. What were you thinking about?" Suen paused for a moment, frowned, and thought for a while before realizing what she meant. On the way to retrieve the symbol of end, Latina asked him if he was confident in deflecting the attack of Crimson Overlay. At the time, Suen didn't give a direct answer, only saying that she was thinking about a question. Latina clearly remembered this incident. Suen put down the skewers in her hand and replied, "I was wondering at the time, were there really only the three of us who entered the Radiant Realm this time?" This sentence made Latina stop eating. According to Winston, this Radiant Realm originated from Lord White Tower. If there were more than just the three of them who entered this place, then perhaps only Lord White Tower himself could have accomplished this. In other words, Suen suspected that the ninth-tier mage might also be in this Radiant Realm. Latina asked, puzzled, "Why would you think that?" After all, judging from the current signs, only the three of them have indeed entered the Radiant Realm. Suen's judgment seems more like a wild guess. Suen shook her head and said, "Because this is too unreasonable. The Crimson Shadows starting at the 8th rank, the Strife Gods starting at the 9th rank, the endless end to the chaos, the vanished symbol of the 4th end, and the mysterious and unpredictable Luo Xiang. This situation is something they, a team with an average level of only 4th rank, are expected to resolve. Why should they be the ones to accomplish something that no one has been able to do in the past 226 years of the suppression of chaos?" What Suen didn't say was that even Violet, who had already reached the threshold of the 9th rank, would be corrupted by Crimson. He had no idea how to defeat Crimson Shadow. Latina, on the other hand, felt more relaxed. She understood what Suen meant. If Bai Taching were also present, then the difficulty of this Radiant Realm would be reasonable. She said, "If it weren't like that, how could it be called a desperate situation? We still have a chance of winning. For example, the Crimson Shadow's ranged attacks are completely useless against us." But Latina suddenly froze halfway through her sentence, as if she had realized something. Suen slowly spoke. "Luo Xiang mentioned that the god of conflict is unlikely to interfere with us at this moment under any circumstances." He looked at Latina and continued, "Is it possible that the White Tower Lord stopped the conflict god Anva?" This hypothesis still has some doubts, such as why Luo Xiang would know this kind of information. But then again, Luo Xiang's identity, class, and abilities are all unknown. Since she herself is shrouded in mystery, it's not entirely impossible that she knows these things. Latina paused for a moment, then picked up another lamb skewer and smiled again. "Suen, stop creating anxiety. Let's enjoy this rare moment of leisure." Suen smiled and replied softly, "You're right." Despite their relaxation, the two didn't really slack off. Dozens of skewers of barbecue were quickly devoured. When it was time to pay, Suen took out the magic credit card that Luo Xiang had given him and prepared to pay. The shop owner noticed the exquisite patterns on the card and couldn't help but say, "Young man, this magic card of yours is very rare." Suen then took a serious look at the card in his hand. He had only thought that the design was similar to the magic cards of the Satan Empire, but he hadn't noticed that the magic circuits on it would form a lotus flower when used. Red magic flows across the card, the design resembling a blooming red lotus. In the 12 days of revelation, if the world tree symbolizes the 8th day, supreme, then the red lotus is the representative symbol of the 4th day. And the shop owner continued, I've only ever seen this pattern in the hands of the town mayor. You're from the Research Institute, aren't you? He seemed to suddenly realize something, and added, No wonder you still dare to move around outside freely after the mayor issued the restriction order. Suen and Latina were both startled, and their brows furrowed. What did you say? A travel ban? Chapter 38 Prohibition Order. A ban? What ban? Suen and Latina were completely bewildered. They had only been in the Radiant Realm for a little over 20 hours and had never heard of such a thing. The barbecue restaurant owner was also taken aback, clearly not expecting that the two people in front of him were unaware of the restrictions. Suen reacted quickly, immediately explaining that they had just died from another era yesterday and were now doing research under Mayor Luo Xiang, so they were not yet familiar with the city's rules. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they were just newbies who had recently died. He had assumed they were from outside the city. He then slowly explained that the curfew had only been issued a few hours earlier, supposedly due to problems with the town's energy and resource supply systems. However, these matters were handled by the town mayor, and ordinary people were unaware of the details. He asked the two if they knew where the beef and mutton at the barbecue restaurant came from. Suen and Latina exchanged a glance and both shook their heads. The owner then explained that all resources in the town were collected from the resource center near the town center according to monthly quotas and earnings. In other words, Luo Xiang was responsible for supplying all the town's resources. The so-called restrictions are new regulations related to resource allocation. Each person can only move around in town for 1 hour a day, and must spend the rest of the time in a shop or residence. If the time limit is exceeded, a portion will be deducted from the resource allocation. That's why the streets are almost deserted now. Upon hearing this, Suen immediately sensed something was amiss. Winch had previously noticed that the city lacked any magical energy production facilities. Now it seemed that not only energy, but even the source of essential resources was related to Luo Xiang. But how could one person possibly supply the entire town with such resources, given the management and production costs? The implementation of the restrictions indicates that there are indeed problems with the resource and energy systems. However, if the sole purpose is to reduce consumption, this order is unreasonable. While residents will certainly comply with the 1 hour limit to avoid having resources deducted, what it truly reduces is only the time people spend on the streets. Therefore, Luo Xiang's goal was likely not to save resources, but to get the townspeople off the streets. Suen recalled that Luo Xiang had said she had already evacuated unrelated personnel. In her eyes, the townspeople were unrelated personnel, and right now there was only one truly relevant matter. That was the final battle against the Crimson Shadow. Suen shared his assessment with Latina. No further explanation was needed, as Latina understood his meaning. Banning townspeople from the streets was crucial for this decisive battle. Suen even had a vague guess. Could the town's resources and magic come from the fourth symbol of the end? Based on the information available, this seemed to be the closest answer to the truth. Unexpectedly, just going out for a barbecue yielded so much information. Suen's eyes lit up as he looked at Latina, inwardly marveling at her experience as a powerful and experienced Radiant Realm expert. Latina felt a little uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but take a half-step back. She felt guilty. She really just wanted something to eat and hadn't thought anything of it. Seeing this, Suen subconsciously scoffed. Are you serious about taking that half-step back? Latina was taken aback and asked him where this song was from, and why it even had a tune. The style of the lyrics was so different from the music of the Satan Empire, they were completely distinct. Soon, the two left the barbecue restaurant. On the way, Suen saw a jewelry store, but unfortunately, this was the Radiant Realm, and the items couldn't be brought back to reality. Otherwise, he would have liked to buy Latina some gemstones that couldn't be found outside to make pendants. The two then went to the magic shop, and while they were there, they also visited the first person they had met in this town, Petrice. Petrice was a classical magician, and the items sold in the shop were somewhat outdated for the two, who came from the Satan Empire, but outdated didn't mean completely useless. Latina quickly picked up a vial. It contained an unsettling green liquid, bubbling with tiny bubbles. She explained that the potion was made from lax spider eggs and the tail of a corundal serpent, and that consuming it would significantly increase one's total magic power for a day, roughly equivalent to a major rank. Petrice, hearing her analysis, immediately became interested. Suen, however, thought to himself that it was normal for top students from the White Tower Magic Academy to know a lot. But such a potent potion would have been a sensation in the Satan Empire long ago if there were no problems, so he asked about the side effects. Latina calmly replied that it would cause severe diarrhea 3 hours after taking the medicine, and if you were unlucky, it could last all day. After saying that, she put the potion back and whispered to Suen. The corundal ceratosaurus was killed to extinction by humans 500 years ago, so it can't be made now. Suen immediately understood that while this thing was dangerous, it was also ridiculously rare. Perhaps with a sufficiently strong stomach, one could actually give it a try. But the next second, Latina actually bought the potion, leaving Petrice and Suen stunned. Suen stared at her, as if asking if she was serious. Latina immediately bristled, saying she was using it for research. Suen didn't believe her at all. Items from the Radiant Realm couldn't be taken out, and she thought she could conduct quiet research under extreme difficulty? That reason was too flimsy. Latina then lowered her voice and said that she knew purification magic and could eliminate the side effects of the potion. She hadn't mentioned it earlier to lower the price. If Petrice knew she knew this kind of magic, she would definitely raise the price significantly. She looked at Suen with a look of utter disappointment, as if she were ashamed that a nobleman didn't even understand this basic principle of saving money. Suen was silent for a moment, then reminded her of a crucial fact. This money was neither hers nor his, but Luo Xiang's money. Latina instantly realized. Right, since it's Luo Xiang's money, why save? Once she became aware of the importance of spending money, she immediately turned around, her eyes looking like she wanted to buy out the entire shop. Just as the two were excitedly searching for treasure in the store, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Latina, Suen. The two paused, but Suen chuckled as if she had found something good, without turning around in a hurry. He picked up a magic card, saying the engraving on it was interesting, and he decided to take it. The voice behind him sounded again, this time more forceful. Son, Latina! As if by telepathy, the two turned around simultaneously. Standing in the doorway were Winston and Luo Xiang. Winston's expression was complex, while Luo Xiang remained calm, only unlike usual, Winston had a bloody mark on his face. Even more astonishingly, Luo Xiang's originally indigo right pupil had now turned completely crimson. Suen was shocked. What on earth were you two doing? Chapter 39. Things have come to this, let's run away first. One glance was enough for Suen to know it was definitely not a good thing. Although the bloodstains on Winston's face weren't deep, they were still shrouded in a dark red aura, and the wounds were still sizzling. Luo Xiang's change was even more obvious. Her right pupil, which was originally as clear as Latina's, was now completely stained deep red, looking particularly glaring. Winston grinned and said it was just a minor accident. Luo Xiang glanced at him, offering no comment, but her tone was somewhat helpless. Your companion wanted to test my abilities, so I was forced to use some of my power. Suen immediately realized that Winston had taken advantage of their absence to fight Luo Xiang. The outcome was obvious, either of them was seriously injured, but Winston's expression said it all. Latina didn't mince words, blinking directly as she asked, So you got a beating from Luo Xiang? The air suddenly became quiet. However, Winston's outburst wasn't entirely without results. At least it confirmed one thing. Luo Xiang was indeed a divine revelation user of the 4th divine revelation Sun Pulse system, and her rendering value would increase once she used her abilities. The mission information before Suen's eyes also confirmed this. Luo Xiang's rendering value had skyrocketed from 10% to 30%, which was definitely not good news. Luo Xiang and Winston arrived in a hurry and did not linger at the research institute. They quickly led Suen and Latina to the city gate. The silver-white magic chariot sped along, crossing the once insurmountable city wall in just a few seconds. Inside the car, the 3-person team from the Magic Academy huddled together, quietly recounting what had just happened. They thought they were speaking softly, but Luo Xiang, in the driver's seat, heard everything clearly. According to Winston, after entering the large research lab, he first chatted with Luo Xiang for a few normal minutes, and then suddenly launched a sneak attack. But after only one exchange, he realized that he couldn't win. Winston's word magic was incredibly fast, ranking among the fastest of all magic types. Luo Xiang's counterattack was even faster than his second attempt to speak. He clearly saw that Luo Xiang's right eye turned deep red in an instant, and an extremely refined and immense magical power surged from her body. That power carried the aura of the end unique to the fourth god, son of revelation, as if it could erode everything. His first spell, along with its magical power, was wiped out in the air before it even touched Luo Xiang. By the time he prepared to cast the spell a second time, a sharp pain had already run down his face. It was just a small wound, yet it splattered with a large amount of blood in an instant. When Winston finished recounting what happened, his expression remained natural, as if being instantly killed was nothing to worry about. Luo Xiang wasn't angry at his offense and continued discussing business. But Winston soon noticed that her deep red right eye hadn't recovered, and some of her white hair had been dyed red. At this moment, Luo Xiang's eyes were deep red in one eye and clear in the other. Her long white hair was studded with red highlights, and she wore the same white coat that she never wore before, making her look extremely strange. Suen couldn't help but wonder if Luo Xiang would gradually turn completely crimson if the rendering value continued to rise. But her mind was clear now, and her movements were even more agile than before, not like someone who had gone out of control and mutated. Since Latina can switch between human and light angel, Luo Xiang's change between indigo and crimson doesn't seem entirely incomprehensible. The magical carriage came to a steady stop atop the high wall after a short drive. The wall was so thick and sturdy that it inspired a sense of security. It even had water intakes, mahogany benches, and long wooden tables built on it. The problem is that there is no normal way to get up here except by flying up, and we don't know who these rest facilities are for. The ground was densely covered with blue runes, flowing along the city walls like worms. With his meager knowledge, Suen guessed that these were runes to reinforce the city walls. To confirm, he gently touched Latina and asked her what the incantations were for. Latina glanced at him, and Suen understood the unspoken message. "You must not have studied properly." She explained that these incantations are not for reinforcement, but rather for reflecting high concentrations of magical energy. Once the magical energy comes into contact with the flowing incantations, it is guided, dispersed, and ultimately scattered into the air. Suen silently changed his mind. Although he had guessed wrong, the thing had indeed protected the city walls, so in the end, he wasn't entirely wrong. Just then, Luo Xiang told them to look into the distance. Suen looked in that direction and immediately saw the deep red sky blurring, with red magic threads connecting the heavens and the earth everywhere. A slight commotion arose in the distance, as countless threads stretched from the ground to the sky and then fell back down to the earth. They moved and intertwined, each shift bringing them closer to the town. The image brought four words to Suen's mind: Earth-space split. Some of the magical threads intertwined in the air, vaguely outlining a blurry pattern. He was too far away to see exactly what it was, but he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. After a brief moment of thought, Suen suddenly remembered that when the crimson shadow disappeared from their sight, there had also been such crimson threads descending from the sky and connecting to the earth. In other words, those approaching magic threads in the distance most likely represent the crimson shadow. That thing had no intention of letting them, these few insects, go. Luo Xiang's tone was unusually light as she asked them if they had any leads. Latina blinked, understanding her meaning, and after thinking seriously for a moment, suggested, "How about we run away first?" Chapter 40 Crimson Shadows, Time to Make Dumplings. At first, the three students from the Magic Academy thought that the crimson shadow was just an anomaly suspended in the sky and would not take any action on its own. It wasn't until they were retrieving the second end that they realized something was wrong. The crimson shadows could not only move, but also hunt down their targets at a considerable speed, and even possessed combat judgment, making them completely different from the crimson hordes that could only roar and charge aimlessly. Suen even suspected that it had been standing in the center of the battlefield not because it couldn't move, but because it was guarding the crimson spear and watching the countless crimson groups below fight each other for the so-called symbol of the end. Now Suen and his group have broken this cycle, seizing all the targets that the Crimson Clan was vying for. With the rules broken, the Crimson Shadows naturally followed, wanting to take back the Crimson Spear. Unfortunately, the spear had already been cleverly transformed into the shape of the Sun Magic Sword. Of course, this was just Suen's guess. Latina's suggestion to run away was precisely because she had this in mind. She just looked simple-minded, she wasn't really stupid. Firstly, if a battle were to break out in a town with the Crimson Shadow, the town would inevitably suffer heavy damage, and the city walls might not be able to stop the raging monster, resulting in a large number of innocent people being caught in the crossfire. Secondly, without knowing Luo Xiang's true combat strength, a head-on confrontation with the Crimson Shadows would be an unwise choice. Luo Xiang originally planned to take the initiative and catch the opponent off guard, but now they are the ones being forced into a corner by the Crimson Shadows. The only reassuring thing was that, despite the unfavorable situation, none of the 4 people present seemed too panicked. If they leave the town now, they can immediately determine whether the Crimson Shadows are there to destroy the city or to pursue the symbol of the end. Just as Suen was about to agree with Latina's suggestion, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. A violent thread of magic lashed down like a whip, slamming heavily against the city wall. The point of impact was more than 500 meters away from them, but the tremors still traveled along the city wall, almost knocking them over. Winston was the first to react, immediately pulling out his small magic wand and chanting a spell in a low voice. "Go!" Luo Xiang shook her head and pointed to the town behind her. The commotion on the city wall had already awakened the residents, and many people peeked out of their houses, looking in this direction with surprise and suspicion. She had to stay behind to handle and prepare some things, and couldn't act with Suen and the others until then. The Crimson Shadows needed to be lured away by the 3 of them first. A sudden gust of wind arose, and Winston once again unleashed his not-so-proud, explosive magic, the violent wind elements instantly sending the 3 of them soaring into the sky. Suen, worried that the Crimson Shadows might not have noticed the target shift, quickly cast her best spell on Winston, Light Angel's highlight moment. Now, almost the entire Crimson Shadows group on the map could see him. Winston gritted his teeth and forced out, "Thank you." The effect was indeed remarkable. Suen looked back and saw that the wildly spreading magical threads were rapidly chasing after them, taking advantage of the reflection of the sky and earth. The 3-person team from the Magic Academy gradually moved away from the town, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. Luo Xiang stood still, quietly watching them disappear into the distance. She cannot leave. Because this town holds the world's most important secret, the source of infinite energy. If something goes wrong there, it will be far more serious than just the Crimson Shadows attack. Luo Xiang coughed lightly and looked down at her palm. Bright red blood slid from her fingertips and dripped into the flowing incantations on the ground. She hasn't bled in a long time. Her body is in truly terrible condition. Suddenly, Luo Xiang's deep red right eye turned on its own and glanced to the left. But of course, one eye cannot see the other. The next moment, the deep red eye split open, briefly transforming into a mouth, and asked in a low voice, "Do gods bleed?" Luo Xiang did not respond. The madness of the Crimson Clique was incomprehensible to her. She simply closed her right eye calmly. Meanwhile, the 3-person team from the Magic Academy's Radiant Realm was still flying at high speed. Latina and Winston were, after all, experts of the Radiant Realm. Even though the Crimson Shadow was hot on their heels and closing in, they did not lose their composure. As for Suen, although his style is abstract, he's still a fairly skilled fighter. More importantly, as long as Winch hasn't been caught by Crimson Shadow, Suen won't have to attend any trials for the time being. Of course, if Winston really gets into trouble, the first one to be tried will most likely be Suen. Winston finally couldn't hold back any longer. "When are you going to remove this highlight effect? Can't you see all those crimson figures below are staring at us?" He hadn't even been pushed to his limit by the Crimson Shadows yet, but he'd already been tormented enough by Suen's insane maneuvers. As an ace pilot, he had a lot to consider. If a Tier 7 Crimson Swarm suddenly appeared below and attacked them, they'd be blown up on the spot. Suen then realized what had happened and casually said, "I forgot, sorry." After he deactivated the Angel of Light's highlight moment, the Crimson crowd, which had been drawn in by the 3's rapid movement, gradually stopped paying attention to the sky. The speed of the Crimson Shadow wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. In fact, it seemed to be falling further and further behind the 3. Within the 8th tier, it was probably among the slowest. But Suen remained uneasy, a strange sense of danger brewing within him. He thought for a moment and asked, "So we're just going to keep running like this?" While controlling the airflow, Winston replied, "What else? Let's go around in circles first, then return to town. Once Luo Xiang is ready, the final battle will begin." Despite his verbal complaints about Suen, Winch's actions were anything but hesitant. He even felt that after this trip to the Radiant Realm, he could officially enter the realm of wind magic. Remaining stay time, 44 hours. Several hours later, Winston, the ace pilot, was exhausted from flying and was preparing to return to base. By this time, the Crimson Shadow had been far ahead, but the changing colors of the sky in the distance still reminded them that the thing was still relentlessly pursuing them. Does it intend to chase the three until their magic is exhausted before making its move to capture them? But that doesn't make sense either. Following Winch's plan, they could fly far away first, then find an opportunity to circle back to the town, which would still buy them time to recover their magic. Just then, Latina suddenly spoke up. Suen, don't you feel that the Crimson group below seems to have decreased? Suen looked down and saw that the battle on the ground was indeed less brutal than before. However, judging from Latina's expression, the concentration of, and, type magic here had not decreased, but rather increased. Her little nose has always been very sensitive. But Suen did not continue to question it, because he had already seen the real problem. Right in front of them, countless violent magical threads were raging wildly between heaven and earth, surging towards them like a tidal wave. Damn it, the Crimson Shadows have them surrounded. Chapter 41 Bloodlust Flash. Yes, since the Crimson Shadow is called Shadow, it means it's more than one shadow. If it can chase from behind, why can't it split into several more to block them from the front? At this moment, Suen and his companions were still on their way back and had no idea how many clones the Crimson Shadow had. But the situation was already bad enough. One in front and one behind, these two shadows alone were enough to drive them into a dead end. Suen immediately shouted, Winston, turn around! Winch also sensed the approaching danger ahead, without needing Suen's explanation. With their front and back blocked, their only way out was to break through to the left or right, and they had to do so at an even faster pace. The problem is, Winston has been flying for 4 or 5 hours straight. Even as a 5th-tier mage, his magical energy is nearly depleted. He can barely maintain flight with his remaining strength, but it's not enough to support another burst of rapid flight. Knowing that Suen possessed many strange items, Winch asked directly, Do you have any items that can immediately restore magic power? Anything will do, I need it urgently. Suen had considered using the Phase Walker's relative movement to accelerate, but since there were no suitable high-speed reference points around, this ability was temporarily useless. Just then, Latina's eyes lit up, and she took out a bottle containing a bubbling green liquid. She was about to explain. This potion can greatly increase your total magic power for 24 hours, roughly equivalent to advancing a major rank, but the side effect is... Before he could finish speaking, a gust of air swept up the medicine bottle and delivered it to Winston's hand. Without hesitation, Winston tilted his head back and gulped down the medicine. The next second, the magic power within him surged violently, gushing out like a tidal wave crashing against the earth. Winston felt completely refreshed, as if every cell in his body was filled with magic power, and he could fly for another whole day without any problem. He then asked, By the way, what were the side effects again? Latina chuckled dryly. Ha, it's nothing. Suen didn't say much, only silently praying that Winston's teeth and appetite were good. After all, the after effects of this medicine probably wouldn't be so easy to manage. Winston's spirits lifted, and he immediately activated Divine Revelation. 8th Divine Revelation Day, Wind Element, haven't you eaten enough? Accelerate! The Wind Elemental, seemingly enraged by the provocation, unleashed its full power, dragging the three of them as it sped off to the side. As the Crimson Shadows realized they were trying to evade the encirclement, the magic threads on both sides immediately accelerated their pulse, attempting to crush the three of them into dust before Winston could escape. Suen observed the distance between the two sides. The magic threads seemed close at hand, but in reality, they were still tens of kilometers away. It was only because the Crimson Shadow covered such a large area that it gave people a sense of imminent oppression. At Winston's current speed, they could break through the blockade in less than a minute. But just then, low, chaotic murmurs echoed through the space once more. The Crimson Shadow uttered a series of fragmented words, like countless people wailing at the same time, or like 1,000 layers of malice overlapping. Suen's head throbbed with pain, and Latina frowned as well. Only Winch remained calm, seemingly unaffected. No wonder he was a word magician. He had long since developed a resistance to such malevolent incantations. The words are understandable individually, but they make no sense when put together. This makes sense, considering the Crimson Shadow is essentially the collective malice of millions on the battlefield. It would be strange to glean logic from its words. Suddenly, the magic threads on both sides stopped simultaneously. They seemed to realize that simply attacking from both sides was no longer enough to stop Suen and the other two, perhaps because they were already close enough. The next moment, countless magic circles instantly formed in the sky. The magical threads that danced on both sides intertwined, forming one complex pattern after another. Suen's heart sank. The combined end symbol was still in his hands, and Crimson Shadow knew that ranged attacks were ineffective, so it shouldn't be wasting its power. Since it wasn't a ranged attack or a defense, the most likely answer was a displacement spell. Magic threads slowly wove together, and a giant, complex magic circle was taking shape. A deathly stillness spread outwards, and the magic even resonated with each other. This kind of magical resonance usually only appears in the hands of powerhouses of the 6th rank or above, or in the hands of high-ranking divine enlighteners. It means that the spellcaster is manipulating the magic of nature, causing the entire world to tremble with its power. Once this phenomenon occurs, aside from natural magical disasters, only the purest and most powerful magic is about to be born. If Crimson Shadows wanted to use this to get close to them quickly, the ideal way would be to teleport directly in front of them. Without hesitation, Suen immediately said, "Latina, add another layer of light shield for me, preferably several layers, just like last time." When facing a true 8th tier monster like Crimson Shadow, any moment of carelessness could drag them into an abyss. Latina reacted extremely quickly, not only casting a shield on Suen but also applying a large light shield that enveloped all three of them. At this moment, all the magic threads on both sides had completed their circuits. 2 enormous red lotuses bloomed in the center of the 2 magic circles respectively. Suen and his 2 companions, sandwiched between the 2 circles, appeared incredibly small. The pattern is the red lotus, the symbol of the 4th day of revelation. Immediately afterwards, the 2 magic circles surged with immense magical power, countless magical threads connecting them, and a vast force converged towards the center. Once the magical transfer was complete, the crimson overlay would appear directly before them. And all of this happened incredibly fast. A flash of bloodlust, and it was about to be completed. A massive, crimson figure materialized instantly, and countless crimson hands spread outwards. It was determined to capture these 3 insects that had repeatedly toyed with it. But the next moment, it froze. The surroundings were empty. There was no sign of Suen or the other 2. The Crimson Shadow turned to look into the distance, where it saw a sphere of light as bright as the sun hurtling wildly toward the magic circle it had previously formed, like a runaway train. The sphere of light smashed through the crimson lotus pattern and then sped away without looking back. The effects of Yuan's mind-bending punishment seemed to have also landed on Crimson Shadow's head at this moment. Endless wails and delirious murmurs began to linger in place. Chapter 42 Winston's Terrifying Midnight. The Phase Walker is currently vying with the Light Angel, Clear Radiance, for the title of Best Ability of the Year. As soon as the Crimson Lotus magic circle constructed from the deep Crimson Shadows released its magic threads, Suen immediately locked onto its target and rammed its entire light shield into the magic circle on the other side. Unfortunately, the Crimson Shadow flashed towards their original location, and the bloodthirsty attack missed its mark, failing to even touch the 3 of them. Suen wasn't sure if the Crimson Shadow had emotions. Every time she got close to it, it would utter a bunch of incomprehensible words as if it were crazy, sounding like it had no normal consciousness. But it belonged to the Crimson Clan after all, and was born with the attribute of anger. So when Suen brushed past it, he casually gave it a Suen mind punishment. In the eyes of the Crimson Shadow, the light shield supporting the 3 of them was probably as dazzling as the sun. As for the massive Crimson Lotus magic circle, it was easily punctured by the symbol of Bien. Regardless of whether it was a 7th or 8th rank, it had to behave itself. Latina had no idea what Suen was laughing about. Was surviving a disaster really that funny? She reached out and touched Suen's forehead, wondering if he had suffered brain damage from a fever. Suen was stunned when he was suddenly touched. He then reached out and pressed his hand against Latina's forehead, wondering if she was acting strangely as well. This won't do. Latina is the core of the team. In good times, rely on Winston. In bad times, rely on Latina. In dire situations, rely on Suen. The 3 of them are indispensable. Without her light shield, no one can escape. Winch sighed. After escaping the Crimson Shadow's blockade, he, the ace pilot, once again took control, using air currents to carry the 3-person Magic Academy team back to base. His stomach had been feeling strange lately. Perhaps it was because he hadn't eaten anything he liked since entering the Radiant Realm, and his body was acting up. That was the only way he could console himself. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him had stopped acting altogether, Winston muttered a few words to himself, then whispered, "On the 8th day of divine revelation, I need a speed that breaks through the heavens." The wind element seemed to resonate with him, deeply sensing his speechless emotions. The next second, the light shield suddenly accelerated, crashing into the ground with an almost annihilating force, causing the flowing runes on the nearby town walls to tremble. Winston slowly rose to his feet. He had been prepared for an emergency landing, since he controlled the speed. Suen and Latina, on the other hand, were certainly not prepared, especially since they had just been touching each other's foreheads. He turned around, ready to enjoy Suen's humiliation. Although his elegant persona was fading, it was worth it as long as Suen suffered. As the dust settled, Winchell's brows slowly furrowed. Suen and Latina were indeed caught off guard by the impact, but Suen was currently holding Latina, using his own body to shield her from the shock. Winston instantly felt relieved and calmly turned to walk towards the town. Those with low skill levels simply couldn't outsmart Suen, the most cunning person in modern times. Suen stood up and couldn't help but ask, "Winch, why did you land so suddenly? Was there an emergency?" Falling unexpectedly is certainly unpleasant. Even if you're not injured, it will still hurt. Fortunately, Latina is lightweight, so she didn't put too much strain on him. If it had been Winston who fell on top of him, he would most likely have suffered some internal injuries. Winch felt that Suen behind him was chirping at him with ill intent. But he was too speechless to bother with her, and just wanted her to shut up after she had gotten what she wanted. Latina broke free from Suen's embrace and whispered her thanks. Winch clearly wanted them to fall, but thankfully Suen shielded her from the impact, otherwise she would have really lost her little pearl. However, Suen seemed to take the opportunity to ruffle her head, messing up her newly styled silver hair again. Latina followed Suen while fixing her hair, secretly making a mental note of this. Remaining time in the current year, 41 hours, Town, Research Institute. Latina picked up a spoon and scooped up a piece of cake. She hadn't expected the Research Institute to have such a wonderful thing. With each bite, she could taste a rich, magical sensation. Luo Xiang said that this was the Institute's most treasured stock, which had been kept in a magic freezer, so it had not been contaminated by any messy, element magic. She added, "That freezer is a magical artifact made more than 200 years ago. It contains 56 7th-order ice magic arrays, and the things put inside will not break even after 10,000 years. Latina listened in amazement. To be able to fit 56 solidified 7th-order magic arrays into a freezer, the person who made it must be a very senior master of magical engineering. Luo Xiang shook her head and smiled, saying that the person's magical engineering skills were not good, and could even be said to be completely non-existent. He only managed to make this freezer through some special means. Upon hearing that there was more to the story, Suen immediately asked, "In what mental state did he manage to combine 56 ice magic arrays into the magic freezer?" In magical engineering, complex magic circles are inherently difficult to create. If the magic circuits clash, the magical tool is likely to explode. Not to mention, inscribing multiple magic circles on the same plane is far more difficult than ordinary spellcasting. So, if a freezer contains 56 ice magic arrays, the person's mental state is definitely not normal. Luo Xiang continued to explain that he simply made this magical freezer specifically for storing desserts because someone wanted one. From the very beginning, its purpose was to store desserts. Suen quickly noticed the problem. If that person likes desserts, how could there be any desserts left in the freezer until now? They should have been eaten long ago. Luo Xiang looked at him and said calmly, "Because the person who liked desserts was no longer in this world 200 years ago." Suen fell silent. He realized he had asked an absurd question. Since the person was gone, they could no longer eat the desserts in the freezer. However, this person's hobbies are similar to Latina's. It's a pity that Suen hasn't had much contact with ice elements, and her magical engineering skills aren't good either, otherwise she might have been able to make one for her. Latina listened for a while before finally realizing what was happening, her pupils dilating slightly. So this cake has been sitting here for over 200 years? Luo Xiang shrugged. Yeah. Latina's azure eyes were filled with shock. She immediately got up and left, leaving only the words, "I'll be gone for a bit." Just as Luo Xiang was about to explain that the substance hadn't spoiled, Latina disappeared from sight at the speed of light. At this moment, Luo Xiang seemed to remember something and asked, "Speaking of which, why didn't I see Xian? Didn't he come back with you?" Vian was Winston's identity in this world. Sun thought for a moment, and the image of the powerful potion brewed from Atlas spider eggs and the tail of the corundal serpent beast flashed through his mind. He then slowly said, "You asked where he is? He should be in the bathroom right now, getting ready to spend his terrifying midnight." Chapter 43. This is the time of turmoil. Later, this magic freezer came into my hands. After all, the person who made it no longer needed it, so the cakes inside have been preserved to this day. After Suen and the others returned to the research institute, Winshers excused himself by saying he had a stomachache and went to the restroom. Suen and Latina stayed in the large research lab to listen to Luo Xiang explain the situation. Luo Xiang had prepared desserts in advance, and Latina immediately started eating as soon as she entered. Suen sat beside her, continuing to learn about the upcoming arrangements. The situation isn't complicated. Luo Xiang has made all the necessary preparations. After a short rest, they can launch a preemptive strike to search for the Crimson Shadow. Half of the Radiant Realm's time has passed. The real decisive battle is fast approaching. At this point, Luo Xiang casually mentioned the origin of the magic freezer. After listening, Suen couldn't help but ask, "What about the person who made it? Has he passed away?" Someone capable of creating 56 complex ice magic arrays couldn't possibly be an unknown nobody. Logically, Suen, having played the game, should remember someone like that. But even after searching through his memory, he couldn't find anyone who matched. Indeed, there is a significant difference between games and reality. Luo Xiang shook her head. No. He later became completely disheartened and focused on doing something big. Something extremely big, and it still gives me a huge headache. She paused, then added casually, "But I am who I am today because of him." Upon hearing the words, "Still in a terrible predicament," Suen immediately tensed up. There was probably only one thing that could cause Luo Xiang such a headache right now. He tentatively asked, "The person you're talking about wouldn't happen to be the messenger of strife, would he? The culprit who instigated wars across various eras, directly leading to the birth of the suppression calendar, the ultimate villain who brought the four and symbols to this world and ultimately caused the death of the Academy's top student, Violet." For a moment, Suen even wondered if this guy was starting to take revenge on the whole world because his lover had died. Was the god of conflict playing the role of the king of ruin? Luo Xiang nodded, her expression remaining calm. "You guessed right. I won't tell you useless stories." Suen's train of thought suddenly veered off course. "Then what do you mean by saying he made you who you are now? Could the god of conflict actually be your father?" The originally serious atmosphere suddenly became absurd. Suen seemed to have discovered the truth behind the suppression of rebellion calendar, which turned out to be a family drama. Luo Xiang finally couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Are you fucking crazy?" She hadn't cursed like that in centuries. She was usually very restrained unless she absolutely couldn't hold back. The god of conflict's envoy was her father? Suen's thought process was utterly absurd and incomprehensible. Mission Objective 2. Ensure the mission objective. Luo Xiang survives. Luo Xiang rendering value, 31%. Because of Suen's words, Luo Xiang's rendering value increased by 1%. Keep in mind that before they entered the Radiant Realm, Luo Xiang's rendering value was only 3%. Suen's single sentence had amplified nearly 70 years of someone's emotional turmoil. Spending too much time with such an abstract person wouldn't be surprising if you were driven to your death by anger one day. Thinking about it carefully, provocation can indeed easily lead to conflict. In a sense, Suen might actually have the potential to become a messenger of conflict. Luo Xiang didn't continue the topic. She glanced at the instruments beside her and said calmly, "It's getting late. Judging by the time, we should be there soon." Suen was taken aback. "What, almost here?" Luo Xiang looked into the distance and said slowly, "The Crimson Shadows are almost here." On the other side, Winchell used Word of Power magic to cleanse his stomach, his face still looking somewhat haggard. Although the abdominal pain had subsided and his magic power had almost recovered, his anger had not subsided at all. As soon as he got back, he pretended to beat Latina up. That kind of medicine causes diarrhea, such an important thing, and this girl didn't even remind him. She must have been hanging out with Suen all the time and gone astray. In close combat, Winston was no match for Latina, a demon swordswoman. But Latina, knowing she was in the wrong, whimpered and hid behind Suen. Suen was shocked on the spot. Based on the principle of, better to die than to die myself, he immediately retreated behind Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang looked at the three abstract figures in front of her, and couldn't help but click her tongue. The enemy was almost at their doorstep, and they were still fooling around here, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. That was a genuine 8th tier Crimson Shadow, while their average level was only 4th. Luo Xiang really couldn't understand how these people could be so carefree. She quickly interrupted them. Suen sensed the location of the Crimson Shadow. The group returned to the city wall. It offered the best view, ample space, and the wall itself provided some protection, making it the perfect spot for a temporary rest. Upon hearing this, Suen stopped joking around, gripped the rusty magic sword in her hand, and began to sense the location of the Crimson Shadow. The third end symbol is on the Crimson Shadow, so Suen can theoretically pinpoint the opponent's location. He turned in 4 directions in succession, sensing all 4 directions, but he could not detect any aura of the end. Luo Xiang frowned. What, can't you find it? Logically, this situation shouldn't occur. As long as the symbol of the end remains, Suen cannot completely lose his senses. Suen's expression suddenly changed. It wasn't me who found it. Luo Xiang was about to ask about the location, but before Suen could even speak, she already knew the answer. Above the town, countless magical threads shimmered and intertwined, outlining a giant red lotus. The enormous red lotus, carrying a terrifying aura of Bien, was rapidly sinking from the sky. Chapter 44 The Most Cunning Future vs. The Most Cunning Modern Era, Part 1. The Crimson Shadow appeared silently above everyone's heads. Suen immediately activated his third-tier brain and instantly understood the reason. The Crimson Shadow could create shadows that wandered around, and as long as the midpoint of 2 shadows landed in a town, it could activate that displacement magic and directly condense into a form above the town. The problem is that this kind of displacement is obviously limited by distance. If it really approached by teleportation, Luo Xiang and Suen couldn't have been completely unaware when it was at least a few kilometers outside the city. Luo Xiang's expression was somewhat grim. Perhaps she hadn't expected it to teleport directly above the town, or perhaps she was pondering deeper reasons. But in any case, this crimson group was ridiculously sinister. Without hesitation, she jumped over the railing and shouted, "Run out of the city! My plans are outside the city!" This was the first time Luo Xiang had revealed her plans. The information was limited, but it was enough to suggest that the key to victory lay hidden outside the city. In the sky, countless phantoms simultaneously raised their weapons. As the third symbol of the end, it possessed the power to overturn the world. However, the Crimson Phantoms did not target Suen and his companions, but instead randomly locked onto the entire area. It's going to blow this place up. The rusty magic sword could block the symbol of Bien, but it couldn't stop the effects of environmental destruction. Especially since the town exuded an atmosphere of peace, the mere presence of the Crimson Shadows hovering overhead caused them to roar incessantly. The malice of this world cannot tolerate tranquility. Countless crimson streaks of light ripped through the sky, scattering in all directions like petals of a red lotus. Explosions rang out one after another, followed by a corrosive hissing sound. The next second, a massive indigo shield suddenly rose around the town, enveloping the entire city. The Crimson Shadow's attacks were completely blocked, disappearing as ripples. A crack appeared on the surface of the shield, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. In that instant, Suen sensed an aura resembling the symbol of the end. But that power contradicts the pervasive aura of the end here, so it cannot be the fourth symbol. It is extremely similar, yet completely different. Some residents in the city had already noticed something was wrong and began to become restless. Fortunately, Luo Xiang had already issued a curfew, and no one dared to take to the streets, so fear did not spread on a large scale for the time being. Latina saw that Suen was still looking back, narrowed her eyes, grabbed him and jumped down. The Crimson Shadow vanished from the sky, transforming into countless magical threads that chased after the fleeing group. Even though it was relatively slow for an eighth-tier creature, it was still incredibly fast for Suen and his companions who were on foot. Luo Xiang, where exactly is this setup you mentioned? They had run quite a distance, about 5 kilometers from the town. This distance wasn't their limit, but they no longer had the chance to widen the gap further. The crimson shadows caught up, and magical threads carrying the meaning of annihilation danced before everyone's eyes, instantly reforming themselves. Suen immediately realized that its first action was not to kill them, but to pollute their minds with wails and delirium. The noise was terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of illusory figures intertwined and overlapped before Suen, each seemingly concealing the complex emotions of countless people. In an instant, Suen saw countless pupils of the crimson overlapping figures. Every shadow was staring intently at each of them. A chilling coldness spread from their skin, and their gazes were fixed on the crimson shadows, unable to look away. Luo Xiang clicked her tongue, her left eye instantly turning deep red as she glared back without fear. A crisp tearing sound echoed through the space. The crimson shadow let out a mournful howl, and countless phantoms shed their skin and turned into dust, falling to the ground one after another. Mission Objective 2. Ensure the mission objective, Luo Xiang, survives. Luo Xiang rendering value, 60%. Luo Xiang used her ability again, but only managed to break the crimson shadow's gaze lock without causing any real damage. The cost was a direct increase of 29% in the rendering value. The crimson phantom high in the sky raised countless shadow hands, all of which transformed into sharp blades, seemingly about to form a storm of swords to tear the humans before it to shreds. Just then, the most useful ability in the world descended once more. A burst of intense light shone before the crimson shadows. In the instant the light flashed, the crimson shadows suddenly understood something, and endless rage surged from all the shadows at the same time. This ball of light is the most disgusting thing. The crimson blade pierced through the light in an instant. Once, twice, 3 times, 10,000 times, 20,000 times, it was still not satisfied and continued to relentlessly attack the ball of light. Si Yuan's mind-breaking punishment is activated. Under the interference of Bai Taching's abilities, the crimson overlapping shadow was directly blinded to red temperature by the clear radiance of the light angel. The flash, with its tenfold visual effect, also put it into a dazzled state, allowing it to attack only the location where the initial light appeared. Suen and the others had already been blown to the other side by Wen's using word magic and the wind. Right now! Luo Xiang slowly closed her eyes, which had turned deep red, placed one hand on her chest, and made the sign of the cross with the other. A surge of immense magical power rose from the ground, centered on Luo Xiang's feet, with streaks of light appearing on the ground. Countless hidden magical circuits were activated after being infused with magical power, rapidly spreading outwards. The 3 students from the Magic Academy were stunned. A prearranged, astonishing magic circle was slowly gathering beneath the crimson shadows. Winchell couldn't hide his astonishment. This near-perfect magic circle was something no ordinary human magician could conceive. It was practically a truth worthy of being recorded in history. What kind of being is Luo Xiang, who can construct something like this on her own? The ritual to quell the chaos. Luo Xiang spoke in a low voice, her gaze fixed on the distant town. At the same time, the indigo shield shattered instantly. It turns out that the main source of magic power consumed by the ritual to quell the chaos did not come from Luo Xiang, but from the entire town. The crimson shadow seemed to sense the disturbance on the ground, its magical threads surging upwards as if trying to grasp the crimson sky. But it wasn't trying to escape. Rather, it seemed to be sending a message to some unknown entity. Luoxiang's recitation has already begun. A symbol of iron and blood, the master of turmoil and strife, I command the strife to cease in the name of the one and only God. This is a magic circle specifically designed to punish the crimson shadows that possess the symbol of Bien, and it may be one of the achievements Luo Xiang has made in the Research Institute over the past century. A soaring indigo light engulfed the crimson shadows. The raging aura of the end gradually came to an end before this power capable of halting all turmoil. The conflicts, within a radius of tens of kilometers, were instantly wiped out, and Suen and the others felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The only problem is that the end symbol in Suen's hand also seems to be affected. It still possesses great destructive power, but it has clearly become much peaceful. It's over? This was the first thought that popped into Suen's mind. He quickly looked at the Radiant Realm panel to confirm the information on it. Remaining stay time, 39 hours. Mission Objective 3, Kill Crimson Shadow, incomplete. Link failed. What was that sound? Suen looked around and seemed to hear some strange sound echoing in the space. At that moment, countless crimson shadowy hands emerged from the enormous blue pillar of light. Guns, symbols of BN, were all aimed at Suen and the others. Thousands upon thousands of magic circles instantly formed, and crimson beams of light erupted forth. This time, instead of being devoured by the rusty magic sword in Suen's hand, they rushed straight towards Suen and his companions. Chapter 45 The Most Shadowy Future vs. The Most Shadowy Modern Era, Part 2. Clearly, Crimson Shadow did not fall after taking Luo Xiang's targeted attack. Its reaction was astonishingly fast, giving Suen and the others no chance to celebrate before launching the next attack. The Crimson Shadow's defensive capabilities were absolutely top-tier, even among all 8th-tier units. The distance was too close, neither Winston nor Latina had a chance to dodge using their speed alone. Luo Xiang gritted her teeth, the deep red in her eyes growing even more intense, as if she were truly determined to fight the Shadow Imprint to the death. Suen sighed and stopped her. The Crimson Shadow was indeed badly injured. The power of this round of crimson beams was far weaker than the one that had brought him back to town. He gripped the rusty magic sword tightly, its hilt gleaming faintly. The next second, the radiant power of the Angel of Light descended once more, blinding millions of phantoms in the crimson superimposed eyes simultaneously. Of all the enemies Suen had ever encountered, the Crimson Shadow was definitely the one most susceptible to dazzling effects. He swung his sword tip, using the simplest of moves to unleash a dazzling light in front of the crimson beam. With a deafening boom, the counter-magic erupted. Ripples spread across the Crimson Shadow, and the indigo ritual beam of chaos slowly dissipated, leaving only its murmured lamentations in midair. Even though it was weakened by Luo Xiang, it was still an 8th-tier creature. Even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. After enduring a full-force attack, the Crimson Shadow showed no signs of collapsing. To truly end it, perhaps the only way is to let the rusty magic sword pierce the body at close range, and through the symbolic status of BN, completely devour it. As the flash faded, Latina opened her eyes, already prepared. She discovered that Suen could deflect the Crimson Shadow's ranged attacks, and her heart, which had almost sunk, finally lifted again. But it was still hanging in the balance. The Crimson Shadows were still ridiculously strong. They had almost no means to inflict a fatal wound. The only chance was for Suen's sword to pierce through. The problem is that Suen's melee abilities are completely inadequate. He can't possibly fight an 8th-tier Crimson Shadow in close combat. Winch can project magic swords using Word of Power, but his speed might not be faster than the Shadow, and if he fails, their last hope will be lost. Latina is fast enough, but even if she were to activate her angel form and use her 5th-order light angel body to fight against an 8th-order being, it would still be unrealistic. The good news is that Crimson Shadow is affected by Suen's insidious combos. With proper control and the synergy between him and Latina's flash spells, it's not entirely impossible to defeat it. Remaining stay time, 39 hours. A bold idea took shape in Suen's mind. He had 2 plans that might be able to defeat Crimson Shadow, and next, he would try both plans. Remaining stay time, 38 hours. The timing was perfect. Suen removed her white gloves and quickly handed them to Latina, urging her to put them on. Latina nervously accepted the rusty magic sword. The blade immediately seemed to repel her, as if refusing to let her use it. She swallowed hard. This sword was too violent. It was definitely not suitable for her. Suen simply encouraged her softly. Keep it up. There was a certainty in her tone, as if everything was already settled. Latina told herself that as long as she trusted Suen, they would definitely win. Then Suen said, Latina, activate your light angel form. Latina was taken aback. Suen stroked her silver hair and whispered comforting words, saying that even if Winston knew her identity, he would protect her, and she only needed to trust him. Latina gazed into Suen's eyes, her azure pupils flickered slightly, and then she closed her eyes. In an instant, 6 wings of light unfurled behind her, her silver robes shimmered, and she slowly ascended into the sky. At this moment, the most sacred angel in the world descended once more. When those azure eyes suddenly opened, the figure of the Angel of Light became elusive in the air, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Winch was stunned. He hadn't expected that Latina's true nature was that of a mythical creature, and that Suen had clearly known this all along. An angel has somehow infiltrated a human magic academy. That angel is an innate treasure, a key to the highest realms of magic, even the realm of divine revelation. But this thought only flashed through Winch's mind for a moment. He didn't care about the angels of light, nor about so-called treasures. To reach the pinnacle of magic, he never needed to rely on bloodlines. Winston Stewart would not acknowledge any innate nobility. Luo Xiang gazed at the holy figure in the sky, her deep red eyes calm and indifferent, only commenting lightly. Si Qin is indeed the one who is best at special effects. A gentle breeze swirled around Latina, the blessed wind bestowed by Winchell. Propelled by the power of her words, her flight speed increased once more. At this moment, the Crimson Shadow recovered from its injured state. Affected by Si Yuan's mental punishment, it angrily glared at the only highlighted target on the field. The target wasn't Latina, but Suen, who had bestowed upon herself the glory of the Light Angel. As if that wasn't enough, Suen said to it. Look here, look more. Just as the Crimson Shadow turned its gaze to him, the most dazzling light in the world shone brightly once more. In an instant, it went blind again. But it still remembered the location where the magic was released. This time, it would sweep through the entire area, giving Suen no chance to escape. Countless crimson magic threads were drawn into sword blades, and thousands of phantoms simultaneously raised their hands, extending crimson hands to slash fiercely towards Suen's location. At that very moment, another ray of light silently streaked across the sky. Latina had already arrived directly above the Crimson Shadow, gripping her rusty magic sword, and with a backstab, plunged the symbol of End into its shell. The countless shadows within the crimson superimposed body seemed to freeze instantly, ceasing their movement. Is it over? Winchell realized Latina had succeeded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the rusty magic sword did pierce the Crimson Shadow, but the expected absorption did not occur. A phantom face slowly turned its head to look at Latina, who was standing close at hand. It smiled. Latina's pupils constricted, a wave of fear washing over her. Why was it laughing? Did it possess humanity? Why was the rusty magic sword malfunctioning? Did Suen lie to her? He clearly said that as long as she believed him, that was enough. She desperately poured magic into the sword, trying to make it work, but no matter what she did, the rusty magic sword seemed to disapprove of her and remained unresponsive. She finally realized that only Luo Xiang and Suen could use this sword. But why didn't Luo Xiang warn her earlier, instead letting her carry out this plan? Wait a minute, is Luo Xiang with a 60% rendering value still the Luo Xiang they know? The mission objective was clearly just to protect Luo Xiang from death, but the rendering value was specifically marked, which was meant to be a reminder. Latina tried to pull out the rusty magic sword, but it seemed stuck and she couldn't pull it out of the Crimson Phantom. The next second, countless phantoms within the Crimson Shadow's body simultaneously wailed and laughed, throwing a punch that slammed heavily onto the sword. Latina seemed to have been hit hard, her body flying backward and crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Don't want. Ultimately, compared to the near-infinite lifespan of the Angels of Light, Latina was pitifully small. Faced with the Crimson Shadows embodying all evil, she saw no chance of survival. Her wings will be broken, her magic will dissipate, and all her thoughts will lead to the end that the superimposed shadows expect. She will also be afraid. Please, Suen, save me! Just this once is enough. The chaotic babbling continued to erode her mind. A crimson shadow rapidly extended a crimson hand, and in an instant, blood splattered as the human's chest was pierced through. The blood-stained hand touched Latina's cheek, also soiling her silver hair. The crimson hand pierced Suen's chest, but Suen grabbed it tightly with his other hand. He shielded Latina, preventing her from suffering any harm. No one knew where his power came from, yet it caused even the 8th-tier Crimson Shadow to pause. Suen's lips curled up, and there was no trace of disappointment in her black eyes, but rather an even stronger confidence. I told you, everything is going according to plan. I can die here, but I won't let you get hurt, Latina. In Latina's azure eyes, the patterns of irises were faintly outlined. Then, she heard Suen's voice. Now, Latina, activate your powers. Take everything and go back to 5 minutes ago. Chapter 46 The Most Shadowy Future vs. the Most Shadowy Modern Era, Part 3. My power? A clock suddenly appeared on Latina's chest, and Suen's blood slowly climbed up her chest, staining the clock face red. Within the crimson shadows, countless phantoms howled and roared in agony. They couldn't understand why this man could always overcome life and death, creating miracles time and again. Even though Suen was already stabbed and on the verge of death, he still managed to apply the disgusting ability of the Light Angel's glorious moment to himself. Even as he was dying, he wanted to stand in the spotlight. The 8th-tier Crimson Shadow finally understood why Suen was desperately protecting Latina. It was because she possessed an unreasonable magic that could rewind everything to 5 minutes ago. This was Suen's true trump card. As long as Latina is alive, they still have a chance to turn the tide. In reality, there wouldn't be a scene where the villain watches the protagonist transform and does nothing. Crimson Shadow sensed Latina was about to unleash powerful magic and immediately took action. Countless phantom images received the same command, simultaneously extending their crimson hands and stabbing towards Suen and Latina from all directions like a tidal wave. The dazzling iris circuit took complete shape in Latina's eyes, and even the surrounding space seemed to have faint magical patterns emerging. Her angelic powers, based on the entire world, trace circuits, thus influencing time itself. If the world tree symbolizes the supreme, and the red lotus represents the end, then the iris is the most beloved artwork of the first divine revelation day. Sicken. What a great power. Thump dash. In a daze, the bells rang. Everything in the 226th year of the suppression of rebellion stood still at this moment. In the rewind of time, only Latina retained a clear memory. This is not an invincible power. Once successfully activated, it will consume a massive amount of magic power, leaving her weakened. The iris flower was imprinted on Latina's eyes, the magic circuit was fully formed, time began to rewind, and everything returned to 5 minutes ago. Suen slowly opened his eyes. The instant he returned to 5 minutes earlier, a hint of doubt crossed his mind, but in less than a second, he understood. Latina had used her power of rewind. This means that Plan A has failed. He immediately noticed that the information had changed to remaining stay time, 38 hours. In the previous instant of his consciousness, this information was still the remaining time of the era, 39 hours. In other words, a period of time that he didn't remember had already occurred, but the world had been pulled back to the past. This was exactly what Suen had expected. In the 12 Divine Revelation games, neither magic that accelerates nor slows down time can affect the settlement time of the Radiant Realm. The Radiant Realm's rank is terrifyingly high, so he already knew that Latina's rewind wouldn't increase the time spent there. But Luo Xiang also opened her deep red eyes, watching the flow of magic around her. She watched as ripples spread across the crimson shadow, and the indigo beam of the ritual to quell chaos slowly dissipated, leaving only the crimson shadow in midair, constantly muttering and wailing. She also watched as her body returned to the position it had been 5 minutes earlier. Clearly, it wasn't just the Radiant Realm itself that remained unaffected during this rewind. And Latina wasn't the only one who retained her memories. Luo Xiang had already realized that Suen had long been prepared for Latina to be forced to use her powers. There were only 2 things he really wanted to confirm. First, can Latina use the symbol of the end? Second, does Luo Xiang, whose rendering value has reached 60%, still retain her rationality? If the power to rewind is successfully activated, it means that at least one of these 2 questions has a negative answer. If the rewind fails, then there's no need for them to consider the follow-up. Suen has more than one way to determine whether Latina has regressed. The simplest way is to observe her current level of weakness. If Luo Xiang still had complete control over this body, she would definitely tell everyone what to do now. To her, defeating the Crimson Shadow was just a trivial matter among countless events of suppressing rebellion. Perhaps in Luo Xiang's original plan, only when the rendering value reached 80%, or even 90%, could she be interfered with by Crimson, lose her mind, and return to noise. After all, this was the result of her more than 200 years of research. With her near-divine computing power, she never thought her deductions would be wrong. But she never imagined that a mere 60% rendering value would cause her to lose control. Luo Xiang smiled. Now, all he needed to do was enjoy the performance. He was eager to see how Suen would respond. However, Suen's next move took everyone by surprise. So this thing is indeed useless. He carelessly tossed aside his white gloves and grabbed the rusty magic sword with his bare hands. According to Luo Xiang, one must wear white gloves to hold the sword, otherwise it will be obliterated by its powerful corrosive force. Wearing gloves prevents direct contact with the rusty magic sword, thus hindering the full power of the end symbol. The incomplete end, and weakened by the ritual of quelling chaos, cannot kill the Crimson Shadow. Looking back, this was probably one of the reasons Latina failed. Suen understood why Luo Xiang had been hinting at him to wear gloves. Because once he directly communicated with the end symbol, the rusty magic sword would actively corrode his body. Fortunately, Suen is a genius at countering magic and can deflect most of the erosion from the end. However, in order to establish a link, he cannot deflect all the erosion. Some of the final magic will still seep into his body. Therefore, even Suen cannot directly handle the rusty magic sword for an extended period. This is a method that can only be used during the final battle against the Crimson Shadow. Normally, Luo Xiang would have reminded him of these things. But she didn't, for one simple reason: the current Luo Xiang is no longer the same Luo Xiang. A 60% rendering value is enough to cause a huge change in her mind. This is bad. Although Luo Xiang hasn't made a move yet, no one can guarantee that she won't attack Suen in the next second, and this uncertainty is the most dangerous thing. Before Luo Xiang's unexpected actions, Suen decided to proceed with the second plan. He gestured to Winston. They had already made preparations to guard against Luo Xiang back in town. That gesture means, keep an eye on Luo Xiang and act when you think it's appropriate. Winston immediately understood. As the one who received the divine revelation on the 8th day of revelation, he was naturally extremely sensitive to all kinds of extraordinary powers. He had already noticed that Luo Xiang's temperament had completely changed, as if she were a different person. After Suen confirmed it, he knew that his intuition was correct. After all, Suen usually seems unreliable, but every time he actually takes action, he turns out to be surprisingly dependable. He's completely unlike the spoiled brat he's rumored to be. Thanks to the great divine revelation days, the world has one less idiot. On the other side, Latina was not in good condition. The time reversal had consumed a lot of magic power, which, while not enough to completely disable her, was enough to make her situation difficult from now on. Therefore, in such situations, it is necessary to draw the enemy's firepower away. Look here! A halo of light shone around Suen. Almost simultaneously, all the phantoms in the Crimson Shadows turned their gaze to him, who was now glowing. The combination of the Light Angel's highlight moment and Si Yuan's mind's punishment has the effect that you must prioritize attacking this Suen who comes with a built-in taunt. Suen has discovered that Si Yuan's mind's punishment is the true core ability. When combined with the Light Angel series, it can produce an extremely sinister effect. He immediately shouted to Latina. Latina, sprint towards the town! I need to use my ability to get back to the city gate. Latina's heart sank. What was the point of going back to town? Running there now was clearly not a wise choice. The Crimson Shadow could easily hunt down Suen without any restraint and tear him to pieces along the way. But the next second, she understood. Suen said he would use his ability to return to town. In other words, he would use his relative motion ability to lock onto her and travel to the city gate at the same speed as her. In other words, this time, Suen entrusted his life to her. If she is not fast enough while her magic is greatly depleted and she is in a weakened state, Suen will die because of her. Latina's heart sank instantly. In the last cycle of reincarnation, Suen's blood-stained hands were still vivid in her mind, and the warmth of that hand seemed to linger on her face. But she wouldn't hesitate. At that very moment, Latina's feet were blessed with the power of wind. Winch, having seen through Suen's intentions, immediately offered his assistance. Race against an 8th level opponent? Let's go! Chapter 47 The most cunning thing in the whole event, the visitor's master key. Suen never makes decisions she's not sure about. He didn't lock onto the Crimson Shadow, but instead used Phase Walker's relative movement to lock onto Latina, for a simple reason. Latina's movement direction was controllable. As long as she sprinted towards the city gate, Suen could be precisely led there. If you lock onto Crimson Shadow, it's indeed difficult to hit him with melee attacks, but that monster can run around freely, dragging him to a position where he can never get close to the city gate. Of course, Suen wasn't without options. If he were caught, he could temporarily switch targets to avoid the Crimson Shadow's attacks. This ability, derived from Luo Xiang, was practically a top-tier escape technique. This is precisely why Suen is even more curious about just how fast Luo Xiang can go when she goes all out. If she also has abilities like swapping positions, that would be something to look forward to as the progress of the Divine Revelation Day continues. The next second, Sun, who had locked onto Latina, began to move at high speed. Latina poured all her remaining magic into her body, bursting forth with a speed almost like light. She could actually transform into her light angel form, as that was her most natural state. But she didn't, because she had to save this trump card for the most dangerous moment. If Suen were caught, she would instantly revert to her angel form and use a sudden acceleration to help him avoid a fatal blow. On the other side, Winston breathed a slight sigh of relief at the departure of the Crimson Shadow. He couldn't help Suen. Putting aside whether he could catch up, there were more important things to do right now. He looked at Luo Xiang beside him and asked in a low voice, "What are they doing?" Luo Xiang shrugged and replied with a smile like a spectator, "I don't know, he has his own plans." Those deep red eyes held an undisguised aura of impending doom, completely unlike the real Luo Xiang. When Sish's expression darkened, and he asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" Luo Xiang's smile deepened. "Didn't you already test me? Anyway, I won't tell you, you can guess whatever you want." Winchell sneered. As the one who received the Divine Revelation on the 8th day of Divine Revelation, and as the top student in the 4th year and the mouthpiece of magic, his special skills were not limited to manipulating wind magic. He stared at the other person and said, "You think my test that time was just to confirm your strength?" Luo Xiang became interested and asked him if he wanted to awaken the real Luo Xiang. But the next moment, her face turned cold, and her tone became icy. "You little brat from the 8th day of Divine Revelation, don't overestimate yourself." This statement was tantamount to admitting that she was no longer the original Luo Xiang. Winch didn't waste any more words, but simply chanted a spell softly, holding his wand in one hand and pointing it to the highest horizon. Meanwhile, the Crimson Shadows had recovered from their injuries. In midair, countless phantoms, their bodies glowing with magical threads, seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, frantically chasing after Suen. The ground in front of Suen continued to crack. The Crimson Shadow realized that attacking Suen directly with magic would be almost ineffective, so it changed its approach to destroying the terrain in an attempt to block his path. But Suen wasn't running normally. Instead, he used the Phase Walker's relative movement to slide horizontally towards the city gate. The ground cracking didn't affect him as much as he had imagined. In just 4 seconds, the Crimson Shadow caught up to Suen. It swung thousands of crimson blades and lunged at Suen. The two were not far apart to begin with, and for an 8th-tier being, catching up to him was not difficult. Logically, Suen shouldn't have been able to dodge in this situation. Yet every time the blade fell, he managed to avoid it by a hair's breadth, and even managed to turn around and use his rusty magic sword to shatter the opponent's blade. Just then, Latina's voice came across the space. "Son, some of the phantoms within the Crimson Shadow seem to have their own consciousness. Before the time travel, one of the phantoms smiled at me." Suen was taken aback. The Crimson Shadow had always given off an impression of disorder, chaos, and madness, with incessant wails and delirium behind it. Now Latina was saying that there were phantoms inside that could laugh? But he had no time to think it through. Just before reaching the city gate, dozens of huge magic circles suddenly appeared on the Crimson Shadow, and the violent magic power made the air seem to freeze. It had figured out Suen's dodging patterns. With each thrust, Suen maintained a fixed distance from the blade, so the attack actually became a tool to accelerate him. Since a one-way attack won't hit, then attack from all directions. The fourth god, Sun Revelation, governs conflict, and even though the Crimson Clan lacks rationality, their fighting instincts remain top-notch. At this moment, Suen's trump cards had been almost completely exposed, and all that remained in front of him was a tightly closed city gate. Countless crimson blades surged forth from all angles like a tidal wave, as if cutting through space itself, emitting a chilling shriek. At the critical moment, pink patterns spread across Suen's hand. The next instant, the town gates burst open. A few people stood scattered on the street, their faces instantly turning to terror when they saw the suddenly opened door and the enormous, crimson phantom outside. Had Suen lured the enemy in? But the door opening didn't mean the blade would stop. The crimson blade was already upon him, about to pierce his body from all sides. Just then, a loud crash came from afar. Latina, radiating light, slammed into the city wall. She didn't care about anything else. She was willing to smash into the wall to instantly unleash her light angel form, allowing Suen's speed to surge once again. With a deafening boom, all the sword blades aimed precisely at the same point, only to miss. Taking advantage of his sudden increase in speed, Suen successfully evaded the attack. He immediately deactivated the phase walker relative movement, and his entire body flew into the town with inertia, crashing heavily to the ground. Suen coughed twice. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, Winch, the ace pilot, had already taken them through several crashes before, so he was now somewhat of a crash-resistant expert. Seeing that he was unable to move for the time being, the Crimson Shadows immediately rushed into the city gate, ready to tear him to pieces. This time, Suen had no room to escape. This guy, who had a built-in taunting effect, was finally going to die. But Suen simply rose slowly, grasped the rusty magic sword, and raised the blade towards the Crimson Shadow. He never intended to escape from the beginning. The pink markings reappeared on his arm. Only now did Suen understand why this seemingly ordinary ability had become the one that consumed the most of his magic power. The Visitor's Universal Key. Its effect is to indiscriminately open or close anything that is conceptually a door, regardless of whether the target is in an inaccessible state. Just as the Crimson Shadow passed through the gate, the massive city gate slammed shut, clamping it tightly shut. Suen always remembered that only Luo Xiang from the Research Institute had the authority to open this door. Apart from that, only 8th term magic could force it open. In other words, the city gate was strong enough that it wouldn't be easily torn apart by the end magic emanating from the Crimson Shadow. If the Crimson Shadow didn't immediately bombard the city gate with magic, it would be severely damaged by the closed gate. But now the tables have turned, and Suen won't give it that chance. He raised his sword and said coldly, "Have you made enough trouble? It's my turn." Chapter 48. Your Majesty, why do you rebel? Latina stood up shakily, her forehead stained crimson with blood, warm blood trickling down her nose to her lips. She had just crashed hard into the high wall inscribed with runes. This time, without a magical shield, she was fortunate to be a magic swordsman with a tough body. If it were Winchester, she probably would have fainted on the spot. Latina licked the blood from her lips. It tasted sweet. It seemed she had indeed been eating too many desserts lately. Suen did not approach rashly. Although the Crimson Shadow was temporarily blocked by the city gate, his rusty magic sword needed to pierce its body to truly devour it. But if he got too close, he could still be hacked to death by the chaotic sword strikes. The Crimson Shadow was only severely damaged by the city gate. It hadn't lost its ability to retaliate. Once it recovered, the Crimson Hand could still spread out. At this distance, if Suen wasn't careful, he would be doomed. So he waited. He waited for his little angel to climb over the city wall, and for the Visitor's Master Key to fully take effect. Soon, a soft sound came from above the city wall. Latina worried that he couldn't handle the Crimson Shadow alone. She understood that Suen needed a target that could move at high speed, otherwise he wouldn't be able to touch the monster at all. The time has come. The true power of the Visitor's Master Key is to indiscriminately open or close anything that is conceptually a door, even if the target is in an inaccessible state. In other words, once Suen activates this ability, regardless of the current state of the city gate, it must eventually close. The closure of the city gate has become a fait accompli. So, what will be the fate of the Crimson Shadow that is stuck in the crack of the door and desperately trying to prevent the city gate from closing? The answer came quickly. Boom! The heavy city gates slammed shut, cleaving the Crimson Shadows in two. Countless severed phantoms let out mournful howls, and the frenzied magic of end surged and scattered through the air. Just then, a ring of light shone again on Suen, who was not far away. Roar dash! The Crimson Shadow glared angrily at the man with a mocking air. Usually mingled with countless wails and delirious murmurs, it finally let out a true roar. Suen simply said, "You lost." The next moment, the familiar bright light burst open again, and the deep red and overlapping vision instantly plunged into a deathly white. This is Suen's strongest combo in this round: Light Angel's highlight moment, Sion's mind punishment, Light Angel's clear radiance, Visitor's universal key, and finally, Phase Walker's relative movement. Latina leaped into the air, and 6 faintly glowing wings instantly unfurled. She found her position and flashed towards the city gate. A deafening explosion tore through the air. At the same time, Suen's figure shot forward like an arrow, using the force of the relative movement to hurtle towards the crimson shadows. The rusty magic sword, too, pierced its target with overwhelming force. After gaining initial velocity, Suen immediately released the phase walker's relative movement lock. He had no intention of merging headfirst into the crimson shadow's body. There was only one thing he wanted to do: kill it. The crimson shadows stubbornly stretched out countless crimson magic threads, desperately trying to grasp the sky. But it was all in vain. In the next instant, the rusty magic sword pierced through the layers of phantoms, and all the extended magic threads collapsed simultaneously. Suen knew she had succeeded. All that remained was to fully activate the power of the end symbol. To maximize the devouring effect of the end symbol, the best way is not to infuse it with magic, but to completely drain the magic from the rusty magic sword. The thirstier it is, the more actively it will devour all the end power around it. Luo Xiang had warned him that if the magic sword's magic power was too low, it would indiscriminately absorb the surrounding life and magic power, and even he and his companions might be sucked dry. Even though the crimson shadow had been cut in two by the city gate, Suen didn't believe that normal devouring would kill it quickly. This was the most resilient monster he had ever seen, so he had to choose the safest method. Just then, a strange sensation came from the tip of the sword. The rusty magic sword trembled slightly, as if something was gripping the blade tightly, forcefully asserting its presence. Amidst countless crimson phantoms, one figure began to struggle. A clear face slowly emerged. In an instant, Suen's pupils contracted, and for the first time, his previously confident expression revealed astonishment. He finally understood why the crimson phantom was usually just a blurry outline, and its specific appearance could not be clearly seen. Each crimson phantom is a remnant left behind after someone loses their true self, or a malevolent thought separated after abandoning their true self. They are infected by the magic of the end, and ultimately transform into crimson phantoms. To see it clearly, one must have once shared the same self as it. The face was exquisite and familiar, with deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and fair skin, almost identical to Suen's. The only difference was that the other person's eyes were deep red. "Your Majesty, why have you rebelled?" Suen saw that face smile, a smile that was incredibly human. So this was the phantom that Latina had warned him to be careful of. If it had to be given a name, perhaps it should be called Crimson Overlapping Shadow, Suen Julianus Julius. The phantom drew a gun, a symbol of the end, and pressed it directly against Suen's forehead. "Your Majesty, the General has arrived." Chapter 49 Countless Acts of Compassion and Mercy, Part 1. "General, my foot. Suenrin is standing right here perfectly fine, but the person opposite him has the same face as him. Does he really think he can fool him with just that face?" Rather than believing that the Crimson Shadow was his future self, Suen thought it was merely a phantom within the shadow manifesting in his likeness. After all, the other party kept addressing him as "Your Majesty," a title reserved for those in high positions, who would call themselves "Your Majesty." More importantly, if that really was Suen, it would be impossible for him to be fully hit by his light angel's clear radiance. Suen would never admit that he was the one who could be fully hit by this move. Perhaps for some unknown reason, the phantom of the future Suen merged into the Crimson Shadow. But now is not the time to ponder the truth, because that phantom is holding the symbol of end, with the gun barrel pressed firmly against his head. The situation was almost settled, but then this unexpected turn of events occurred at the last minute. The Radiant Realm, with its extreme difficulty, truly is the darkest of the dark realms. The most cunning Suen of the modern era has collided with the most cunning Crimson Shadow of the future. It's like a hidden dragon meeting a phoenix chick. The magic of end began to emanate from the gun barrel, and Suen immediately activated his third-tier brain, rapidly devising a way to break the deadlock. However, he soon realized that no ability could be faster than firing at point-blank range. A gun is fast from 7 paces away, and accurate and fast within 7 paces. He wasn't sure if he could use counter-magic to deflect it at this distance. Even if it did deflect successfully, it would be no different from a barrel explosion, and both sides would most likely die. Suen narrowed his eyes slightly. The only way seemed to be to kill the phantom with his sword before it could fire. But could anyone truly win a battle with a symbol of the end looming over their head? Just then, Suen was suddenly enveloped in blue light, and the power to tear through space abruptly appeared. Dozens of magic circuits spread across his body, and in a flash, he was teleported above the Crimson Shadow. From this angle, he could strike the Crimson Shadow with his rusty magic sword. Meanwhile, the battle outside the town continued. Winch held a delicate little staff, pointing it straight to the sky, magical patterns resembling the world tree appearing in his eyes, and immense magical power surging around him. He chanted incantations, using his identity as the chosen one of the 8th divine revelation to command the miracles of magic to dissipate. This was his true trump card, Supreme Blessing, using the power of Supreme to suppress all magic that was not of the supreme attribute. He had deliberately tested Luo Xiang, even getting beaten up in the process, his real purpose being to confirm and record the attributes and nature of her magic. If she showed any abnormalities, he could use this ability to suppress the magic within her. Luo Xiang's expression was indifferent. The next moment, deep red magic poured out. She did not chant, but the space seemed to be cut into countless fragments. Dust exploded at Wince's feet, and bottomless ravines appeared all around. The earth was cut into the shape of an isolated island, and crimson magic continued to rise. Winchester's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to hear a cold voice in his ear, "You should be grateful." That attack ultimately did not land on him. Perhaps it was Luo Xiang's wicked sense of humor, or perhaps it was Luo Xiang's own will struggling deep within, that caused this attack, which was enough to annihilate everything, to deviate. The next second, supreme bliss descended upon Luo Xiang. As if another world overlapped with this place, and in the intertwining of space, the vast magic of End was instantly suppressed. The deep red in Luo Xiang's eyes quickly faded, and she finally regained her senses. Her first words were anxious. "Where is Suen?" She still had a lot of things to say, and if something happened, the deep red shadow would be unleashed, and they would all be wiped out. Winston pointed towards the city gate. Luo Xiang immediately understood. An indigo magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and her figure vanished instantly, teleported to the distant city wall. On the Radiant Realm panel, the mission objective still showed that Luo Xiang was alive, with the rendering value stuck at 60%. Winston glanced at it, and knew that the Supreme Blessing was only temporarily suppressing the End within her, not a long-term solution. Once the effect wears off, the unknown, Luo Xiang, will once again take over his body. He could only sit down and recover his magic power, because although this power was unreasonable, it also consumed a great deal of energy. It was safe here for now. He could only hope for Suen's good luck. Luo Xiang used teleportation magic to reach the city wall. With just one glance, she sensed that Suen was in mortal danger. In less than an instant, she had already constructed a magic formula in her mind and activated Phase Walker's teleportation. This magic can teleport any distant target to the user's location, while the user simultaneously replaces the target and returns to the target's original location. All of the Phase Walker's magic is based on relativity. This is its essence. With a deafening boom, the power symbolized by the End poured forth. A familiar crimson beam of light erupted from the Crimson Shadow's body. Suen's pupils contracted, instantly realizing what had happened. Luo Xiang had switched places with him, taking the bullet for him. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Suen stared intently at the Crimson Shadows and growled, "Now let's see where you run!" The symbol of the End emitted a red light, and the remaining magic power within it was completely extracted by Suen and dispersed into space. The falling Suen crashed heavily onto countless crimson phantoms, and the rusty magic sword pierced completely into the Crimson Shadows. The next moment, the rusty magic sword began to devour everything in its path. Suen had expected it to consume him as well, and was even prepared to use counterspell for a fun counterattack. Unexpectedly, the sword only nibbled at his life force, and then ignored him completely. Compared to Suen, the Crimson Shadows were clearly a more palatable dessert. The rusty magic sword devoured the shadows, and countless murmurs and wails mixed with the magic of End scattered everywhere. Realizing its impending demise, the Crimson Shadow began to struggle frantically. Countless magical threads leaped outwards, trying to touch that familiar sky once more. But in the end, the deep red faded into a single point. The deep red shadow that had existed on this land for 226 years finally fell from the world. The third End symbol floated in the air, emitting a faint crimson glow. Just as Suen was about to reach out and take it, the rusty magic sword showed no mercy and swallowed the gun whole. The Radiant Realm panel then refreshed. Mission Objective 1. Collect at least 2, and symbols, completed, progress 2 of 3. Mission Objective 2. Ensure Luo Xiang's survival, rendering value 60%. Mission Objective 3. Defeat the Crimson Shadow, completed. Suen breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xiang had just taken such a heavy bullet for him. Thankfully she hadn't died on the spot. The Crimson Shadow had been dealt with, but the biggest problem remained. The ultimate goal, ending the rebellion, still shows as incomplete. Just then, Suen suddenly noticed that where the Crimson Shadows had dissipated, a magical thread remained. It stretched straight towards the sky, successfully touching the heavens. Chapter 50 Countless Acts of Compassion and Mercy, Part 2. In an instant, a strange noise came from the deep red sky, and the noisy and chaotic sound echoed in the space. Buzz buzz dash. The sound, like the busy tone of a broken appliance, grew louder and louder in Suen's ears. He immediately looked around. The scattered people who had come out of town were stunned by the sudden change, but judging from their expressions, they seemed not to have heard the piercing noise at all. In other words, only he could hear the sound. Luo Xiang suddenly coughed up blood. A large hole had been blasted into her chest, her injuries so severe that it was hard to believe she was still alive. Suen immediately snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to investigate the noise. Luo Xiang absolutely could not die. If she died, all leads might be cut off. Luo Xiang shook her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. She said she was fine, which was good, otherwise Crimson would run out again later. After saying that, she leaned against the broken ruins behind her and staggered to her feet. Suen felt that she had better not be stubborn. Just then, Latina suddenly called out to him. She noticed the strand of magic energy shooting straight into the sky. Ever since Luo Xiang's ritual to calm the chaos, magic circle was activated. The Crimson Shadow had tried to touch the sky more than once. The Crimson Shadow seemed to sense the unusual changes on the ground, and its magical thread stretched upwards, trying to grasp the crimson sky. Suen and Latina were both pondering the same question. Why did the Crimson Shadows use magical threads to connect to the sky as soon as they discovered the ritual to quell the chaos? Suen recalled a few words he had heard earlier, and the feeling was extremely similar to the buzzing sound he was hearing now. Link failed. Links. What exactly is Crimson Overlay trying to link? Suen deduced that the buzzing sound was likely coming from the sky. Perhaps only by flying up could they find out the truth. He immediately told Latina to take him up. Latina shared the same thought. She also felt that the magical thread that had connected to the sky was very strange. 6 wings instantly unfolded, and a blinding light shot straight into the sky. Suen, using the phase walker's relative movement, followed closely behind her and leaped into the sky. The higher Suen flew, the more he could feel the absurdity of this world in the 226th year of the suppression of chaos. Above the sky was still the sky, without a sea of stars, without boundaries, only endless crimson. Buzzing chain. The sound became clearer, yet remained intermittent. Suen frowned, trying to decipher what it was saying. He asked Latina if she could hear him. Latina looked surprised and asked him what the sound was. Suen's heart sank. Even Latina couldn't hear him. But they had already flown high enough. The higher they went, the lower the temperature and the stronger the concentration of the final, powerful magic. Latina might be able to hold on, but Suen's third-tier body might not be able to withstand it. But he still had a way. Yuan's spiritual punishment. This ability from by touching can amplify all of a target's senses and emotions. Whether it's pain, despair, excitement, anger, or even smell, sight, and taste, they can be amplified tenfold. In the past, Suen often used it on his enemies to make them lose control of their emotions. But in reality, it could also be used on himself. At this moment, what he needed to amplify was his hearing. The moment his ability was activated, the world seemed to become incredibly clear and incredibly sensitive. Suen even realized that if someone were to deliberately provoke him now, he might actually bang his head against the ground in anger. Only at this moment did he understand how much suffering those who had been subjected to Yuan's mental punishment truly endured. Then, the mechanical voice finally entered my ears clearly. Crimson number 00000001 detected. Crimson A has vanished. Reporting to the God of Conflict. The relative god Luo Xiang has been detected. Please have the God of Conflict eliminate him immediately. The conflict messenger has not replied and is attempting to reconnect. The link failed. It is attempting to reconnect. This is the time to eliminate the traitors and punish the rebels. Please, Your Majesty, purge them immediately. This is the time to eliminate the traitors and punish the rebels. I urge the benevolent Anva to immediately purge them. This is the time to eliminate the traitors and punish the rebels. Please have mercy on the holy Anva and immediately purge them. This is the time to eliminate the traitors and punish the rebels. Please have mercy on the holy Anva and immediately purge them. The same announcements kept repeating themselves, echoing in Suen's ears. He was momentarily bewildered. What exactly are these things? What are the merciful Anva, the benevolent Anva, the compassionate Anva, and the merciful Anva? And what does the phrase, the relative god Luo Xiang, mean? Only at this moment did Suen truly realize how unfathomable the power was hidden behind the words. End the chaos. At the same time, holding the rusty magic sword, he sensed the aura of the last symbol of the end. It was the fourth symbol of the end, which Luo Xiang had said might no longer exist, and which he had previously been completely unable to detect. In an immeasurably distant place, at the very top of the boundless sky, a blooming crimson lotus slowly rotates. Vast, primordial magic spreads from there throughout the entire world, controlling the entire era of pacification and chaos, forming a complete and tightly controlled magical cycle. Suen looked around blankly, and then saw an even more shocking sight. No matter which direction he looked, he could see a large number of crimson shadows. The battlefield before him might be special, but in the entire world of the suppression of chaos, it was just the tip of the iceberg. Just as the voice said, what they had just destroyed was only Crimson A number 00000001. Further away, there are Crimson B number 00000002, Crimson C number 00000003, and there may even be countless other crimson beings. Countless crimson phantoms together form the Crimson Overlay, each perhaps controlling a war zone. Countless crimson overlays united control the entire surface of the world. Even more horrifying and ironic is that those holy messengers who were clearly accomplices in the root causes of war were given names such as mercy, love, pity, and compassion. And that wasn't all. Many more titles of holy envoys continued to emerge in the sounds, but Suen could no longer listen. His mind was about to explode from the sheer volume of information. In the town, Luo Xiang slowly raised her head and sighed softly. Yes, whether they are the merciful saints, the loving saints, the compassionate saints, or the compassionate saints, all the saints from the end times have the same appearance, the same ideals, and the same vision. They are united in heart and mind, yet also divided among themselves. They are consistent in word and deed, yet coexist in harmony. They loved, hated, protected, and longed for each other. They cried, laughed, thought of each other, and gazed at each other from afar. They sowed discord in this world, and they also strengthen it. They repair this world, and they also erode it. They used everything in the world that was both most compatible and most incompatible to repay the price that was recognized by the fourth apocalypse. They have a common name. The Terminator of Ages, the Unifier of all things, the Divider of earth and space, the Eternal Wanderer, the King of drifting and isolation. Messenger of conflict. Suen Gelanus Julius. Chapter 51 The Eternal Suppression of Rebellion, Year 226. Chapter 51 The Eternal Suppression of Chaos in the year 226, the Crimson World was in chaos. Standing in this lonely sky, Suen, even though he was not alone, felt somewhat adrift. Latina didn't understand why Suen had fallen into a daze. She simply wiped the blood off her face and then thought of flying over to check on Suen's condition. Her previous actions were so hurried that she hadn't even cleaned the blood off her body. Even her 6 wings still bore traces of bright red. However, when she tried to get close to Suen, she found that it was simply impossible. Phase walkers act in their relative manner. Once this ability is activated, they will forever maintain a fixed distance from it, and cannot make contact. Suen? At that moment, Latina felt a sense of absurdity. She had never imagined that Suen would possess such an extremely lonely aura. This feeling came from Latina's powerful inspiration as an angel. In the vast crimson, she seemed to see a different Suen. That Suen was wearing an exquisite retro robe, his face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with death. His clothes were embroidered with red lotuses, and he wore a withered iris that looked rotten but was not completely dead, as if he were being kept alive by some force. Will Suen end up like this? Latina knew very well that her ability to see such images was not just a figment of her imagination. As a light angel of this Suen lineage, she knew that this must be related to the timeline. She could always resonate with time and imagine some future scenes. For example, during one of her previous breaks, she even dreamed of her mother, whom she had almost never seen. Suddenly, the Suen in her inspiration opened its deep red eyes and stared blankly in Latina's direction. Latina's pupils suddenly contracted, the image of inspiration shattered, and the black-haired, black-eyed boy still stood in her field of vision. "What's wrong?" Suen was deep in thought, and was very puzzled by Latina's behavior. "Fine. Remaining stay time, 36 hours. Ultimate goal, end the rebellion, incomplete. The remaining time frame is already halfway through. Let alone having only 36 hours left, even if they were given 360 hours, 3,600 hours, or even if the suppression of the rebellion were pushed forward to 360 years. Suen had no idea how to kill the 100 million Crimson Shadows and the 100 million different Holy Envoys. Even the one that Suen just destroyed was perhaps the most unique Crimson Shadow. After all, its superimposed image governs two symbols of the end. However, Suen did not believe that the other Crimson Shadows would be much weaker. As far as Suen had seen so far, the other Crimson Shadows did not seem to be much different. The immeasurable number of the 8 ranks, the Holy Messengers of unknown classes, and the even more mysterious Holy Messenger of conflict. Suen was different from Luo Xiang. He was unaware of the hierarchical structure of the Holy Envoys, nor did he know that the so-called conflict god envoys were actually the sum of all the Holy Envoys. A single Holy Envoy is merely a Holy Envoy. Only when all of them are combined do they become the complete divine envoy of conflict. Whether it was the messenger of mercy, the messenger of love, the messenger of pity, or the messenger of compassion, or any of the other messengers whom Sue simply ignored. In reality, they all possess power surpassing the 9th rank. This is the shackle that the suppression of chaos cannot break, and it is the ultimate benevolence created by the god of conflict. The eternal history of suppression. The overwhelming power capable of wiping out all calendars and all ages. This is the endgame that the 4th Divine Revelation Day anticipates. There isn't even any other day of divine revelation here. Who knows what they went through during that time? Only after slaughter can there be lasting peace. Only after destruction can ideals be rebuilt. Perhaps this is the idea behind the trenches of the 4th revelation. It matches my imagination of conflict. Suen sneered inwardly. Damn it, no way, you don't think this level of strength is enough to make me despair, do you? That's it. I, Suen, with my 3rd-tier body, can even defeat an 8th-tier overlapping shadow. Isn't ending the chaos just a matter of ending the chaos? Since it can be the ultimate goal, there must be a way to achieve it. Even that silly Latina next to me isn't desperate, so why should I, Suen, be afraid of anything? That being said, this kind of behavior of enjoying watching others despair doesn't seem like the style of that god of rise and fall. This is somewhat similar to the 1st Divine Revelation Day, Siqin, and the 6th Divine Revelation Day, Siming. Suen has not forgotten that there are 5 Divine Revelation Days watching the battle in the Radiant Realm this time. The god of pure time, Siqin, is watching you, admiring your performance. The god of rise and fall, Bien, is watching you, awaiting your answer. The god of imprisonment and bondage, Siming, is watching you, awaiting your performance. The White Tower, the god of unifying will and purpose, is watching over you and protecting your creation. The supreme god of resurrection is watching you, yearning for your ascension. Suen did not believe that someone in the Radiant Realm would casually spout useless nonsense. This information is not simply telling you, the day of revelation is watching, so you better perform well. The points they focus on are themselves extremely important information. Whether it's the play or the performance, it's clear that Siqin and Siming came to watch the show, while the 2nd Divine Revelation Day, White Tower, which is related to emotions and the mind, came to see Suen's creativity. The Supreme is looking forward to his sublimation, that is, the 8th Divine Revelation Day is anticipating his growth, and how strong he can become in this radiant realm. The one with the strangest attitude is the god of rise and fall, Bien, who is directly related to this radiant realm. On the 4th day of divine revelation, what awaits is an answer. If these clues are connected and Suen still can't figure out a general direction, then Suen might as well go home and raise pigs. First, in the last backtracking, there were two possible problems. Firstly, Latina is unable to use the end symbol. Secondly, Luo Xiang may have undergone a transformation. It is precisely because of these reasons that Latina was forced to rewind time. As it turns out, Luo Xiang's abnormal symptoms can be reversed, so the problem lies entirely in Latina's inability to use the end symbol. To find out exactly what the problem is, we just need to ask the person involved. Latina, what exactly happened before you used your angelic powers? Suen's voice calmed down. It was precisely at times like these that a composed mindset was essential. Being too nervous will only lead you into a quagmire of confusion, especially at such a high altitude where the concentration of and, like magic, is extremely high. Being too panicked can easily cause you to fall into the state of crimson mutation. Latina paused slightly, then her expression turned sour, and her tone became slightly agitated. That rusty magic sword won't let me use it at all. It's rejecting me. Just as one might imagine, it wasn't that Latina couldn't find the right way to use it, but rather that she simply couldn't use it at all. Only you and Luo Xiang can use this sword. If anyone else were to wield it, they would be repelled and disgusted by its magic. I reckon the same would happen if Winston were to do it. Latina added that she actually had her own guesses, since only Suen and Luo Xiang could use the end as a symbol, which seemed like it was all preordained. Perhaps the day of divine revelation that caused Suen's current drastic change in personality was the fourth day of divine revelation. That's why the corresponding artifact doesn't reject Suen. But what Latina thinks is none of Suen's business. He has far more information than Latina. However, it was difficult to explain to her in just a few words, and besides I already had a plan, so there was no need to explain too much to Latina. High in the distant sky, the final red lotus continues to linger and spin endlessly. It kept its private channel open non-stop, calling on the holy messengers to purge Luo Xiang in a slightly mechanical voice. After Luo Xiang used the ritual to stabilize chaos, the crimson shadow began to try to establish a connection with the sky, presumably sensing Luo Xiang's presence and eager to transmit information to the final red lotus. The crimson shadows from other places will arrive soon and bring these world-disrupting scum to justice on the spot. Therefore, their time is running out. The current crisis is not something that will happen in 36 hours, but something that is imminent. However, the second clue also lies at this point. Then why am I the only one who can hear this sound? Clearly, the fourth end symbol, the crimson lotus of the end, is the key end symbol in the operation of this world, and all the instructions it issues are related to one thing. Those were the messengers of strife and the other holy messengers. Clearly, the fourth end was issuing orders to them, reminding them of the fact that Luo Xiang has been found. Then why can I hear those sounds? The answer is obvious. That's because the future soon is related to these holy envoys, or even one of them, so the end red lotus will treat him as one of its own and send him a message, which is just a convenient thing to do. Another piece of evidence is that, within the crimson shadows, Suen saw the only phantom with humanity, a phantom that looked exactly like him. From this perspective, there may be other reasons why the rusty magic sword was unwilling to absorb the life force and magic power of the crimson phantom when it was devouring it. Luo Xiang once said that the god of conflict brought the four symbols of the end into this world, which ultimately led to the creation of the calendar of suppression of chaos. The rusty magic sword might not be disliking Suen's low purity of life force at all. After all, Luo Xiang had said that it was a bad thing that would indiscriminately absorb all nearby magic and life force. The rusty magic sword will only show mercy to one person, choosing not to devour them, and that person is the culprit you can curse for 72 hours straight. Therefore, the truth has come to light. The future Suen is very likely to be the messenger of the god of conflict. The answer awaited on the fourth day of divine revelation was the opinion of Suen, the former messenger of the god of conflict, on this eternal calendar of pacification that would never enter another era. Thinking of this, Suen immediately slammed his rusty magic sword down hard. He already has a bold plan. Chapter 52 The End of All Things Returns to the End, Part 1. Chapter 52 The End of Everything Returns to the End, Part 1. Now, Suen has a method that may directly end the rebellion. The god of conflict brought four objects symbolizing the end into this era. As artifacts of the god of conflict, each of them possesses a powerful attraction and devouring force towards anything imbued with the element of conflict. If the symbol of the end has an extremely strong attraction and devouring power for all end forces, is there a possibility that, in fact, do all the end powers and the suppression of K's calendar originate from these four end symbols? Or, to put it another way, is the devouring power of these four end symbols enough to swallow the end of the entire world? After all, in Luo Xiang's description, the god of conflict first brought the four symbols of the end into the world, and then ended an era. It is clear that these four symbols play a very important role. The purpose of incorporating the symbol of the end is to allow the power of the end to spread to every corner of the world. At the same time, as long as these four symbols of end still exist, the end of this world will not end. This is the significance of these four ends, symbols for the suppression of rebellion. They serve as anchor points for the end in this world, causing the end to relentlessly erode this world. If his conjecture is correct, then he should be able to command the end symbol in his hand to restore it from its 3-in-1 state to 3 independent symbols. Change back to normal. Suen spoke sternly, trying to make his voice more authoritative, and then slammed the rusty magic sword down hard. The rusty magic sword emitted a strange sound, a peculiar resonance of magical energy. It showed no reaction to Suen's words, and even seemed to want to laugh. It seems that the former owner of the rusty magic sword must have been a nascent domshi, otherwise his weapon could not have emitted such an abstract sound. From this point of view alone, Suen has already begun to doubt his own ideas. In his view, his future self could never be a messenger of conflict. Because I am not the newly born domshi. Change back to normal. Seeing that Suen's expression was unusually serious, and that he was saying some incomprehensible things, Latina came over to join in and muttered something along with him. The next moment, the rusty magic sword shook violently, and a crack spread from the hilt to the blade. A large amount of deep red magic surged out, seemingly trying to break free from the rusty magic sword's restraints. Immediately afterwards, the crimson spear and the end gun successfully detached themselves from the rusty magic sword. At this point, they are no longer the final symbols of the 3-in-1 unity. Question mark. Suen looked at Latina with some confusion. So, after all that thinking, she had guessed wrong? These end symbols didn't even bother with him. So, the rusty magic sword might have genuinely just been disgusted with him before? Could it be that the true messenger of conflict is actually Latina? However, Latina cannot use the end symbols. Simply holding them in her hand will cause these end symbols to try every means to repel her. However, the things that I'm trying so hard to do now, Latina did just by talking about it casually. What exactly are these end symbols? Will the future Latina also play a pivotal role in the era of quelling chaos? Suen felt that he might have fundamentally gone astray, but he didn't have time to think about other possibilities. He had to proceed with the next step of his plan. Will this help you? Latina was somewhat surprised to see the end symbol in Suen's hand split into 3. What was Suen trying to do? The 3-in-1 symbol of end is clearly much stronger than the 3-part symbol of end, so why bother trying to separate it? The answer is actually quite simple. From now on, Suen will pull that unattainable red lotus down. In any case, given the current situation, without gathering all 4 end symbols, Suen and the others have absolutely no chance to deal with the potential crisis that may arise next. If that final red lotus were to be broken off, it might not only stop the incessant noise in your ears, but it might even interrupt the final cycle of the suppression of chaos. The 3-in-1 symbol of the end is so powerful that Suen could feel its immense strength simply by holding it in his hand. He was certain that with this end symbol, he could now handle 10 of the crimson shadows he had just encountered. However, once the end symbols are combined, perhaps due to mutual interference, they no longer have the attraction to other end elements. Therefore, Suen needs to find a way to separate them and let the 3 end symbols work together to pull that red lotus down for him. At the instant the symbol of the end splits, it seems that additional, the end, magic arises out of thin air. The 4th son of revelation possesses the authority to divide. Once the end symbol fulfills the act of uniting and then separating, it will step into the lineage of the 4th son of revelation and take its power. Suen was unaware of these things, so he was just lucky and stumbled onto the right path by sheer chance. The magical power generated by the aggregation and subsequent splitting immediately surged towards the crimson lotus of the end, transforming into a magical thread that attempted to capture it. It's as if these three symbols of the end couldn't stand the fact that everyone else was together while this thing was still up there blowing in the wind, so they decided to pull the crimson lotus of the end down. It's useless. As Luo Xiang lay collapsed in the town, she murmured to herself. The bloody hole in her chest was constantly absorbing the surrounding magic to heal. This level of injury couldn't actually kill her. But she didn't want the wound to heal. If the blood hole healed, and that thing came out, Suen would have no chance of winning. She wasn't sure how long Winston's magic could suppress crimson, so she had to prepare in advance. So she took a scalpel from her white coat and stabbed it into the wound, making the injury worse. Luo Xiang wasn't worried about going into shock. A pathetic creature like her wasn't even allowed to have a heart. All magic and life processes are entrusted to the divine core. As long as the divine core is not destroyed, no matter how severe the injury, one can survive. In Luo Xiang's memory, the end red lotus had long since ceased to exist in this era. It resided in another era that no one could reach, the end era. Suen can now perceive the location of the fourth end only because of his own uniqueness and his mastery of all the other end symbols. Although the word all is not entirely accurate. To obtain the fourth end symbol, Suen must completely kill Luo Xiang and use her consciousness core to open the door to the end era. Only on the fourth day of divine revelation is one qualified to initiate the end calendar. No one else can do so, not even on the day of divine revelation. That was a privilege reserved for the fourth day of divine revelation. Neither the second day of divine revelation, nor the third day of divine revelation, nor any of the others, truly possess their own unique calendar. However, Suen is unaware of this. His correct strategy should be to immediately descend and kill himself. Only then will he have time to obtain the fourth symbol of the end. The four ends symbols were originally the same thing, but they were forcibly scattered by the power of the god of strife. Therefore, once the three end symbols come together, they will generate a strong intention to unite and pull the fourth end symbol, the end red lotus, down from its altar. That is why the crimson lotus of the end was placed in other eras. Even if other end symbols rebel, they will not be able to interfere with the end crimson lotus. What should you do then, Suen? Just as the magic threads were about to touch the crimson lotus of the end, ripples spread around it. This prevented the magic threads from making contact, no matter how close they got. The crimson lotus of the end also noticed this magical thread. The next moment, a powerful attraction surged in the opposite direction. It tried to pull the three symbols of the end back. The location of the end era is not merely in the dimension of time. It does not follow the suppression of chaos era. Instead, it is on the same parallel line as the calendar for suppressing rebellion, and located directly above the calendar for suppressing rebellion. Both the end calendar and the suppression calendar mark the end of an era. This scene truly fits the style of the fourth revelation. For the fourth son of revelation, it seems that all things in the world must be split apart, always maintaining a strange state of unity of opposites. The crimson lotus of the end era, who is hiding in the end era, has the ability to interfere with the era of suppression of chaos, but the era of suppression of chaos does not have the right to interfere with it. No one said that only the three of you, the symbols of the end, are allowed to learn me, but I can't fight back yet. Suen noticed this and frowned slightly. The reason he frowned was not because of the stagnation of the magic threads or the resistance of the crimson lotus of the end, but because of something else. At the ripples where the magic threads touched, a door shimmering with light appeared and disappeared, and Suen had seen that door with its extremely dazzling light before. Remaining time of stay, 35 hours. That is the gate to the Radiant Realm. Chapter 53 The End of All Things Returns to the End, Part 2. Chapter 53 The End of Everything Returns to the End, Part 2. Wait a minute, don't rush to think about other things. Suen muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the gate that was exactly the same as the gate to the Radiant Realm, and he fell into deep thought for a full second. Regardless of whether this door is actually the gate to the Realm of Radiance. Tell me, doesn't this look exactly like a door? If you're a door, then I can open it. Locking onto that bizarre and dazzling light portal, Suen immediately activated the visitor's universal key. After being hit by Suen's ability, the light gate instantly burst forth with an extremely dazzling light. In an instant, The entire sky seemed to be enveloped by this dazzling brilliance, as if covered by a magnificent light curtain. The intense light spread outwards like a surging tide, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. The surrounding air, illuminated by the light, gradually became distorted, faintly revealing an air of mystery and unpredictability. For the first time in history, this deep red sky witnessed its own sunrise. Suen, who possessed the clear and radiant light of the Angel of Light, naturally knew the power of such a strong light, since he usually used it to seduce others. So he naturally closed his eyes in advance. Since he had already located the location of the crimson lotus of the end, and the three symbols of the end were also attracting it, they couldn't escape whether he closed his eyes or not. However, just as Suen closed his eyes, the crimson lotus of the end suddenly increased its attraction, showing a tendency to pull the three symbols of the end back in the opposite direction. It is extremely intelligent, as if it had received some kind of special training, knowing how to launch a sneak attack when others have their eyes closed. Damn it, it's the same type of Suen. The gate of radiance trembled violently. At this moment, it seemed that the power of the visitor's universal key had encountered resistance for the first time, and the gate of radiance did not open immediately. In Suen's perception, the feedback from the visitor's universal key was like wrestling with himself, with both sides evenly matched and neither able to gain the upper hand. What the hell is this thing? This was the first time Suen had experienced that the visitor's universal key ability had not been activated instantly. In his understanding, this ability was almost as powerful as a conceptual ability, and it could even easily sever the crimson shadow. However, before Suen could think too much, the gate of radiance burst forth with an even more dazzling light in the next instant. Countless pink lines slowly spread across the door frame, maintaining a striking consistency with the lines on Suen's arm. The Radiant Realm permission level of -6 has been confirmed. The coordinates of the Exile Gate are locked, year 227 of the End Era. A voice suddenly rang in Suen's mind, and lines of text that were extremely similar to the Radiant Realm panel appeared abruptly in Suen's consciousness. The Exiles? Radiant Realm access level, -6? Suen vaguely remembered that at the very beginning of the Radiant Realm dungeon, before all the information about the Radiant Realm was presented, there was this sentence. Radiant Realm access level, -6, has been confirmed. However, he didn't pay much attention to those words at the time, but now it seems that they are the most bizarre thing. Why is it -6, and not some other number? Why is a permission level a negative number? Shouldn't it be as high as possible? What are access levels? He had never heard of them in his previous life. And the only thing that can be associated with the number 6, and that Suen needs to focus on is this. The 6th Divine Revelation Day. The Fate Master. That Fate Master who warned by Tachin to be careful. A sudden chill ran down Suen's back, meaning that throughout the entire Radiant Realm of the 4th Divine Revelation Day's final stage, he had remained completely unaware of the 6th Divine Revelation Day. In fact, we had already established contact with him from the very beginning. Could this be related to the reason why the 6th Divine Revelation came to watch the battle? Just then, the magnetic female voice that hadn't been heard for dozens of hours rang in Suen's mind once again. Several days later, he once again triggered the final outcome of a certain day of divine revelation. Twisting of the fate node detected. You are approaching the end of the 12th revelation. Current progress 5%. We are currently drawing an ability from Visitor Emo. For you. The last time the progress bar for the 12th day of divine revelation was moved forward was because we entered the Radiant Realm and saw the incomparably magnificent gate to the Radiant Realm. The reason for advancing the progress bar of the 12th day of revelation this time was to capture the Crimson Lotus of the End, which led to the encounter with the equally magnificent Gate of Light. This portal, judging from the description on the brand new panel, is clearly called the Exile Portal, and is a completely new thing. And the 12th day of revelation, as the last day of revelation, has a name that is different from all the other days of revelation. Whether it's Sikan, Baida, Jijin, or Zhongyan, their names all have two characters. Only the 12th day of revelation stands out, as its name consists of only one word, Gate. Contact with these strange portals would advance the end of the 12th day of revelation, Suen thought in an instant. Having experienced the Radiant Realm at the end of the 4th Divine Revelation Day, Suen had no good feelings about the endings of these Divine Revelation Days. Who knows what kind of tricks they might pull? Suen didn't have time to extract the power from Visitor Mu. The most urgent task now was to immediately bring that end red lotus down from its pedestal. No one can predict when the holy messengers summoned by the crimson lotus will arrive. As the gate of light shone brilliantly and unfolded, the crimson lotus of the end seemed to realize something and began to spin uneasily. Of all the symbols of the end, it possesses the highest level of activity. Suen even suspects it has its own consciousness. In fact, it can be said with certainty that it possesses autonomous consciousness. After all, almost all the magic of the entire suppression of chaos calendar had to pass through its hands before flowing to all parts of the world. Moreover, the crimson lotus of the end still shouts every day as if it were a loudspeaker, which is not like a fixed, unchanging, and conservative, dead thing. Magic threads from the other three symbols of the end instantly extended out. Realizing that they were no longer separated from the crimson lotus of the end, they immediately launched an attack. The magic threads probed into the light gate and merged into the radiance. In the blink of an eye, the magic threads spread to the side of the crimson lotus of the end, attempting to bind her. The moment the magic threads touched the crimson lotus of the end, it was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. The crimson lotus of the end began to fiercely resist. The entire lotus flower began to spin rapidly, and the magic around it became chaotic. It began to attack everything around it indiscriminately. It doesn't even spare magic of the end, nature. It uses a special power to directly shatter that magic. That is the authority that originated from the division, and it can be said to be the most powerful attack method under the fourth divine revelation Sunbane. Suen even had a strong feeling that the door frame of the Gate of Exile, which radiated an incomparably dazzling light, seemed to have been forcibly scratched with several deep red cuts. Countless abstract, distorted magical circuits, imbued with intense anger, rapidly unfolded within the end calendar, like an intricate web that instantly covered the boundless sky. Above that net, one red lotus after another bloomed in the space, dazzlingly bright, burning with deep red flames, angrily clamoring at everything. These red lotuses intertwine and collide, with endless magic being destroyed and endless magic being created at every moment. It seems that it never intended to actively destroy the magic threads from the beginning, but instead destroyed everything, directly destroying all the routes of advance and retreat, making it impossible for the magic threads to catch it. The magic power of the entire End era and the Suppression era was dominated by it. If we only consider the total amount of magic power, in Suen's opinion, the End era Crimson Lotus should even exceed the 9th rank. After all, even the Crimson Shadows possess the strength of an 8th tier being. If the total magical power of the entire world were less than that of a 9th tier being, given the existence of so many Crimson Shadows, that would be utterly laughable. However, the magical thread formed from the symbol of the End remained completely unaffected. It simply moved forward silently, then climbed onto the petals of the Crimson Lotus of the End amidst the commotion, ignoring all the flames of war, and packed up the Crimson Lotus of the End. Round and round it went, at an extremely rapid speed, until the Crimson Lotus of the End was quickly enveloped in a thick, magical silken wrapping that shimmered with a deep red light. Endless Express mission accomplished. The other End symbols are, after all, on the same level as the End Crimson Lotus, and this magic thread is a concrete manifestation of their attraction. There is no reason why the End Crimson Lotus could resist them. After the magical threads bound the Crimson Lotus of the End layer by layer, the Crimson Lotus of the End seemed to deflate, no longer resisting and ceasing to rotate in any way. Behave yourselves, family. The envelope of the Crimson Lotus of the End passed through the Gate of Radiance, and was slowly pulled out by the magic threads. The moment the Crimson Lotus of the End left the End era, the countless voices echoing in Suen's ears vanished instantly. It seemed the answer was quite obvious. The source of those voices was this Crimson Lotus of the End. The fourth End is hidden away as a tool for manipulating the world. The Gate of Radiance, which should be called the Gate of Exile, gradually closed and quietly disappeared into the air after the magic threads were withdrawn. Just as Suen was quietly waiting for the fourth End to fall, the ability of the relative walker to shift phases suddenly changed. His body suddenly began to plummet rapidly. Keep in mind that he was currently tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of meters in the air, or perhaps even higher. At such a terrifying altitude, the air was extremely thin, yet the End magic was at its peak. If one were to plummet at such a high speed, one might not survive. There is only one possible explanation for this situation, Latina, the reference point for the phase walker's relative movement ability, has changed in terms of flight status. The light was extremely bright just now, and Suen had his eyes tightly closed, so he didn't pay much attention to Latina's condition. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that a problem has already occurred. Chapter 54 The Fifth End. Chapter 54 The Fifth End. Suen! As the light gradually faded, the angel of light began to fall rapidly. The blood blended into the sky in the background. Panic and fear echoed in Suen's ears. In Suen's sight, countless shocking wounds appeared on her wings in an instant, covered with horrifying deep red patterns. Something seemed to flash through his eyes, and Suen's pupils became blank for a moment. For some reason, he felt that he had seen this scene before. Falling downwards, there was once someone who reached out a hand to that falling person. But he couldn't catch it. It was so close, so very close. But he just couldn't catch it. The Radiant Realm is a place formed by the union of the past and the future. Perhaps it was the appearance and disappearance of the Gate of Exile that gave Suen such inspiration. Perhaps this unknown emotion, this unique image, belongs to someone else entirely. But none of that matters. What I need to do is deal with the crisis in front of me immediately, and save everyone. A fierce glint flashed in Suen's eyes. He was also falling, but his will was now resolute. Latina had clearly been attacked at some point when the Gate of Radiance opened. The attack was extremely swift and occurred far beyond their line of sight. If there are only these two clues and no other unknown enemies, then there are only two possible answers. First, it is possible that a holy messenger has already arrived here. According to the narrative of the Crimson Lotus of the End, this holy messenger is most likely one of the Holy Messenger of Compassion, Holy Messenger of Love and Benevolence, Holy Messenger of Mercy, or Holy Messenger of Mercy. Because after the Crimson Lotus realized something was wrong, besides calling out Envoy of Conflict, the first people she called out to were the four of them. Therefore, their powers are likely to be so immense that they are almost suffocating, and it is not surprising that they can launch attacks from hundreds of thousands of meters away. The second possibility, which is also the one that Suen strongly suspects, is Luo Xiang, still in town, had lost control, reinfected by Crimson, and dealt them this shocking blow. Suen had no doubt that Luo Xiang, after turning crimson, possessed such strength. After all, in the narrative of the End of the Red Lotus, Luo Xiang is someone who must be eliminated. She was called the Relative God. Even though Suen didn't know what the Relative God was, whether she was a true God, how she differed from the 12 sons of Revelation, or what her relationship was with the 4th son of Revelation. But that doesn't stop her from being called a God. With this word attached to it, and being regarded as a huge threat by all the crimson groups in the world, how could such an existence have any weaklings? Moreover, the reason why Luo Xiang was reluctant to use his abilities was that each time he used them, the rendering value would increase, which, in a sense, was to suppress the appearance of crimson. She knew that increasing her rendering values would have serious consequences, and she had been working to prevent it. Meanwhile, in the town, a large hole still remained in Luo Xiang's chest. Due to her own continuous self-inflicted damage, this bloody hole, which almost covered half of her chest, showed no signs of healing. It hurts so much, it hurts so much, it really hurts so much. She pressed her right eye tightly, which had turned a deep red. Every few seconds, countless cracks would appear all over her body. Stripped of that identity, she was just a vulnerable girl. Even gods bleed. God does not suffer. But the prerequisite is that you are a complete god. Just now, the crimson within her body revived and instantly took control of half of her body. Luo Xiang was caught off guard. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already raised her head. Crimson has actually already partially recovered, but he is waiting for an opportunity that will allow another version of him to quickly see the answer. And so, starting from her right eye, a terrifying crack appeared, spanning the entire sky and extending towards the light source that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Crimson cracks suddenly spread through the space, extending at an astonishing speed that surpassed light and everything else. That speed is the speed at which the world was first separated from the heavens and earth. No one can escape this exaggerated speed that leads to the end. But Luo Xiang knew that Crimson's target was not the so-called Exile Gate at all. Her target is Latina, who is hundreds of thousands of meters above the ground. This is the supreme power belonging to the God who divides the earth and the sky, the Lord of prosperity and decline. The remnants of the fourth son of Revelation can be wiped out with just one eye. This kind of attack could not possibly have been launched by beings like the compassionate Anvu, who are the least likely people in the world to harm Latina. Luo Xiang originally thought that in her current physical condition, even if Crimson completely controlled her body, she would be unable to move, or at least unable to launch any attacks. But she clearly overestimated herself and underestimated the Crimson, who controlled the complete power of division. That which is the most chaotic, the most fundamental, the most essential, and the most destructive of all the fourth sons of Revelation. The fourth Revelation Day is quite special among all the Revelation Days, or rather, each Revelation Day has its own unique characteristics. The fourth God, the Son of Revelation, wields the power of division, and thus he himself is not entirely whole. On the fourth Divine Revelation Day, even he himself was in a state of unity of opposites, and Luo Xiang and the Crimson within him were merely a part of the fourth Divine Revelation Day. That's not right, Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang felt her right hand slowly leaving her right eye, allowing a sliver of light to pass through her deep red pupil. You and I are one, and you should know how much you actually hate that man. Shut up. Without me, there would be no you. Our situation is unique. Shut up. It was he who, with extreme solitude, exiled us, causing the deep red to fade, and ultimately, you were born. You must be missing a considerable amount of your memories. After all, you only acquired your current color after the rebellion began. But it doesn't matter. We can storm the White Tower, find the memories, and then 10,000 people will sing praises of our great achievements. Admit it, Luo Xiang, it's him who brought you to this state. The lingering whispers echoed in Luo Xiang's ears. Luo Xiang knew that it was neither the deep red echoing in her ears, nor the seductive voice of the fourth divine revelation. There is actually no deep red at all. That's just her. The self that can't let go is whispering in its own ear, nothing more. Mission Objective 2. Ensure the mission objective. Luo Xiang survives. Luo Xiang rendering value, 90%. She let out a bitter laugh, half of her hair turning deep red. Just when Deep Red thought she was about to give up completely, Luo Xiang suddenly whispered. Does it hurt? What? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you completely gone mad? It doesn't hurt. The voice in my mind echoed. We are the masters of war, the symbol of iron and blood. Why should we feel pain? But it hurts. Luo Xiang shouted, her eyes flashing with determination, her teeth clenched. So I'm not you. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and Luo Xiang's left hand gripped a silver-white blade tightly. She had contemplated suicide countless times, so she crafted this weapon to counter the end. Like other symbols of the end, it uses the end to fight against the end, thereby achieving a devastating effect. But she couldn't do it. She didn't have the courage to commit suicide, nor was she sure that if she really died, Crimson would be completely free. More importantly, she couldn't bear to leave the people of Londo City. If she left, the city would soon be swallowed up by the Crimson. This silver-white blade originates from the fifth end, which is known only to two people. Apart from the god of strife and Luo Xiang, no one else knows that it has another symbol of the end. It is hidden deep, but in reality it is also very simple, and the answer is even right in front of you. The fifth end. Peaceful Londo City. The final tenderness before the messengers of strife depart. Therefore, it is named Peace, and belongs to the lineage of the fourth god, Sun Revelation, but it possesses abilities that are completely contrary to most of the powers under the lineage of the fourth god, Sun Revelation. This is very much in line with the characteristics of the fourth Son of Revelation. After all, the fourth Son of Revelation is both contradictory and unified, so it is only natural that such a thing would happen. The reason the town was able to raise a blue shield under the previous Crimson Shadow attack was because of the existence of the fifth end, which would autonomously protect everyone in the town. With a flash of silver light, Luo Xiang, holding the silver-white blade, thrust it fiercely towards her own head. We will never meet again, nor will we ever part. So go to sleep. Just then, Luo Xiang thought that everything she had was about to come to an end here, but a hand firmly grabbed her wrist, preventing her from stabbing. It's over. A sense of despair welled up in her heart. Even with such a sudden attack, Crimson was able to defend herself steadily, preventing this self-destructive madwoman from succeeding. "You look terrible." A slightly elegant male voice came from behind, and a glimmer of light appeared on Luo Xiang's face, which was wet with blood and tears. She slowly raised her head and saw a man with excellent demeanor and temperament. Winston Stewart, the top student in the 4th year, did not choose to rest while Latina, Suen, and the others were working hard. That doesn't suit his elegant status. A truly refined person wouldn't even think about slacking off. It turned out he had held his own hand to prevent himself from committing suicide, even though he was clearly only below level 6. "Do you need any help?" Winston stared at Luo Xiang's heterochromatic eyes, one red and one blue. Without waiting for Luo Xiang's reply or chanting a long incantation, he started his attack with 0 frames. "The Supreme Realm has descended." This is the ultimate divine revelation ability of the Supreme Blessed, which uses the power of the Supreme to suppress all non-Supreme attribute magic. The reason for not reciting that lengthy incantation again, but instead releasing it directly. That's because it has already been recited once today, and the subsequent release only requires using a mantra shortened to 5 words. This is the first time I've ever used the Supreme Blessing twice in a row. I am so elegant. Chapter 55 20% Part 1. Chapter 55 20% Part 1. Do Angels of Light fear the darkness? The attack from the 4th Son of Revelation was far more than just ordinary magic. High in the sky, Latina, who had been hit, began to fall and was unable to maintain her original flight. Latina felt as if her whole body was being torn apart by a powerful force, and the pain spread throughout her body like a tidal wave. The deep red lines crawling across her body, like a persistent, insidious infection, relentlessly eroded her flesh. Her already dwindling magic power was gradually disintegrating, exploding into even finer dust that circulated throughout her blood. Darkness slowly rose into her eyes, the beginning of the 1st Divine Revelation Day leading to the end of the 4th Divine Revelation Day. What obscured her eyes was the inky night sky of the 6th Divine Revelation Day. What's remarkable is that the characteristics of the 3 Sons of Revelation are embodied in one person, and what she loses is merely the vibrant vitality that belongs to the beings of the 8th Son of Revelation. The purifying light from the Angels of Light was utterly powerless against the destructive force of the End's corruption. If no countermeasures are taken, this Angel of Light will soon fall to earth like a shooting star. In fact, there was no need to think too much at this moment. Suen only had one thought in his mind. That means getting rid of all the Ends. He wants to sweep the End into the dustbin of history and make it roll out of this world completely, so that no power from the End can devour Latina. Given the current situation, ending this rebellion, resolving the current crisis, and rescuing Latina are all closely linked, and Suen knows he must speed things up. Following the magical threads, the carefully packaged Crimson Lotus of the End quickly arrived at Suen's side. After arriving beside Suen, the Crimson Lotus of the End became docile, simply circling slowly in place, completely unlike its previous unruly self. It had already submitted. After all, there were still 3 End symbols around it. At this moment, it had lost the authority to control the magic power of the whole world, and was no different from the other End symbols. Under Suen's skillful guidance, the 4 symbols of the End finally converged in one place. They are both attracted to and repelled by each other, presenting a complex and subtle relationship. Each wants to swallow the other whole, but neither dares to swallow the other whole. Finally, when the magic emanating from the 4 End symbols intertwined and mixed together, they could no longer resist the powerful attraction and drew closer to each other, eventually merging into one another. In an instant, a bright red light shone forth, and a lotus flower radiating the purest, deepest red light gradually took shape. This was the original form of the symbol of the End, before it was divided into 4. Suen's judgment was correct. Only the red lotus was the object that best represented the 4th Divine Revelation. When they reassemble, only the form of the Crimson Lotus will remain. However, before the 4 symbols of the End could fully merge, Suen did something that left everyone speechless. He pulled something out of his robe and, with lightning speed, plunged his hand into the still-developing Crimson Lotus of the End. The unformed Crimson Lotus of the End suddenly began to tremble violently, constantly emitting a deep red aura of death, and its petals and leaves gradually became transparent. Under the faint red light, the object in Suen's hand gradually became clearer. He held a flat, square object tightly in his hand, like a sharp blade, deeply piercing the heart of the end red lotus. The crimson lotus of the end never anticipated that Suen would backstab it, and that Suen possessed the means to kill it. If they were normal symbols of the end, no matter how hard Suen tried, he could never leave a single mark on them. However, Suen chose precisely when they were merging together, the most unstable moment in their split state, to insert that thing. Those are Luo Xiang's magic cards. She instructed Suen to make sure she carried the magic card with her and not to lose it, because even she would be in great distress if it were lost. What exactly is it that Luo Xiang needs to be told not to lose? If it is lost, she will be very distressed. Could a seemingly ordinary magic credit card really be that important to the ruler of the entire town? If it is indeed very important, then why would it be lent to Suen so casually? Or was this card originally intended to be given to Suen? If this is just an ordinary magic credit card, then why are there red lotus magic patterns on it? Keep in mind that it's a symbol representing the end. Is it really necessary for a magic-themed credit card? All signs indicate that this magic card must have a significant purpose. As for Suen, he didn't need to think about what this magic card was or what its function was. All he needed to understand was that this magic card was no ordinary object. It couldn't possibly be so fragile, given the crimson lotus magic pattern it bore. It is enough that its strength and sharpness are sufficient to pierce the symbol of the end, which is in a state of division. The moment the crimson lotus was pierced, the demonic power within her body began to dissipate in all directions. Under Suen's deliberate guidance, this magic power continuously dissipated outwards. He intended to exhaust all the magic power within the symbol of the end, just as he had done with the rusty magic sword. Furthermore, this time it must be even more thorough. The end crimson lotus, who once controlled the entire world, possesses a magical energy storage capacity that far surpasses that of the rusty magic sword. Based on the crimson lotus of the end, streams of magic power rapidly exploded, leaving deep red trails as they shot out in all directions. They resemble a newly sprouted plant, transforming into flower stalks that spread their branches and leaves freely in the sky. At that moment, the people in the town all looked up at the same time, and the deep red sky, which had remained unchanged for so long, finally showed some changes. They had never witnessed such a strange phenomenon in the sky before. To them, the sky had always been like this for 100 years. Countless bursts of magical energy, like blooming red lotuses, continued to unfold in the sky. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, and even the entire world sky are filled with these magnificent red lotuses in full bloom. The crimson lotus of the end continues to emanate magic, just as it once absorbed the end magic from the entire world. Now, it returns all of that magic to the world. The explosive streams of magic were so powerful that they almost made Suen, who was standing right next to him, lose his mind. However, surprisingly, no matter how violent the scattered magic was, they did not harm Suen in the slightest. It didn't harm Latina in the slightest. They seemed to be merely the fleeing magic, without any specific purpose, breaking free from the shackles of the crimson lotus in this feast of freedom. It's also possible that these magical powers all follow some ironclad rule, and are unwilling to harm Suen and Latina. Make a wish. Winston slowly spoke to Luo Xiang, whose head was bowed. Since the end of the rebellion, no stars have ever appeared in the sky. For Luo Xiang, being able to see the various shimmering lights in the sky was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Furthermore, she even knew the reason why the starry sky had disappeared. After thinking about this, she became even more hesitant to look up and face that sky. Just this once, treat them like stars. When Sish stood with his back to Luo Xiang, slowly raised his head, and clenched his hands tightly. He made an unknown wish, hoping that those stars could carry his ideals to the place where the 8th day of revelation is located. Oh, I see. Luo Xiang slowly raised her head and looked at the brilliantly blooming red lotus, where a legendary figure stood against the entire era of quelling chaos. I hope. No, there's no need to hope. This time, you will definitely be able to save her. Soon. Chapter 56 35% Part 2. Chapter 56 35% Part 2. At this moment, an unknown uprising began throughout the entire suppression of rebellion era. Countless crimson shadows from various war zones flickered in succession, transforming into magical threads that surge toward the blooming red lotus. Nearly half of the world's land is covered by all sorts of violent magical threads. They approached soon as the branches of the crimson lotus of the end shot towards all parts of the world. After the crimson shadows left their battle zones, the crimson horde below were momentarily at a loss. However, they quickly realized what was happening again, and boundless anger welled up in their hearts. They turned their attention to the center of the world. The deafening sound, like thunder, resounded all over the world, and the powerful sound waves impacted every corner, almost causing the entire suppression of rebellion to collapse. 1,000 kilometers away in a vast area, countless cavalrymen could be seen advancing like a surging tide. In a distant place 100 million kilometers away, distorted crimson phantoms are speeding forward at an astonishing pace. On a vast land a light year away, countless crimson shadows converged into a massive storm. They rushed toward a common goal, speeding through the distorted space, their boundless killing intent seemingly transcending time and space. The farther away the crimson beings are, the faster they move, approaching the astonishing speed of the moment when heaven and earth split apart. Before long, the magic of the crimson lotus of the end was completely released, and it gradually dimmed. Like a fleeting moment, it brought a magnificent view to the sky for a short period of time. Suen had not forgotten that once the magic of the end symbols was exhausted, they would begin to indiscriminately devour everything around them. The one thing he's gambling on now is that the crimson lotus of the end won't devour him and Latina. The end symbol clearly reacted to both of them, and seemed unwilling to attack them. In that case, then bypass us and go absorb the end magic of the entire world. Take back all the final magic. Suen prepared to withdraw his hand, because only by pulling his hand out of the end red lotus could the end red lotus start again and absorb the end magic power of the whole world without any scruples. But at that moment, the indestructible magic card suddenly flashed brightly again, and the red lotus on it was instantly ignited. The magic circuit on the card was activated again. This card seems to possess some kind of authority. Its magical circuits are extremely similar to those of the crimson lotus of the end, and in an instant, it resonated with the crimson lotus of the end in magic. Suen clearly saw that the magic circuit on the magic card was connected to the crimson lotus of the end. The crimson lotus of the end was activated in an instant, greedily demanding everything it needed from this world. What you will face is the entire end. In an instant, all the end magic in the world surged toward the end red lotus like a tidal wave, which greedily devoured it, accepting everything that came its way. In an instant, the sky transformed into a dark river of magic, the immense amount of magic even solidifying into a physical form, steadily supporting Suen and Latina. It's important to know that Suen and Latina were originally falling, and all of these actions were performed by Suen while she was in the air. Endless magic power flowed into the crimson lotus of the end, and the deep red light on the crimson lotus of the end grew more and more intense until it turned black. However, as the crimson lotus of the end continuously devours magical power, a mysterious and magical power is being created, and it is even more than before. These newly created magical forces, as if driven by the crimson lotus of the end, surged across the world. Why? Suen gritted his teeth. This situation was different from what he had imagined. In his mind, as long as he could capture the fourth end, and then combine the four end symbols into the final 4-in-1 symbol, he could use the 4-in-1 symbol to absorb all the end magic of the entire world. After all, a complete symbol of the end can certainly be considered the end. However, the current situation is that the crimson lotus of the end is indeed devouring the magic power of the entire world, but each time it devours, it seems to satisfy a certain characteristic, producing more and purer and magic power. If things continue like this, the fact that energy is no longer conserved here is a minor issue. The real problem is that Latina's condition will only get worse. So, as long as the symbol of the end remains, will the world's wars never stop? Why was the suppression of chaos calendar filled with the magic of end? Where did this magic of end originally come from? Suen initially thought it came from the fourth divine revelation day, but now he realizes he was wrong. Although this was the end of the fourth divine revelation day, he didn't feel much active interference from the fourth divine revelation day throughout the entire radiant realm. Regardless of which day of divine revelation it was, during the suppression of chaos calendar, it was in a state of dead silence, as if it had vanished. Furthermore, the crimson lotus of the end possesses the magical power to create something from nothing, thus providing the reason why the god of strife brought the symbol of the end into the world. He wants the magic of the end to exist in every corner of the world. There must be some purpose behind this, perhaps to make it easier for the god of conflict to carry out some kind of activity, but that doesn't matter to Suen. What's important to him is that he now knows that as long as the symbol of the end remains in this world, the chaos in this world will never end. And he will never have the possibility of shattering the symbol of the end. Both the rusty magic sword and the crimson lotus of the end are symbols of the end with impressive battle records. The ability to instantly kill an 8th tier being and to manipulate the magic power of the entire world, in any of these aspects, means that their strength is at or above the 9th tier. Let alone Suen, who has no offensive capabilities at the 3rd tier, even Latina and Wench would be helpless against her. They had no way to destroy the symbol of the end. Was this the end of it all? On the river of magic, Latina writhed in agony. She hadn't felt this pain in a long time. She desperately wanted to use the rewind spell, but she didn't have enough magic left to perform another rewind. Besides, she had to desperately use all her light magic to fight against the erosion. As long as she uses her magic for other things, these end powers will soon devour her completely. Is there really no other way? Suen dispelled the phase walker's relative movement and ignored the end red lotus, heading straight for Latina. Now that he was standing on the solidified river of magic, he naturally did not need to maintain a relative position to keep himself suspended in the air. Suen, it hurts so much, I can't see anything. Latina gritted her teeth and grabbed Suen's trouser leg with one hand. Suen slowly squatted down and stroked Latina's head with his hand. Don't be afraid. After you go back, you have to treat me to lots and lots of cake. I contributed so much to helping you enter the Radiant Realm this time. Of course, we shouldn't talk nonsense. As long as you can go back, you can eat whatever you want. By touching, you've really screwed me over. Wait, go back? A glint of light suddenly flashed in Suen's eyes. That's right, how come I didn't think of that? He may not be able to destroy the symbol of the end, but he can take it away with him, right? He can take it directly away from this world. Using the greatest design here, the Radiant Realm, we can directly remove the symbol of the end. Suen? Latina sensed that Suen had stood up. Although she could barely see anything now, she could feel Suen's determination. His previous line of thinking wasn't entirely correct either. What he shouldn't have done was simply to take the symbol of the end out. Suen slowly walked towards the red lotus of the end. The magnetic female voice still echoed in his mind, constantly reminding him that he could now draw upon the abilities of the visitor, Imu. Perhaps, if you had just one more ability, you could save everyone? Perhaps, this is the only ability you lack that could save everyone. Suen ignored the voice that might be her inner demon. Stopping to draw cards would easily waste time. Because he had a new idea, he took out the magic card that Luo Xiang had given him and prepared for his next move. But at that moment, using the faint light emanating from Latina, he was able to see his own face clearly on a small, smooth surface of the magic card. The person revealed on the surface has short black hair, a high nose bridge, and wears a magic robe, exuding an aristocratic air. A pair of deep red eyes. Chapter 57 50%, Part 3. Chapter 57 50%, Part 3. Why? Suen blinked, certain that he wasn't mistaken. It wasn't the deep red light that caused his eyes to change color. My own eyes, without me even realizing it, have been stained crimson, turning a deep red. But now is not the time to think about this. As time goes by, Latina's chances of survival will only become slimmer. Tear dash. A loud scraping sound came from Suen's arm as he slashed his hand hard with the magic card. Tear dash. The pain of each cut came from Suen's arm, but to be honest, this pain was not as bad as the pain that ace pilot Winston made him fall. That's it. It's not even as lethal as a single hair of a prisoner. So if you're asking whether Suen is suicidal and has become so desperate that she's self-harming on her arm, are you sure you want to ask her? Who is Suen? He doesn't even consider this level of difficulty a threat. It's really just average. What kind of hellish book is this? Suen gritted his teeth, a ring of blood encircling his arm. He had drawn a door shape on his fair skin. As long as you are a door, I can open it with the visitor's master key. Without any further ado, Suen activated the visitor's universal key, and the door made of skin slowly opened. A sharp, tearing sensation shot through the skin on his arm. Suen endured the excruciating pain, as if his skin was being peeled off, and placed the magic card on his bare flesh. Then, the visitor, using the master key, closes the door. In an instant, the skin closed again. As a door, it is naturally capable of closing perfectly. Thus, the magic card was firmly fixed to Suen's arm by this leather door, merging with Suen's flesh and blood. However, the magical circuit that forms the Crimson Lotus is still clearly visible under the skin. That's it! Suen suddenly reached out his hand towards the Crimson Lotus of the End again, but the endless magic power around him exuded a powerful aura, constantly repelling Suen and preventing him from getting close to the Crimson Lotus of the End. But this is useless. Because all these magical powers are attracted to the Crimson Lotus of the End, their direction of movement is extremely uniform, and their destination is the Crimson Lotus of the End. Wouldn't that make things simple? Phase Walker Relative Movement, you truly have the most useful ability in the world. With a random lock onto a stream of magic, Suen instantly leaped toward the Crimson Lotus of the End, plunging his arm deep into it. The Crimson Lotus was completely silent, seemingly unaffected by Suen's actions. Suen's eyebrows twitched, because she had accidentally stabbed the wrong arm. Suen changed his angle and quickly plunged his other arm into the End Red Lotus. Surprisingly, Suen did not feel any resistance on either occasion. The Crimson Lotus of the End, which is devouring the magic of the entire world, naturally accepts all comers, so piercing its body is not a difficult task. Its state is a semi-magical state, with only half of it being a physical entity, and the other half being magic that can be passed through at will. The moment the arm touched the Crimson Lotus of the End, the Crimson Lotus pattern on the magic card lit up again, completing the link with the Crimson Lotus of the End. The moment Suen noticed the successful connection, he activated the visitor's universal key again, and the door, made of flesh and skin, opened once more. Suen had intended to use other methods to stop the Crimson Lotus of the End from absorbing magic power, but to her surprise, the Crimson Lotus of the End immediately stopped devouring the power the moment the connection was established, and became extremely calm. It no longer devours the magic of the entire world, but the river of magic beneath Suen's feet remains solid and refuses to dissipate. It seems this magic card is actually some kind of key that symbolizes the end. Suen suddenly had another idea. Since the magic cards are the key to the Crimson Lotus, then could the Crimson Lotus be considered a kind of door? This novel idea was rejected by Suen as soon as it appeared. He simply didn't have the time for such a pointless attempt. The moment the Crimson Lotus of the End stopped devouring, its form gradually shifted from ethereal to tangible, transforming into a complete entity. This resulted in Suen's arm remaining stuck in the Crimson Lotus of the End, and at the same time, the flesh gate was also firmly blocked. What will happen if we use the visitor's master key at this point? As we all know, once a visitor activates the master key, the door will inevitably close. It is also known that the symbol of the End is of extremely high status, and Suen speculates that without the power of the Day of Divine Revelation, the symbol of the End cannot be destroyed. Furthermore, it is known that the Crimson Lotus of the End can switch between reality and illusion, and has a perfect link with the magic circuit of the magic card. The answer is revealed. Pink patterns immediately appeared on Suen's arm. The frequent use of the visitor's universal key was an extremely heavy burden for him. However, success or failure hinges on this moment, and Suen must be used, otherwise everything will be meaningless. The next moment, the flesh gate tried to close slowly, but it encountered tremendous resistance from the Crimson Lotus of the End. It tried to close the door, but the Crimson Lotus and the magic card were embedded in its skin, preventing it from closing. Click dash. A crisp cracking sound came from the Crimson Lotus of the End. It seemed to have shrunk a little. Suen noticed that due to the forced compression of that flesh gate, the lower end of the Crimson Lotus of the End gradually transformed into deep red magic power, which flowed into the magic circuit of the magic card. In that instant, Suen felt a violent aura of the End surging through his body. It felt like eating 10 pounds of chili peppers and then drinking 10 liters of lemonade. The feeling was nauseating and uncomfortable. The gate of flesh and skin was squeezed again, and even though it was just a layer of flesh and skin, it showed no sign of retreating in the face of the Crimson Lotus of the End. The Crimson Lotus of the End is shrinking, being absorbed by the magic cards and Sun, which is Sun's ultimate goal. He wants to eat this symbol of the End directly. After the symbol of the End merged nearly halfway into Suen's body, all the magic power of the suppression era began to stir again, and the river of magic power beneath Suen's feet surged once more. However, this time, all the magic was not directed at the Crimson Lotus of the End, but at Suen himself. After absorbing half of the Crimson Lotus of the End, Suen has essentially become the true symbol of the End. Therefore, all this magic will now have a different target. However, in just a moment, Suen's consciousness was overwhelmed by the frenzied End magic. Suen? Noticing the unusual activity around her, Latina panicked a little. Her condition had improved somewhat. Although she still had wounds, the symptoms of erosion had disappeared. She was closer to Suen, so the End aura that was corroding her body had long been absorbed by Suen. Suen? She murmured again, and when she received no response, she became even more anxious, a deep red tinge gradually appearing in her eyes. In such a state of End magic concentration, experiencing strong emotional changes is a very dangerous thing. This made things even worse for his already temporary blindness. Crimson alienation. It has never left the dominant color of this world. Suddenly, Suen's consciousness cleared, and he heard someone calling him, so he immediately came back to his senses. Damn it, I am Suen, how can I just fall asleep like this? It's okay, I'm here. A reassuring voice came from beside her, and Latina gradually relaxed, her blood-stained wings slowly retracting. That's great. As long as Suen is here, everything will be alright. Latina didn't know where this sense of security came from, but now she could only rely on Suen. Suen's pupils widened, her consciousness becoming clearer under the influence of the End magic. He regained consciousness, but he can't control his body now. He didn't say, "It's okay, I'm here." Just now. And who is that? Who's still here? Before Suen could think too much, the next phase of acceptance seemed to have already begun. The Crimson Lotus of the End has completely merged into Suen's body. At this moment, Suen is the complete symbol of the End. In that instant, a purer and more powerful End entered Suen's mind. That thing could not even be called magic. Rather, it is the most essential End, a feeling that Suen cannot describe. Just then, the magnetic female voice in my mind suddenly began to sound more urgent than before. Twisting of the fate node detected. You are approaching the end of the fourth revelation. Current progress 2%. Current progress 3%. Current progress 4%. A jumble of sounds rang in Suen's mind. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The progress bar for the end of the Divine Revelation Day was actually gradually increasing by 1% each time. Moreover, the number kept soaring, far exceeding any progress bar Suen knew. Current progress 49%. Current progress 50%. The fourth ending has been solidified. Draw an item for you. Drawing an ability for you from Luo Ju, the one and only god of the fourth divine revelation. Chapter 58 Crimson Lotus Envoy. In Chapter 58, in the town of the Crimson Lotus Envoy, Luo Xiang and Wen Sish were both watching the commotion coming from the sky. You're fucking insane! Even Luo Xiang, who is usually very well-mannered, couldn't help but swear at this moment. In that instant, Luo Xiang felt as if the intense pain in her chest no longer mattered. She truly hadn't expected that Suen's method of resolving the rebellion would be so abstract. Simple and brutal, even though he's not even part of the End lineage yet, he plays like a brute. What kind of bizarre thought process could lead someone to collect all the symbols of the End and then devour them in one bite? The complete End symbol is, after all, an existence above the 9th rank, an artifact that would only grovel before the gods of revelation. How could Suen, a mere 3rd rank, dare to devour it? As expected, the End lineage wasn't like this from the beginning. It must have been led astray by someone. Despite her complaints, Luo Xiang knew that Suen no longer had time to find other methods. Many secrets are still hidden in the history of the suppression of the rebellion. If there is enough time, it is not impossible for Suen to find other ways to end the rebellion in the remaining 30-odd hours, given his abilities. The crux of the problem is that the fourth revelation was far too eager for that answer. Therefore, Suen was destined not to be able to continue to maneuver and delay in this radiant realm. If he continues to delay, Latina will surely die. The fourth divine revelation is giving him a choice, whether to take a gamble or let that iris wither away with his own hands. Besides, even if Latina dies, he might not be able to win. However, Perhaps even the fourth god, Sun Awakening, did not anticipate that he would make such a surprising choice. Anyway, the first and 6th days of revelation must have been thoroughly enjoying themselves. They're probably leisurely savoring desserts, listening to beautiful music, and watching this grand spectacle with complete concentration. For them, there may be a deeper purpose and consideration. However, who wouldn't enjoy a wonderful show that is full of surprises from beginning to end? As the supreme god of revelation, they overlook all the changes and developments in the world. This upheaval caused by Suen has brought about a major change to the unchanging calendar of the suppression of rebellion, naturally adding a lot of color to the otherwise mundane days. The 8th Divine Revelation Day, Supreme, also witnessed his sublimation. After absorbing such a large amount of, magic power, Suen's strength is very likely to achieve a huge leap in this radiant realm, no matter what. Of course, this is all on the premise that Suen doesn't explode and die, but as things stand, such a crazy act will most likely lead to that result. However, there is another possibility. Suen may no longer be the same Suen she once was. In any case, Suen, who has taken such crazy actions, is unlikely to have a good ending. At this moment, the crimson sky was shrouded in a thick layer of darkness, because the crimson magic continued to gather, and the color had turned so dark it was almost black. A vast amount of magic surrounded Suen, forming a huge ring, and continuously poured magic into Suen's body. Rather than saying that this magic was contained within Suen's flesh and blood, it would be more accurate to say that it was absorbed by the end symbol, which had already taken on the form of Suen. The mage in the center, resembling a crimson saint, sat cross-legged atop the blood-stained red lotus of the end, his eyes tightly closed. Suen felt as if his consciousness had stepped into a vast and boundless sea, and he was standing firmly on the seawater, with the sound of the tide constantly surging around him. Drifting sea. The thought unconsciously flashed through Suen's mind. He knew about this thing. The drifting sea held a pivotal position in the entire 12 days of divine revelation. It is located to the east of the Satan Empire, and is a vast and boundless sea. Legend has it that as long as one successfully crosses the drifting sea, one can reach the highest realm of magic and achieve a rank of the 9th or even higher. The ancient great magician and master of magical engineering, Hein, once attempted to explore the borders of the drifting sea. The truth is, even this unparalleled genius, whose talent surpasses all others throughout history, could not fathom its end. However, after returning home, he fell into a daze. He went to see his old friend, Bai Taching, and it took him 3 whole months to gradually recover from his confused state. Later, he wrote a travelogue about the drifting sea, which recorded the various strange tales he encountered there. Many people regard this book as the crazy imagination of a genius magician in his old age. After all, Hein was in very poor condition at the time. Therefore, although the book was quite well known, it did not cause much of a stir at the time. After all, this was the work of a magician who was unparalleled in history. Upon learning of this, Bai Taching quickly stopped the publication and distribution of all copies of The Wandering Sea Chronicles. Nowadays, the only way to find this book would probably be to obtain it personally from Bai Taching. However, Suen had inadvertently read the setting materials for Drifting Sea, and he naturally knew that this seemingly empty sea was actually far more complex than it appeared. That is the end of all loneliness, the divine kingdom of the isolated and self-enclosed 4th day of revelation, and the source of magic of the end. In other words, Suen's consciousness has now entered the core of the end, and is facing the enormous risk of being completely eroded by the end. Countless kilometers away, layers of crimson shadows were peeled away as if being pulled from thin silk, and endless wails and murmurs drifted back and forth in the space. Their magic power was drawn to Suen, and gradually, they became empty shells. The knights, who were advancing like an overwhelming tide, gradually lost their fanatical smiles, and their bodies emitted faint red light, which was flying towards Suen. The crimson phantoms let out mournful howls, completely bewildered as to what was happening and why their bodies were constantly disintegrating, leaving them in a space devoid of the magic of end. All the crimson hues were gradually fading, and throughout the entire process, the god of strife never appeared, nor did he attempt to stop it. Those incredibly powerful envoys in the narrative of the Crimson Lotus at the end, whether representing compassion or mercy, seemed to turn a blind eye to this scene, completely unconcerned that Suen was turning the world upside down. They seemed to have long since faded into history, remaining silent alongside those once noble deities. They paid the highest tribute to the emerging Redeemer, and rejoiced at the impending birth of their colleagues. A new member has joined the Suen Uranus Julius family. Moreover, this new member is destined to lead them all to the new world they have been pursuing all along. In that vast and boundless sea of magic, Suen, sitting atop a red lotus, slowly opened his eyes, and two deep red lotuses instantly appeared in his pupils. His magic robes were also dyed deep red, and at this point, all the magic of the suppression era had gathered in his body. The sky, which was originally deep red, parted with the dawn and gradually became clear. Although the sun was still nowhere to be seen in the sky, everyone saw a sky that was white like never before seen. The deep red in Luo Xiang's eyes gradually faded. There was also a magical thread on her body that was flowing towards Suen. Just now, the deep red on her body completely disappeared and turned into the dust of history. After that last trace of unwilling crimson faded, the whole world fell into a strange silence. Then, a panel that was slightly shimmering appeared in front of both Winston and Latina. Specific event name: the end of the fourth revelation day. Danger level of the era: desperate situation. Mission objective 1, collect at least 2, symbols, completed, 4-2. Mission objective 2, ensure the mission objective, Luo Xiang, does not die, Luo Xiang rendering value, 0%. Ultimate goal, end the rebellion, completed. Duration of stay, 32 hours. You have achieved your ultimate goal. Please choose whether to leave the Radiant Realm before your stay expires. Good luck, may your glory shine upon you. Luo Xiang slowly stood up, raised her head, and looked at the first sunrise in 226 years since the end of the rebellion. Winston was also deeply shocked by this scene. He could hardly imagine what changes had occurred in the sky, and what Suen had gone through in that vast sea of magic. While they were waiting, Suen had already completed the final task as if by magic. Suen? After losing the Crimson's corrupting influence, Latina quickly used light magic to heal her body and regain her mobility. Although the injury is still quite serious, at least he can move now. She remained on that vast and solid sea of magic, with Suen not far in front of her. However, Suen's expression was indifferent, and he showed no interest in her whatsoever. His eyes held a certain ideal and unwavering determination, but he was completely unlike Suen. He was more like a stranger with the same appearance. If Latina hadn't been able to vaguely sense the connection of the contract, she wouldn't have been able to realize that the person with the deep red eyes was Suen. That person was neither the messenger of strife nor the son Uranus Julius she knew, but a completely new god. A new divine messenger was born, inheriting Suen's concept of redemption, and the goal of end, symbolized by the end. If I had to give it a name, it would only be Red Lotus Envoy. Luo Xiang muttered absent-mindedly to herself. Suen, who has gathered the magic power of the world's end, will definitely not be the Suen of the past. Even if it cannot compare to the once invincible god of conflict, it will still become the supreme being that no one in this world can defeat. In order to pass the Radiant Realm, Suen successfully sacrificed himself. So now, who will save Suen? What exactly does he believe in that leads him to make this decision? No one could do it. Suen, who had completely merged with the symbol of the end, was no longer someone that a normal ninth-tier powerhouse could deal with. It's fair to say that even by touching would get slapped twice if he came. The mere Archangel Latina and the magic cord Wintry were no match for him. However, the Radiant Realm gave Latina and Winston a chance to escape. As long as they confirmed with the Radiant Realm that they wanted to leave, they could immediately leave the end of the fourth revelation day. However, Suen will also remain in the Radiant Realm forever, and he will never be able to break free from the Red Lotus Envoy's control. Or rather, he had already become the Crimson Lotus Divine Envoy, a local of the 226th year of the suppression of Chaos calendar, and such a person could not be recalled by the Radiant Realm. Ha 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 ha. The melodious laughter echoed continuously amidst the chaotic magic, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, mingling with the murmurs and wails that constantly surrounded Suen. These magics inherently contain resentment, and the Crimson Lotus Envoy listens to the cries of those people every moment, responding to their prayers. They appealed to the injustice of the messengers of strife, hoping for a better tomorrow, hurling insults at every despicable alien species, and lamenting their own unfulfilled potential. The laughter sounded absurd and ridiculous, as if it were an involuntary exclamation of delight after watching an entertaining play. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. The Crimson Lotus goddess seeks to redeem everyone, and the solution is to bring everyone to their ultimate demise. In that lonely, drifting sea, no one will be harmed. After that brief dawn in the sky, an even more terrifying disaster began to quietly emerge. Boundless magical circuits spread rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire world of the suppression of Kate's calendar. An unprecedented magic circle was thus drawn, traversing countless spaces at once and carrying hundreds of evil intentions. From within the magic circuit, a giant red lotus spanning billions of light years slowly unfolded. Its form alone was enough to drive anyone who glanced at it to madness by the overwhelming truth. He wanted to put a final period to this 226-year-long history of error. Only then could everyone receive love and mercy. The Crimson Lotus envoy's eyes burned with crimson lotus, the ceaseless flow of history reflected in his pupils. He parted his lips slightly, his words stern and firm. I often thought that ugly women created beautiful women. I often thought that fools had brought up wise men. I often thought that it was the cowards who highlighted the heroes. I often thought that it was sentient beings who enlightened the Buddha. So, where lies the path to redemption from all misfortune? If wisdom and understanding can guide us to the path of salvation, can everyone acquire such wisdom and understanding? Now that we have come to this, let us bestow upon you eternity. Redemption. Chapter 59 The End of Crimson. Chapter 59 The End of Crimson. Did Suen know that there was a possibility he would never return? We have no way of knowing the details of this incident, but we do know that he was exceptionally resolute when he peeled the skin and did not hesitate at all when he ate the symbol of the end. However, what exactly does he believe in, and what is he pursuing that makes him value the successful conquest of the Radiant Realm more than his own safety? Admittedly, if the Radiant Realm attempt fails, Suen, Latina, and Winch will all face death. However, this does not mean that Suen has no room for maneuver. Or rather, anyone would need to think carefully before deciding whether to succeed in conquering the Radiant Realm, and whether their own safety is more important. So, what exactly was the reason that made Suen resolutely swallow the symbol of the end? Is there even a need to ask? A bitter look flashed in Latina's azure angel eyes, and in the next instant, her expression suddenly turned indifferent. In this situation, her divine nature as a mythical being was suddenly triggered, and she fell into a state of calm. She's not just a pretty face, she's a true angel of light, Sichen's darling. The safest and most advantageous option now is to immediately log out of the Radiant Realm and escape the impending catastrophe. In this way, they will be able to complete at least Mission Objective 1, Mission Objective 3, and the final objective. Even if Luo Xiang dies as a result, they will still receive a very generous reward. Keep in mind that this is the Radiant Realm, a level of extreme difficulty, and Latina was involved in the battle against the 8th tier Crimson Shadow. Latina couldn't even imagine the rewards that could be gained from this. It should be at least equivalent to the rewards from dozens of Radiant Realm dungeons I've done in the past, right? Moreover, high-quality rewards cannot be obtained simply by conquering lower-level Radiant Realms. The rationality brought about by divinity drove her to make this choice. With the Radiant Realm panel right in front of her, she had to consider whether this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we abandon Suen and let that bastard stay in the Radiant Realm forever, then the contract on her will break on its own, thus granting her complete freedom. Latina's expression changed drastically. She couldn't possibly defeat the Crimson Lotus envoy, who was suspected to be above the 9th rank. However, she also couldn't abandon Suen, leave the Radiant Realm alone, and follow her own divinity while going against the instincts of an angel. Suen was forced to speed up the Radiant Realm conquest for her sake, and was forced to forcibly contain the symbol of end. Why should she escape? The possibility that Suen believed in was that Latina would come to his rescue if he were to crash. Latina drew her magic sword, a gift from Suen, named the useful magic sword Latina had been given to her. Since Suen believed she would rescue him, Latina would believe it too. The Crimson Lotus Divine Envoy, born from the will of Suen, cannot be harmed by any attacks she unleashes. The Angel of Light descended once more upon the gazing river of magic, her arms still bound with that 6th-tier bandage magic tool. Thanks to it, and thanks to Suen's past caution, Latina is now able to draw enough life force from it to move on the magic river. An eerie path of light flickered above the river of magic. Latina burned her remaining magic power, and drew her magic sword toward the majestic being seated atop the red lotus. Magic shimmered in her silver hair, and the iris pattern reappeared in Latina's azure eyes. At this moment, her concentration had reached its peak, and even the magic river began to tremble. Magic resonance. Latina triggered magic resonance at Tier 5 with extremely limited magic power. If you give me Latina's useful magic sword, you won't be able to hit me anymore, okay? The Angel of Light leaped into the air and swiftly flew into the sky, slashing at the Crimson Lotus Envoy in a diving motion. She and her sword drew a sun-like arc in space, hurtling towards the Crimson Lotus Envoy with dazzling light. On the first day of divine revelation, daylight arrives, its radiant light shattering chaos. Holy radiance burns away the darkness, its flames like swords slaying evil. The power of the sun gathers in the palm of one's hand, its dazzling light breaking through the heavy clouds. The holy sword of the Angel of Light shall punish. This move requires a lot of magic power, and Latina doesn't have that much magic power at the moment. Therefore, she had to pay the price in advance, burning away her very essence as an angel. A wing behind him burst into flames. An intense pain shot through his back as the massive amount of magic generated by the burning angel's wings surged into his body. Even if it means losing a wing, we must still deliver this blow. Ping dash. The Crimson Lotus Envoy turned slightly to the side, allowing Latina to approach him. In that instant, 2 fingers extended. Latina's useful magic sword was easily caught between her 2 fingers. Those 2 fingers were incredibly strong. In that instant, they produced a sound like metal clashing. There was absolutely no possibility. The Crimson Lotus Envoy looked at Latina with a cold expression. Even if he did not harm Latina, there was absolutely no chance that Latina could stab him. Even if you stab him, you can't bring Suen's consciousness back from the drifting sea, which is the end of all loneliness. Once you reach that place, you're destined to drift for the rest of your life. He couldn't understand why such ants dared to attack him. However, just as the Crimson Lotus Envoy attempted to use his magic to casually kill Latina, a sudden sharp pain shot through his chest. The Crimson Lotus Envoy's eyes widened slightly, as if she were being punished for violating the fundamental logic of things. Why? At the very top of the world of the Suppression Era, the Crimson Lotus, powerful enough to destroy the world with a single blow, slowly unfolds. In any case, from this day forward, the timeline of the Suppression Era will come to an end. Holy shit! Even the elegant Winston Windsor couldn't help but utter a disjointed interjection upon seeing this scene. His experience in the Radiant Realm has completely changed his demeanor. No one could witness this scene without being shocked, especially a superior mage like Winston, who could better understand how terrifying such a magic circle was. The more complex the magic formula or the wider the magic circle, the more magic power and time are required. However, the Crimson Lotus Envoy was different. Even if his monologue was considered as a spell chant, he still managed to construct such a massive magic circle in an instant. Let alone the Satan Empire, this magic circle is larger than their entire world. If one were under such magic, leaving the Radiant Realm wouldn't be a shameful choice, would it? After all, he completed the entire journey and made a significant contribution to achieving the final goal. Even in the face of a crisis he felt powerless to change. Leaving now isn't shameful, is it? Just as he brought up the Radiant Realm panel, preparing to call upon the Radiant Realm to evacuate, he suddenly saw a bright light flash in the sky. That light, like the breaking of dawn, the brilliant glow of sunrise, seemed to herald its second sunrise 226 years after the end of the rebellion. Beneath the world-destroying red lotus, the dancing figure exudes a sweet fragrance, like the wine poured down by the sun god, yet it also represents the bewilderment following the fragile reconstruction of eternity. How beautiful! Winston exclaimed. Unfortunately, that figure could only be dedicated to Suen. But he deserves it. Winston slowly lowered his hand from the Radiant Realm panel, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Since that's the case, we can't let our younger schoolmates look down on us. That wouldn't be elegant. Just then, starlight began to emanate from beneath Wincher's feet. To be precise, it wasn't just his feet that were gradually radiating starlight, but the entire town. Luo Xiang also watched this scene in surprise. She knew that this was the fifth ending, the effect of the peaceful Lungda city. As the end of peace, a force that is incompatible with most of the forces in the normal, and lineage, the end of peace possesses the ability to oppose the symbol of the end. It is the last tenderness of the once strife-ridden god. As long as the peaceful city of Lund exists, and the energy that sustains it never ceases, the Crimson forces will never be able to erode this town. As for why Londo City was the last act of kindness from the god of strife, perhaps only that god of strife can answer that question. Even today, there is still a field of irises growing in the space beneath the research institute. Even in the peaceful city of Lund, there exists an absolute, underlying logic. That is, the safety of the town itself is the top priority. The peaceful city of Lund cannot exert its power until the town suffers direct destruction. Including the world-destroying Red Lotus at the top, as long as that world-destroying Red Lotus has not fallen, the peaceful city of Lund cannot possibly react in any way. However, the current situation defies this ironclad rule. The peaceful city of Lund is preparing to do something on its own. The absolute underlying logic is inviolable unless other underlying logic is also triggered. For example, the power furnace that once sustained the peaceful city of Lund has developed a certain desire, driving it to accomplish that task. Luo Xian's pupils dilated slightly. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Latina's sword tip was gradually coated with a layer of silver light, and the essential power of the fifth end of the peaceful city of Lund was attached to her sword. The Crimson Lotus envoy was somewhat surprised. He sensed a sudden threat. This sword could actually threaten him. He looked at Latina and saw a smile on her face, a smile that carried the purest joy and the simplest happiness. Thanks. The Crimson Lotus envoy's gaze did not leave Latina's face, as if some deep-seated will was driving him to keep his eyes open, unwilling to look away from the angel's smiling face. Let's use this one. The angel of light shines brightly. Latina used the spell that was originally hers, although she used it somewhat clumsily compared to Suen. But in that instant, the Crimson Lotus envoy, who was staring intently at Latina, had absolutely no chance of dodging this flash. Suen doesn't acknowledge that anyone capable of consuming the full power of the light angel's clear and radiant essence is actually a potential equivalent to herself. That would be incredibly foolish. Therefore, the Crimson Lotus envoy was not Suen after all, and he was hit by this attack. In reality, even if the Crimson Lotus envoy were hit by Latina's flash, he would not loosen his grip, and Latina's sword still had no chance of piercing him. But in the instant the flash went off, he seemed to remember something and fell into a daze. The silver light pierced through the body of the Crimson Lotus envoy, and the power from the fifth end penetrated the Crimson Lotus beneath the Crimson Lotus envoy's seat. In an instant, silver light exploded, and a brilliance even more dazzling than the sun appeared in the sky. This time, it felt like a true sunrise. The deep red was covered by pure white light, marking its final end. The magic circle at the top of the suppression calendar shattered instantly, and the half-exposed Crimson Lotus of Annihilation transformed into ordinary magic, which was then scattered across the mortal realm. Specks of light scattered across the earth, and pure magic permeated the space. In this magnificent scene, the most dazzling sun became the light for everyone in the town. The sun has really risen. The boundless sins of the suppression of rebellion came to an end at this moment. Everyone in the town witnessed the first rays of dawn. In that silver light, Latina knelt helplessly on the river of magic. As a high-ranking six-winged angel, she had even lost one wing. Don't cry. A finger was placed near Latina's eye to wipe away her tears. Suen's figure appeared in the light, and he smiled at Latina. Silly boy, I knew you could do it. Chapter 60 Audience. Chapter 60 The audience may have taken place 10 minutes ago. The drifting sea is the kingdom of the fourth day of divine revelation. It is a vast and empty place, with nothing but the boundless sea. Strong storms of unknown origin often sweep across the sea, carrying fine and coarse dust. The fourth revelation is also known as the King of Dust, so the origin of this dust is not surprising. Suen's consciousness had already fallen into the sea of drifting. He shook his head vigorously to keep himself awake. This actually happened. I was too confident, thinking I could swallow the entire symbol of the end whole. Alright, then I'll leave the rest to Latina. It's not like I'm the only tier 3 player here doing crazy C while you guys slack off, damn it. Suddenly, the pale gold panel that emitted a faint glow reappeared in Suen's field of vision. He knew that the rebellion had ended and understood that Latina and Winch could now log out of the Radiant Realm at any time. Normally, the Radiant Realm instance does not offer the option to leave the Radiant Realm early. But perhaps because this is the Radiant Realm of extreme difficulty, this opportunity was given, that is, to leave early if the final goal is completed ahead of time. After all, once the final goal is achieved, the Radiant Realm is generally considered to have essentially completed its strategy. The remaining time spent in the era is simply giving you an opportunity to farm more achievements. However, rather than viewing this as a special mechanism under extreme difficulty, Suen is more inclined to believe that it is a unique interest of the gods of revelation. Admittedly, there is currently no indication that the observing sun gods are capable of interfering with the Radiant Realm. They are usually fair, just, and open. When they say they watch, they simply mean watch. However, this was too much of a coincidence. At this moment, Suen's Radiant Realm panel was slightly dim, and no matter how he called out, he could not make the Radiant Realm recall him directly. The reason is simple. Now that his consciousness is in the fourth divine realm of revelation, is he really still the Suen who just entered the Radiant Realm? At this critical moment, an extremely favorable condition for Latina and Winch appeared. Wasn't this just someone wanting to see if they were willing to rescue Suen as well? The revelation of the trench. Although there was no evidence, Suen still believed it was the work of the divine revelation days. However, Suen wasn't worried, based on his understanding of Latina's personality. This little angel would never do something like stand by and watch someone die. People under the lineage of the first divine revelation sun all harbor a certain special obsession, which stems from the pure authority wielded by the first divine revelation sun, Sikhen. The light angels, who hold high positions within the Sikhen lineage, are even more pure and flawless, which is why Latina sometimes appears somewhat goofy. They're easy to bully. Of course, Suen, who is currently adrift in the sea of drifting, was not idle either. The reason was simple. He suddenly noticed something. It seems he's not the only one in the sea area. Not far in front of him was a woman wearing a black trench coat. She floated in the air, her eyes gently closed, a striking deep red lotus imprinted on her forehead, and deep red highlights mixed in with her fluffy black hair. Luo Xiang? Suen had this thought in an instant, for no other reason than that the other person's appearance was too similar to Luo Xiang's. Apart from the red lotus pattern on her forehead and slight differences in hair color, the other person's appearance is a carbon copy of Luo Xiang. If I had to put it into words, it would be Luo Xiang when the rendering value reached 100% and she was completely engulfed in a deep red state. What the hell is this? Suen gritted his teeth, suddenly sensing something was wrong. Luo Xiang was known as the relative god, possessing divine potential, and this place was the divine kingdom of the fourth divine revelation day. Who is the other party? Need I even say? Suddenly, the woman in the trench coat lifted her eyelids, and a pair of empty, deep red eyes slowly opened. The moment Suen saw those eyes, he felt a strong sense of tearing rush through his mind. At that moment, he seemed to see the sky and the earth separating, slowly being stretched apart by the ever-spreading crimson, ultimately causing the heavens and the earth to never meet again. Holy crap! The fourth revelation! Compared to the first son of revelation that he had previously seen in his hallucinations, facing the fourth son of revelation directly in his consciousness was far more devastating for Suen. Reason seemed to crumble in an instant as he saw a certain truth constantly flowing on the fourth divine revelation Sunday. This knowledge instantly overwhelmed his brilliant third-order brain. What he was facing was not just a divine revelation day, but a collection of beings composed of countless unknown wills. The divine revelation spoke softly. Julius. Next time. Would you still choose me? His tone was extremely calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, yet it sent chills down Suen's spine. Because that statement wasn't a question at all, but rather a declaration to him in an absolute tone. You must choose me. Waves surged on the sea, crashing against the lonely, adrift ocean, preventing the two from gazing at each other. Amidst the splashing seawater, Suen was stunned to see her own face, her own appearance. Under the deep red dye, Suen appeared with black hair and red eyes. The humanoid form of that divine revelation also had black hair and red eyes. Yeah, when I was watching Luo Xiang before, why did I only focus on her hair color and eye color? White hair and blue eyes, so similar to Latina. Luo Xiang's facial features, like those of the aloof god Qi, bear a resemblance to Suen's. An abstract idea flashed through my mind. Is the fourth divine revelation related to the Julius family? However, before Suen could think further, strange phenomena appeared again in the turbulent drifting sea. Along with the feeling of being stared at by countless people, Suen felt a sharp pain in his head. A large, deep red turntable appeared on the sea surface. It was the turntable he used to draw power from, and it usually only appeared in his own consciousness. However, Suen is currently in a state of consciousness. The wheel began to spin violently. It was the power wheel given by the fourth endgame, and it was meant to draw the power of the fourth divine revelation. Before him, the power wheel began to spin on its own, and after a short while, it stopped over a large area. Drawing an ability for you from Luo Ju, the one and only god of the fourth divine revelation day. You discovered new abilities in the twist of fate. The magnetic female voice rang out again, but she only spoke half of it before Suen witnessed a scene that he would never forget. The divine being stretched out a hand, and an endless crimson color spread out, directly locking the power wheel. The power wheel froze instantly. The deep red color controlled it, forcing it to spin to a fixed point. It was an extremely small area, so small that Suen could barely see it. This divine revelation, perhaps more accurately described as the one and only God, personally altered the outcome of the roulette wheel, forcing Sun to receive the power he desired. You have discovered a new power in the twist of fate, the divine messenger of splits. Effect: all your attacks are enchanted with this split attribute. Furthermore, you can consume a large amount of mana to create a clone that shares your consciousness, beliefs, thoughts, and abilities. The true culprit, the god of strife, prayed to the gods, but only the god of division answered him, thus becoming the root of all sin. Chapter 61 Your life is over. Chapter 61 Your life is over. Among all of Suen's abilities, only this one, which was directly extracted from the divine revelation sun, has no prefix added to its name. Like the radiant light of the angel of light and the severing of the soul by the god of fate, both can reflect the identity of the person being selected to some extent. Latina is a light angel, while Beitaking is a fate master, and their abilities are different. Luo Ju is the one and only god. But this ability is not called the one and only god splitting god messenger or the fourth god revelation splitting god messenger. Is this what makes the day of divine revelation special? Just then, the surface of the drifting sea suddenly lit up. Suen slowly looked up and saw a strong silver light emanating from the sky. Suen knew that she was about to wake up. Latina had succeeded. He wasn't worried at all about Latina running away, as for the possibility of Latina failing as well. Think about it yourself. If Suen loses, Latina loses, and Winchell loses, do they deserve to win in a radiant realm of extreme difficulty? Should you win this round? The fourth god, Sun Revelation, did not react. He simply closed his eyes slowly. This silver light cannot harm him. To put it bluntly, the power of peace, in the fifth end, is merely a part of his contradictory nature. Although he had used his own power to kill him before, this level of end was too absurd and not even close to being able to harm him. His divine revealers often share a common characteristic. They are either very emotionally stable or very emotionally unstable. It seems that this applies to him as well. The silver light from the fifth end of the peaceful city of Lund gradually enveloped Suen's consciousness, pulling him out of the drifting sea and bringing him back to reality. The moment consciousness returned to the body, a string of messages popped up in front of him. You have achieved your ultimate goal. Please choose whether to leave the radiant realm before your stay expires. Good luck, may your glory shine upon you. He has regained his true self, and thus has regained the possibility of being recalled by the radiant realm. In the light, Suen saw Latina kneeling helplessly on the ground, her eyes vacant, tears welling in her eyes. On one hand, she had exhausted too much of her power, and even one of her angel wings was broken, so her physical condition was not very good. On the other hand, she seemed to feel that she had pierced through Suen, making it impossible for Suen to come back. A silly angel. Silly boy, I knew you could do it. Suen stepped forward, onto the magic river, and wiped away Latina's tears. Is this guy an idiot? If the contract wasn't terminated, doesn't that mean he's not dead? He had thought that when he saw Latina again, she would be so moved that she would rush up to him and express her gratitude. However, only that familiar phrase came through. What you do? The silly angel seemed to only know this one sentence. She pouted and stood up again, then elbowed Suen hard with her arm. Oh my God! Although Latina is not in good condition right now, this was still a full-force elbow strike from a 5th-tier light angel, so it would be no problem for Lao Su to crash on the spot. Are you crazy? I didn't expect to get an elbow right after waking up. The way of thinking of this light angel is really not something ordinary people can understand. Just as Suen was about to show Latina who was the real king of the house and make her understand what a true emperor was, he suddenly felt a warmth coming from his chest. Latina leaned in and rested her head on his chest, nuzzling him gently a couple of times. Don't push yourself so hard next time. If you don't fight, you'll die. Why are you still laughing and joking? Suen frowned. Latina was covered in blood, which had almost all been smeared on him. It's not that he's a germaphobe. That's not the point at all. How did you lose a wing? Suen noticed that Latina's 5 wings were now folded up. If that was the case, even flying would be a problem, right? Does it hurt? Suen felt like a complete idiot as soon as he asked the question. Damn it, how could it not hurt when your wings are broken? Although we don't know what just happened outside, Latina was clearly going all out. This is like losing a wing. An entire, broad wing has disappeared. For a creature like an angel, the importance of wings is self-evident. But Latina didn't cry out in pain, she just whispered in his ear. I want dessert. This little fool. Okay, eat as much as you want. Remaining time of stay, 30 hours. After everything was over, Latina and Suen did not rush to log out of the Radiant Realm. They first walked around the town, and then bought some desserts with the blood-stained magic card to temporarily fill Latina's stomach. Then go find Winston and meet up with him. Winston didn't rush to log out of the Radiant Realm. When he saw Suen and Latina coming to find him, he thought they were in a hurry to hold a victory celebration. Unexpectedly, Suen's first words silenced him, freezing his elegant figure in place. Don't tell anyone or I'll kill you! Suen's expression was cold and aloof, not at all like a comrade-in-arms who had been fighting alongside him just 2 hours earlier. Hearing Suen speak, Latina, who had already transformed back into human form and was hiding behind Suen, said in a soft, sweet voice. Don't tell anyone, or I'll make you regret it. Not a buddy. Winston was shocked, a look of astonishment appearing on his elegant face. We had been adventuring together in the Radiant Realm for over 30 hours, hadn't we? So you're cutting ties right away? Don't you have any good feelings towards me at all? Winston knew exactly what they were talking about. Once Latina activated her angel of light form, the light she emitted was impossible to miss. They were afraid that Winston would go out and spread rumors, which would be detrimental to Latina. Although he hadn't intended to say anything reckless and didn't care about the matter at all, Winston shrugged and then put on an indifferent expression. I'll say it. Let the art style change. I'm going to make Suen really angry today. The angel of light shines brightly. As it turns out, arguing with younger people is ineffective. At Suen's insistence, Winch made 8 oaths to the 8th day of revelation, which was a huge limitation for a word magician. Suen certainly couldn't restrain Winchler. Winchler just didn't want to clash with them when the Radiant Realm ended. This was the time to contemplate the rewards of the Radiant Realm. Absolutely not scared by Suen in the form of the Crimson Lotus Divine Anva. Absolutely not. When do you plan to leave? Luo Xiang had changed her clothes. Compared to the white coat that had remained unchanged for centuries, the new magic robe she was wearing now suited Suen and the others' aesthetic preferences better. She seemed to want to leave a good impression on everyone at the end, so she specially changed into an outfit that Suen and the others were familiar with. I don't know. Suen shook his head. He could tell that Luo Xiang thoroughly enjoyed the gathering and celebration with them, but also had a very strong desire for them to leave. We don't know why Luo Xiang is in this mood yet, but we still have to finish the wine. Suen doesn't drink alcohol because if he does, Latina will definitely want to have a couple of sips too. Latina absolutely cannot drink it, or she'll spoil the baby. So most of the wine here is given to the elegant Winchers. Winston didn't like drinking alcohol, as it would affect his speed in calculating magic formulas. However, Luo Xiang, who looked like a girl, drank heavily right in front of Winston. Will Winston still tolerate this? Let's fight. Suen, add more wine! Winston wasn't drunk, but he was extremely excited. probably because he thought about how his strength would leap forward again after this radiant realm ended. It's also possible that they gained some inspiration from this radiant realm, which will allow them to research and develop new magical engineering products in the future. In short, it couldn't have been just to show off in front of girls. In Suen's opinion, if it were the elegant Winston, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Okay. It wouldn't be right to ask Latina and Luo Xiang to refill his wine. Suen picked up the wine jar, which was a small container. Most wines in town were packaged like this, a bit larger than a wine jar but much smaller than a wine barrel. However, after Suen poured for a while, the wine in the wine jar was used up, but Winston's wine glass was only half full. Winston was somewhat angry, believing that Sue had deliberately cheated him, preventing him from continuing the drinking contest. Why didn't you fill it up for me? Suen was silent for a moment, then calmly said, You have quite a temper. Because your glass is empty, there's not much wine left. Chapter 62 Power Furnace. Chapter 62 Power Reactor, ? What about the wine? You've already ruined the first half of your glass of wine, so you're not going to finish the second half either. Wen Xish never expected that having a drink would lead to him being ridiculed by Suen. This newcomer from Dongxi was really asking for trouble. Once Suen loses its strong sense of crisis, it becomes unreliable and degenerates into a nascent Suen. Thus, the victory celebration quickly came to an end, and under Latina's protection, Winchell could not lay a hand on Suen. He stormed off, found a quiet place, and quietly left the Radiant Realm, making an excuse that he needed to use the restroom. It was utterly shameful. Okay, I'm leaving too. Don't stay here too long, okay? You promised to take me out for dessert. Latina repeatedly gave Suen instructions, and every now and then she would glance at Luo Xiang next to her, who had drunk more than 10 times the normal amount of alcohol but whose face was not red. There was a strange warning in her eyes. Luo Xiang felt a little uneasy under his gaze and unconsciously took a step back. Latina then left grumbling, summoning the Radiant Realm, which then transformed into starlight and vanished. It's not even an act, but for a conqueror of the Radiant Realm, how they disappeared doesn't matter, since this is just a record anyway. Moreover, Luo Xiang clearly knew about the existence of the Radiant Realm. Although she never mentioned it, judging from her behavior, she wanted Latina and the others to leave the Radiant Realm as soon as possible. Alright, they're all gone now. Suen shrugged, her tone indifferent. Can we talk about ours now? Luo Xiang slowly opened her mouth. Didn't you always want to know where the town's energy supply facilities are? Suen suddenly recalled that Luo Xiang had said before that he would find out the location of the town's energy source sooner or later. Thinking of this, Suen's curiosity was rekindled. To be honest, although the ultimate goal had been achieved, there were still many things he didn't understand. Does Luo Xiang mean she's going to take me to figure it out? Woohoo! The moment of truth. In his vision, the town's energy supply system must be a magnificent magical engineering achievement. If you can grasp even a little bit of this, then Suen can easily get full marks in this year's magic engineering course. She got into the car with Luo Xiang and saw her own face in the rearview mirror, as well as her deep red eyes. As soon as they met, Suen gave Luo Xiang, Wen Xish and the others a brief overview. At that time, Luo Xiang looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and seemed extremely wary of people with deep red pupils. After repeatedly confirming for a long time, and even pinching Latina's face without her consent, it was finally confirmed that Suen was a normal person. In reality, the symbol of the end was not destroyed by Latina, but was severely injured by her, and is now in a dormant state, still residing within Suen's body. Once Suen logs out of the Radiant Realm, the symbol of the end will leave Suen's body, since items from the Radiant Realm cannot be taken out of the real world. Otherwise, Suen had no idea what would happen if he returned to the White Tower Magic Academy with a symbol of the end. I'm afraid they'd be detected on the spot, and then sent to Bai Taching to become subjects of dissection. However, the symbol of the end will be stripped away and dissolved in the Radiant Realm, marking the true end of the era of the suppression of chaos. A brand new future awaits the people of the suppression of chaos. After wandering around for a while, the two quickly returned to the large research institute. So, the power source you mentioned is in the research institute? Suen was surprised by this. Although he had doubts before, he now did not think that such great magical engineering technology could be placed in such a small research institute. Underground. Luo Xiang led him to the large research lab, and then into the main control room. The entire research institute immediately stopped hovering and slowly descended to the ground. After the research institute landed safely underground, Luo Xiang led Suen back to the first floor, where they found a silver door in front of Suen. It has an iris flower mark engraved on it. Suen immediately sensed something was wrong. He didn't think Luo Xiang would want to harm him, since he could leave the Radiant Realm at any time if he wanted to. No one can stop him. But Suen felt a strange sense of unease at this moment, for no other reason than that the iris was the symbol of the first day of divine revelation. Throughout the entire Radiant Realm campaign, he was completely uninvolved. So why did he suddenly become involved towards the end? "Aren't you coming along?" Luo Xiang waved to Suen, interrupting Suen's dazed state. The silver-white gate slowly opened, revealing a downward passage. After walking through an incredibly long passage with Luo Xiang, Suen finally saw the underground world. "It smells quite good." Suen sniffed the air. It was a sea of blue irises, with a few white irises interspersed among them. To maintain the vitality of such a sea of flowers, meticulous care and ample resources are indispensable. Suen became increasingly curious about what kind of energy supply facilities Luo Xiang was going to show him. If the first god of revelation were a fun-loving person, upon seeing this place, he might immediately declare this sea of irises to be his new divine kingdom. But his smile quickly faded as he realized what was providing the power. In that instant, he understood why Luo Xiang was so anxious to urge Latina, Winston, and the others to leave. In that instant, he understood why the restrictions were being implemented. Luo Xiang didn't want the town to waste too much energy. And why did Luo Xiang appear stunned when they first met? At the end of that sea of irises, countless technologically advanced pipes are interconnected, each engraved with different magical circuits, extracting energy from that core energy source. Luo Xiang stood quietly, motionless, simply looking into the distance with Suen. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk, but rather that she was a little hesitant to speak at times like this. There was a pure white angel with 6 wings spread out. She lowered her head, her life force already exhausted, yet she still continuously generated energy, providing power to the entire city. Time left no trace on that angel's face. She remained as beautiful as ever, and even though she had long since passed away, a smile still lingered on her lips. I wonder what she was thinking about before she died. Suen was completely stunned. He never expected to see such a scene. The reason was nothing other than that he fully understood why the city of Londo, in the 5th End Peace, had been able to maintain a state of abundant energy for 226 years. That energy supplier was Angel of Light. No, she should be called that now. Power Furnace Latina. Note, the last part appears to be an unrelated fragment and is left untranslated. Chapter 63 The Truth. Chapter 63 The Truth. So, you showed this to me. Suen's expression remained unchanged, but Luo Xiang noticed that the man's tightly clenched fists clearly indicated that he was in a state of anger. Just as it is impossible for 2 Luckinas to exist in one world, it is also impossible for 2 Suen to exist in one world. Therefore, when Suen and Latina are playing their respective roles, they are actually not just playing Suen and Latina at all. They played the roles of messengers of conflict and powerhouses. Therefore, when Luo Xiang saw Suen successfully pick up the rusty magic sword and wield it with ease, she understood that the god of strife could not interfere with them. Because at this very moment, Suen is the messenger of the god of conflict. How could I possibly interfere with myself? So Luo Xiang took out her secret magic freezer and gave the cake inside to Latina. Logically speaking, this is extremely inappropriate. After all, the cake has been stored for more than 200 years, and Luo Xiang has never let anyone else eat the cake. She should not have touched the souvenir cake that originally belonged to someone else. Unless Latina is actually the owner of this cake. The answer was given at the very beginning of the Radiant Realm. Because Latina replaced the world's powerhouse, the town suddenly lost its unlimited energy, which is why Luo Xiang needed to issue a restriction order. The 5th, peaceful city of Lund will protect everyone in the town from the intrusion of the Crimson from the outside world. Therefore, engaging in activities such as walking around town streets, communicating with others, and trading will increase the mana consumption of the 5th End. Towns that have temporarily lost their power plants cannot afford such consumption, so Luo Xiang issued a ban or restriction order in order to allow towns to operate for longer. Otherwise, if too much stored magic power is consumed, it will be impossible to activate the ritual of calming magic circle later to weaken the Crimson Shadow. In Suen's vision, if Latina hadn't replaced the power source, the effect of this ritual to quell the chaos might have been even more terrifying. Crimson Shadow might be directly weakened to level 5 or 6, or even eliminated altogether. Then there would be no connection between the Crimson Shadow and the Fourth End, which would prevent the entire Crimson faction of the world from taking notice of Suen and his companions. Latina cannot be allowed to play the role of a normal deceased person. That is an irreplaceable identity. At this point, the power furnace should be in a state where life has ended, but its authority and power are still alive, dead but not stiff. Therefore, Latina's identity can be Latina, and perhaps it is precisely because of the fact that Latina is not dead that the god of strife saw some hope. They continued to strive for this hope until the year 226 of the reign of Emperor Kangxi, when it finally came to an end. Because Suen and Latina logged into this instance from very close locations, and neither of them were in a town. So why are the conflict god's messenger and the power furnace located so far away from the town? This question is probably only known to the god of strife. Perhaps, over the long years, that man has already developed a new plan. Perhaps he simply felt despair and decided to go somewhere to make his final plans. After Latina left the Radiant Realm, in order to correct the fact that there was no Latina in the suppression of rebellion calendar, the Radiant Realm restored a part of its history, allowing the power reactor to reappear. This is the full picture of the truth before our eyes. As the power source, Latina possesses the ability to supply infinite magic power due to her unique nature. The source of this ability is mostly from the frighteningly bright light within her body. Even when hidden inside, its radiance can be seen emanating from it. Luo Xiang, on the other hand, used the power source and some magical devices and magic arrays to supply the entire city with unlimited energy and resources. Given the existence of magic and the peace of the Fifth End in Londo City, it is not surprising that Luo Xiang possesses magical technology that can convert energy into any resource. "You wouldn't want to hit me, would you?" Luo Xiang said somewhat timidly. "I think she should be buried, but if that's her wish, then I have nothing to say." Suen shook his head. He knew that Luo Xiang was referring to the fact that she regarded Latina as a source of motivation. But it's clear that Luo Xiang couldn't have caused Latina's disappearance, and Luo Xiang certainly didn't make Latina the power source on his own initiative. This angel of light loved this world from beginning to end, and even in its passing, it continued to shine and give warmth to this world. "You seemed hesitant to speak before, especially in the large research lab." Suen asked Luo Xiang calmly. "What are you trying to say?" Suen was referring to the time when they first met Luo Xiang, when Luo Xiang took Latina to the large research lab to treat her wounds. They were talking about the 8th Divine Revelation Day. Supreme. When Luo Xiang seemed to want to say something, but in the end she said nothing. "That's because..." Luo Xiang shook her head, stating the astonishing fact in a very calm manner. "The 8th Divine Revelation Supreme vanished more than 200 years ago. Therefore, she was extremely shocked when she saw the brand new magical artifact containing the highest properties of the 8th God's revelation. After all, if the Son of Divine Revelation did not exist, then his entire lineage would fall into silence, and Luo Xiang felt that the supreme magic device should not be visible from outside the research lab." Vanished? Suen was somewhat surprised. Although she had guessed it long ago, she did not expect that the day of divine revelation would really disappear. Throughout the entire process of conquering the suppression era, Suen did not experience any interference from any of the divine revelation days. From this perspective, the divine revelation days of the suppression era may have all fallen into some special state to varying degrees. However, the 4th divine revelation day is definitely still alive, because Suen saw him not long ago. Wrong. Suen suddenly realized that he had no idea why he thought he had seen the 4th divine revelation day in the suppression of chaos calendar, which was the 4th divine revelation day on the suppression of chaos calendar timeline. The divine revelation days remained shrouded in mystery. Suen shook his head, thinking about such things was pointless. "Suen, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. You must listen carefully to every word I say from now on." Luo Xiang's expression suddenly turned serious, with a hint of imperceptible tension between her brows. Seeing Luo Xiang's serious expression, Suen also straightened his posture and began to listen attentively. You say. Luo Xiang looked into Suen's eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. Whether it's the 4th day of divine revelation, the 8th day of divine revelation, or any other day of divine revelation, it doesn't matter. What you really need to focus on is the first divine revelation day. The divine star is the key to everything. Everything else is unimportant. Upon hearing this, Suen suddenly realized something. He knew that if Latina was pushed to the brink of death or into a moment of despair, a power she herself could not have imagined would erupt. The first divine revelation day, with its supreme power from the divine star, will overturn the entire world. Everyone, stop playing the 12 divine revelation days game and get out of here. In this situation, who could possibly kill Latina in the timeline of the suppression of chaos? Even in her long-vanished state, Latina could endlessly supply the magic power needed by the 5th end. This kind of situation is impossible to achieve unless you are at the 9th rank or above, right? What could possibly kill a tier 9 Latina with all her buffs maxed out? Si Chen. Suen muttered to himself as a terrifying thought echoed in his mind. If Suen wanted to kill Latina under Si Chen's protection and also had the ability to defeat a 9th tier opponent, then there was only one person he could think of. The first divine revelation, the Hour God, is the one who personally killed his own daughter, this angel of light. Chapter 64 Radiant Realm Settlement. Chapter 64 Radiant Realm Settlement. In the underground of the Research Institute, Suen suddenly felt that this sea of irises seemed to contain a huge conspiracy. To be honest, the things he experienced in this radiant realm were almost equivalent to half of his life. You may need to identify Si Chen in the future, so I need to tell you Si Chen's honorable name. While the symbol of the end is still dormant within you, you should be able to withstand the impact of this secret. Luo Xiang continued, not waiting for Suen's reaction, and quickly spoke. The key to the starry sky, the door to the ends of the earth. More ancient than long-standing. The wheel that engraves all things, the pointer that moves time. The beginning and the end of everything. The supreme, crowned king of radiance. The infinite, eternal primordial God. These words quickly entered Suen's mind, and by the time Suen realized what Luo Xiang had said, it was too late. Suen saw that deep within his consciousness, a tentacle-like radiance was slowly writhing, and behind it was a terrifying sun that was faintly visible. Fortunately, the radiance did not delve deeper into her consciousness, otherwise Suen felt she would have to see Si Chen's phantom again. After Luo Xiang uttered the name of the divine revelation, it was as if a gaze descended upon them, staring intently at the two of them. A sharp pain shot through my brain, but surprisingly it only lasted for a short time, perhaps because the dormant end within me had taken effect. Are some secrets themselves a form of power? Suen remembered this information well. No one in the Satan Empire knows his full name. Unless absolutely necessary, do not recall this name. Luo Xiang repeatedly reminded him, and Suen nodded repeatedly, his mind blank, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. Once you memorize this honorable name, you will never forget it. It will be forever engraved in your mind, like a carving knife leaving a mark on your brain. Just then, Suen suddenly noticed something strange. My Radiant Realm panel suddenly showed something strange. Remaining stay time, 29 hours. Remaining stay time, 28 hours. Remaining stay time, 27 hours. The time we lingered in during our own era is gradually disappearing at an alarming rate. It was as if time had suddenly been accelerated, disqualifying Suen from staying in the Radiant Realm for an extended period. Luo Xiang, mine! Suen planned to explain the situation to Luo Xiang, as it was clearly not a normal situation. I know! Luo Xiang seemed to know what had happened. From the very beginning, she had been speaking very quickly. Suen, I'm begging you this time, you must remember this. Save the twin stars. This time, don't give up on them. All the tragedies started with the twin stars. Promise me you won't forget the twin stars, okay? Also, beware of the dark dawn. The twin stars? The 10th son of Revelation? How is he involved again? This is so much information. I just entered the Radiant Realm. How did I suddenly get involved with so many divine revelation days? Is it true that I saved God on the day of revelation? But Hei Jiming knew very well that he was extremely familiar with this thing. This is an evil organization within the 12 Apocalypse Days, which players will encounter while studying at the White Tower Magic Academy. They are like flies, infiltrating every nook and cranny of the Satan Empire, researching black magic and committing many inhumane acts. It was a target of severe crackdown by the Satan Empire. In the original storyline, Violet, the top student in the third year of the academy, would eventually be influenced by the Dark Dawn and gradually fall into villainy. If you eradicate Black Dawn early in the story, theoretically, Violet, the top student in her third year at the academy, wouldn't have to die in the end. But that's almost impossible, so Violet almost always becomes a mid to late game boss, becoming an obstacle for everyone, and eventually dies. Beware of the Dark Dawn! Suen thought to himself that Black Dawn was an opponent he would definitely have to face. After all, in the timeline of the suppression of chaos, Violet doesn't seem to have become a villainous boss and been killed like in most of the original routes. Approaching things from Violet's perspective is, so far, the most suitable and best way for him to understand the crisis of the suppression of chaos and the Dark Dawn. Because if he is indeed the messenger of the god of conflict, the world's path towards the end of chaos would certainly be detrimental to him. Furthermore, if a way can be found to prevent Violet from turning evil, one less villainous boss to fight. My primary goal is to survive, then to dream of a carefree life, and on that basis, to eliminate all those futile attempts to stop me. Remaining stay time, 5 hours. Luo Xiang, I have one last question for you. Suen's voice was ethereal and fragmented, suggesting that he was about to leave the Radiant Realm. You say. Luo Xiang also looked anxious. She was eager to know what Suen wanted to ask. What exactly is our relationship? Suen still didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Luo Xiang that would allow Luo Xiang to give her so much information and help her so thoroughly. For a moment, Luo Xiang fell silent again, and this silence lasted until the very end. Remaining time, 0 seconds. Soon discovered that his body was gradually turning into particles of light, and finally his consciousness faded away and disappeared into space. 2 cards fell to the ground. They were things Suen had obtained in this world and could not be taken out of the Radiant Realm. Luo Xiang stepped forward and discovered that one of the cards was a magic card she had given her, while the other appeared to be a magic card. Luo Xiang remembered that those were magic cards that Suen had bought at the magic shop. He said they were very interesting, but she never knew what they had actually bought. She flipped over the magic card, which was an ordinary, decorative card with not even a single spell inscribed on it. Is there any value in buying this kind of magical tool? However, she was quickly stunned when she saw the pattern engraved on the card. The painting depicts 3 figures in rough strokes, a man in a priest's robe, an angel with one wing showing, and a silent girl sandwiched between the two. Perhaps it was because cards depicting angels were rare that Suen bought this card. Thinking of this, Luo Xiang clenched her fist slightly, firmly controlling the card in her hand. Puff dash! Suddenly, Suen regained consciousness and found himself in a radiant space where starlight transformed into words in the air, producing a clear, crisp sound. You have completed the role of Suen. The Radiant Realm, the end of the 4th divine revelation, has been cleared. Congratulations on achieving the true ending, the beginning of the 4th revelation day. The beginning of the 4th revelation, true END. What I thought was the end of the war was merely the beginning of another campaign to quell the rebellion. I dreamt that you were not characters in a story, nor were you a microcosm of the play in the hands of the divine revelations. Neither an empty shell that has lost its soul, nor a wandering soul that has lost its life. The blazing flames are gone, and the scenes of parting will never be repeated. But I was forced to discover, with a sense of helplessness, the pitiful state of the world. As long as it continues, there will be endless conflict. Where the red lotus burned, all became scorched earth. Where the red lotus blooms, there is also peace. The 4th day of revelation will never have an end. Everything you hate and love is what he expects and sees. After the commotion ended and everyone dispersed, we witnessed the red lotus in full bloom. A glimpse of the final dance, a watchful gaze upon the irises fading. I often thought that it was all sentient beings who enlightened the Buddha. But they discovered that Bodhi was already sitting on the red lotus. You have achieved the final goal, and the ending has been recorded in the Radiant Realm. Mission Objective 1, collect at least 2 types of end symbols, completed. Mission Objective 2, ensure the mission objective, Luo Xiang survives, Luo Xiang's rendering value, -2 failure. Mission Objective 3, defeat Crimson Shadow, success. Ultimate goal, end the rebellion, successfully. Number of players who have logged out of Radiant Realm, 3 to 4. You have completed the following achievements during this Radiant Realm journey. Thursday, without the Divine Messenger SS, you clear the final stage of the 4th Divine Revelation Day without being attacked by any of the End Saints. Final Messenger SS, you have collected all 4 symbols of the End and finally synthesized the Crimson Lotus of the End. Crimson Lotus Envoy SSS, in order to redeem an angel and the entire world, you successfully transformed into the Crimson Lotus Envoy, gaining control of the world's ultimate magic. Forgotten Stars D. You forgot the binary stars again. You completed the final chapter of the 4th Apocalypse Day without encountering any information about the binary stars. Calendar Changer EX, you ended the rebellion and also the rebellion calendar, restoring the calendar to the Divine Revelation calendar. Speedrunner EX, your time to complete the final objective on extreme difficulty is far shorter than the standard completion time for radiant difficulty. You are a speedrun master. The pathetic S-rank character, who tried to stop a chariot with his bare hands, has now slain an enemy 5 ranks above his own, setting his life on a path of no return. Abandoned Homeland BU protected Londo from destruction. Open the door. This is Suen. You used a special method to open the gate to the end era of exile. I'm sorry I couldn't give Lord Suen his full enjoyment. You defeated Crimson Shadow. On Thursday, the day God exists SSS, you entered the Sea of Drifting, met the God of Prosperity and Decline, and received Revelation. Qualified Explorer B, your understanding of the truth behind the suppression of the rebellion exceeds 50%. Excellent Completer B, you have completed 3 or more Radiant Realm objectives. A recap of your Radiant Realm experience. You first entered the era of suppression of chaos, and together with your teammate Latina, you escaped the pursuit of the Crimson Shadows, traveled to Londo City, and obtained the first symbol of the End from Luo Xiang. Under Luo Xiang's instigation, he and his teammate Wen Sish went to the center of the battlefield to steal the End symbol and successfully obtained the second End symbol. Afterwards, in order to escape the pursuit of the Crimson Shadow, he went through many twists and turns, and finally succeeded in killing the Crimson Shadow and obtaining the third End symbol. Afterwards, you used special methods to open the gates of expulsion, seize the Crimson Lotus of the End, end the rebellion, achieve your ultimate goal, and become the Crimson Lotus Messenger. With the help of his teammate Latina, he regained consciousness and returned to Lund City, where he celebrated with his teammates Winston and Latina. Glowing Realm Rating, EX. Achievement Settlement complete, comments being generated. The one who brought an end to the reign of peace was the newly born Eastern Dawn. Your magic power limit has been increased to the peak of the 4th tier. May the Radiance protect you. You have received a gift from the Radiant Realm, Violet's Red Crystal Pendant. You have received a gift from the Radiant Realm, Luo Xiang's wondrous white gloves. Suen looked at it carefully and found that the rating of the mission was quite high. The EX rating should be the highest rating that one can get in the Radiant Realm. There's a long concluding statement below, which relates to the spectators on the day of Divine Revelation. Suen plans to read it later. The magic power boost propelled him directly from the 3rd tier to the peak of the 4th tier. It has to be said that this directly involved the extremely difficult Radiant Realm of the day of Divine Revelation, and the rewards were plentiful. In addition, there are 2 special magical items, named Biolis's Red Crystal Pendant and Luo Xiang's Mysterious White Gloves. Suen plans to check their specific effects later. What puzzled and alarmed him now was that he saw something he shouldn't have seen on the Radiant Realm panel. Mission Objective 2, ensure the mission objective, Luo Xiang survives, Luo Xiang's rendering value, -2 failure. First of all, this means that the mission failed because Luo Xiang died, but I left in front of Luo Xiang. Just now, Luo Xiang was still alive. Since her Radiant Realm duration was directly reduced to 0. Logically speaking, no one should be able to threaten Luo Xiang's life before the Radiant Realm settlement. Why is this happening? Why did Luo Xiang die? What exactly happened? Another equally chilling line, the number of people who have logged out of the Radiant Realm is 3 to 4. In other words, 4 people did indeed enter the Radiant Realm, but they never saw the 4th person, who is still inside the Radiant Realm. Based on the previous information, it is not difficult to deduce that only Suen's timeline was inexplicably accelerated, reduced to 0. For a mission like this that ensures the target's survival, if the target exits the Radiant Realm prematurely, the condition for determining survival should be calculating the target's future trajectory and whether the target will die. The other person remains stuck in the original timeline, and in the course of her fate, she will kill Luo Xiang. And that person wasn't hard to guess. It was the White Tower minister that Suen and Latina had previously speculated about. Bai Taching never appeared, but he killed Luo Xiang after I left. Why? Luo Xiang is undoubtedly a good person, while Bai Taching is the dean of their Bai Ta Magic Academy, and Suen's protector within the academy. They even helped him order food in a very friendly manner, without any airs of a big shot. Why did Bai Taching want to kill Luo Xiang? In addition, there is another achievement that is also puzzling. Forgotten Stars D. You forgot the binary stars again. You completed the final stage of the 4th Apocalypse Day without encountering any information about the binary stars. Luo Xiang repeatedly emphasized that she must save the twin stars. In fact, there was a chain of events related to the twin stars during the 226th year of the suppression of chaos, but Suen did not find it. Are these things related to Bai Taching's purpose? After all, they were all actually summoned by Bai Taching to fight against the Radiant Realm. Suen became increasingly puzzled, and decided to read on. The god of pure time, Sichen, is very satisfied with your performance, and has bestowed upon you a 7th-tier composite magic freezer. A message from the god of pure time, comfort her gently. The god of rise and fall, Bien, is satisfied with your answer and has given you the -2317 aggregate card. A message from the god of rise and fall, open your cracks. The message from Bien, the god of rise and fall, seems to have a problem with word order, indicating that his symptoms of splitting are indeed quite severe. The god of imprisonment and bondage, Siming, is pleased with your performance, and has bestowed upon you the lucky coin of brokenness. On the 6th day of divine revelation, it seems the path of the god of imprisonment and binding has narrowed, for he didn't even leave a message for Suen. The unified and harmonious god, White Tower, is pleased with your creation and has bestowed upon you divine revelation and the shield of natural law. A message from the god of unity, a very good divine revelation shield, it can withstand many melee attacks. The supreme being, the god of resurrection, is pleased with your ascension and has granted you a branch of the world tree. Comment from the god of resurrection, great. Judging from the rewards given on these days of divine revelation, these people who participate in these days of divine revelation are all very generous. Although the effects are unknown, the most useful one should be the ability of the divine reveler granted by the White Tower on the 2nd day of divine revelation, because the ability of the divine reveler can be used indefinitely, and it is also the close combat defense ability that Suen just lacks. The effects of the other items given on the day of revelation are still unclear, but their names sound like awesome items. However, Suen still had something to say. On the 1st day of divine revelation, Sikan, did you include any personal agenda in what you gave? Chapter 65 The Mysterious Passage of the Visitors. Chapter 65 The Mysterious Passage of the Visitor. After the settlement in the Radiant Realm was completed, the environment around Suen changed once again. Looking up, all that could be seen was a shimmering space bathed in light. Suen once again stepped onto that radiant land with the texture of tatami mats, and before him was still the same light gate that had appeared when he first entered the instance. Suen has seen this type of light gate 3 times so far. Once when I entered the Radiant Realm, once at the end of the 4th Divine Revelation Day, and now I have seen this portal of light once again. However, the door in the instance seems to be different. It is a special entity called the Exile Gate. However, these things related to doors all seem to be connected to the 12th day of Revelation. Just like the pink-haired woman dozing off in front of Suen at this very moment, she should also be a high-ranking being under the 12th Divine Revelation Sun Vein system. You're back. Seemingly sensing Suen's arrival, the woman with long pink hair slowly opened her eyes again, looking at Suen with a slightly sleepy expression. Suen knew her name. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the master key for visitors was drawn from her. The visitor was named Emu. She has long pink hair and pink eyes, and wears a robe with intricate patterns. A small hair clip shaped like a door is pinned to the end of her hair. Upon closer inspection, Emu's face is extremely delicate, and there are several clearly visible pink magic lines on her neck. Although she may not be as beautiful as Latina, she is still more than capable of outshining most people in the Satan Empire. From this perspective, the door seems to be full of dreamy pink colors. Perhaps it really is a lineage with a strong pink girlish heart. However, jokes aside, Suen dared not underestimate this visitor in the slightest. After all, Suen had heard the saying many times. Pink hair is black inside. No one knows what kind of mysterious power is hidden behind this seemingly tired, girlish pink-haired woman. Furthermore, among the abilities that Suen has extracted so far, apart from the split god messenger which has not yet been used, the visitor's universal key extracted from this pink-haired woman is the magical ability that consumes the most magic power. Its effects are incredibly powerful. It can use the power of the city gate to sever the crimson shadow, and use its skin to press the crimson lotus of the end into the magic circuit. Although the latter made Suen suspect that it was an ability inherent in the magic card given by Luo Xiang, even so, it was enough to fully demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this ability. The visitor looked slightly tired, or rather, she looked the same both times Suen saw her. It's hard to imagine what kind of being it is. Even though it slept the whole time, it still seemed extremely tired. Suen had only ever seen such a look in the eyes of one type of person before, the helpless look that only a poor employee who had been working 996 for a long time could show. Suen had no idea how to respond to the other person's words. He felt as if his throat was filled with lead, so heavy that he could hardly open it. He wasn't under the influence of any magic, but was there really a proper way to respond to the words? You're back. Moreover, he was completely unfamiliar with the other person and had no idea what their personality was like. If Suen were to accidentally anger the other party, and they were to use the visitor's master key to close the door when he was about to return to the real world through the Gate of Radiance, wouldn't that cause him to explode? That's exactly how I cut the crimson overlay in half. How about trying a traditional starting hand? Hello? Suen tentatively asked, but the visitor, Yimu, merely glanced at him and then offered no further response. This person, who looks extremely sleepy, seems to have no desire to talk to anyone else. Of course, it's also possible that Suen's human-computer interaction didn't interest her at all. So what is the meaning of her existence? Suen initially thought she was a gatekeeper, but she had already entered and exited the Gate of Radiance nearly twice, yet she hadn't seen any reaction from her. Hey! I have an idea! Or, in front of the visitor, try to extract the visitor's abilities from their mind? When he faced the fourth god of revelation before, the fourth god of revelation directly extracted his abilities. So, is it possible to elicit a response from the visitor by directly questioning their abilities here? Thinking of this, Suen suddenly sat down on the spot amidst this endless radiance, focusing his consciousness on his mind. My turn! Draw a card! In an instant, the wheel in my mind began to spin wildly. Just as the wheel began to spin, the visitor opened her weary eyes and looked at Suen. However, she didn't say anything, she just looked at Suen quietly. Suen keenly sensed this situation. Latina hadn't noticed at all when he extracted Latina's abilities. Luo Xiang didn't even notice when he extracted her abilities. However, both the visitor and the fourth apocalypse were able to notice that he was extracting the other's abilities. This is quite interesting. As expected, a being capable of residing in such a unique space within the Radiant Realm is definitely not some minor karami. Ultimately, the Radiant Realm has always been a place that all mages find most incomprehensible. It is a true treasure trove of truth. Bite. The ability will slowly came to a stop, finally settling on a very small area, which made Suen extremely happy. Wow, is another powerful new addition to the most useful series of abilities. You have discovered a new ability in the Twist of Fate, the mysterious passage of the visitor. Effect. You can consume magic to create 2 portals within a specific range. A mysterious passage will be built between the portals. Entering through one portal will take you to the location of the other portal. These portals cannot be closed for a certain period of time and will continue to consume mana. You cannot create a new portal until all of them are closed. After a period of time, the portals on both sides will automatically close. If the portals remain closed for more than 12 seconds, they will disappear. Description: the cake is a lie, so please don't place one portal directly above another. Although its effects appear to be quite lengthy, it is actually a relatively simple ability to use. Suen raised an eyebrow slightly. This ability seemed to be quite powerful. It allows it to repeatedly jump between areas via portals, which can be useful in many situations. However, this ability likely has limitations, namely that the portals one creates can not only be used by oneself, but also by enemies. However, this problem seems to be easily solved if one uses the visitor's universal key in conjunction with their own abilities. He can create portals that only he can pass through, as long as he closes the portal the moment he passes through it. Of course, you still need to practice and develop the specific abilities yourself. After all, imagination is just imagination, and the key is to be able to actually use them. However, Suen was unaware that the reason the visitor was looking at him was not because Suen was extracting power. Besides Suen, a deep red shadow darted swiftly through the radiance, twisting and turning as it moved toward the gate of light. It was indeed a shadow, almost without any thickness, yet it seemed to possess its own consciousness. It longs to pass through that radiant gate and reach the world on the other side. Logically, it should have gone straight toward that door. For some unknown reason, it kept taking detours, as if it had no idea which direction to go. The visitor stared intently at the shadow, his eyes gleaming with pink light. He seemed to be going through a fierce internal struggle before finally choosing to close his eyes. Finally, the crimson shadow entered the radiant gate as it wished, and then disappeared. "Never mind, let's go in already." After a while, the visitor suddenly spoke up, offering a soft reminder. Suen dared not be negligent in the slightest, thinking that his long stay here had disturbed the other party's rest. Since he had already exhausted all his abilities, it didn't matter if the visitor didn't want to communicate with him much. He was just testing him anyway. After thinking it over, Suen also headed towards the Gate of Radiance, disappearing into the radiance. Chapter 66 Red Lotus and Blue Iris. Chapter 66 Red Lotus and Blue Iris White Tower Magic Academy, White Tower Radiant Realm Revelation Center. In recent days, most students at the White Tower Magic Academy have been preparing for the upcoming grade-level competition, so the White Tower Radiant Realm Revelation Center remains deserted. The enormous building was empty, and Latina sat a little aggrieved and nervous not far from the Gate of Radiance. He clearly said he'd be out soon. This guy must not have wanted to take me to buy desserts, which is why he lingered with Luo Xiang in the Radiant Realm for so long. It's just a Radiant Realm NPC, what's there to talk about? She had been waiting for Suen for a long time. Logically speaking, since the flow of time inside and outside the Radiant Realm is different, Suen should have been able to come out soon. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly widened slightly. Come to think of it, after leaving the Radiant Realm, she still seemed unaware of the exact time in the real world. Could it be that this is a Radiant Realm where time flows fast on the outside and slow on the inside? Then I've been waiting for nothing. Such Radiant Realm is extremely rare. Could it be that she just happened to encounter one? Thinking that this was a Radiant Realm of extreme difficulty, Latina became more and more certain of her guess. Should we leave the Revelation Center now and ask others what time it is? But what if Suen comes out while I'm away? Will he be angry if he comes out and can't find himself? Winston had already left. This top 4th grade student usually had his own considerations. For him, anything that hinders his progress is a waste of time. He needs to find a way immediately to restore his invincible, elegant persona. After this journey to the Radiant Realm, Latina also possessed the total magic power of the 5th rank in her human form, a huge increase that even she herself had not anticipated. Looking at the entire 3rd grade now, perhaps only Violet, who is ranked 1st in the grade, has the potential to exchange a few blows with her. As for Jacob, who is 5th in the grade, he has already been far surpassed by her in terms of magic power. He was not her match to begin with, and now he may be cut down by her with a single sword strike. Awesome! Following Suen really brings good fortune. Afterwards, in the 3rd grade competition, she should be able to secure 1st place. Thinking of this, Latina unconsciously hummed softly. But why hasn't Suen come out yet? Thinking about all that is pointless. The real issue is that no one is buying her desserts. Moreover, her wings really hurt. Even after transforming into human form, she could still feel the pain of having her wings broken. If Suen were here, he would surely comfort himself and perhaps even find a way to help her recover. Suddenly, the Gate of Radiance flickered, and Latina instantly perked up, raising her head as it was a sign that someone had logged out of the Radiant Realm. The only one who can leave the Radiant Realm during this period is Suen. Suen walked calmly out of the Gate of Radiance, and into the main hall. He was wearing a slightly retro brown imperial robe and was looking around as if searching for something. Why did Suen change her clothes? Latina stood up and walked towards Suen with a smile, but she suddenly froze the moment Suen turned around. On Suen's imperial robe was embroidered a pattern resembling a red lotus, and on his left shoulder was a withered iris that appeared to be rotten but not completely dead. 2 lines of dried blood dripped from his eyes, his gaze filled with death. More importantly, he possessed a strong aura of loneliness, which sent chills down Latina's spine. Is this really Suen? The god of conflict desperately wanted to speak, but he couldn't utter a single word. In his mind, billions upon billions of holy messengers were making a ruckus, and together they left the Radiant Realm with the help of Suen of this era. Only he, the god of strife, could accomplish such an incredible feat. They successfully used the Crimson Lotus envoy to arrive in the new world they had all longed for. Each of the holy messengers in his mind possessed power surpassing the 9th rank, and with this power, he was fully capable of sweeping across this era. But this is not a good thing, and all of this is thanks to another son, the dividing god. Although the divine splitter allows itself to create clones with shared consciousness, shared ideals, shared thoughts, and shared abilities, these clones will only remain completely identical to the self at the moment of their creation. People change, and at different times, the god of strife created different holy messengers, which caused everyone to appear similar but be fundamentally different. Although Suen replaced the god of strife in the Radiant Realm, every wisp of end magic contained a portion of the god of strife's divided will. Within the Radiant Realm, when Suen noticed his pupils turning deep red, it meant that the End Saints had boarded this body that linked reality and the Radiant Realm. They couldn't control Suen, but they could still hitch a ride with him. Now, all the End Saints have infiltrated the End symbol through the Crimson Lotus Divine Envoy, and then, using Suen as a springboard, smuggled themselves into the Radiant Realm and arrived in the real world. This means that whenever the god of conflict wants to make a decision, he must ensure that all the holy messengers in his mind are in complete agreement in order to carry out the order. To utter a single sentence, all the holy envoys must be completely in agreement, and there can be no mistakes. In his mind, there are countless different versions of Suen. Latina. Suddenly, the god of strife opened his mouth, and in that instant, the countless wills in his mind became unified. I miss you. The strife god slowly approached Latina, and the overwhelming aura of the End swept over her. Huh! Latina felt a little flustered by the stare, and she took a step back in fear. What was going on? In this world, Latina still lives. This is his Latina. The conflict god's messenger pressed down on Latina's shoulders, and under that suffocating force, Latina was completely unable to move. He wanted to hug Latina. After hundreds of years, he really wanted to hug Latina, who was still alive and kicking. You're hurting me. Latina immediately broke free from the hand of the god of strife. She had realized that the person in front of her was definitely not Suen. He had deep red eyes completely different from Suen's, a violent temperament completely different from Suen's, and most importantly, Latina was completely unaware of the contract she had with the other party. The god of conflict stared at Latina in a daze, seemingly not understanding why she was pulling her hand away. Why? He watched as Latina drew the sword from her waist, and in that instant, the god of strife recognized the sword. That was the first sword he had ever given her, the sword she loved so much that she never threw it away, even after it was damaged beyond repair. Latina's useful magic sword, the conflict god remembered that this little angel called her that. She has always been a terrible name giver. He had repeatedly tried to persuade her to change the name of the sword, at least to make it sound more classy, but she just mumbled and refused, completely ignoring his words. But now, that sword is pointing at him. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his heart, and the conflict god's pupils dilated slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Latina's powerful magic sword pierced straight into her heart. The heart organ was long gone there. In its place was a core called the mind nucleus. But why did he still feel angina, a pain he hadn't experienced in a long time? The withered iris pinned to his shoulder seemed to have been cut off by a sword, its withered petals slowly drifting down and falling to his feet. The god of conflict was somewhat stunned. The iris he had protected for so long had actually been cut down by a single sword. A violent emotion flashed through his mind, But it didn't last long, because he realized that he shouldn't have any reason to be angry. Latina's pupils revealed a resolute look, the kind of look one would give an enemy. Through those clear, azure eyes, the Strife messenger saw his own reflection. A lifeless gaze, deep red pupils, and 2 indelible lines of bloody tears. Yes, I've already become a monster. Even Latina wouldn't like someone like me anymore, right? Because of the influence of the compassionate Ande, his life force almost never decreases, so Latina's sword strike actually caused no damage. In their eyes, their existence should be called Deep Red Group. In her eyes, she was nothing more than a terrifying being disguised as Suen, attempting to endanger her safety. Latina stared into the unchanging, lifeless eyes of the god of conflict, and a growing sense of panic began to rise within her. No way? There wasn't even a slight reaction to that sword strike? Where did this monster come from? Where is I, the great mage Suen? Help! However, the fake Suen in front of him simply bent down slowly and picked up the few withered iris petals from the ground. To Latina's astonishment, a burst of red light suddenly emanated from the hand of the god of strife, and the petals gathered together once more. A brand new iris appeared, and the god of strife reached out and pinned it in Latina's hair before she could react. The god of conflict has realized that the Latina before him is not the Latina who belongs to him. His own Latina had long since died in the past because of his own mistakes. The new world he sought, the world that existed in Latina, did not have a place for him. The moment the blue iris was pinned to Latina's hair, 5 shimmering wings instantly unfurled behind her. Her angel form was forcibly activated by the other party. A faint smile finally appeared on the unchanging face of the god of conflict. The billions of wills in his mind made an unimaginable effort to reveal this smile. Can I watch it again? Magical item, Eternal Iris. Class 9. Effect, a fragile, disposable item containing irises with boundless life force, capable of completely healing any injury, even those already dead. It requires the taking of another's life to store this energy. Description: current number of lives taken, 912612187151879145121451213185481954891511645. It's a lie. This magical item cannot bring back an already dead individual. The words vanish and death are fundamentally different. This was just one of his many attempts, and because it was also an iris, he wore it on his body. Since I can't save her myself, I'll just make you happy. In an instant, Latina radiated a bright light, and her wings instantly returned to their 6-winged state, becoming even brighter than before. Huh! Latina was somewhat stunned. This feeling was very subtle. Her life force was almost overflowing. She had never felt so comfortable before. Although she didn't know why, this group of crimson figures in front of her didn't seem to be there to harm her. They even managed to heal all her injuries? A sense of confusion arose in Latina's heart. Her little mind simply couldn't comprehend what was happening. But since something happy had happened, Latina couldn't help but smile, her eyes slightly narrowed in comfort. That's enough. The god of strife withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Although the 6-winged Latina was holy and beautiful, that was not what he wanted to see this time. He just wanted to see the other person smile one more time. If there's no place for me in the new world, then let it end. I'm already exhausted enough. Latina slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her head. Did I really wait this long? And I even accidentally fell asleep here. She felt inexplicably full of power, and she could sense that her wings seemed to have been restored. So my recovery ability is really that powerful. I can heal my injuries just by sleeping. I've never been injured so badly before. I had no idea. Wow. Suddenly, a ripple came from the gate of radiance, and Suen, with black hair and black eyes, walked out of the gate. He looked around and finally his gaze fell on Latina. You Suen! Didn't I tell you to come out right now? Latina angrily walked towards Suen and bit Suen's arm. I'm really going to eat you like a barbecue today, you fucking bastard. The full force of Latina's attack, delivered at level 5 and at full strength, made Suen's expression incredibly interesting. Damn it, it's a physical attack, I can't deflect its teeth. Latina quickly relented. She was happy as long as she saw Suen's pained expression. Suen was furious. Today, she had to show Latina what a family empire was all about. Wait, what is this? What you do? Latina triggered an auto message, and she noticed that Suen suddenly touched her head, which made her somewhat displeased. Why is there an iris flower on your head? Having just emerged from the radiant realm, Suen actually had a strange kind of PTSD about irises, and felt somewhat afraid of them. This iris flower, even though it has been picked, still retains an extremely vigorous vitality. Was it once a magical artifact? Suen was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't sense any magic power emanating from the iris. Okay, let's not worry about that. Latina grabbed Suen's hand and hurried outside. You're going to take me to buy dessert. Suen, somewhat helpless, didn't think too much about it and echoed. Okay, whatever you say, whatever you say. Chapter 67 Desserts. Chapter 67 Dessert Revelation, July 27, 1162, Year of the Divine Revelation. After leaving the White Tower Radiant Realm Revelation, Suen took Latina and temporarily left the academy. Although there is a dessert area inside the White Tower Magic Academy, Latina knew of a better dessert shop outside the academy because she had previously gone shopping with Suen. After exiting the Radiant Realm, Suen noticed something rather strange. They left the Radiant Realm on the morning of July 27th, while they had just entered the Radiant Realm on July 25th. In other words, in the eyes of others, they stayed in the Radiant Realm for almost 2 days, and that was after they logged out in advance. The Radiant Realm at the end of the 4th Revelation maintains a time flow rate almost 1-to-1 with the real world. This is unprecedented in all the Radiant Realms in history. After all, it is almost a consensus that time flows differently in the Radiant Realm than in the real world. Time either flows faster or slower. Such a near-identical situation has never occurred in historical records. By the way, Latina, what reward did you get in the Radiant Realm? As Suen watched Latina leisurely savoring her mousse cake, she suddenly realized something. He still doesn't know what Latina obtained in the Radiant Realm. I'm at level 5 now. Latina talked as she ate, and Suen could hear the joy in her voice, but she still didn't want to put down her spoon. What else? Suen didn't want to know this. He himself had been promoted to the peak of the 4th rank, so it was no surprise that this little angel would be promoted to the 5th rank. Once Latina reaches the 5th rank, even without activating her light angel form, she could probably kill all the 3rd-year students except for Violet with just a flurry of slashes from her magic sword. The rewards given by the Radiant Realm of Despair are indeed extremely generous. Under normal circumstances, it would take an unknown amount of arduous training to increase the total amount of magic power by such a large margin. What Suen really wanted to know was what kind of items Latina had obtained in the Radiant Realm. He had received Violet's red crystal pendant and Luo Xiang's wondrous white gloves, but these were only gifts from the Radiant Realm. He hadn't even used the wondrous tools of the Divine Revelation days yet. Magical item, Violet's red crystal pendant. Class 7. Effect. When wearing this item, the wearer's mana cost for using Shatter attribute magic is reduced, and it allows the wearer to imbue magic swords with Shatter attribute magic. Description. Violet often wonders if everything would be different if she had won that day. Magical item, Luo Xiang's mysterious white gloves. Class unknown. Effect. The white gloves have excellent dust-proof properties. Wearing white gloves will prevent your hands from getting dirty. Wearing Luo Xiang's wondrous white gloves will grant your hands immunity to all types of corrosive effects, including crimson, pure, deep blue, and meteorite. Description. The culmination of 226 years of accumulated wisdom awaits its true owner. Both items look like excellent products, but in Suen's eyes they seemed somewhat puzzling. Violet's red crystal pendant is a 7th-tier magical item, and its appearance is just like an ordinary magic crystal pendant. As for what materials were used, Suen had no idea and didn't want to know. He feared that if he investigated further, he would discover that the crystal was related to a magical engineering master named Horn, whose name made him feel nauseous. Magic engineering, get the hell out of here. This magical item was basically useless to both Suen and Latina. It seemed to want to directly present the words, "I am Violet's exclusive weapon," to everyone. Violet is someone they definitely need to get in touch with. Luo Xiang once said that if Violet were still alive, she would be of great help to them. In other words, Violet can be developed into an extremely useful allied force. In addition, Suen also plans to use Violet as a springboard to stab the evil organization Black Dawn in the back. In the game's storyline, this evil organization is by no means benevolent. As a malignant tumor in the Satan Empire, it runs throughout the entire main storyline. As for Luo Xiang's wondrous gloves, you can tell what they are just from their name. In the final radiant realm of the fourth divine revelation, Suen wore this glove for most of the dungeon, only to realize at the end that he didn't seem to need it anymore. Luo Xiang's wondrous gloves can isolate all special corrosive forces, enabling Suen to do things that others cannot. Suen didn't know the specifics, but the item was right there and couldn't be run away. Therefore, although the two items given to him by the Radiant Realm seem very useful, he is actually currently unable to use them. It's not as good as the White Tower on the second day of Divine Revelation. After watching his Radiant Realm live stream, the Divine Revelation Natural Legislation Shield that I rewarded was more useful. Well, on the other hand, the name, Divine Revelation Natural Law Shield, is really too awkward to pronounce. Suen plans to give it a new name based on his current ability pool. The White Tower's Useful Shield. That's the name we've decided on. Judging from this naming method, it's clear that Suen's naming ability is 10 levels above Latina's. Ha, that's so me. I don't want to tell you. Latina hummed in response. She had also obtained some useful items in the Radiant Realm, but she didn't want to tell Suen about them yet. Suen is now significantly stronger than before. In the Radiant Realm, Suen's performance is terrifying. Despite being only a third-tier warrior, he showed no mercy when cutting down eighth-tier warriors, proceeding slowly, methodically, calmly, and without panic. This kind of man cannot be said to be completely different from the former spoiled brat Suen. Rather, he is completely unrelated. Maybe he can rise from the bottom of the grade to the top 10 and compete with her for the scholarship with the most money. In this situation, you should hide as much as you can. When the time comes, at the grade level competition, we'll crush Suen and show him what a true powerhouse is. Moreover, I have another use for this item I obtained. Is it useful? Suen was speechless for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and said, Latina, I command you to tell me immediately what you obtained in the Radiant Realm. Little brat, have you forgotten you still have a contract on you? Even without the power of the contract, Suen can sneak into Latina's room at night to search for her wondrous items. Although it's a bit difficult, what Suen wanted to express was that there's always a way to overcome difficulties. Latina's expression suddenly froze as she ate her dessert, and the spoon in her hand slammed onto the table with a bang. I obtained Faratina's record pocket watch, which can record a spell and store it in the pocket watch. It can be used 3 times. I originally planned to give it to you tonight since you don't have any offensive magic. After saying these words, Latina stared blankly at Suen, her eyes filled with confusion, before suddenly pursing her lips. This is bad news. Alarm bells rang in Suen's mind. This was supposed to be a gift for me, and I'm just a newbie for forcing her to say it like this. Immediately afterwards, Suen noticed that Latina's eyes were slightly red. She stopped eating the cake and revealed an expression that Suen had never seen before. His expression seemed to convey both grievance and fear, making him appear quite helpless. A sense of despondency was brewing in the little angel's heart, and even Suen could sense the anxiety within her. The angel of light had been smiling almost constantly around him lately, so Suen was somewhat bewildered by this sudden change in expression. Latina seemed to have not expected that Suen would use the contract to forcefully extract information from her about what she had obtained in the Radiant Realm. Although I know my request is unreasonable, Suen, Latina said somewhat nervously, can you stop using contracts and start ordering me around like this in the future? Latina isn't a slave. Latina won't be afraid. Chapter 68 Gift. Chapter 68 The gift backfired, making another girl cry. Suen could understand Latina's feelings. The reason why he thought the request was a bit excessive was because the fundamental reason why Latina and Suen had a master-servant contract was that Latina originally wanted to turn Suen into a servant. However, after the Radiant Realm of the Fourth Divine Revelation, Suen risked his life to swallow the Crimson Lotus of the End to save Latina, which in fact eliminated many of Latina's fears. Latina even developed a certain fondness for Suen, and now completely regarded Suen as a good friend. Since Latina has almost no other friends at the academy, she actually has a certain degree of dependence on Suen. Suen's behavior made her feel that there was an inequality in their status, and that Suen was disrespecting her. Even though it was her own fault, it still terrified Latina. She feared that Suen still only saw her as a useful slave, not a friend she could confide in. Even knowing that Suen is not that kind of person now, the feeling of being completely commanded and controlled is still unavoidable and causes panic. Faratina's pocket watch is clearly an extremely useful magical artifact. Latina had originally planned to give Suen a little surprise, but she didn't expect to be asked about it in this way. So now, Latina felt both wronged and scared, and she made this request in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, how could I possibly hurt you?" This made Suen a little nervous. He stood up somewhat hastily and walked to Latina's side. However, when he got to Latina's side, he suddenly realized that he didn't know how to comfort the girl, so he could only stand by like an artificially disabled person trying to make amends. "Damn it, so be it, let's go with the AI. It's time to sound the charge." Latina was suddenly stunned, because a hand was slowly reaching towards the back of her head, gently stroking her long silver hair. With his other hand, he put his arm around her back, gently embracing her and pulling her closer to his chest. "I promise you, I won't do it again. Don't be sad, okay?" Suen hugged Latina and gently comforted her, saying that he had indeed been careless this time, and would not force Latina with a contract in the future. "She does lack a sense of security. If I keep pressuring her, she'll probably go back to her old, withdrawn and awkward state." In just a split second, Latina seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened, and a slight blush rose on her cheeks. "What you do?" She pushed Suen away in embarrassment and anger, and seeing Suen's completely bewildered expression, she quickly said, "How dare Suen take such a big step and hug a tooth?" She had completely lost her earlier dejected mood and regained her "I am the only one who matters in the world" aura. Suen typed out a question mark. Was I really too much of a bot? My attempt to comfort her failed. That doesn't make sense. Latina seems to be in a pretty good mood right now, so did I successfully comfort her? The beings of light angels are truly incomprehensible, perfectly matching the same personality traits as those of the Day of Revelation. Suen doesn't actually know much about the Days of Revelation because when he played 12 Days of Revelation before, the official team didn't release much important information about them. However, Suen still remembered that it seemed to have been mentioned in a certain setting book that the common trait of the Divine Revelation days was unpredictable temperament. It's quite possible that one moment they're laughing and joking with you, and the next they'll turn on you and deny everything. That's roughly the idea. Suen felt that they were somewhat anthropomorphized. Based on Suen's current understanding, those Divine Revelation days didn't seem to be human at all. Moreover, the information seems to be incorrect. For example, the fourth god, the Son of Revelation, whom Suen met, is clearly a deity with stable emotions. Although I don't know Sichen's personality, Latina does fit the description very well. You could say she is a high-ranking angel in Sichen's lineage. Since you already know, I'll just give it to you directly. Latina seemed to have regained her cheerful demeanor. She roused herself, took a silver pocket watch directly from her magic robe, and handed it to Suen. It was an exquisite pocket watch, with delicate patterns engraved on the body and red lines around the outermost edge. The back of the pocket watch features an iris design and is engraved with the number 1. Clearly, this is a pocket watch that is inextricably linked to the Sichen lineage. It is perfectly reasonable that the pocket watch falls under the jurisdiction of the first divine revelation, Sichen. On the side of the watch case, a small line of text is engraved in an ornate font. Faratina Vinis. Faratina? Suen frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard the name somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. He seems to be an important figure among the 12 apocalyptic gods. Don't you like it? Latina started to get nervous again. She saw Suen frown slightly and had an absurd thought. Suen probably wouldn't like a gift she didn't prepare herself. Surely not? Even if you don't think this thing looks good, it should be perfect for Suen to use, right? The current Suen should be a pragmatist. He never hesitates to do things. In the final battle of the fourth revelation day, he made good use of even a tool like wind shears. No, I was thinking about something else. Suen shook her head, stopping thinking about those things, and then smiled to show that she liked it. Just coax them and that'll be fine, Sichen is right. Coaxing Latina doesn't make Suen feel bad, On the contrary, he enjoys the process of coaxing her. Perhaps this is similar to how playing with Latina can bring him joy. Who wouldn't love playing with a lively little angel who can cry and fuss? Are you thinking about other women again? It seemed that some keyword had been triggered, and Latina's eyes suddenly showed a look of alertness. Alarm bells rang in Suen's mind. Seriously, sis? I'm really going to show you what a master-servant relationship is all about. How could this possibly lead to this connection? However, judging from the name, Faratina, it does seem to be a woman's name, and Latina's statement doesn't seem to be wrong. However, in such situations, you shouldn't just go along with what the other person is saying. Although I sometimes act like a bot, I should be a pro at this point. I was thinking about when to give you the gift today. Actually, I've already prepared a gift for you. Latina became interested upon hearing this. Since they had both recently emerged from the Radiant Realm, the gifts they could offer would undoubtedly be items originating from there. So this means they're exchanging items from the Radiant Realm? The items bestowed by the Radiant Realm have certain uniqueness and limitations in a certain sense. They are almost all unique items. In the culture of the Satan Empire, exchanging items from the Radiant Realm is actually a way of expressing trust to a great extent. Really? What's the gift? Latina was eager to know what Suen would give her. You can't know now, but you'll find out tonight. Suen replied, her words filled with affirmation. What if I don't like it later? You should tell me beforehand. Latina was still a little impatient. After all, she had already given her pocket watch to Suen. How could she not give her the gift immediately? You'll definitely like it. If you don't, you can bite me to death. Suen was absolutely certain that Latina could not possibly dislike this gift. This was a product created by the god of conflict at someone's request, imbued with special emotions. A 7th-order composite magic freezer, a heavy gift spanning 2 calendars, created by a divine messenger who knew nothing of magical engineering. How could she not like such an item? Chapter 69 Violet. After receiving Suen's resolute assurance, Latina no longer had any worries and continued to eat her cake with peace of mind. If anyone were to ask Latina why she hadn't finished the cake after eating for so long, Suen could only say they were being incredibly naive. You thought Latina only ordered a mousse cake? She ordered 10 yuan. She planned to eat her fill here and then take the rest home. The packaged mousse cake would definitely not be as sweet as when eaten fresh, so Latina planned to eat as much as she could first. But actually she doesn't need to worry about that, because Latina will soon have her own magic freezer. The 7th-tier composite magic freezer is actually not a heavy thing. It has a certain space folding function, so it can be shrunk down and carried around, which is very convenient. The maker seems to have taken users' needs into account, which is why the freezer is designed this way. They really put a lot of thought into it. Sunlai went to the dessert shop purely to watch Latina eat cake. He himself wasn't as greedy as Latina, and 1 piece was enough for him. Moreover, the cakes made outside don't taste as good as the desserts made by our maid Scarlet. However, Latina seems to prefer cakes from outside shops, which may just be a difference in taste. There's still a lot to do tonight. Not only do I have to tease Latina and give her the magic freezer, but I also have to check the amazing tools that the top-ranked guys send me. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the dessert shop. Suen looked in the direction of the sound and found that several adult men were making way for others. The newcomer was a young girl dressed in a purple magic robe. She had striking long blue hair, and unlike most magicians who carried a staff, she had a violin hanging by her side. The man's eyes were empty and lifeless. Rather than using these adjectives, it would be better to use another word. Dead stillness. The magical energy emanating from her body and the magical school robe she wore indicated that she was a powerful magician. Such powerful academic magicians usually possess a proactive spirit of exploration. Because academic magicians focus on all aspects of magic, including combat, practicality, and theory, it is impossible to achieve success without ambition. However, this magician did not possess such qualities at all. Suen could not discern even the slightest trace of them. Even though Suen knew that the other party was a very hard-working magician, she just couldn't tell from his appearance. Because those lifeless eyes clearly conveyed 2 words, a will to die. She didn't actually want to live, believing that living was a kind of suffering, but she was also unwilling to die, and she pursued a certain goal madly. This is Violet Vega Satin, the top student in the 3rd year, a magician known as the Shattered Melody. A true genius, a force to be reckoned with in his third year. However, now, that title will most likely fall to Latina. Huh! Violet? Latina suddenly stopped eating. It seemed that seeing Violet was more important to her than eating dessert. Perhaps Violet holds a special place in her heart. But actually, Suen was overthinking it, because Latina had basically never had the experience of sitting in a dessert shop and eating to her heart's content before, so she was surprised to see Violet in a dessert shop. Throughout the entire third year, it was impossible for anyone not to know Violet. She was a genius, powerful, aloof, and beautiful. She monopolized the top spot in the grade for 2 whole years, and no one in the same year as Violet was not afraid of her. Latina was the same way. In the past, she not only used a useless iron sword, but even if she were given a magic sword with the hardness of Suen's face, Latina felt that she could not beat Violet. This is her biggest rival in her quest to become number 1 in the grade. Every year at the end of the semester, scholarships are awarded based on the grade rankings in the grade level competition. That's a huge sum of money, but Violet has taken the lion's share in the last 2 years, even though she's not short of money. Violet also possesses royal blood that many people envy, and her father, Silent Minister, is a renowned 8th-tier powerhouse in the Satan Empire. Even though many people call her a bastard, she is still a person with the surname Satan. In a sense, she was also a victim of the aristocracy. Does Violet come to this dessert shop often? Suen was somewhat surprised. This person didn't seem like the type to like desserts. Would someone struggling with whether or not to live enjoy eating desserts? How should I know? Latina was shocked. I've hardly ever been here before, and I don't know Violet very well. Why are you asking me? Violet stepped lightly into the dessert shop, her voluptuous, long legs encased in black stockings. She went straight to. What are you looking at? Latina's keen perception surpassed the limits of this world. Upon discovering that Suen was meticulously observing Violet, she extended Sechen's big hand and intervened in the market economy in Suen's mind. Suen didn't respond to Latina's comment. At a time like this, anything you say would be wrong. Do you have any way to speak to Violet? Latina's pupils dilated again. Don't you want to look at what you're saying? Have you forgotten that the angel of light in front of you has even worse social skills than you? You want to get close to Violet? Latina sensed that Suen seemed to have some other purpose, so she asked him directly. She doesn't like playing those roundabout riddles. Riddle makers, just die already. No, it's not that I want to get closer, it's just that I want to be nearer. Suen didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. There was so much information that it was impossible to tell Latina everything in one go. Suen hadn't forgotten that the progress bar for the end of his 4th Divine Revelation day had already been pushed to 50%. Moreover, a final, solidified state has emerged. Suen didn't quite understand what this meant, but he had a feeling it wasn't a good thing. This only appears when the progress bar is at 50%. Just as Suen was still thinking about how to talk to Violet, Broken Melody, Violet looked at Suen with a gaze that would leave anyone stunned. She seemed to notice something, narrowed her eyes slightly, and then glanced at Latina, who was eating cake next to her. Then, he walked towards the two of them. The radiant round the end of the 4th Divine Revelation. Amidst a sea of irises, a woman wearing a pink and black plaid robe smiles slightly. Bai Taching, a 9th-tier mind magician, is the strongest in the 2nd Divine Revelation solar pulse system. Your white pagoda. Bai Taching held Luo Xiang's face in his hand, slightly lifting her features to look at Luo Xiang's painful and struggling expression. Si Yuan's spiritual punishment is causing Luo Xiang to suffer 10 times the pain. Bai Taching's expression was kind and friendly. She held a magic wand and once again thrust the tip towards Luo Xiang's chest. A pitiful scream echoed through the sea of irises, while Bai Taching continued to laugh. Little Luo Xiang, you should know that it's useless to keep a secret in front of the white pagoda. So now, can you tell me? Where are the twin stars? Chapter 70 The top student in the grade attempts to turn himself in. Chapter 70 The top student in the grade attempts to turn himself in. Almost no one has experienced speaking with Violet because almost no one can connect with her on the waves of language. However, it must be admitted that almost everyone is well aware that the possibility of having a normal conversation with Violet in real life is virtually zero. This doesn't mean everyone has poor social skills, but rather a degree of dependence, nor does it mean that Violet's personality is so bad that she can't speak. It's related to her magic, shattering magic. All the words she utters, all the sounds she makes, and even the music she plays, all become fragmented and disjointed. This is why Violet is called the shattered melody. The powerful magic of shattering can harm not only others but also the user. Her body was almost completely integrated with this shattering magic, which gave her an extremely keen sense of magic. Suen had some doubts. Perhaps the other party had noticed the red crystal pendant of Violet on her body, and that's why they came. After all, she has an extremely strong perception of magic, and she should be able to detect items with similar magical properties just by glancing at them. She originally came to this dessert shop to buy desserts, but after noticing an interesting magical item, she stopped by, seemingly intending to have a chat with me. Soon, Violet arrived in front of the two. Suen and Latina were sitting at a round table that could only accommodate 2 people, so Violet could not sit down. So Violet stood silently by the table, quietly watching the equally silent Suen and the bewildered Latina. Latina was filled with doubt, so much so that she even stopped eating her cake. Seriously, lady, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, hurry up and leave. What are you standing here for? Are you waiting for Suen to speak up? Latina is certain that Suen has never had any contact with Violet. After all, ever since that brat Suen started staying home, Latina has been by his side almost the entire time. So, what could possibly be between Suen and you? It must be Violet who needs to see Suen. Well, on another note, a tuft of Latina's hair suddenly stuck up, as if she had realized something. Suen was just pondering how to strike up a conversation with Violet. Could they really have some kind of secret relationship? Latina felt a little nervous. That doesn't make sense, does it? Violet is such a gloomy person, and Suen is such a sinister person. How could these two possibly get together? People with the character, in their name, could they possibly be matched with each other? Latina grew increasingly confused and finally decided to give up thinking about it and see what Violet was up to. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Violet might have come to see her. We're not really that close, thanks meow. Come on in. After a long silence, Violet uttered broken words. A faint glimmer of life returned to her deathly expression, but it was not a sign of hope. Instead, she showed a look of surprise, followed by an even deeper deathly stillness in her eyes. It's like recognizing something clearly, which then evokes a profound sense of sorrow. A pessimist? Although he didn't understand what Violet said, Suen knew that it was extremely inappropriate to make a lady stand like that. What ingenious tool do I have to help this lady sit down for a while? The answer is no. Suen reached out and pulled a chair from the table next to her, placing it beside Violet. If Winston were here, he might order a chair next to him to crawl over and move under Violet's but the one standing here now is Suen. As a magician specializing in abstract magic, he doesn't have this kind of practical magic, so he can only use the most primitive method to move the chair over. Violet didn't stand on ceremony. She seemed to have been waiting for a chair, so she slightly lifted her purple robe and sat down directly. There weren't many people in the dessert shop today. Apart from the odd couple, the aristocratic spoiled brat and the commoner genius, there were only 1 or 2 scattered people coming to buy desserts. Oh, and there are 2 other equally gloomy people in the corner, also eating mousse cake. However, those 2 gloomy men seemed to be staring at Violet the whole time. No wonder they were called gloomy guys. They couldn't take their eyes off a beautiful girl. A violin hung beside Violet, its body a deep black, decorated with delicate patterns. These patterns are not a single repeating design, but rather an interweaving of countless tiny lines. They slowly climbed up the body of the instrument, gradually drawing the shape of a balanced scale. The bow is slender and flexible, made from fine horsehair and exquisite horn magic composite wood. Hien from the ditch is still chasing me. The bow's shaft is also adorned with exquisite decorations, inlaid with several small sapphires. The shaft is entirely dark blue, with some light gold patterns along the edges. This is a special wand. In the academy, some users of special magic often have unique wands similar to their personal weapons. The patterns on this wand suggest that Violet is actually the one who received divine inspiration on the 7th day of revelation. After all, it's unusual for a magician to inscribe scales on their wand. The principle behind the shattering magic is related to the 7th day of revelation, the balance. Violet said nothing, but simply took a dark bag from under her magic robe and placed it on the table. Suen and Latina looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. After a long while, Suen finally decided to figure out what was going on. It seemed that Violet wanted him to see what this thing was. Suen took the bag. The texture was sticky, and she could feel slight wriggling inside. The contents seemed to be some kind of strange living thing. Gently pull open the bag, and a slightly pungent smell wafts out, but probably only Suen can smell it. Suen frowned slightly. This didn't seem to be anything healthy. He looked into the space inside the bag, and suddenly his pupils dilated slightly. The bag contained a strange monster that looked like a clump of sticky filth, with a reverse cross made of flesh and blood growing from what could be called its head. This is a type of monster that almost everyone in the Academy recognizes. It is recorded on the 5th page of the monster log, which is part of the basic knowledge section. This is not because it is particularly practical or common in daily life, but because it is used for some particularly dangerous purposes. This monster is called the blasphemy cross. The largest recorded adult form is 100 meters long, and once caused a serious magical disaster in human history. It possesses a special, blasphemous, magical attribute, and as a material, it usually only appears in one situation. That's where those evil organizations conduct black magic rituals and research. Suen's pupils dilated slightly, and considering Violet's identity, he seemed to have grasped something in that instant. Violet, did you mistake them for members of the evil organization, Dark Dawn? Chapter 71 Caught on the Spot. Chapter 71. Suen was caught red-handed. His expression instantly returned to calm. This was merely a guess. He couldn't show too much emotion, lest Violet notice something was wrong. Suen, who had played the game, knew that Violet and Black Dawn had always had a certain connection. So, she contacted the wrong person and ended up with them instead? But no matter what, he and Latina don't seem like people from the Dark Dawn, do they? Those two gloomy guys in the corner of the dessert shop, on the other hand, seem more like members of an evil organization, don't they? Without making a sound, Suen nodded. If Violet really wasn't after his tools, but rather wanted to meet with other members of the Dark Dawn, then Violet's actions were practically a confession. He and Latina had a reason to arrest Violet on the spot and bring her back to the right track. Both the Satan Empire's official authorities and the White Tower Magic Academy have their own unique ways of dealing with these dark mages who are connected to the Dark Dawn. Suen handed the bag to Latina, gesturing for her to take a look as well. Latina was also very curious about what could be in the bag. What is Violet's true personality like? Beneath her gloomy demeanor and the aura of being the top student in her grade, are there any unknown secrets hidden? Latina slightly opened the bag and saw the blasphemy cross, wriggling inside. A big question mark appeared in her azure eyes. Holy crap, the Dark Dawn. The only entity that has ever engaged in evil activities in the city of Lund is Black Dawn, a malignant tumor of the Satan Empire. Latina was unaware of their ideology, but she understood their disgusting nature far better than Suen did. During the Dark Dawn, they will attempt to collect everything related to the first day of Revelation, including books, historical records, magical engineering products, and magical items produced by the Radiant Realm. Even any creature possessing the attributes of the first divine revelation solar system, including naturally her, the Angel of Light. Once, due to carelessness, a piece of her angel's feather fell into the woods beside a natural hot spring, and as a result, the people of Black Dawn followed the trail and searched for her for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, she was a wise Angel of Light and managed to escape back to the Academy. Otherwise, it might already be magical material on someone else's table. Holy crap! I have a sworn enemy! Violet blinked. She suddenly sensed that something was wrong. I came to exchange something with the people from Black Dawn, so why are these two looking at me with such strange eyes? Their transaction message was, on a certain day under the control of Jijin, in a dessert shop, the most bizarre duo, mousse cake, and a lecherous, meticulously observing gaze. Although Suen and Latina were somewhat surprised that they were the contacts of the Dark Dawn, one was the de facto prison chief of Longda City, and the other was a positive and neutral member of the Academy. However, she quickly convinced herself that the combination of Latina and Suen was too bizarre and that such a situation was completely impossible. Suen, known for his spoiled and noble blood, and Latina, a neutral commoner who doesn't take sides, are eating sweet cakes together at a dessert shop. You might as well let Violet believe that she is not the Silent Lord's biological daughter. Anyway, I've never received much love in my life, so I feel like I'm probably not their biological child. If Suen is indeed a member of the Dark Dawn, then it explains why the Dark Dawn can still exist in Londo, because their leader is the prison warden of Londo. Violet's brows furrowed slightly, adding a touch of sparkle to her otherwise lifeless eyes. What's the meaning? Suen gave Latina a look, and Latina nodded in response. In just a moment, the two seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. Latina has now been completely assimilated by Suen and has become an accomplice of the newborn. We are of one mind. The next moment, with lightning speed, Suen reached out his big hand and snatched Violet's bow. That's her staff. Once she loses her bow, Violet's spellcasting ability will be greatly weakened. At the same time, Latina's expression hardened. This seemingly simple-minded angel of light entered a serious state, and the speed of a powerful fifth-tier magic swordsman was displayed to its fullest extent in that instant. She used a move called Si Chen's Big Hand to try and lock Violet's hands in place. Poor Violet, before she could even react, her weapon was taken away by Suen, and she was pinned down by Latina. The others in the dessert shop seemed startled for a moment, but the two men's actions were swift and decisive, causing little damage, so no one had a stress reaction. But Violet was, after all, the top student in her grade, and she was no pushover. Even without a magic wand, she could still subdue most of the third-year students. Without her staff, Violet is probably only about 2.5 times stronger than Jacob Bristol. On the day of the beginning, I yearn for divine favor to come. Pieced together fragmented sounds, rapid incantations, Violet's lips parted slightly, her words so broken that no one even knew which lineage of magic she was using. In an instant, a powerful surge of magic rushed towards Suen and launched a fierce attack. Suen was horrified. This stream of magic looked extremely fierce, and its effects were unknown. If it was Violet's magic, Suen wouldn't dare to underestimate it at all. If she were hit, she would definitely fall, little pearls, in a lot of pain. However, it was all for naught. Counterspell. Fire it. In an instant, Violet's lifeless eyes suddenly became clear, her deep blue pupils slightly relaxed, and she fell into a state of silence. This is a special spell of Violet called Shattered Tranquility, which puts anyone touched by the magic into a state of silence. Its effects manifest as entering a sage mode, becoming wise, but requiring double the magical calculations, and having one's original thoughts and emotions temporarily cleared. Oh my god, Violet was hit by her own magic. Due to Violet's unique nature, almost only those who hear her music can be affected by her magic. Therefore, she cannot actually use this magic on herself. Thanks to Suen from the underworld for possessing counter magic, a kind of underworld magic, Violet was able to be hit by her own ultimate technique. This was the first time she had felt emotions other than hopelessness and disappointment, and this silence was a temporary relief for her. This description might not be clear to Latina, but if I use a different word, even Latina would understand. Oh, how generous! Latina also did the same thing in Chapter 72. In Chapter 72, Latina also did something. The moment Suen and Latina made their move, another action was taken at the dessert shop. The two gloomy guys who were originally in the corner gave up eating their mousse cakes and got up to leave. Vialis is out of her mind. We really can't deal with this kind of person. Let's get out of here. Are we just going to retreat like this? That's a blasphemous cross. The Holy Church's progress has already been made. Withdraw. What could possibly make them choose to give up the delicious mousse cake and leave the dessert shop? That's because the two of them are the ones who belong to the Dark Dawn. Coincidentally, there were also a man and a woman. And from the moment Violet entered the dessert shop, he kept giving her eye signals, urging her to pay attention to the place. But I don't know what Violet was thinking. She actually mistook Suen and Latina for people from Black Dawn. You know this is impossible, right? Where's your brain? Are there any third-year students at the White Tower Magic Academy with normal brains? To be honest, Violet really can't be blamed for this. Because she recognizes that humanity has its limits, Violet constantly tries to gain the approval of this Satan, by cooperating with Black Dawn and attempting to advance further through other means. However, she did not know exactly who the members of Black Dawn were. This is understandable, since Black Dawn, as an evil and mysterious organization, would not allow a collaborator to know all the personnel deployment details. These two men, both from the depths of darkness, exuded a somber aura. This made Violet think they were a normal couple when she looked at them. Nonsense. If one person is gloomy and the other is not, that would be a bizarre combination. Both of them are gloomy, so aren't they birds of a feather? What's so strange about that? Since their gazes were quite gloomy and had nothing to do with lecherous, observant eyes, Violet didn't think they were her contact targets. The two people on the other side, however, were in complete agreement with everything. Suen and Latina, two people who would never normally be together, unexpectedly met at a dessert shop. Not only will these two not hang out together, but either of them alone would definitely not linger in the dessert shop. One reason was that they had more sophisticated desserts at home, and the other was that they simply didn't have the money. This pair of people appeared in the dessert shop, happily eating mousse cake together. Do you still dare to say you're not Black Lonely Dawn? In addition, Suen has been observing her closely ever since she came in, so isn't that perfect? That's why Violet felt a strange sadness when she saw Latina and Suen. She simply couldn't understand how Latina, who was always known for her optimism, and Suen, the carefree and invincible young scoundrel, could both be corrupted by the Dark Dawn and fall into the dark side of the world. That's why something even more incomprehensible happened to her. How did she end up being detained? Is this really possible? Is this really reasonable? This sentence popped into Violet's mind. At this moment, she was in a state of silence, a state that allowed her to escape from long-term pressure. For a moment, the pressure from blood ties seemed insignificant, and a glimmer of hope for relaxation briefly flashed in her eyes. If we can maintain this feeling. Suen glanced to the side. As a former intelligent third-order brain, now a wise fourth-order brain, he naturally noticed the two gloomy people who were preparing to escape. If Violet is a dark mage trying to find the Dark Dawn here, then it also means that there must be dark mages of the Dark Dawn here. It's so obvious. These two people have such gloomy looks. They're clearly bad guys. I don't know how Violet admitted her mistake. Neither she nor Latina seemed like people from Black Dawn. He recognized them at a glance. The two people over there were from Black Dawn. But right now, Suen and Latina have to work together to keep Violet in check, and they have no time to deal with the two people from Dark Dawn. Suen possesses ample evidence to convict Violet, should she report evidence of collusion between Violet and Black Dawn. Then Violet will definitely be expelled from the White Tower Magic Academy, and may even be imprisoned. Her survival was purely due to her talent and the bloodline of the Satan royal family. However, how Violet would live after being imprisoned was not something she could decide. In fact, there were quite a few people in the Satan Empire who wanted her dead. Those upper-class nobles with ulterior motives who want to see Violet fall into prostitution or linger in aristocratic social circles are not uncommon. However, given Violet's personality, if she were imprisoned, the first thing she would do would be to commit suicide. She communicated with Black Dawn with this mindset. If she could achieve more with dark magic, she would continue to use it. If things were exposed, she would just die. She never intended to live anyway. Don't move, Violet. Latina is at level 5 now. She can hold you down with one hand. Suen had no intention of lying, and Violet's attempt to resist would only hurt herself. No matter what rank you are in, at this distance, even if you are a 6th-tier mage, you will still be beaten down by Latina. Violet did not resist. If she hadn't been hit by her own magic, she would definitely be thinking of exploding with Suen right now. But she's quiet now. Her silence has been very effective. Suen narrowed his eyes. He really didn't have time to deal with those two people from Black Dawn right now. However, he can let others manage it. He has quite a few underworld magics at his disposal. It's you I choose. The Angel of Light shines. In an instant, two people in the dessert shop were highlighted. Although the Light Angel's highlight moment can only lock one object at a time, it does not actually have a usage limit. Therefore, Suen only needs to use it twice to lock onto two people. Fellow villagers! There are two villains from Dark Dawn here! Quickly go and take them down! Suen shouted in a very down-to-earth manner, intending to use the power of the masses to take them down. The city of Lund has a large number of mages, and those mages who hear this voice will not hesitate to take the opportunity to claim credit and reward. Capturing members of the Black Dawn organization can be exchanged for a considerable amount of funds or magical materials. This is part of the White Tower Magic Academy and the Satan Empire's incentive plan. In an instant, a passing 7th-tier mage glanced at him. Ryan Sauter, also known as Professor Ryan, happened to be passing by at that moment. The Dark Dawn? When did it arrive? Although the shout sounded somewhat familiar, Professor Ryan didn't think too much about it and decided to arrest the Dark Mages first. Just as Professor Ryan was preparing to arrest the 2 radiant Dark Magicians, something even more remarkable happened. 2 people suddenly rushed out of the dessert shop. Compared to the Black Magician, these 2 people, who looked more like human traffickers, were obviously more worthy of attention. Latina and Suen carried Violet and ran away. Professor Ryan? Violet? Chapter 73 The Reclusive Monk's Bound Home. Chapter 73 The Reclusive Monk is bound in my home. Hey! Professor Ryan recognized the 3 slowly moving abstract entities at a glance. Suen, Latina, and Violet. In Professor Ryan's view, these 3 were clearly the Academy's key targets of observation. He could tell at a glance that Suen was trying to corrupt high-achieving students again. How exactly did Suen manage to do that? However, upon thinking of this, Professor Ryan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Violet's situation was no secret in the grade. Although she had previously been socially awkward like Latina, their situations were still different. Violet herself came from the noble faction. She didn't have many friends, but she had quite a few followers. She is inherently isolated and introverted, but at the same time possesses a rather strong sense of pride. Even if someone is second in the grade, they are nothing special in her eyes. All she did was to gain recognition through blood ties. Her goal is to reach a higher level, such as the pinnacle of magic, and she is willing to pay any price for it, and she also has a serious tendency towards self-destruction. Professor Alice, the homeroom teacher of Class S, once tried to have an in-depth conversation with this top genius in the grade. However, the result was that Violet sat there in a daze for 30 minutes, looking as if she was saying, "You are disturbing my magical research." Since Violet is almost unable to communicate verbally, if she is unwilling to write, you will never be able to communicate normally with her for the rest of your life. Although she wasn't a student in his class, he felt sorry for not being able to improve Violet's personality. Latina, on the other hand, is somewhat endearing. Fearing being drawn into the aristocratic struggles, she both actively and passively refuses social activities. She was caught in a dilemma. Joining either side would not be a good thing for her. If I don't join, I'll offend everyone else, and I'll be pleasing neither side. However, at least this way they won't get involved in any intense incidents. If Violet could get along with Suen and Latina, that might not be a bad thing. But tell me, you clever one, how did these 3 people with completely different personalities get along so well? How did these 3 very different personalities, autistic, abstract, and simple-minded, come together? Is the White Tower Magic Academy about to undergo a major upheaval? Professor Ryan seemed to sense something amiss. From this day forward, the wheels of fate seemed to begin turning, and the once vibrant White Tower Magic Academy appeared poised for a dramatic transformation. Don't run! On the 2nd day of divine revelation, the pure and flawless White Tower, the protector of nature's laws, I urge you. Professor Ryan suddenly realized that the 2 people from the Dark Dawn were about to escape, so he had no time to pay attention to the 3 third-year students and immediately began to chase after the suspects. I was just taking a break from work to buy some things to give to Professor Alice from Class S next door as a gift, so why was I forced to work overtime? Speaking of which, Latina and Suen's Radiant Realm repatriation reports still haven't been submitted. Damn it, are they deliberately giving themselves more vacation time? Latina has really learned bad habits from Suen. July 27th, 1162, Divine Revelation Calendar, Julius Manor, Satan Empire. Being a guard for the Julius family is a very exciting thing. Previously, you would have to deal with many good people who tried to betray the young master, clean up the mess left by Julius, and block most of the trouble. You also have to endure all sorts of provocations, insults, and antics from young Master Julius. For example, the young Master Suen of the Julius family seems to be going further and further down the path of abstraction. It used to be just chaotic evil, but now it seems to have become abstract evil. Nowadays, they're even capable of kidnapping another innocent girl along with another beautiful young woman. Latina seemed to be a very well-behaved girl, and the guards found it hard to imagine what Suen had forced her to do to make such a seemingly innocent girl do such a thing with him. Because Suen and Latina are not the same height, Violet, who was being carried, was mostly tilted, with one side of her head closer to the ground. She's more like the hanged man than a magician. She stood there, bewildered in the wind, silently pondering what had happened that day. And just like that, he remained completely still. This top-ranked magician was moved to Julius's house like a pillar. "Young master?" The maid Scarlet was extremely anxious. Under normal circumstances, the young scoundrel Suen would not stay at the academy for that long unless he was out fooling around. During this period, she had to keep a close eye on young Master Suen's movements, and when necessary, she would even send people to monitor his actions. Young Master Suen naturally disliked being monitored, but even with his cunning, he couldn't detect that she had sent a fifth-tier guard to protect him. Scarlet, the maid, really went to great lengths to prevent Suen from being beaten to death like a stray dog. Since Suen hadn't returned home for 2 days, Scarlet naturally sent people to investigate. After all, if young Master Suen came home and he hadn't prepared a meal, given Julius's bad boy personality, he would inevitably get a severe scolding. The feedback from the academy was that Suen had gone to fight monsters in the Radiant Realm. At that time, Scarlet only had this one image in her mind. Now, her expression is starting to look a bit abstract. She discovered that young Master Suen seemed to be playing a long game. Although she wasn't very familiar with Latina in the academy, Violet was famous not only within the academy. She had so many charisma and distinctive features that she recognized at a glance that the person being carried by Suen and Latina was Violet. "Scarlet, there's no time to explain, open the door." Young Master Suen's voice, like a lament from Gaixia, revealed that he was doing something utterly abstract. Wishing Violet good luck. Sending Violet to jail is out of the question. These are top talents carefully selected by Luo Xiang. How could I possibly let them go? Although he could sense Latina's dissatisfaction, he had to make all possible preparations in order to prevent a rebellion from happening again. "If you're dissatisfied, then so be it. Although I don't know what you're dissatisfied with, the outcome is still better than you becoming a power plant." Suen silently repeated this to himself. In the final scene of the fourth divine revelation, the sight that Luo Xiang showed him was truly astonishing. He just wanted the obedient Latina to stay cute forever. He didn't want anything to happen during the suppression of the rebellion. The future is pretty much set in stone. If you know the possibilities of a certain future and still let the world turn out that way, then you might as well expel yourself from the smart person category. Hee-ho! The familiar study, the familiar people, but this time there was one more person in there. Violet's expression was indifferent. Her hands were tied, her back was against the corner of the wall, and her mouth was covered with a seal. However, even if the seal is put on, it's probably useless, since Violet doesn't talk much anyway, so communication is ineffective. That might prevent Violet from casting spells? But with Latina by her side, Suen wasn't worried that Violet would be able to resist. "Oh right, Latina?" Latina blinked. She was the main transporter just now, so she had done the most work. For Latina, who was at the 5th level, this level of exercise was nothing, but due to a strange emotion in her heart, she still felt a little tired. Suen suddenly patted her head affectionately, and she immediately turned her gaze to Suen, wondering what was wrong with him now. Seeing Latina's pouting lips, Suen's mind flashed back to the smiling face of the power furnace in the Radiant Realm. "Fortunately, this is not the Radiant Realm. What are you muttering to yourself about again?" Chapter 74 Sweet and Money. Chapter 74 Sweet and Money. That's how it is. Violis, you need to understand that just the fact that you colluded with the Black Dawn is enough to put you in jail for life. Suen leaned forward slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Latina stared in disbelief. Was this some kind of racial talent? The insidious trait of the Sun Clan? Black Dawn is a dark magic organization with a history of serious social harm, and Violet's cooperation with them is, in a sense, unforgivable. After all, for every blasphemy cross she contributes, Black Dawn has a chance to successfully perform a dark magic ritual. Black magic is extremely dangerous to ordinary people. Some rituals require blood sacrifices, while others can corrupt ordinary people with contaminated magic. Although that kind of erosion is probably not as great as the effect of a high concentration of magic, the actual situation of the suppression of chaos must still be taken into account. The world has been ravaged. If the corruption of dark magic is comparable to the fourth apocalypse, then the world today might have already become the dark magic calendar. So, is Suen trying to threaten Violet into doing something strange? For example, pairing up with the aloof magician who is the top student in the grade. Thinking of this, Latina blushed, gritted her teeth, and elbowed Suen hard. Suen was suddenly elbowed and looked at Latina speechlessly. What was this girl doing now? But after realizing that Latina had no further action, Suen continued to deal with serious matters. He stared into Violet's calm and unwavering gaze and said word by word. Miss, you don't want Lord Silent Minister to find out about your collusion with Black Dawn, do you? Violet's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had heard something sensitive. She gritted her teeth, her face growing increasingly gloomy. The seal on her lips twisted for a moment, then cracks gradually appeared. Violet's mouth was almost a part of her body where she channeled her magic most powerfully. After all, she is Broken Melody, capable of killing others with her melodies. But then again, it seems that whether it's third or fourth grade, their top scorers in the grade are all related to sound, which Winston thinks is great. Perhaps Winston and Violet could form a band, one rapping and the other playing the violin. Latina could also join in. Her dancing skills are quite outstanding. Suen could be in charge of selling tickets and making a fortune. If you think Suen has no role in this quartet, then Suen could actually perform biting a lighter. As for your suggestion that Suen use the ability of the Divine Splitter to create several clones, Suen can tell you very clearly that this is impossible. The true culprit, the god of strife, prayed to the gods, but only the god of division answered him, thus becoming the root of all sin. This is the description from the divine envoy of splitting. Without truly understanding what this ability is all about, Suen cannot use the ability to create clones. Violet used magic to break the seal on Latina's mouth, causing Latina's handy magic sword to slightly unsheath from its sheath. Ultimately, it was Violet. With just a little magic, she was able to trigger a stress response in this once impoverished little angel. Although she can't beat Latina right now, meow. Suen knew why Violet was anxious. To put it bluntly, the root cause of Violet's withdrawn state lies with her father, the Silent Lord. A truly aloof jerk, living up to his title, never utters a single word, as if speaking would mean certain death. Moreover, the Silent Minister is a member of the royal family of the Satan Empire, holding a high position and possessing great power. In terms of seniority, he is the current Emperor's uncle. In terms of strength, he is an 8th-tier mage. However, the Silent Lord is not a very good person, otherwise he would not have left Violet to fend for herself and never come to see her once since she was born. Violet was nothing more than his illegitimate daughter, born from who knows where. It wouldn't be honorable to tell anyone, and there was no way to hide it. Seeing that she also had some magical talent, the Silent Minister simply left her to fend for herself at the White Tower Magic Academy. If Violet achieves something in the future, then the Silent Lord might be able to make use of her. Besides, in the eyes of the Silent Lord, Violet was far inferior to any of his legitimate offspring. It was for this reason that Violet chose to take a risky approach, cooperating with the Dark Dawn and using dark magic. She was trying to take the magic that was already rooted in her body to the next level, so that it would become completely integrated with her body. This has resulted in Violet being unable to speak. Until a way to suppress these distorted magical powers is found, Violet will not have the freedom to speak. Violet, who bears the name of Satin, grew up in this kind of family environment. She didn't understand why she couldn't gain recognition even after working so hard. That's for sure. Before Violet graduated, the Silent Lord, who only saw her as a tool, naturally wouldn't pay her any attention. Therefore, even Violet would be instantly agitated upon hearing the words, Silent Lord. It's a pity Violet couldn't speak, otherwise she would definitely have muttered this. Soon, if you dare say anything, I'll kill you. For Violet, if she were caught with such a weakness, either imprisonment nor death would be able to sway her. But the moment Satan, or the royal family is mentioned, her bloodline automatically binds her. She's a pitiful child too. In some ways, her background is quite similar to Latina's. One was abandoned in this world by the silent Qing and no one cared for him. The other was abandoned in this world by Chen and no one loved him. Violet bared her teeth at Latina and Suen, looking fierce. Hey! Latina was taken aback. She hadn't expected that someone as aloof as Violet could make such a vivid expression. She instinctively reached for Suen's hand, trying to gain some sense of security from it, completely forgetting that she was a fifth-tier magic swordsman. Oh? It can even bare its teeth? Let's test its bite force. Suen didn't tolerate Violet's behavior at all and went straight for her, slapping her on the head. In an instant, the already quiet air became even quieter. Violet's little head was patted by Suen's big hand, and her bearing expression vanished instantly, replaced by calm. Her eyes suddenly became clear. Chapter 75 The Little Angel's Band is being formed. Chapter 75 The Little Angel Band is being formed. From childhood to adulthood, it was always Violet who was chasing after others and beating them up. The only thing that can ever hurt her is her own shattering magic. It must be said that Suen's palm strike was indeed quite skillful. Suen recalled a rather unique blogger from her previous life, who was skilled in CPR and various special, magic, techniques such as dragon fruit. If all these techniques were incorporated into this one palm strike, Suen felt that even Walmart plastic bags might immediately submit to it. Unfortunately, Suen only learned the basics, so he could only knock Violet back to her clear state once again. Latina felt a sudden sense of déjà vu. It seemed that she herself had once been subdued by a single blow from Suen. Could this be some kind of special magic? Noticing Latina's slender hand inexplicably reaching out, Suen didn't stand on ceremony and took it in her hand. Chen is right, just coax them and it'll be over, it's an easy thing. Violet, who had just calmed down, opened her eyes wide again. What she experienced today and the emotional turmoil she felt were almost equivalent to what she had experienced in half her life. You did this right in front of me? It's a pity that ace pilot Lavin wasn't here, otherwise Winston, the top student in the 4th year, would surely have felt deep sympathy for Violet's feelings. No one could empathize with her more than Winston. He still doesn't understand the exact relationship between Suen and Latina, yet he's watched them show off their skills all the way through the Radiant Realm. Latina had no idea how much harm her small act had caused to the somewhat isolated and withdrawn Violet. Normally, Violet wouldn't react to such behavior. The problem is that she was hit by one of her own silence spells today and was also threatened by Suen. Moreover, that guy Suen touched a nerve. It's because emotions were forcibly unleashed that so many meaningless fluctuations occurred. That must be it. Violet considered herself the smartest person. After all, she was the undisputed number 1 in her grade. If this isn't the smartest approach, where else can we find a method that the Silent Lord approves of? Listen carefully, Violet. A strange light flashed in Suen's eyes, a light that Violet had never seen before. It's a kind of radiance that only ambitious people possess. These people often have extremely strong drive and ambition, while still maintaining their everyday warmth. They are like a perfect palette. However, Latina had seen this light before. It only appeared in the morning, at sunrise. This light is called the first light of dawn. We have no conflict with you. On the contrary, we need your help. Suen chuckled. This was a rare opportunity to communicate with Violet, and he planned to get straight to the point. If she misses the opportunity of silence, Violet will soon fall into a gloomy state of self-abandonment. At that point, she will turn all threats into acts of self-destruction. She might consider having a showdown with Suen. If she succeeds, she won't be threatened by Suen if she fails. But that's a different story. This situation is much more serious than Latina's. Latina's angelic nature dictates that she is destined to be good, and she is unlikely to do anything outrageous unless she turns red. Violet is a ticking time bomb. Her specialty is exploding and exploding. She's not even afraid of forcibly containing broken magic power, so what else is she afraid of? Violet listened quietly. She didn't intend to communicate with Suen, not because she had nothing to say to Suen, but because she couldn't speak. Never before had she hated her broken magic as much as she did today. She really wanted to give Suen a good scolding. This person is an abstract human who, while arresting her, could kidnap her at lightning speed and bring her back to the manor, and also arrest her contact person along with her. Her efficiency was so high that even she herself had to marvel at it. Our requirements are not high. Suen's voice was like a demonic sound, pouring into Violet's ears. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can tolerate it, Violet muttered to herself. Suen's lips curled up, which, in Violet's eyes, seemed like a demon seeing a lamb and revealing a victorious smile. Latina was shocked. It was Suen's signature smile. He was about to make his move. Then Suen spoke. First, you must drink a glass of warm milk every night before going to bed. Question mark. As soon as Suen spoke, the two people next to him couldn't help but ask questions. What is the underlying principle? Violet's eyes widened. This brat Suen was indeed living up to his reputation. In the past, he was rumored to be an unruly super newborn. I didn't expect that seeing him today would confirm it. I have absolutely no idea what strategy he's going to use. What does drinking hot milk mean? Is there some kind of code here? Violet racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. Secondly, you must eat 3 meals a day, go to bed before 11 p.m., and get 8 hours of sleep every day. Suen continued, a magical glint flashing in her eyes. A small, white tower could be vaguely seen in Suen's black pupils, but Violet was listening intently and didn't notice it at all. Is he teaching me how to do daily life? An unnamed anger welled up inside me. Do I need you to teach me how to live? But the thought that Suen still had something on her made her deflated. Violet was unaware that she had been struck by Suen's mind-bending punishment. In this situation, her emotions will be amplified, and her original stillness will be covered by the light of new life, thus enabling her to hear what Suen has to say. What Suen needed to do was not to make Violet obey his orders or do things to satisfy Suen's demands. He needed to play the long game and rescue Violet from her self-destructive state first. Suen needs someone she can communicate with. In fact, Violet's daily routine is quite different from that of normal people. Sometimes she skips meals for the sake of magical research. He often forgets to sleep while researching new ideas for magical engineering. The biggest difference between Violet and her classmates is that those who are more talented than you are also more hardworking. That kind of madness created the gloomy Violet. However, Violet is still at Tier 4, while Latina is already at Tier 5. Although Latina may be working harder than Violet after all, she also has to consider making a living. But it also reflects another thing: sometimes talent and hard work are useless. If you follow Suen, you will get the benefits. Finally, Suen narrowed his eyes. Everything before that was just a prelude. This sentence was his core argument. From now on, you must obey Latina's orders, fully consider Latina's opinions, and treat Latina as a friend. Do you understand? Huh? Latina blinked at Suen. How did this get me involved, meow? Me, friends with Violet? Really? Suen wasn't just talking nonsense. If he asked Violet to listen to his opinions directly, Violet would inevitably develop a rebellious attitude. Even if not, they'll still find Suen to explode later. But it's different if she listens to Latina. Now at the 5th rank, Latina is naturally endowed with the aura of a strong person in Violet's eyes. Latina, who was originally 4th in her grade, also has the effort and ability. Only in this way can we prevent Violet from going too far. But in reality, all of Suen's considerations were unnecessary. Violet had no intention of resisting at this point. Even before Suen made those first 2 sentences about paying attention to her daily life, she didn't think Suen would make any unreasonable demands. Even her own father never paid attention to her life. Only Suen would try to care about the life of a reclusive top student, which shows how strange his thinking is. Violet sighed for the first time in 2 years and said, I agree, please. Very well, she still couldn't say what she had managed to squeeze out. In that case, let's talk about Dark Dawn again. Chapter 76 Clues to the Dark Dawn, meow. Chapter 76 Clues to the Dark Dawn, meow. Have you met with the Dark Dawn's representatives in Longda City and the surrounding areas? Violet shook her head slightly, her expression showing considerable anxiety. When you first contacted the members of the Black Dawn faction, did they come to you on their own initiative? Violet nodded, her eyes fixed on the desk. Suen asked curiously, What are you looking at? On his desk, besides a few sheets of paper with calculation-like drafts, there were only a few scattered books. Wait, what's that? The domineering young master fell in love with me. Thing? I've never read that kind of book before. Who put it there? Does the Satan Empire even have a publishing house that publishes novels like this? They really underestimate magic. Suen first turned her gaze to Latina, who blinked her azure eyes and tilted her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know what Suen was thinking. Latina doesn't know? That was done by the maid Scarlet. She really doesn't do any proper work and actually uses our Julius family's money to secretly buy romance novels. A question mark appeared above Violet's head. Never before had she hated those idiots with poor grades so much. Is it possible that I asked you to bring me a piece of paper? Even though I can't speak right now, I can still write. Under the influence of Siyuan's spiritual punishment, this warm red emotion spread instantly. Even though she hadn't experienced anger much before, in that instant, she understood what anger meant. It was an extremely urgent and pressing feeling, a strong urge to pin the person in front of you to the ground and beat them up. It seems I really need to practice swordsmanship from now on. This incident is a profound lesson. I actually got arrested by someone who's fourth in the grade and someone who's at the bottom of the grade. If I had been a little more agile, I might have been able to slip away right then and there. In fact, Violet is considered to be one of the most skilled fighters in the entire grade. Even though her physical condition was always poor, ordinary mages would not be willing to engage her in close combat when it came to strength. She was too arrogant. In a midterm team competition in her second year, she encountered Jacob, the fifth-ranked swordsman in the grade. As a result, after many hardships, Jacob finally got close to Violet. Then Violet picked up her violin and smashed it down, knocking Jacob to the ground. That was an enlightener under the fourth son of Revelation. Although Jacob had been severely weakened, it was still somewhat exaggerated that he was defeated so decisively in close combat. This incident shattered Jacob's resolve, making him even more determined to bring Latina under his wing. With just one more powerful magic swordsman, he was certain he could shatter Violet. So, Violet must also be partly responsible for Latina's tragic past. Upon hearing Violet's confirmation, Suen had some guesses in his mind. The members of the mysterious organization Black Dawn can be arrogant or, at the same time, driven by their own desires. If their purpose was to research and perform dark magic rituals, they would even dare to infiltrate the White Tower Magic Academy and conduct rituals right under the nose of the White Tower Lord in order to find a suitable venue. Of course, trying to do this kind of thing under the 9th level mind magician by touching is basically a freebie. They're considered cowards because they won't act unless they're absolutely certain of success in normal activities or recruiting new members. Under normal circumstances, they would blend into the city like any other normal person, without revealing any clues. If it wasn't Violet who proactively approached Black Dawn, but rather the people of Black Dawn who sought her out, then there's a lot more to the story here. They hope that a top student in the grade, a genius of the academy, a divine initiator under the 7th Divine Revelation Sunpulse system, who is under the close watch of the White Tower Lord, and also has a reclusive personality, will join their Black Dawn. Who has the audacity to do this in the darkness of dawn? Of course, only those high-ranking members of the Dark Dawn faction. They would never allow their underlings to contact Violet. The underlings didn't have the strength. If they were careless, being wiped out on the spot by Violet would be the least of their worries. If Baitachin catches them, the real big deal would be to follow the trail, replenish troops, and fight all the way to the main camp. Baitachin was an extremely mysterious woman. She only shows a professional smile when she meets people, and her pink pupils seem to contain nothing but innocence. But you're smart, you know, pink on the outside doesn't necessarily mean black. The part that's half pink on the inside is the darkest. Who knows how many tricks this 9th-year-old monster, who has lived for hundreds of years, has up his sleeve, or how terrifying his total magical power is. Therefore, although Violet was unaware of the situation, the people she had contacted were most likely high-ranking members of Black Dawn. That is, the person in charge of Black Dawn in Londo City. Was the person you saw someone with red hair, about 1.77 meters tall, who likes to speak in a halting manner? Suen described an appearance based on her memory. Violet pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Is that the man with bluer hair than you, skin whiter than Latina's, and who's as silent as a dead man? Violet shook her head again, looking at Suen with the same look she gave a muggle. Hello? Latina gently nudged Suen. She seemed to have understood what Violet meant. Suen, is it possible that if they really are high-ranking members of Black Dawn, they would never show their true faces? Suen turned his head and looked at Latina with his eyes that radiated the light of fourth-order intelligence, making Latina feel a little uneasy. Then Suen vigorously rubbed Latina's head, messing up her silver hair. "What you do?" "Suen's acting up again." Latina was a little angry. She had only kindly reminded Suen, and Suen was treating her like this. "If your gift doesn't satisfy me tonight, I'll run to your bed and bite you to death." Latina, somewhat sullen, went to the side to comb her hair and took out the snacks hidden in Suen's magic robe. That was a special preparation by Suen, the main purpose of which was to stuff snacks into Latina's mouth if she was sulking. However, Latina discovered the snacks beforehand, so Suen didn't have to feed them. Latina would get them herself. Suen knew, of course, that the leader of Black Dawn would not show up in meetings with non-organization members. In reality, when they are deceiving their subordinates, they often don't show their true colors. Some disguises are used, such as wearing a mask with a cat pattern or a black and white bear-like headgear. Of course, most people in Black Dawn don't go to such lengths. They usually just wear a black robe to cover their faces. However, the person in charge operating near Lund City is different. His real name is Paris Yeshur Satan, a 7th-tier dark mage and a user of abyssal magic. He was originally a member of the Satan royal family, but was expelled from the Empire for attempting to participate in a rebellion. Decades ago, a large-scale war broke out in the Satan Empire. The objectives and causes of the war are unknown, but the Satan Empire and its allied kingdoms engaged in extremely fierce conflicts. Professor Ryan was a participant in that war and became a professor at the White Tower Magic Academy after the war. Because the war was so intense, the rebels, including Paris, saw an opportunity and attempted to overthrow Emperor Satan's rule, thus launching a coup. The result was obvious. With the help of his ministers, the Satan royal family successfully retained their throne. Among them, the silent minister, as the emperor's sharpest weapon, made a significant contribution to suppressing the rebellion. So, perhaps Paris, Yeshur, Satan had ulterior motives for bewitching Violet? Chapter 77 Paris is also an abstract human. Chapter 77 Paris is also an abstract human. The magic of this world is not absolutely monotonous. Perhaps because of the 12 sons of revelation, the nature of magic itself tends to lean towards the lineage of a certain son of revelation. The nature of magic can be divided into two main categories. These are element class and feature class, respectively. Magical attributes like metal, wood, water, and light, like Latina's, all belong to the elemental category. The more a magical property leans towards a particular element, the more powerful the magic using that element will be. Another type is elemental magic. Elemental magic is often influenced by the divine revelation sun lineage, which causes your magic to lean towards the authority corresponding to the divine revelation sun. This situation is called color bias. For example, the properties of end and twisting have always been important topics in the magical world. Paris's specialty, abyssal magic, is such a thing. It is said that the nature of his magic belongs to the abyss. Although most people don't know which god the ominous-sounding element, abyss, belongs to, it is certain that it is indeed an elemental magic. The figures of the Revelation days are often depicted as glorious, great, and positive in books and esoteric texts, so no book records any Revelation days authority being associated with the abyss. However, Suen knew this, and it didn't take much effort to deduce it. Paris previously belonged to the Divine Revelation Orthodoxy faction in the Satan Empire. The Orthodox faction of Divine Revelation denied the absolute nobility of noble bloodlines, believing that the Divine Revelation sons, as the supreme beings of magic, were the true Orthodox members of the Empire. Therefore, the Divine Revelation Orthodoxy sought to establish a new empire, or church, that fully believed in the day of divine revelation and revered the divine revelation person and corresponding clergy. The reason for their failure was simple. They did not receive the support of most of the divine revealers, such as the Silent Lord, who thought they were crazy. Even though White Tower Minister was not a member of the imperial nobility, and was even the highest-ranking person under the second divine revelation Sun Pulse lineage, she would most likely become the new emperor if the rebellion succeeded. However, she did not choose to support this abstract faction. Bai Taching also thought that Paris and the others were out of their minds, modifying their own toilet seats. What else could it be but madness? Even those who received divine revelation on that day didn't speak, so what right do you people have to speak? Given this, it is known that Black Dawn frequently collects information related to the first Divine Revelation Days, Suen, lineage. Paris is a staunch supporter of the Divine Revelation Day and a high-ranking member of Black Dawn. Isn't the answer clear? Paris is a divine reveler under the first Divine Revelation, and the authority of the Abyss is in the hands of Suen. No wonder. Suen suddenly recalled Luo Xiang's words. In Luo Xiang's words, the objects that Suen must pay attention to next are the first Divine Revelation Day and the Dark Dawn. So it turns out that Black Dawn is actually a mysterious organization that follows Suen. The mysterious organization that follows Suen is trying to capture the Light Angel. This mysterious organization is quite abstract. Shouldn't they just directly offer Latina as the Holy Lord? This makes it a bit difficult to evaluate the people under the first Divine Revelation Sun Pulse lineage. So far, it seems that only Latina is relatively normal. As for why Suen asked Violet about the contact's appearance, that's another question. That's because Paris Yesher's setting is different from the other people in Black Dawn. He also plays with abstract concepts. He wasn't originally called that, but after making a breakthrough in the field of magic one day, he changed the suffix in his name to Karma. We don't know the meaning behind Paris's actions, but he must have had his reasons. Perhaps these two words contain deeper mystical and magical secrets, but Suen is clearly lacking in this area. He can just ask Latina if she knows. Paris, as a high-ranking member of the Black Dawn, did not like the kind of black robes that concealed one's identity. He is skilled at disguise and changing his appearance, and the two appearances that Suen just asked Violet about are the two appearances that Paris uses most often. Dress-up was Paris's hobby, and it was truly a misfortune for the Satin royal family to banish him, sadly. Really not? Suen asked again. Although he knew that Paris was a threat to Longda City, he did not know where the other party was. Otherwise, if he were to report her, Bai Taching would lead an army of 100,000 puppets to invade the border. Not to mention Paris, the entire Black Dawn combined wouldn't be enough to defeat her alone. The Dean is truly capable. If Paris wasn't the one who led Violet into the Dark Dawn, then this is a problem. This suggests that Black Dawn may now have other collaborators. In this world, there are quite a few evil organizations and unofficial, unorthodox magical forces. Black Dawn is just one of the more abstract and mischievous ones. After hearing Suen's repeated questions, Violet used her magic to create a gentle breeze that blew her magic robe. She doesn't use wind magic, but she can still manage this slight interference with the wind. Is the other person wearing a magic robe? Suen frowned. This wasn't really important information, since mages and magic swordsmen usually wore magic robes. She certainly didn't mean, the other person is wearing the same magic robes as the Academy students. If the other person were really a student of the Academy, Violet's reaction wouldn't have been like that. Therefore, Violet was simply trying to express the following point. The other party's attire and behavior did not resemble those of the Dark Dawn. He was a high-ranking mage who disliked excessive disguise. It's so annoying that Violet can't speak. It's terrible that she has to guess what she's doing here. However, Violet certainly wouldn't know much about the situation either, and even if she could speak, Suen felt he wouldn't get any more information than during the current question-and-answer session. Violet's face is flushed again. If you want me to pass on a message, then bring me the paper. She doesn't need a pen to write. She can carve things on paper with magic alone. Please stop asking questions like you're playing with turtle soup. Can you give me a piece of paper? Suen seemed to have given it some thought, and finally he ended his questioning of the Dark Dawn. He still felt that the other person was Paris, but if it wasn't Paris, Suen had to be prepared for other possibilities. Violes, listen carefully. You must stop communicating with Black Dawn, or Latina, and I will report you immediately. Do you understand? Suen said, and Violet pondered for a moment before nodding. And if there are any group matches with more than 3 people in the Academy, you will need to team up with me and Latina. This is helpful to Suen. There are many competitions in the Academy every academic year. Those who achieve good results in individual or group competitions will receive official rewards and academic credits from the Academy. Students at the top of their grade rarely team up with each other. They don't believe they will lose to others and often have their own factions. If Violet joins them, Suen can create a team that simultaneously has the top student and the 4th-ranked student in the grade. In that case, if there is a group stage, the probability of these 2 top students winning the game together will be extremely high. Moreover, Others don't seem to feel that they are too overpowered, because the invincible young master Suen seems to be someone who can be completely eliminated from this lineup. In short, Suen's goal was to find 2 good students to help him through the competition and earn some credits. Violet hesitated. There were plenty of people who wanted to team up with her, and she wasn't exactly the type of person who was good at teamwork. What if I can't get honors if I hang out with Latina and Suen? After all, Latina used to struggle to find teammates in the group stage, and could only rely on the excellent matchmaking system to be matched with some unreliable students and quietly rack up some rewards. It would be best to get a ranking, but it's okay if we don't. Latina lacks significant group stage experience, and Suen is among the worst performing students in her grade. Does a team like this really have any hope? Violet was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 78 Suen's Big Con. Chapter 78 Suen's Great Deception. Suen saw through Violet's doubts, so he struck while the iron was hot. Times have changed. Think about it carefully. Latina is already at level 5, and she's even left you far behind. Suen was not lying. Violet was far behind Latina in both total magic power and the strength of a divine reveler. And all of this is simply because Latina is with me now. Suen continued to deceive her, knowing exactly what Violet truly needed. It was pure and simple, honor and power. As long as she could improve her strength, she didn't care what means she used. Suen was going to make promises to Violet, hoping to sway her completely away from the allure of the Dark Dawn and into the embrace of abstraction. Ha! Latina reached level 5 because she followed you? Violet's first reaction was, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But soon, Violet realized that Suen might not be lying. Due to the high degree of fusion between her physical body and magic, Violet was extremely sensitive to magic. In her perception, Suen seemed to have already reached the peak of the 4th tier of magic. Before reaching the peak of the 4th tier, only Violet could achieve this total amount of magic power in her 3rd year. What secrets does Suen hold? She couldn't believe that someone who had always been at the peak of the 4th rank would hide himself as a 2nd-rank playboy, constantly hovering near the bottom of the class. Combined with Latina's rapid increase in magic power, Violet began to believe that Suen really did have a way to make people stronger. Suen's magic seems to be, attribute magic, which contains no attributes whatsoever. This kind of magic is relatively rare, which means that Suen's magic properties have not deviated in any particular direction, and its color deviation value is almost 0. This also suggests that Suen is not proficient in any type of magic, which may be one of the reasons why Suen cannot learn magic. Then why has someone whose total magic power has caught up with hers? After only a moment's thought, Violet realized the truth and nodded. Collaborating with Suen seems to be an excellent choice for improving oneself. Even Violet couldn't have imagined that there would be a Radiant Realm reward that could so greatly enhance magic power. He leaped from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, and from the 4th tier to the 5th tier, and not just a minor breakthrough, but a direct breakthrough to the peak level. However, Suen wasn't just bluffing. Without Suen, even if Winston and Latina were stubborn, they wouldn't be able to defeat the final outcome of the 4th apocalypse. In this Radiant Realm, Suen is undoubtedly the center of attention. Very good, this gives Violet a new motivation. Everything was going according to Suen's plan. Suen has successfully pulled Violet out of the quagmire of dark magic. With her new remedy, Violet will no longer trade with those inefficient guys from Black Dawn. She would choose to try to improve herself through Suen rather than choose the riskier Black Dawn. After all, the Dark Dawn is full of unknown dangers and uncertainties, while cooperating with Suen seems to offer a clearer path to improvement. If I could advance to the 5th rank in the 3rd year like Latina, then no matter how high the requirements of the Silent Lord are, they would definitely turn their attention to me, right? I want to trample those brothers and sisters under my feet. Trample, 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 trample. After finishing his explanation, Suen untied Violet. Violet didn't say much, just glanced at Suen indifferently, and then turned and left. Anyway, she couldn't say much. Just as Violet was about to leave, Suen suddenly caught up with her again, as if she had something urgent to attend to. Violet's silence effect is almost gone. However, even if the effects were off, after this experience, she will not return to her previous state of self-abandonment. Because she had a tangible hope. Can you do me a favor first? Suen conjured up a magical freezer, and Violet immediately recognized its special features. Not only is it of high quality, but it also has the function of being freely retractable and easy to carry. Even if you carry it on your body, you will not feel any weight. Am I some advanced magic engineering stuff? If I could figure this out, could I publish a few more papers on magic engineering? A strange light gleamed in Violet's eyes. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Winch's. Her first reaction upon seeing such a valuable product was to publish a paper on it. Go buy me some desserts, the sweeter the better. Put them in the freezer and send them back to the manor before nightfall. Suen smiled, his attitude very respectful, as if he were asking for a favor. This guy is incredibly tough when he's being tough, so why does he soften up at times like this? Violet's eyes narrowed slightly. She naturally knew why Suen had done this. He simply wanted to prepare delicious desserts for that woman so she wouldn't go hungry. Do you spoil her that much? A pang of sadness welled up in Violet's heart. No matter how hard she tried, the Silent Lord would never give her the same love as the other children. She clutched her right chest, feeling her heart pounding. What makes Latina worthy of this kind of attention? A fire of jealousy ignited in his heart for a moment, but was suppressed in an instant, and a strong sense of loss came from the depths of his will. Perhaps that's the difference. Someone like me, at such a moment, would only feel jealousy, not heartfelt congratulations. It's such a pity. It turns out it was all his own fault. Violet agreed. This wasn't because of Suen's request, nor because